Star Odyssey chapter 596 to chapter 646. There was a crack, and the gun suddenly cracked before shattering. Luin released his grip, as the gun was now completely useless. Eh? What was that? Lu Yin's eyes trembled when he saw something that resembled a beast's hide appear in between the metal plates of the gun. He didn't have time to look at it, so he put it away as Kurswin's attack descended. The hurricane that engulfed everything combined with the flames. The bone-eroding wind and soul-burning fire caused Luin to feel intense pain even while wearing his universal armor, let alone Lily Rose, Lin Lu, and the rest, as well as the heavily injured Aiden. Suddenly, the attack disappeared, and Kurswin stood tall in the sky with a bewildered expression. Luin and the rest looked at him. Wind and fire alternated between Kurswin's eyes, and in the end, he looked at Luin and the rest with reluctance. Take Wang Wen away. Luin abruptly turned to look at Wang Wen, who was surrounded by a huge number of rune lines. A hunter with invisibility. Not good, it's Yingguai. Just as he was about to attack, Kurswin's left eye spat out a hurricane that swept through everything. At that moment, flames filled the sky, and Huahui suddenly appeared to attack Kurswin. Kurswin stared at Luin. Consider yourselves lucky, but the outerverse will be ours sooner or later. He then stepped through space and appeared beside the transparent coffin. He blocked Huahui's attack and then rushed out of Broken Blade Fort. At the same time, all of the invading beasts retreated like a tide. Save me! Save me! Wang Wen shouted. Huahui reached out to grab the coffin, but Kurswin snorted. You're an enlighter, but your power level is a bit higher. Unless you humans undergo your sixth body remodeling, there won't be any qualitative changes. What use are you? He then unleashed a hurricane that forcefully pushed back Huahui's attack. Han Fei also appeared, but he was blocked by two Enlighter realm beasts. Everyone, listen up. Take Wang Wen back. Han Fei's voice echoed throughout space. Top Mist, Hu Qingshan, Kongshi, and the other hunters all rushed over. Monster Loach and the Enlighter realm amethyst beast held back Elder Lohar, who was furious. Since you've already decided to retreat, why must you take Wang Wen back? This is an order, and you can't stop it. Monster Loach's tail whipped at Elder Lohar. The Enlighter realm amethyst Elder Loach viciously. In outer space, the astral beast's overall strength surpassed that of humans, and several Enlighter realm astral beasts blocked Han Fei, Huahui, and Top Mist's attacks. When he saw that Wang Wen was about to be taken away, Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He took out the astral ruler and drew a diagram of the starry sky. Back when he had been a Lemiter, he had been able to use the astral ruler to evade the attacks of Enlighter realm astral beasts and escape for a considerable distance. Now that he had become an explorer, he was much stronger than before. The astral ruler's range had increased by several times, and it perfectly covered Wang Wen. Lu Yin's body flashed, and when he reappeared, he was already on top of Wang Wen's transparent coffin. Wang Wen looked at Luin in pleasant surprise. Ponbro, Kurswin suddenly turned around. Luin, you're courting death. Lu Yin's left hand pressed against the transparent coffin, and he retrieved the Thunderbolt's flesh in an attempt to escape. Beside him, the Yingguai swiped at him with its claw. There were powerful astral beasts all around them, and there was even an Enlighter realm astral beast and Kurswin in front of them. Although Luin could rely on his universal armor to withstand the Yingguai's attack, that attack would send him flying, making it impossible for him to rescue Wang Wen. Right now, he only had one choice. Not only did he have to block the Yingguai's attack, but he also had to use the Thunderbolt's flesh to take Wang Wen away. The Yingguai was incredibly strong, and no matter how confident Luin was, he did not dare to use brute force against it. As for the Yu's secret art, it could only redirect the attack and the user's body. Redirecting the Yingguai would be very difficult, and Luin only had one chance to attack. One chance, one chance. That finger that could traverse the heavens appeared in Lu Yin's mind. That finger had appeared many times in his dreams, but he did not know who it belonged to or why it had caused him to be so angry. However, there was no doubt that the finger's power was undeniable. When he had broken through to the explorer realm, he had remained unconscious for more than 10 days, and he had seen that finger's many transformations, as well as the shadow of a battle technique. This was a finger that could traverse the heavens and ignore distance. Luin was certain that this finger surpassed any attack that he had ever seen. Even the secret art could not compare to this finger. This was the finger that he had seen in his dreams. Luin raised his right finger and tapped out. His pupils suddenly dissipated, and he returned to his unconscious state. At this moment, he had entered a dream, and when he saw that finger once again, his heart was filled with boundless fury. His finger seemed to fuse with that finger as he tapped out at the Yingguai. They were clearly on a battlefield that was filled with fervent battle intent and a battle to the death. However, at this moment, the Yingguai could not hear or see anything. All it could see was that finger, and it had been targeted by that finger. Space and time seemed to stop at this moment as that finger transcended everything and tyrannically crushed down on the Yingguai. The finger pierced through the Yingguai's claw and tapped its forehead, causing it to explode. The void only rippled, but there were no cracks. The next moment, Luin activated his thunderous flesh, and he disappeared from the group of astral beasts with the transparent coffin. Everything had happened too quickly, and only 3 seconds had passed from Lu Yin's appearance to his disappearance. Cursewind and the other astral beasts were about to attack, but Luin had already disappeared with Wang Wen. The Yingguai that had been guarding Wang Wen had also died. Cursewind stared at the dead Yingguai in shock. How was this possible? A hunter had been killed in an instant, and a Yingguai at that? There had been no power vessel involved, and that human had relied on his own strength. Cursewind had clearly seen that finger, but he had not felt anything powerful about it. Cursewind turned to look at Broken Blade Fort. How had that human done it? Cursewind was not the only one who was shocked, Luin himself was shocked as well. He had not expected that finger to be so terrifying. It had even crushed a hunter realm Yingguai. Even in his wildest dreams, he had not imagined that it would be so powerful. However, the price had been high as well. As he looked at his cracked and bleeding right finger, Luin smiled bitterly and wrapped it with Shamrock Enterprises' special medicine. Chess piece bro, I love you. Wang Wen shouted as he looked at Luin with tears in his eyes. Luin sighed, as he had used up a piece of the Thunderbolt's flesh. However, it had been worth it to save Wang Wen. What he was worried about now was that the astral beasts would not give up and would come back for revenge. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary, as the invading astral beasts quickly retreated for some unknown reason and did not come back to snatch Wang Wen back. Not long after, the astral beasts completely disappeared, leaving behind only a dilapidated Broken Blade Fort. Han Fei and the others looked at each other in confusion. The astral beasts clearly could have broken through Broken Blade Fort, so why had they retreated? After Monster Loach and the Enlighter left, Elder Lohar's arms trembled as he put away his weapons and let out a long sigh. Although the astral beasts had retreated, most people believed that the next battle would be no different from the previous one. Elder. Han Fei and the others arrived in front of Elder Lohar and looked at him in confusion. Luin had brought Wang Wen along as well. Elder Lohar's gaze swept over everyone, and he tiredly said, "The war is over." Han Fei and the others were stunned. Wang Wen stepped forward and looked at Elder Lohar. "What war is over? Speak clearly." Out of everyone present, he was the only one who dared to speak to Elder Lohar in such a manner. Elder Lohar looked outside Broken Blade Fort. The Astral Beast domain has been invaded, and the Celestial Beast Empire is fully prepared for war. They don't have the energy to deal with us. Everyone was stunned. Wang Wen was even more confused. "Old man, are you sure? The Astral Beast domain has been invaded? Who? From the Innerverse?" Elder Lohar calmly replied, "There are some things that you don't know yet. Once you become a hunter or an enlighter, I will tell you. In any case, the war in Iron Blood Weave has temporarily ended." Luin looked at Wang Wen, who was arguing with Elder Lohar, and asked the monkey in a low voice, "Your Astral Beast domain can still be invaded?" From what Elder Lohar said, it doesn't seem to be from the Innerverse. "Do you still have enemies?" The monkey was confused. "No. The Astral Beast domain borders the Astral Wilderness and the human domain. If there's an invasion, then it can only be from the human domain." "Are you sure?" Luin did not believe it. If the Innerverse had invaded the Astral Beast domain, then Elder Lohar would have no reason to hide it. Furthermore, from the speed at which Monster Loach and the other astral beasts had retreated, this invasion was no small matter. Logically speaking, Elder Lohar should be happy that the astral beast domain had been invaded and that the war in Iron Blood Weave had ended. However, he looked even more worried now. I'm absolutely sure. Unless a new civilization has appeared in the astral wilderness and can invade the astral beast domain, the monkey said with certainty. Not too far away, Wangwen was still arguing with Elder Lohar, and he looked like he needed to explain himself. Elder Lohar had Han Fei drag Wangwen away and then looked at Luin. Luin sensed Elder Lohar's gaze and hurriedly stepped forward. Junior Luin greets Elder. Elder Lohar nodded and praised, "You're able to deal with an enlighter as a Lameter. Kid, you're very powerful. Even the 10 arbiters couldn't do such a thing." Luin hurriedly replied, "Junior relied on external power, and I can't compare to the 10 arbiters." Elder Lohar smiled. "It's good that you know. Kid, I have to remind you that you can't rely on external power unless it's a life or death situation. Sometimes, such a situation can stimulate one's potential. The universe does not lack powerful power vessels, and the 10 arbiters can all obtain them. However, they rarely use them because of this reason. You may have obtained status and glory that surpasses your own strength, but you must understand what you've lost." Luin seriously replied, "Junior understands. Rest assured, Senior. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I will not rely on external power again." Elder Lohar sighed. Back then, the Hall of Honor had a genius. Not only was his cultivation talent excellent, but his innate gifts could also be used on a power vessel, granting it mysterious abilities. He relied on this to kill opponents who were a higher realm than him and was invincible within the same realm. Unfortunately, after he became famous, he was targeted every time he fought, and in the end, he died because of a scheme. If you can't bear too much glory, then you'll only bring about death. Furthermore, you'll be seeking your own destruction." After saying these words, Elder Lohar left. Luin stood in place, deep in thought. Too much glory? Many people now placed him at the level of an enlighter, especially in the past few battles. His opponents had all been enlighter realm astral beasts, and they had even caused an old freak with a power level of 300,000 to feel apprehensive. This was too much glory, and if such battles occurred a few more times, he might actually be targeted and killed. "Seventh bro, don't mind what that old man said. You were forced to do this," the monkey consoled. Luin looked up. He had indeed been forced to do this. If he hadn't done so, the Great Yu Empire would have been destroyed a long time ago. But no matter what, he had to impose restrictions on himself and not use external power against anyone. Once he got used to external power, it would be very difficult for him to improve. Even though Elder Lohar was certain that the astral beast domain would not invade again, the stronghold's defenses had not been lowered for safety's sake. The news had also not spread, so only a few people knew about it. After resting for 2 days, Luin sat on the top of a shattered cliff and looked at the corpses in the distance. He did not know why Elder Lohar was so certain that the astral beast domain would not attack, but from what the monkey had said, there should not be any power that could make the astral beast domain so fearful. Had the old man fallen for a trap? Footsteps sounded behind him, but Luin did not need to turn around. He could see a woman in red approaching through his domain. It was the same woman that he had saved while saving Wang Wen. She looked very seductive and was probably a disciple of the Blaze Realm. An alluring fragrance wafted into his nose, and Luin frowned. "Brother Lu, can I sit here?" Lily Rose stood behind Luin and smiled at him. A gentle breeze blew past, and her red dress brushed against Lu Yin's arm. Luin nodded. "Up to you." Lily Rose did not mind the dust on the ground, and she just sat beside Luin and tilted her head to look at him. Luin felt that this was strange, and he met her gaze. This woman had a charm that made one's heart flutter. Unlike Mila or Madame Naylan, this was a seductive charm that combined with her red dress could easily arouse a man's inner desires. "Why are you looking at me?" Lily Rose smiled and licked her lips. "Brother Lu, thank you for saving my life." Luin looked back. "You're welcome. I would have saved anyone else." "I know, but Brother Lu still saved me, so I can't help but be grateful." Lily Rose moved closer to Luin. Brother Lu, let's have a drink. It was obvious that a beautiful woman wanted to drink with someone. Although Luin did not have much experience in love, and his feelings for Ming Yan had been impulsive, he was not stupid. This woman was trying to seduce him. Luin stood up. I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving. He did not like this type of woman, especially when she purposely acted seductively. Lily Rose watched him leave and smiled. Brother Lu's contributions in this war cannot go unnoticed. Are you interested in joining the Blaze Realm? Luin did not stop walking. The inner verse and outer verse have been separated, and I might not be able to return to the Blaze Realm in this lifetime. Think about something more practical. So, Brother Lu, have you thought about how to deal with the future crisis? Lily Rose asked loudly. He stopped and turned to look at Lily Rose. Danger? Lily Rose smiled. Brother Lu's spear is broken. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Are you threatening me? Lily Rose covered her mouth and giggled. Of course not. Why would I threaten my savior? But many people know that Brother Lu's sword was shattered. Even though Brother Lu has become an explorer and has the universal armor's defense, he still doesn't have the power to deal with an Enlighter's attack. An Enlighter's power is more than enough to deal with Brother Lu. I know that Brother Lu has many enemies. He did not elaborate, but the meaning was clear. The greatest threat came from the fire domain, from Huahui. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. I didn't kill Karthika with a spear. He then left. Lily Rose was astonished. It wasn't a gun? That couldn't be, right? Did this person have other methods to deal with Enlighters? She did not know that Wendy Yushan had injured Scholar Newmoon in San Dios, or else she would not have been so astonished. Lily Rose reminded Luin that he could not use external forces, but he had to have them. He had to find a way to obtain a weapon that could threaten an Enlighter, or else he would be forced into a passive position against a powerhouse like Huahui. He was not so naive as to think that he was invincible with his universal armor. For a month, Luin continuously updated his sourcebox's danger zone, and he did not encounter any astral beast domain invasions. On this day, Elder Lohar went out and only returned the next day. When he came back, he brought with him a piece of exciting news. He had destroyed the energy crack in the primal zone. This news shocked all of Iron Blood Weave, and as the astral beasts retreated, the Weave signal gradually recovered. Elder Lohar's news quickly spread, and the entire Weave cheered. The destruction of the energy crack meant that the primal zone could no longer receive any reinforcements from the Celestial Beast Empire. It also meant that the war was truly over. Otherwise, the Astral Beast domain would not have allowed Elder Lohar to destroy the energy crack so easily. After all, there was still a Void Thunder Beast guarding the crack. Luin turned on his communicator, and Wendy Yushan's figure appeared on his screen. It had been a while since he had last seen her, and she had lost a lot of weight. We survived. Luin rubbed his head. Yeah, we survived. In the beginning, they had not had much of an understanding of Iron Blood Weave. All they knew was that it was a black hole of death, but they did not know how terrifying it was. However, as more and more battles occurred, they gradually understood what Iron Blood Weave was and what it was. It was the front lines of humanity's bloody battles, and even Enlighters would face death here. Luin had faced several life-threatening situations, and if not for his good luck, he would have been finished. Of all the people from the Great Yu Empire who had sent reinforcements to Iron Blood Weave, only Luin, Wendy Yushan, Hua Qingshan, and Aiden had survived. Everyone else had died. Their situation was still relatively good, as all of the reinforcements from Lars Weave, North Castle Weave, and several other Weaves had all died, and not a single one had survived. On the day that Iron Blood Weave confirmed the end of the war, Luin had been cultivating for 6 years, which was also 1 year since the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated. Iron Blood We've only had 5 strongholds left, as Iron Blood Fort and the 3 middle strongholds had all been destroyed. Elder Lohar used the name of the Hall of Honor to order the Eastern Weaves to send resources to Iron Blood Weave and to rebuild the former strongholds. Top Mist, Night Queen Qiuyu, Granny Chan, Huahui, and the rest of the Enlighters who had been sent as reinforcements had all stayed behind to help rebuild the strongholds. As for Luin and the rest, they were allowed to leave. During the final battle, Lu Yin had made outstanding contributions, and most importantly, he had saved Wang Wen. Elder Lohar had decided to give him 2 honor points, which was equivalent to 40,000 Iron Blood points. He had also given him an additional 20,000 Iron Blood points in recognition of his performance on and off the battlefield. With the Iron Blood points that Conshur had given him, Lu Yin now had a total of 70,000 Iron Blood points. Lu Yin had originally wanted to exchange all of these points for Star Essence, but he had been dissuaded by Aiden. Aiden's origins were very mysterious, and Lu Yin had not asked about them. When Lu Yin had visited Aiden, he had unintentionally mentioned that he wanted to exchange all of his honor points. Aiden had suggested that since Lu Yin already had 4 honor points, he might as well exchange them for 2 more to raise his total to 6. 6 honor points and 4 honor points are fundamentally different, Aiden said solemnly. Lu Yin did not understand. What do you mean? Aiden looked at Lu Yin seriously. You don't think that the Hall of Honor has no one in the Outerverse, do you? Lu Yin shook his head. That's impossible. Most people don't know about their existence, but their authority affects the entire Outerverse. That's right. Although I don't really understand the Hall of Honor's influence on the Outerverse, I do know that 6 honor points can exempt you from certain crimes to a certain extent. You can also borrow authority. Lu Yin was even more confused. What do you mean by borrow authority? To a certain extent, you can speak on behalf of the Hall of Honor. It's just like when people argue, where one side stands on the moral high ground and speaks in a convincing manner. With 6 honor points, you'll stand on the Hall of Honor's high ground. As long as the Hall of Honor doesn't fall, you'll have a lot of hidden authority in the Outerverse, Aiden explained. Lu Yin understood that this was an advantage that the Hall of Honor had bestowed upon him. He remembered that Enya had once told him that the Hall of Honor would create a personal gadget that matched his status after he reached 6 honor points, which would grant him many special privileges. From the looks of it, borrowing authority was a hidden benefit, and it did not mean that he could give orders on behalf of the Hall of Honor. However, standing on the Hall of Honor's side was equivalent to gaining a huge backer. But now that the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, Lu Yin had no idea how much influence the Hall of Honor still had in the Outerverse. Don't underestimate the Hall of Honor. They have powerhouses that influence the entire human race, Aiden said solemnly. How do you know? Lu Yin was puzzled. Aiden fell silent and did not answer. Lu Yin apologized. Sorry, I asked too much. Aiden went to rest, and Lu Yin walked out. Honor points, Star Essence, the Hall of Honor, borrowing authority. Lu Yin was at a loss as to how much power this borrowing authority had. If the Outerverse's various weaves did not care about the Hall of Honor because of the Innerverse isolation, then this borrowing authority would be useless. After thinking about it for a long time, Lu Yin made up his mind to exchange for honor points. Sigmund's crimes were something that even Undying Yushan could not pardon, or rather, he did not dare to pardon him. Even if the Hall of Honor's influence in the Outerverse gradually declined, it would still take some time for that to happen. Based on the reinforcements he had received, Elder Lohar's words still held absolute authority over the various weaves. As long as Lu Yin made good use of this borrowing authority during this period, he would not lose out. And even if he did lose out, so what? He had gained it for free in the first place, and he already had 160,000 Star Essence, which was quite a lot. To exchange for honor points, he had to go through Elder Lohar. This was Lu Yin's second meeting with Elder Lohar, but this time, it was a private meeting. 2 honor points and 40,000 Iron Blood points. Not bad, kid. Elder Lohar admired Lu Yin and gave him 2 honor points. Someone will go to the Great Yu Empire to find you and give you a new gadget. I hope that you can make good use of this new status. Lu Yin respectfully replied, Yes, Senior. Rest assured that this junior will not bring shame to the Hall of Honor. Although having honor points did not equate to joining the Hall of Honor, it was still equivalent to half a member. The more Elder Lohar looked at Lu Yin, the more he liked him. With the Innerverse and Outerverse isolation, no one wanted to exchange for honor points anymore, as they all felt that it was useless. Only this kid still valued the Hall of Honor. It's a pity that the Innerverse and Outerverse are separated. Otherwise, with your innate gift, you would definitely be able to obtain a position. Lu Yin was puzzled. Position? what position? Elder Lohar waved a hand. Forget it, it's a foregone conclusion. Unless the innerverse and outerverse is restored before you turn 40, you won't be able to obtain that position. What a pity. Elder, can you tell me what that position is? Luin asked, as he was very curious. Even Elder Lohar, who had a power level of over 300,000, had said that it was a pity, so it had to be important. Elder Lohar shook his head. You can leave now, kid. Remember, unless you're truly at death's door, don't rely on external help. This is the cycle of reincarnation. No matter how much you borrow, you'll have to pay it back in the end. Luin nodded and helplessly left. Seventh bro, this old guy is a little superstitious. What cycle of reincarnation? I believe in science, the monkey said. Then tell me what's going on with the mending of the heavens, Luin replied. The monkey fell silent, as there were some things that could not be explained. The mending of the heavens could predict the future, and there was no way to explain it. After exchanging his remaining 10,000 iron blood points for star essence, Luin left Broken Blade Fort with Xianxia. It wasn't just him, as many explorers and cultivators who had yet to become explorers left, including Wendy Yushan. Only the Enlighters were forced to stay behind until Iron Blood Weave was completely rebuilt. To Luin, this was good news, as the eastern weave of Frostwave Weave no longer had any Enlighters. That place would be his domain. Unfortunately, Aiden had been left behind by Elder Lohar due to his powerful defenses, and Aiden himself did not want to return to Frostwave Weave. Luin really wanted to take Aiden away and have him join the 13 Imperial squadrons, but he could not do so for the time being. After leaving Broken Blade Fort, he directly entered Eastly Weave, and as he looked at the dark sky, Luin finally relaxed. He silently recited the Stonewall scriptures and then went to rest. Eastly Weave was very close to Frostwave Weave, and it took less than a day for Luin and Xianxia to return to Frostwave Weave. Wendy Yushan had returned before Luin, and the Great Yu Empire had not changed much since they had only been in Iron Blood Weave for a few months. On the day that Wendy Yushan returned, there were people who came to visit her. They expressed their desire for her to take over, but they did not dare to say it out loud. Thus, Wendy Yushan pretended not to hear them. Lu Yin's control of the Great Yu Empire had infringed upon many people's interests, as he was too tyrannical. The establishment of the 4 ministries had redistributed the power of the Great Yu Empire, and it was foreseeable that the Great Yu Empire's true authorities would be the 4 ministries in the future. This was especially true for the Lu Ministry of the Army and the Lu Ministry of Staff, which could only be joined with Lu Yin's approval. This was equivalent to him single-handedly controlling the entire Great Yu Empire, which was something that even Undying Yushan had not been able to do in the past. Unfortunately, Luin was too strong. Some people hoped that Wendy Yushan would step forward and use her reputation to reclaim the Great Yu Empire's authority back into the hands of the Yushan family. However, Wendy Yushan had no interest in such things, as she was not suited for power. The first thing Luin did when he returned to the Great Yu Empire was to hold a court meeting. News of the battle in Iron Blood Weave had spread, and it had greatly affected the surrounding weaves. Everyone was in a state of panic, and Luin needed to reassure them. The court session lasted for a long time. When it was over, he went to look for Hai Chi and learned that the girl had gone to the Astral River boundary. Luin sighed. The first time they left home would be forever, and many people would not be able to accept it. He did not look for Hai Chi, but he decided to let this brat do it herself. At least there was still hope. He walked out of the palace and arrived at the 5th princess residence. This was his second time here. The first time, he had not wanted to reveal his identity as a lockbreaker and had used the residence to divert Wendy Yushan's attention. There were already a few old men waiting in front of the residence. When they saw Luin appear, their faces went pale. "Greetings, Your Highness." Luin did not even look at them. "Inform Princess Wendy that Luin has come to visit." The guards hurriedly entered the residence. Soon after, the doors opened, and Luin stepped into the residence. He was very clear about the motives of these people, as some of them had never given up on trying to overthrow him. They were just a bunch of clowns. The residence was not large, and out of respect, Luin did not release his domain or star energy. However, it was obvious just by looking at her. Why are you here? Wendy Yushan walked out and looked at Luin. Luin rubbed his nose. There's something I'd like to ask. What is it? Wendy Yushan asked. I've already broken through to the Explorer realm. What should I do next? Luin asked. He had asked Aiden and Hua Qingshan this question before, but he still wanted to ask Wendy Yushan. They were at different levels, so their views would be different. Wendy Yushan thought about it. An explorer's physical body changes in accordance with the universe. The circulation of star energy maintains one's life, and every cycle of star energy changes the physical body. In other words, it increases one's strength. Every cycle increases one's power level by 10,000. Depending on how long each cycle takes, the quality of the star energy absorbed by the body is different. Some people absorb star energy at a rate several times faster than others, so it's only natural that their cycle time will be faster, and their strength will also grow faster. Some people absorb much more star energy than others, and although each cycle will take a longer time, their strength growth will also be different. I can't tell you what to do next, but let nature take its course. Luin nodded, as her words were similar to Aiden's. He had the serious art that increased his absorption speed by 9 times, and he also had the dies times top space. As long as he had enough star energy, he could rapidly increase his strength. Time was not a problem for him. On the surface, it seemed like he had only cultivated for 6 years, but in reality, he had spent another year or 2 on the times top space. Do you still have another formcast model? Wendy Yushan suddenly asked. Luin did not want to lie to her. Yes. Wendy Yushan was shocked. Your formcast model is a 6-fold one? Luin nodded. Yes. Wendy Yushan was shocked. Even the top 10 of the top 100 rankings might not have a 6-fold formcast model, but you actually have one. Then, when you reach the hunter realm, you'll become much more terrifying than the average hunter. Luin looked at Wendy Yushan with a puzzled expression. When an explorer breaks through to the cruiser realm, the greatest change is not one's strength, but one's potential. Explorers change their physical bodies, while cruisers compress their cells. Most people can no longer absorb star energy after 4 cycles, and they have to compress their cells, causing their physical bodies to become hungry again. Although their physical strength has increased, the changes aren't that great. This is the cruiser realm, and it's the same for hunters. The changes won't be as great as when you break through to the explorer realm, but if you have a formcast model, then things will be different. What about you? Do you have a formcast model? Luin asked. Wendy Yushan shook her head. White Knight once said that she would give one to me, but since the innerverse and outerverse are separated, there's no chance. Luin frowned. Are you that close to White Knight? Wendy Yushan grunted and looked at Luin with a strange expression. You care a lot about White Knight. Luin rubbed his nose. Maybe. After all, she's one of the 10 arbiters. Wendy Yushan looked at Luin seriously. Do you remember what I said before we went to San Dios? Luin had forgotten, and he shook his head. I said that if we survive this crisis, I'll marry you, Wendy Yushan said. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Wendy Yushan's tall figure and beautiful face, as well as her temperament that made one want to conquer her. But you already have someone you like. I like pure feelings. Wendy Yushan then turned and left. Luin stood there in a daze for a long time, wondering if he had just been tricked. 7th bro, you've fallen out of love. The monkey laughed strangely. Luin pursed his lips. I've never fallen in love, so how can I lose anything? Stop bragging. Any man would want a woman like that. She doesn't want you. The monkey was delighted. Luin then blocked him off. How annoying. When he returned to King Zishan's palace, Luin suddenly recalled something. When the gun had shattered, it seemed to have dropped something similar to a beast's skin. He checked his cosmic ring and found it. It wasn't a beast's skin, but rather a paper-like material. There were a few words on it, but Luin didn't recognize them. He unblocked the monkey. See if you recognize these words. The monkey was surprised. These should be words from 100,000 years ago. They belong to a time when writing evolved. The words of that time were especially complex, and most people wouldn't be able to understand them. Do you recognize them? Luin asked. I can study them. Right, I recognize a few of the words. When you put them together, they form a name. After thinking for a while, the monkey pointed at a few of the words. Wen Zhaoqing, Song Yi. What does that mean? How would I know, but it should be a name. Luin put away the paper. Wen Zhaoqing should be someone from the Wen family. He didn't know where Song Yi and Song Yi were from, but why were their names in this gun? Luin didn't think too much about it, as there were many things in the universe that were difficult to explain. This gun had come from the astral wilderness, and perhaps these people had fought there. He didn't care about that, as it was time to roll his die. Every time he rolled his die, it was the moment he looked forward to the most. He tapped out and watched the die spin before slowly coming to a stop. 4. He was delighted, he had gotten what he wanted. The scene in front of him changed, and he appeared in the time-stop space. With a casual wave of his hand, he tossed out more than 10 star essence, increasing the time limit to 130 days. Come on, let's race against time. This was the last thing he was afraid of. As the star essence was crushed, 9 stars revolved around Lu Yin's body. Serious art, which allowed him to absorb energy at 9 times the normal rate, had begun. The crazy rate of absorption caused the star essence's star energy to surge into his body like a vortex. The amount of star energy he had consumed to break through to the explorer realm was many times that of a normal person's, so the amount of star energy he needed to complete a cycle was also many times that of a normal person's. He just didn't know if this amount could be made up for by the 9 times serious art. If it couldn't, then it would take him much longer to complete a cycle. Absorbing star energy was a boring process. Luin had experienced the feeling of star energy filling his cells, but it was only a small amount. Only when his body's cells were completely filled with star energy could he complete a cycle, which was a rather long process. A normal person would take around 10 years to complete a cycle, and the faster ones would take a few years. The longer one progressed, the longer it would take. This was especially true when one reached the cruiser realm, where the time required would increase exponentially. If there was a technique like the serious art that increased one's absorption rate by several times, then some geniuses with innate gifts would be able to complete a cycle within a year. If the amount of star energy Lu Yin needed to complete a cycle was about the same as a normal person's, then with the 9 times absorption rate in addition to his original absorption rate, it would take him at most half a year to complete a cycle. However, after 10 days, his expression changed. Based on the amount of star energy he had absorbed so far, he might have consumed dozens or even hundreds of times more star energy than a normal person. How could it be so exaggerated? He thought about it for a moment. Regardless of whether he had broken through to become a melder, a limiter, or an explorer, the amount of star energy he had consumed was many times that of a normal person. However, according to this calculation, even if he had 9 times the absorption speed, he would still need 10 times more time than an ordinary person. In other words, he would need 100 years. Complete a cycle every 100 years? Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. Although the more star energy he absorbed, the greater his potential would be, and the greater his suppression of his enemies would be in battle. His ability to complete a single cycle was comparable to someone else's ability to complete 10 cycles. However, the time required to complete this cycle was too ridiculous. Once he became a cruiser, the time required to complete this cycle would increase exponentially. Then, wouldn't it take him over 1,000 years to complete a single cycle? He was not afraid of competing with time, but it was too exaggerated. The absorption rate of serious art was 9 times faster, and he still needed 100 years to complete the first cycle. Was there something wrong with his body? At this moment, there was one thing that he wished to obtain the most, the serious art. 9 times the absorption speed was definitely not the peak of the serious art. After all, the serious art he obtained was only at the elementary level. There should be more advanced levels, perhaps reaching 100 times the absorption speed. That would be normal. But the problem was that he could not obtain the serious art. He looked up at the sky and sighed. Lu Yin was speechless as well. He did not know if the 10 arbiters' speed and quality were the same as his. Even if they were, they definitely had better techniques, while Luin had nothing. Furthermore, the further he progressed, the more star energy he would need. This was especially true after he became a cruiser and a hunter. It would take him an indefinite amount of time to complete a cycle. Luin suddenly thought of Mr. Mu. The innerverse and outerverse had been separated, so Lu Yin's future master would definitely not be able to come here. No, I can't just let it go like this. I have to think of a way to increase my absorption speed. Otherwise, I'll be finished. Luin took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed his despair. He then rolled his die, as he needed to deal with an Enlighter's attack just in case. The die stopped spinning. It was 1 pip. Useless. It continued to absorb star energy. 10 days later, he rolled his die again. 2 pips, useless, so he continued to absorb star energy. 10 days later, Luin returned. This time, the die stopped at enhance. Luin was delighted, and he took out his final money bomb and tossed it onto the upper screen. He then tossed in nearly 20,000 star essence, and the value of the money bomb continued to increase until it finally reached the level where it could instantly kill an Enlighter. Putting away the money bomb, Luin had already decided on the second item he wanted to upgrade, the spear. The pike that he had obtained from the ancient centipede's body contained a spiritual force attack that could instantly kill an explorer, but that was all he could do. Luin wanted to upgrade it to the point where it could instantly kill an Enlighter. Not all weapons could be upgraded, and it also depended on the materials used. For example, the spear from before could be upgraded to the level of an Enlighter. It was very difficult for a normal spear to be upgraded to the level of an explorer, but the spear came from ancient times, and it had been used by Lu Zhan to kill Ying. Thus, the materials used should be able to be upgraded to the level of an Enlighter. However, this pike's spiritual force attack did not differentiate between friend and foe, which was quite troublesome. Luin wanted to give it a try. He had been reciting the Stonewall scriptures for a long time, and his spiritual force's resistance had long since become very strong. Back when he had been a melder, he had been able to resist the pressure of a hunter. Now, his spiritual force should be close to that of an Enlighter's. Luin placed the pike on top of the screen and tossed in a few dozen star essence. Back when he had upgraded the money bomb, he had only used up a few hundred star essence to upgrade it to the level where it could threaten 150,000 hunters. A few dozen star essence only caused the pike's power to drop slightly, but it was not much. Luin was astonished, as it seemed that upgrading this item was much more troublesome than upgrading the money bomb. But then again, the money bomb was a pure offensive weapon, and this item had its own spiritual force attack. After some calculations, Luin tossed in another 400 star essence before the pike completely fell into the lower screen and was upgraded once more. Holding the pike in his hand, Luin could feel the spiritual force attack coming from it. Not bad, it was bearable. Back when he had been separated by 5 pikes, only the pike that had been stabbed into the ground had been able to create a phantom image that could kill. The pike that he had obtained had fallen to the side, and its spiritual force was not very strong. However, as he upgraded it, it would definitely become stronger. The second upgrade cost him nearly 800 star essence, the third 1,500 star essence, the fourth 3,000 star essence, the fifth 6,000 star essence, and the sixth 14,000 star essence. At this moment, Luin felt as if he was about to lose his grip on the pike. The pike had been upgraded 7 times, and it had consumed a total of 27,000 star essence. On the other hand, the pike had been upgraded 6 times, and it had already consumed 26,000 star essence. Upgrading it 7 times had doubled the cost of upgrading the pike. The pike consumed even more star energy than the pike. The scene in front of Lu Yin's eyes was somewhat distorted, as this was a hallucination caused by the pressure on his spiritual force. He could not upgrade it any further, or he might not be able to withstand it. Luin put the pike away and exhaled. He had filled his eyes with star energy to take a look, and the pike's rune lines had surpassed Han Fei's. He wondered how effective the spiritual force of the pike would be on an Enlighter. He still had 110,000 star essence, the universal armor for defense, and the money bomb and pike for attack. The only thing he was left with was something that he could use to escape. Right, could a collapsible spacecraft be upgraded? Lu Yin's imagination ran wild, and he wanted to give it a try. However, after some thought, he decided against it. His collapsible spacecraft had already reached its limit, and it could only be upgraded to a Radiant-grade spacecraft. Only a normal Aurora spacecraft could be upgraded, but he did not need to use his dyes enhance. When it came to materials, he had a lot of polarium essence. Luine wanted to upgrade the astral ruler, but it was useless. The ruler could only be used 3 times, which meant that it was already useless. As for the Enneatic wings, he thought about it and decided that he should upgrade them. His speed was not very fast in the universe, and if his collapsible spacecraft was destroyed, then he could even catch up to a hunter. Luine took out the Enneatic wings and used more than 20,000 star essence to upgrade them to the point where their rune lines were comparable to Khadgar's. In other words, the Enneatic wings now had a speed that surpassed a hunter's, and it could produce a barrier that could block a hunter's attack. At this point, it should be able to produce a barrier that could barely block an Enlighter's attack. This should be enough for the time being. There were no Enlighters in the eastern weaves of the Outerverse, so they were not a threat to Luine for the time being. He would save the remaining star essence to absorb. Not too long ago, Luine had been satisfied after robbing the Blackbeard pirates of 1,000 star essence. He had never seen so much money before. Now, just upgrading an item would cost him tens of thousands of star essence, which was something that even an Enlighter would find difficult to obtain. Khadgar only had a few tens of thousands of star essence, and Elderwu did not even have that much. Luine was already ahead of many others. The richer he was, the stronger he was, and the stronger he was, the richer he would be. To him, this was a virtuous cycle, and he just did not know how many more star essence there were in the Outerverse for him to plunder. Right, he had almost forgotten that he still owed Madame Nayland 30,000 star essence. Although she did not need him to pay her back, Luine did not want to take advantage of her. Borrowing was borrowing. Just as he thought of Madame Nayland, she appeared outside King Zishan's palace. Lu Yin's domain now covered a huge area, and he was able to use it with ease. Let alone King Zishan's palace, he could even cover the imperial palace without any problems. Currently, Kaze was the guard of King Zishan's palace, and he was the only person from the dire barbarian clan who had not been killed. Luine valued Kaze's innate gift, but he was also worried about him. Thus, he had transferred Kaze over to guard King Zishan's palace. Mr. Kaze, please report that the Nayland family head requests an audience with the royal regent, Madame Nayland said to Kaze. Kaze extended a hand. His Highness requests your presence. Madame Nayland nodded and slowly stepped into King Zishan's palace. News of the battle in Ironblood Weave had gradually spread, and there was no way to hide it anymore. Lu Yin's performance in Ironblood Weave had also been spread, and it was rumored that Luine had killed several Enlighters, barged into the Primal Zone, rescued an elder from the Hall of Honor, and so on. No one knew whether the rumors were true or false, but there was one thing that was clear: Luine had been very active. Madame Nayland was fully aware of Lu Yin's status and advantages in a situation where Enlighters were restricted to Ironblood Weave. It could be said that he was the indisputable #1 person in the Eastern Weave. She had always admired Luine, and even after hearing that Luine had been tried by the 10 Arbiters' Council and had a deep grudge with one of the 10 Arbiters, she had still been inclined to support Luine. Now, she was even more determined to do so. The universe was always a place where the strong were respected. No matter how rich the Nayland family was, they were still powerless in the face of a powerhouse. She would do her best to maintain a good relationship with Luine. Luine walked out of the guest hall of King Zishan's palace and waited for Madame Nayland. He had spent a total of 220 days in the time-stop space, and after upgrading the Enneatic wings, he had continued to absorb star essence. Even after 200 days, he was still far from completing the first cycle. Madame Nayland soon arrived and flashed an enchanting smile. "Congratulations on your triumphant return, Your Highness." Luine gestured for her to take a seat and looked at Madame Nayland with a trace of amazement in his eyes. This woman always gave him a new feeling and strongly attracted his attention. He could not remain as comfortable around her as he had with Lily Rose. "Madam, you flatter me. Actually, even if you hadn't come today, I would have gone to find you." Madame Nayland giggled, and her eyes curved. "Did you miss me, Your Highness?" Luin rubbed his nose and took out a cosmic ring to pass to her. There are 30,000 star essence inside. I borrowed it from you before I left for Ironblood Weave, and I'm returning it all. Madame Nayland held onto the cosmic ring, and her eyes dimmed. She stood up and coldly said, "Since your highness does not welcome the Nayland family, then we will not force you to stay. Thank you for your previous assistance, your highness. If fate wills it, we will meet again in space." She then turned around and walked out. Luin was stunned, and he hurriedly stood up. "Madam, did you misunderstand something?" Madame Nayland stared into Lu Yin's eyes. "I treat your highness as a friend, but has your highness ever cared about me? Or does your highness look down on merchants?" "Of course not," Luin immediately replied. Madame Nayland shook her head. "When your highness went to Ironblood Weave, it was a black hole of death. My Nayland family was unable to help you, and we could only offer you some resources as an apology. My Nayland family is grateful to your highness, but we also feel guilty. But now, your highness is unwilling to accept even that bit of resources. What else could it be other than looking down on my Nayland family?" Luin stared blankly at Madame Nayland and smiled awkwardly. He extended a hand. "Thank you for your help, madam." Madame Nayland flashed a mesmerizing smile as she passed the cosmic ring to Luin. When their hands touched, Luin felt a silky smoothness. Her hands were very comfortable and soft, as if they were boneless. It was only then that he noticed how beautiful her hands were. They were fair and slender, and there were no scars at all. They were like white jade. "Madam, you didn't come here to see if I'm missing an arm or a leg, right?" Luin joked as he forcefully shifted his attention away from her hands. Madame Nayland sat back down and smiled. "That's what I meant. You were able to return alive from Ironblood Weave and receive much praise. Your highness' reputation in the Outerverse is growing." Luin was helpless. "It's all just a false reputation. Countless people spend their entire lives desiring a false reputation, and your highness has already achieved that. I actually came here to discuss the Nayland family's cooperation with the Great Yu Empire." Lu Yin's eyes lit up, as this was a good thing. The Nayland family was one of the wealthiest corporations in the entire Outerverse, and no one knew exactly how much money they had. Although the Outerverse did not produce star essence in abundance, the Nayland family was still able to give away tens of thousands of star essence, which showed just how wealthy they were. They were not inferior to even the most powerful corporations in the Innerverse, and their wealth far exceeded that of an empire. "Madam, how do you want to cooperate?" Luin asked with interest. Madame Nayland's lips curled up beautifully. "Full cooperation. Agriculture, industry, commerce, and even weapons development, space travel, resource decomposition, and so on. My Nayland family is willing to cooperate with the Great Yu Empire in everything that is involved." Luin was stunned. "Madam, are you serious?" Madame Nayland nodded. "Absolutely." An hour later, Madame Nayland left, and Luin fell into deep thought as he watched her leave. If the Nayland family wanted to cooperate with the Great Yu Empire, there would be plenty of people in the Outerverse who would be willing to do so. Even the powerful organizations that ruled over a weave would fight to the death. The only reason she would choose the Great Yu Empire was because of Luin. When the Nayland family had asked for protection, they had mentioned economic cooperation with the Great Yu Empire, but Luin had thought that it would only be cooperation in a certain area that would at most alleviate the Great Yu Empire's economic problems. He had never expected that it would be such a comprehensive cooperation, which was much better than the Northline flow zones or Watermoon Villa's economic cooperation. Now, the problem was that the Great Yu Empire was at a disadvantage in every aspect when compared to the Nayland family. If not for Lu Yin's dazzling strength, then the Great Yu Empire alone would not be able to match up to the Nayland family. It seemed like it was time to increase the Great Yu Empire's strength. Cooperation was a matter of equality, and Luin did not wish for the Great Yu Empire to be led by the nose by the Nayland family. With that in mind, he summoned Gavin, the finance minister. "The Nayland family wants to cooperate fully with the Empire?" Gavin was pleasantly surprised. Luin nodded. "Make the necessary arrangements. Find someone to liaise with the Nayland family in all aspects." "Yes, Your Highness." With the Nayland family's help, the Empire's economy will definitely recover quickly, Gavin said happily. Luwin looked at him. What I want is not recovery, but growth. Yes, Gwen quickly replied. There's one more thing. Luwin looked at Gavin. While we're working together, try to use the Nayland family's channels to contact the other weaves and arrange for our people to go over. You can discuss this with Captain Shalash. Gavin thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, Your Highness. Luwin tossed a cosmic ring to Gavin. The things inside were sold to the Empire by me. Take a look and see how much they're worth. Gavin was puzzled, and he looked at the cosmic ring. When he saw the 300 tons of polarium essence inside, he was stunned. Polarium essence was something that two Enlighters, Elder Wu and Top Mist, would fight over, as it was extremely valuable. Generally speaking, even a planet that produced polarium would not be able to produce so much polarium essence in one go. Your Highness, this subject is unable to give you an estimate for the time being. 310 tons of polarium essence, plus the star crystals from the 9-stack sect, I'll take it as 50,000 star essence. This is what the Empire owes me, and I'll have to repay it in the future, Luwin said. Gavin nodded. Yes, Your Highness. This subject will remember. The 9-stack sect had a huge batch of star crystals, but they were worth at most 20,000 star essence. Lei Long had not touched them because they were all crystals, which were inconvenient to carry and absorb. Luwin did not want to let the 9-stack sect benefit from this batch of crystals, so he had shipped them all back to the Great Yu Empire. As for the polarium essence, Luwin did not know how much it was worth. The prices of many items would change according to the market. This polarium essence might not be worth 30,000 star essence, but Gavin did not care. Even if Luwin sold it for 300,000 star essence, Gavin would still agree. After all, Luwin was the ruler of the Great Yu Empire, and it would not be good to be too serious about it. The polarium essence was given to Gavin so that the 12th Imperial Squadron could be made into equipment for the 13 Imperial Squadrons. Luwin wanted to turn the 13 Imperial Squadrons into an invincible outerverse army, and the criteria for joining the 13 Imperial Squadrons had to be changed. Gavin left, as he was just a delivery man. The polarium essence had to be delivered to the 12th Imperial Squadron's captain, Banjiu. A few days later, Luwin sat down below the Emperor's throne and began his routine court session. He did not participate in court sessions often, and when he was not around, the court session was usually hosted by the cabinet ministers. Xianxia and Enya were already standing in the court session. Although they were at the back, everyone knew that their positions would surpass those of the cabinet in the future. Due to the death of the Meek family's head, the Meek family has fallen into internal strife. After some discussion, the cabinet has decided to suppress the situation to prevent unrest among the citizens. The war in Iron Blood Weave has caused many pharmaceutical companies in the Empire to raise their prices without restraint. Shamrock Enterprises has been sold out, and after some discussion, the cabinet has decided to punish the companies that raised their prices without restraint. The Starry Sky Bank has officially declared bankruptcy and is being taken over by the Empire. According to our estimates, this will cause some losses to the Empire's economy. The ministers continued to report on the situation, and it took more than an hour. Too many things had happened during this period of time, but even so, the court session only selected a few important matters to report. Many of the smaller matters were dealt with by the 4 ministries and the cabinet. Luwin listened calmly, but there was only one word that could describe the situation: chaos. The main reason was that he did not have enough money. If he had enough money, he could suppress the prices of medical products and pacify the citizens. He could also bring jobs to many people and relieve some of their stress. Madame Nayland's offer to cooperate with him was truly a timely help. Your Highness, your subjects have completed their reports, Garop reported respectfully. Luwin grunted an acknowledgement and then glanced at the ministers before muttering to himself. Everyone waited patiently. After a while, Luwin said, "Actually, I've always had an idea." During the war in Iron Blood Weave, the Eastern Weaves worked together to bring about a great effect. They had more than 10 Enlighters and dozens of hunters. However, this is definitely not the peak strength that the various weaves can bring out. If we can unite the various weaves and combine their strength, what kind of effect would that have? The ministers were all confused, as they could not understand what Luin was talking about. Xianxia's eyes flashed, and she looked at Luin in shock. What great ambition! There were 72 weaves in the outerverse, and no single power could rule over more than 3 weaves. At most, they could rule over 2 weaves. Luin laughed when he saw everyone's expressions. Alright, it was just a joke. You may leave now. The ministers respectfully acknowledged the order and slowly left the court. Xianxia did not leave. She waited for everyone to leave before stepping forward. Your Highness. Luin looked at her. Is something the matter? Is what your Highness just said true? Xianxia asked solemnly. Luin thought about it. Perhaps. Do you have any suggestions? Xianxia solemnly replied, actually, the commander once proposed a similar idea. He wanted to link the outerverse 72 weaves together and use the entire outerverse strength to enter the primal zone through Ironblood weave and restrain the Celestial Beast Empire. The innerverse would then attack the Celestial Beast Empire from the erudite flow zone. The commander once said that the outerverse is too vast, and a single weave isn't terrifying. However, once the weaves are united, the combined strength of the weaves is terrifying. Luin was interested. It seems that many of my ideas coincide with Commander Shui's. Xianxia nodded. Many of Commander's ideas were rejected by the innerverse, and the Hall of Honor did not agree either. Times have changed, and the innerverse and outerverse have been separated. As long as Elder Lohar doesn't appear, I can use the Hall of Honor's name to do whatever I want without anyone restricting me. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Just yesterday, his new gadget had been delivered, and the number of honor points beside his personal status had increased to 6. Although it had only gone from 2 to 6, it represented a change in his status. As long as he did not do anything too excessive, he would stand at the top of the Hall of Honor. The innerverse and outerverse had not been separated, and it was very likely that someone with more honor points than Luin would appear. However, such a person was practically non-existent now. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Luin had never seen her this excited ever since she had joined the Great Yu Empire. Xianxia is willing to assist your Highness in unifying the outerverse. Luin laughed. Unifying the outerverse? You're overthinking things. You just want to unite the Eastern Weaves. Since Commander Shui originally had this idea, did you have a direction in mind? Xianxia nodded. An alliance. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Give me a direction. An alliance? Not a bad idea. Yes, Your Highness. Shui Chuanxiao was the most strategic commander in human history, and his thoughts and plans were not something that the current Luin could compare to. He wanted to unite all 72 weaves of the outerverse, but Luin only wanted to unite the eastern weaves, and if possible, he wanted to add more. Even if there were no enlighters in the outerverse, and even if the Hall of Honor fully supported him, the possibility of unifying all 72 weaves was not high. The outerverse was too vast, and it would take the Great Yu Empire's army a long time to traverse it, let alone unifying it. Unless he could reach Mr. Mu's level of strength one day, then he would be able to traverse half the universe as he pleased. The days returned to normal, and on this day, a shadow entered King Zishan's palace without Kei's noticing. The moment she stepped inside, the shadow revealed itself to be a bespectacled woman. She walked step by step to the guest hall of King Zishan's palace and stood there. Not long after, Luin appeared. Miss Child greets Big Brother. The woman was Mafioso Planet's Melder, Miss Child Luin had encountered on planet Woodrock. I didn't think that you would actually come. Luin was shocked, as he had forgotten about this woman. Miss Child smiled at Luin. Big Brother, have you forgotten? You gave me 3 months. I arrived at Xenu Star a month ago, but I was afraid of disturbing Big Brother, so I didn't show up. Luin sat down and sized her up. You broke through to the Lamita realm? It's all thanks to Big Brother's poison. My strength has greatly increased, Miss Child said proudly. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy as he looked at Miss Child in shock. She was clearly a Lamiter, but her rune lines were almost on par with Shuade Knights when she had not comprehended Night's End, Daybreak. Shuade Knight was an elite of the Day-Night clan who had once competed with Luin and was qualified to participate in the contest on planet Pyrolite. Now that she had comprehended night's end, daybreak, her strength was comparable to Zhanlong day nights. Mist Child was from the outerverse, and her strength was comparable to Zhui day nights. This was not an easy feat, and it seemed that her poison person constitution was worth developing. So the more poison she ate, the faster her strength increased? Interesting. Don't call me that. Just call me your highness like everyone else, Luin said. He was not used to being called Big Brother. Mist Child beamed and nodded, looking at Luin expectantly. See your highness, can you give me some poison to eat? I'm hungry. A bottle of poison appeared in Lu Yin's hand, but he put it away under Mist Child's eager gaze. You drank a bottle back then, but I haven't paid you yet. Mist Child felt wronged. Then I'll kill whoever your highness wants me to kill. I can't think of anything for now, but I'll tell you when I do. Luin was no longer very interested in the Mist Child. Back then, he had wanted to use the Mist Child to deal with Top Mist, but during the battle in Iron Blood Weave, Top Mist had claimed that he was not the one who had revealed Lu Yin's methods. Although Luin did not believe him, Top Mist was currently trapped in Iron Blood Weave and had also lost the Crimson Handprint. Top Mist was not much of a threat to Luin, so there was no need to use the Mist Child to deal with him. Although she was a mafioso planet Mist Child and had defeated a Lameter Mist Child to become the newest Lameter Mist Child, there were still explorers, cruisers, and hunters above her. She was under a lot of pressure, especially since the competition on Mafioso Planet was brutal, and there were all sorts of methods. Several Lameter Mist children had already died, and she did not want to lose Lu Yin's support. This was an existence that even Great Elder Top Mist feared and did not dare to provoke. Your Highness, Mist Child has prepared a gift for you this time, Mist Child said. Oh? Don't tell me it's a human head? Luin looked at Mist Child with interest. Mist Child smiled and handed over a metal plate to Luin. Luin looked at it, and his expression changed. Vast Earth Sect's elder Qingyan. He killed Meng Tianlong's eldest son, Meng Guang, on a rainy night 12 years ago. He seized the great desolate palm and secretly cultivated it. The metal plate recorded a series of events regarding Qingyan, and it emphasized the process and location of his killing of Meng Guang as well as the methods he had used to conceal the truth. Qingyan is one of the Vast Earth Sect's elders, and he's an elder with real power. Meng Guang is the eldest son of the Vast Earth Sect's sect master, Meng Tianlong. He's also your highness classmate and Meng Yu's older brother, Mist Child introduced. Why are you giving me this? Luin asked. Mist Child replied, I feel that it might be useful to you. Mafioso Planet is the strongest assassination organization in the surrounding weaves, and they know many secrets that outsiders do not know, regardless of whether they're the employers or the victims. Although many top-secret information is not made public, it is recorded in Mafioso Planet's archives, and it covers the surrounding weaves. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he looked at the metal plate. This was interesting. Did Mist Child know many secrets that others did not know about? He fell into deep thought. Is there anything about the Great Yu Empire? Luin asked. Mist Child replied, there is, but not much. It doesn't involve your highness, and there isn't anything useful to your highness either. If you can give me all the information on Mafioso Planet, I can give you what you want, Luin said calmly. Mist Child was delighted. Thank you, your highness. I only want the poison. Hand it over first, Luin said. Mist Child was put in a difficult position. Your highness, although the Great Elder isn't on Mafioso Planet, the person in charge of Mafioso Planet right now is the hunter Mist Child. With him around, it's not possible to bring all the information out. This information is all recorded on metal plates, and you can't bring your gadget or any other technological devices to view it. What do you want? Luin looked at Mist Child. Mist Child nervously replied, lure out the Explorer Mist Child, Cruiser Mist Child, and Hunter Mist Child. Only the Mist Children have the authority to view this information. Lure out the three of them, and then I can take the information away. The other space-exploring powerhouses don't have the authority to approach the information room, so they can't stop me. Luin smiled as he stared at Mist Child. Mist Child was flustered by his stare, and she lowered her head, not daring to raise it. What are the specifics? How? Luin asked. Mist Child replied, does your highness have anyone in particular that you want to kill? The chairman of Orchid Planet's council in Frostwave Weave's first filament, Luine said. Mist Child was delighted. Got it. In 8 days, those 3 Mist Children will assassinate the chairman of Orchid Planet's council. Luine did not know what Mist Child wanted to do. No problem. In 8 days, I'll be waiting by the chairman's side. Thank you, Your Highness, Mist Child said respectfully. From Mist Child's perspective, Luine wanted to help her get rid of those 3 Mist Children. As long as those 3 Mist Children died and the Great Elder did not return, the Mist Child selection would be delayed for a very long time. During that time, even the other space-exploring powerhouses did not have as much authority as she did, so she could do whatever she wanted. Luine smiled, but he did not deny it. He would let her think that way. As for whether or not he would get rid of those 3 Mist Children, that would depend on the situation. This brat had taken the risk to come to him and wanted to borrow his strength. She was very courageous, and if she could succeed, he would be happy to see her succeed. After all, a dark organization like Mafioso Planet would feel more at ease under his watch. As for the chairman of Orchid Planet's council, he was someone from the Yushan bloodline and had requested to meet Wendy Yushan multiple times. He was also involved in the rumor that the Great Yu Empire was about to change. If he had to die, then so be it. It was a simple matter. Mist Child left to return to Mafioso Planet. The moment the mission was issued, the 3 Mist Children from Mafioso Planet set off for Frostwave Weave. Orchid Planet was at the edge of the first filament and was some distance away from Xinyu Star. If it was too close to Xinyu Star, Luine was afraid that Mafioso Planet would not dare to accept the mission. Orchid Planet was a technologically advanced planet that was governed by a parliamentary system. Many of the Great Yu Empire's technological products came from Orchid Planet, so its economy was very developed. This was also the reason why the chairman had the confidence to seek out Wendy Yushan. As long as Luine was removed from his position, he would be able to take up a post on Xinyu Star. Luine arrived at Orchid Planet 8 days later. This planet did not look much worse than Xinyu Star, and there were transportation devices in the sky, the ground, and the sea. The environment was not bad as well, with clouds floating in the sky. The council building was the tallest building on Orchid Planet, and the clouds only reached half the height of the building. Strong winds blew at the building, causing it to constantly sway. In the chairman's office at the top of the building, Chairman Larkin looked down with a worried expression. After the battle in Iron Blood Weave, he had gone to Xinyu Star to look for the 5th princess, hoping to persuade her to take over the Great Yu Empire. However, he had not been able to meet her. He had tried many times, but the 5th princess had no intention of meeting him. They had originally thought that the 5th princess was under house arrest, but since she had been able to support Iron Blood Weave and return safely, she definitely was not under house arrest. She had not been under house arrest, but she had ignored them, the Yushan bloodline. To them, this was a betrayal. Many people from their bloodline had already discussed this, and they wanted to remove Luine as soon as possible. They had people in the military and the imperial court, especially the military. Luine had not been in power for long, and he did not even know the names of some of the military commanders, let alone intervene. As long as they were willing, they could immediately mobilize a third of the military to assist in the rebellion and place the 5th princess on the throne as a puppet. The only problem was that Luine was too strong. His battle record of killing Enlighters was like a mountain pressing down on their heads, and it made it difficult for them to even breathe. Larkin had already made up his mind, and he was prepared to cooperate with other powers to find more hunters. He did not believe that Luine would be able to deal with them, as he had heard that Luine had already used up all of the power vessels he had used to kill Enlighters in Iron Blood Weave. This was an opportunity. However, he could not rush it. He had to gather enough hunters and avoid Hu Qingshan and the others. He needed to carefully consider this matter. Right, visiting Orchid Planet would be a good idea. Larkin's eyes lit up, and his thoughts gradually formed. At this moment, Larkin's gadget beeped. He glanced at it and felt rather strange. You want me to go to Planet 5th Gravity? The order had come from Xinyu Star's Lu Ministry of Staff, and Larkin was unhappy when he saw the words Ministry of Staff. In his eyes, this department was Lu Yin's lackey. But now, he had no choice but to obey orders. Not long after, Larkin boarded a spacecraft and headed towards planet Fifth Gravity. It was not too far from Orchid Planet, and it was rather desolate. Larkin did not know what the Ministry of Staff wanted him to investigate, but they had said that he would know once he arrived. Larkin felt very uncomfortable and depressed. "Get me a glass of water," Larkin said irritably. The soldier on the spacecraft hurriedly poured a glass of water for Larkin, who downed it all in one gulp. He then exhaled and looked out the window. Suddenly, he saw a flash of white light, and his entire body froze. He was not an ordinary person. On the contrary, he was a Lameder who had wandered the world in his youth and had even graduated from U Academy, so he had a certain level of perception for danger. However, this white light made his scalp go numb, and he could not dodge it. It was over. In that moment of life and death, a hand appeared in front of him and grabbed the white light. The white light had come from a dagger, and that hand had come from the soldier who had poured the water for him. As expected of an assassin from Mafioso Planet. Most people wouldn't be able to discover you. The soldier looked up, revealing a face that Larkin was familiar with. Luin? One end of the dagger was in Lu Yin's hand, while the other was in the hands of a figure wrapped in white cloth. The figure released the dagger and fled, but all of his disguises were laughable in Lu Yin's eyes. What Luin was looking at was not disguises, but rune lines. Lu Yin's figure flickered, and he immediately appeared beside the figure. He pressed down on the figure's shoulder. Too slow. He then exerted some force with his palm, and the figure was instantly shattered. Even his bones were crushed, and he died. This assassin was only an explorer. Even a mist child could only rival an elite disciple from a great Interverse organization, which was a far cry from Luin. Behind Luin, another figure appeared, but this one did not attack Luin. Instead, it stabbed towards Larkin. Mafioso Planet had an ironclad rule when it came to nurturing assassins. Even if it was a trap set by Mafioso Planet, as long as they accepted a mission, they had to complete it. Luin glared, and the surrounding domain suddenly trembled. It transformed into a visible stream of air that blasted away the assassin. Luin raised a hand, and his domain suddenly solidified before transforming into a towering tree. It was exactly the same as when Luin had broken through. The towering tree protected Larkin. This was a force field, and Lu Yin's domain had reached the level where he could display a force field. He did not know what was going on, but it was as if he had suddenly been enlightened. Luin could feel that this force field was not any weaker than Mu Rong's, and it might even be stronger. When faced with Lu Yin's force field, the assassin retreated, but it was too late. This was Lu Yin's first time using a force field, and he casually pressed down. Branches pierced through the void and wrapped around the figure. The assassin was a cruiser mistchild, and he was very powerful. However, he was unable to retaliate against the branches, and with a wave of Lu Yin's hand, the assassin was killed. Larkin stared blankly at the scene. What was going on? What had just happened? Don't worry, Chairman Larkin. I'll protect you. Luin smiled at Larkin. When he saw Lu Yin's smile, Larkin became even more terrified. He was not stupid, and even an idiot would know that Luin had not specifically come to protect him. Those assassins were definitely related to Larkin, but if Luin had sent assassins to kill him, why would Luin protect him? Suddenly, the spacecraft split in two. Larkin's pupils shrank, and a suffocating pressure caused him to faint. This was a hunter. Luin had assumed that the last hunter mistchild would use assassination methods like the others, but he had not expected the assassin to attack head-on. A cold, dark light streaked through the void, causing a spatial crack to appear. This attack was not aimed at Larkin, but rather at Luin. Luin did not wear his universal armor, as Elder Lohar was right. Unless he was in a true life or death crisis, he absolutely could not rely on external items. There would come a day when he would run out of them. During the final battle in Iron Blood Weave, Cursewind and the Shadow Beast had been targeting him, so he could not afford to take the wrong path. The dagger was extremely fast, and it directly swept through the void. Luin did not even see the hunter mistchild's shadow. His eyes filled with star energy, and he lightly tapped his feet with the secret sidestep to avoid the dagger's attack. However, the hunter mistchild had long since anticipated this, and the dagger continued to slice through space like a torrential downpour. No matter how Luin tried to dodge, he could not avoid it. Luin waved a hand and activated the secret art. His dagger then stabbed in another direction. 7-lined battle force erupted from Lu Yin's body as he grabbed the Hunter Mistchild's arm and viciously pulled. The Hunter Mistchild was pulled out of the void, and Luin flipped his dagger, causing a white lotus to bloom. Lu Yin's expression changed, as this was a battle technique. His fates appeared in front of him to clash with the white lotus. There was a cracking sound as space shattered, and Luin quickly retreated as he looked ahead in apprehension. The Hunter Mistchild no longer concealed himself, and he openly revealed himself. He was worthy of being called the strongest hunter on Mafioso planet. In terms of true strength, he might not be able to compare to peak hunters like Aiden and Conshur, but his killing intent was something that no one else could compare to. The Hunter Mistchild had exchanged blows with Conshur before, and their fingers had clashed. The Hunter Mistchild had relied on his physical strength to suppress Conshur, but Conshur had not used any battle techniques or innate gifts. A hunter was still a hunter, and his suppression of an explorer was not small. However, Luin was not afraid, as this Hunter Mistchild's strength was not on par with Conshur or Aiden's. Luin had originally thought that the Hunter Mistchild would deal with him before assassinating Larkin, but who would have thought that after just one exchange, the Hunter Mistchild would decisively give up on Luin. He flickered and appeared in front of Larkin, and a cold light streaked past him as he stabbed towards Larkin's neck. Larkin was shocked, and his eyes were filled with endless fear and despair. At that moment, the towering tree formed from Lu Yin's force field moved. Larkin had been protected by the tree, and the moment the Hunter Mistchild attacked, the tree's branches wrapped around Larkin, and the hunter leaped up and fled. The Hunter Mistchild was clearly stunned. Was this how a tree behaved? It was a little strange. The next moment, countless branches whipped towards the Hunter Mistchild. The Hunter Mistchild's dagger flew out and severed all of the branches. Luin appeared, and his 7-lined battle force soared into the sky as he slapped a palm towards the Hunter Mistchild. The Hunter Mistchild's eyes went wide, and a strange fluctuation spread out. It was a domain. This person had also comprehended a domain. Although he was quickly suppressed by Lu Yin's force field, the Hunter Mistchild was still able to dodge Lu Yin's palm by relying on his domain. His dagger slashed through the void again, and a white lotus appeared that contained an intense killing intent. Luin waved his hand and activated the secret art. The white lotus was redirected to attack the Hunter Mistchild instead. The Hunter Mistchild hurriedly dodged, and Lu Yin's domain suddenly solidified. At the same time, he slapped out again. The Hunter Mistchild was unable to dodge this attack, as Lu Yin's domain made him feel as if he had fallen into a swamp. Even Conshur was astonished by how solid Lu Yin's domain was. The palm distorted the void and appeared in front of the Hunter Mistchild. The Hunter Mistchild's star energy completely erupted, and his terrifying star energy, which had a power level of over 100,000, transformed into a barrier that blocked Lu Yin's palm. The star energy was visible to the naked eye, and it transformed into a shockwave that shook the heavens. This was Lu Yin's first time directly facing a hunter's full burst of star energy, and the pressure caused him to suffocate. If a hunter was already like this, then there was no need to even mention an enlighter. This was a power that could cause one to despair. If not for his universal armor, Luin would have easily been knocked unconscious by an enlighter's star energy. The suppression of star energy was the most direct, and it was purely a case of using numbers to bully someone. Even a realmbreaker would be suppressed when facing an enemy of a higher realm. This was a method that could not be countered, and sometimes, the more ordinary a method was, the more effective it was. Lu Yin's palm was isolated by the berserk star energy, and the spacecraft was reduced to fragments that exploded in outer space. The Hunter Mistchild's chest tightened. Although he had not withstood the full power of Lu Yin's palm, the overlaying stacks had still struck him, shocking him. Lu Yin's physical strength was much stronger than he had imagined. The dagger flashed past and slashed towards Lu Yin's neck. Luin retracted his palm and tapped out with a finger. This finger caused boundless fury to rise up in his heart. His eyes went slack, and his entire being became unconscious as he fused with the Dreamland finger. Space froze at this moment, and only Lu Yin's Dreamland finger could be seen traversing through the void, ignoring the distance between them. It directly descended in front of the hunter-mist-child and pierced through his shoulder. Layers of ripples spread out behind the hunter-mist-child's body, spreading further and further away before finally shattering the void. In an instant, Lu Ying regained consciousness, but his finger was still stuck in the hunter-mist-child's shoulder. An intense pain came from his fingertip, and he retracted his finger and placed it behind his back. Every time he used the Dreamland finger, his finger would be severely injured. His physical strength could not withstand the might of a single finger, and it would injure both himself and his enemy. The hunter-mist-child spat out a mouthful of blood. That finger had not only pierced through his shoulder, but it had also destroyed half of his meridians. He could not even stand up, and his body continued to fall. Lu Ying looked down at the hunter-mist-child until he landed on the wreckage of the spacecraft. The hunter-mist-child looked up at Lu Ying in shock. As an assassin, he had long since forgotten what fear was. However, in that moment, he had experienced an indescribable pressure that had accompanied that finger. He had felt that it was even more terrifying than when he had faced the head elder. Lu Ying was clearly just an explorer, so how could he possess such terrifying strength? Lu Yin's finger was in intense pain, and he would need to recuperate for a few days. This attack could only be used once. There were times when Lu Ying himself was confused, as the terrifying strength that accompanied that finger was something he could not comprehend. More importantly, even with his physical strength, he could not withstand that finger's explosive power. He felt that the power of that finger was even stronger than the Yu's secret art. The first time he had used it, he had already caused a Ying Guai to explode. In the distance, Larkin was still bound by the giant tree formed from Lu Yin's force field, and he stared blankly at the scene before him in fear. Lu Ying had actually defeated a hunter. Wasn't it said that he had relied on external items to kill Enlighters? Wasn't it said that he no longer had any external items? Even if there were no external items, this person's strength was still unfathomable. Lu Ying slowly descended and calmly looked at the hunter-mist-child. This person had very few rune lines left, and he could not even compare to an ordinary explorer. Perhaps he had some trump cards, but they were definitely not that strong. The hunter-mist-child's black robes were torn apart, revealing a pale-faced young man in front of Lu Ying. He looked very ordinary, and he was the type that would not be noticed in a crowd. His gaze was also very ordinary, and he did not have the confidence of a powerhouse. If this sort of person hid his cultivation, no one would be able to discover him. After all, this person had comprehended a domain and could completely conceal his aura. It was very rare for an outerverse cultivator to comprehend a domain. "You're the Mafioso planet's hunter-mist-child?" Lu Ying lowered his head and asked. The hunter-mist-child squatted on top of the spacecraft's wreckage and panted heavily. He had clearly been heavily injured by Lu Ying, but he did not show any resentment or other emotions. This was an assassin, he could kill or be killed without any complaints. "Why did you assassinate Larkin?" Lu Ying asked. "Goodbye," the young man said in a hoarse voice and smiled strangely. His body then disappeared, and in its place was a metal plate. Lu Ying was astonished. Was this an innate gift? He looked around and finally saw that the rune lines were gradually moving away from him in the southeast. His gaze turned cold, and he took out a collapsible spacecraft. He tied Larkin up and tossed him inside before chasing after the young man. In the distance, the hunter-mist-child clutched his shoulder as fresh blood continued to flow. He gritted his teeth and took out some medicine to spray on the wound. Suddenly, he turned around and saw the collapsible spacecraft. He even saw Lu Yin's cold eyes within the spacecraft, and he was shocked. How was this possible? How had Lu Ying discovered the direction that he had fled in? The hunter-mist-child hurriedly accelerated and tried to tear through the void to escape. In the distance, Lu Yin's Fatesun appeared in front of him. He casually waved his hand and activated the Yu's secret art. The Fatesun vanished, only to reappear behind the hunter-mist-child. The hunter-mist-child spat out another mouthful of blood, and he felt as if he had been crushed by an unparalleled pressure. His strength immediately disappeared, and he floated in space like a corpse. Lu Ying walked out of the spacecraft and coldly looked at the hunter-mist-child. "Your innate gift isn't bad. If not for me, even a peak hunter might not have been able to discover your whereabouts." The hunter-mist-child closed his eyes. "If you want to kill me, then kill me." "What's your name?" Lu Ying asked. No name. Why assassinate Larkin? The mission target is him. Don't you think it's strange that 3 missed children received this mission at the same time? Luin asked. This mission had obviously been issued by the bespectacled mist child, and the target was someone who wasn't even an explorer. 3 missed children had been sent out at the same time, which seemed strange. The hunter mist child looked up. The timing is different. The first one to receive the mission was an explorer, the second was a cruiser, and the third was me. Everyone's mission doesn't need to be made public, and it's only issued to an individual. Since the mission has already been accepted, mafioso. Planet's rules state that it must be completed even if it's a trap. The ones who understood them the most were still their own people. The bespectacled mist child's mission had been issued at a different time, and it didn't need to be made public. The 3 of them might have arrived at Orchid Planet at the same time, but they had set off at different times. This, combined with Mafioso Planet's rules, had led to the current situation. Luin looked at the hunter mist child and considered whether or not to kill him. He was a hunter who had comprehended a domain and had such a strange innate gift. It would be a pity to kill him, but if he didn't kill him, then he might not be able to use him. Luin did not believe that he had some sort of domineering aura that could subdue anyone. The bespectacled mist child had relied on him mainly because of his poison. How does Mafioso Planet hire assassins? Luin asked. The hunter mist child answered, the starting price for a hunter assassin is 1 million star crystals. The price increases based on the assassin's power level, success rate, and the target's strength. What about you? Luin was curious. The starting price is 3 million star crystals. What if it's a long-term hire? The hunter mist child was stunned. A long-term hire? I don't have that kind of business. Luin thought about it. If someone wants to kill me, then you have to help me get rid of them. That's the mission I'm issuing. The hunter mist child was confused, as no one had ever done such a thing before. However, it didn't seem like it was against the rules, as it was just killing. Let's put it this way. How much do you earn in a year? Luin asked in a forthright manner. He was rich. At least 80 million star crystals, the hunter mist child answered. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'll give you 1,000 star essence. Follow me, protect me, and kill my assassin. How does that sound? The hunter mist child was astonished. 1,000 star essence was equivalent to 100 million star crystals, which was definitely enough. However, when he saw that the hunter mist child was deep in thought, Lu Yin's tone turned cold. 1,500, the hunter mist child's eyes flickered. 2,000. Luin finally experienced the thrill of Lulu throwing money at someone. The hunter mist child was clearly stunned. Then. The hunter mist child hurriedly replied, that's enough. That's fine. I'll give up all of my missions this year and focus on serving you. That's more like it. From today onwards, you'll stay in the 2nd Squadron of the 13 Imperial Squadrons and help me gather information on the surrounding weaves. You'll also help me train the people who join the 2nd Squadron and develop their assassination and intelligence gathering skills. 2,000 star essences can be exchanged for more than 200 million star crystals. His eyes turned cold. Do you think that money grows on trees? You think I'll give it to you? The hunter mist child's eyes flickered. He thought about it and then seemed to accept his fate. All right. No one wanted to die, and assassins were still humans. They were not afraid of death, but that did not mean that they wanted to die. Luin did not expect this person to be loyal to him, as that was impossible. However, since this person followed Mafioso Planet's iron rules, then Luin would use Mafioso Planet's rules to restrict him. Furthermore, there was the fear of death and the temptation of money. Training the 2nd Squadron was not difficult, and there was no loss in agreeing. Keeping this person alive was not just for training the 2nd Squadron. Top Mist had used the Crimson Palm to kill an old monster with a power level of over 300,000. Mafioso Planet might not be as simple as it seemed. The bespectacled Mist Child had used all sorts of methods to get rid of the other 3 Mist Children, and she might have other motives. Keeping this person alive might be useful in the future. From now on, you'll be called Phantom Thorn, and you'll be the captain of the 2nd Squadron, Luin said. Phantom Thorn's identity was confirmed, but he had no authority. This was the position he had given Phantom Thorn, he was just an instructor. Phantom Thorn nodded, but his face was still pale. After dealing with this person, Luin looked inside the spacecraft. He had originally planned to kill Larkin, but after considering the man's position in the Yushan bloodline and Wendy Yushan, Luin decided against it. This person was still useful, and he could use him to bait out more people who opposed him. When the time came, he could deal with them all at once. Arrange for someone to stay on Orchid Planet and monitor him for me, Luin said to Phantom Thorn. Phantom Thorn complied, and he quickly settled into his role. It had to be said that Mafioso Planet's training was very good. Luin did not mention the bespectacled Mistchild. He would hide Phantom Thorn's existence from her, but he would also hide the bespectacled Mistchild's existence from Phantom Thorn. As for whether or not Mafioso Planet had a way of finding out each other's whereabouts, Luin did not know. If not for Top Mist, he would have directly gone to explore Mafioso Planet. After the deaths of the Cruiser and Explorer Mist children, Phantom Thorn changed his identity and became a temporary captain of the 2nd Imperial Squadron. 10 days later, Luin met with the bespectacled Mistchild, who had successfully brought him a large pile of metal plates that contained the secrets of the important figures of various great powers in the Eastern Weaves. Vast Earth weaves Vast Earth Sect, Adonis weaves Darkstar Gorge, Lars weaves Six-Fingered Tribe, Flaxen weaves Tribanner Federation, Bard weaves Even Ground Palace, and so on. Even the secrets of some of Mafioso Planet's important figures were included. These items might not be of much value to some people, but to Luin, who wanted to form an alliance, they were extremely important. When Xianxia, Enya, and the other captains of the 13 Imperial Squadrons saw the information, they were all shocked, especially Enya. Back then, Shui Chuanxiao had wanted to form an Outerverse alliance, which was why Luin had entrusted this task to her. She had been worrying about how to intimidate those powers, but now that she had this information, she had nothing to fear. The people in this information could become her swords. Your Highness, is this information reliable? Enya could not help but ask. Luin nodded. It's reliable. I'm showing you this information so that you'll have more help. It's more than just help. It's practically a shortcut, Hua Qingshan sighed. Peach continuously flipped through the metal sheets and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. She excitedly raised one of them. It's Jibu. We even have information on him. Who? The blind monk was puzzled. Peach proudly replied, the previous chairman of Flaxen Weave's Tribanner Federation. Back when His Majesty Undying Yushan sent me to the Tribanner Federation on a mission, this old man almost made it impossible for me to return. Let me take a look. She then looked at the information on the metal sheet, and the more she read, the happier she became. We have information that can be used against him. Your Highness, leave this old man to me. Luin pointed at Enya. She'll be in charge of the alliance for now. You can communicate with her. Peach looked at Enya pleadingly. Enya replied, we can't touch Flaxen Weave for now. That place is under the control of Northline Flowzone's Granny Chan. She didn't die in Iron Blood Weave, so she'll return. Peach was disappointed. When Granny Chan was mentioned, Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Top Mist had said that he had not revealed his methods, so the only person who could have leaked information to Darkstar Gorge was Granny Chan. Was that her? Peach, does the Empire have any spies in the Tribanner Federation? Luin asked. Peach nodded. Yes, we have for a long time, but we haven't used them yet. Activate them. Make contact with the people from Northline Flowzone. Peach acknowledged the order. Actually, it's not just the Tribanner Federation. Many of the surrounding weaves have spies from the Empire. Of course, the Empire also has spies from other powers, Luin Zishan said. Luin had Enya put away the metal sheet and sent everyone away. The bespectacled Mistchild walked out from the shadows. I've been discovered. There were 2 hunters gathered here earlier, so it's normal for you to be discovered, Luin said. Mistchild was apprehensive. That blind one is very powerful. Luin smiled. The blind monk was indeed very powerful, and his power level was not higher than Hua Qingshan's. However, his rune lines were very high, and he was very close to Aiden's. He had a trump card, but Luin did not. Care. Who didn't have a trump card? Perhaps Xianxia had one as well, but he had not used it yet. Your Highness, I've given you the item. Can I be rewarded? Miss Child looked at Luine expectantly and licked her lips. Luine took out a bottle of poison that had rune lines equivalent to a cruiser's and tossed it to her. Miss Child opened the bottle and took a sniff. She was slightly disappointed. It's not as strong as the first time. Take your time. There's plenty of this stuff, Luine said. Miss Child smiled. Thank you, Your Highness. Before Top Mist returns, the other Mist children will not appear. Your authority is very high, so I want you to cooperate with the Empire in forming an alliance, Luine said. Miss Child solemnly replied, I'm Your Highness' subordinate, so please rest assured. Luine smiled but did not say anything else. How could he rest assured? However, this woman could not escape from his grasp. Right now, there was only one thing he needed to do, and that was to head to Shenwu continent. While there were no enlighters in the Outerverse, he needed to take care of the matters on Shenwu continent. Ming Yan had already been waiting for him for 2 years, and he was a little apprehensive. The Great Yu Empire and the Nalan family had already begun to cooperate fully, and Enya and the 13 Imperial squadrons had also begun to form an alliance. They also had Mafioso Planet's help. Luine brought the blind monk to Shenwu Continent Space Station a few days later. Lu Yin's arrival caused Shenwu Continent Space Station to panic. The Day-Night clan members inside were also panicking. Why was this guy here again? Tyrael was dead, and he had been forcefully conscripted to Iron Blood Weave. He had died on the battlefield, and the person in charge of Shenwu Continent Space Station was now Madame Mylan Day-Night. Student Liu, it's been a while since we last met. You're still as impressive as ever. Congratulations. Madame Mylan was all smiles, as if she was truly happy to see Luine. Even with Lu Yin's experience, he could not tell whether she was faking it or not, but that was not important. Madam, you weren't forcefully conscripted? I'm too weak, and I don't have the qualifications to go to the battlefield. Madame Mylan smiled as she led Luine into the space station. When Luine arrived, no matter how much the Day-Night clan hated him, they did not dare to show it. Luine was practically the strongest person in the Eastern Weaves, as long as there were no enlighters around. Luine looked around. Madame didn't go, but the other Day-Night clan member did. Zhanlong Day-Night isn't here either. Why didn't he return? Madame Mylan's eyes narrowed. The last time she had seen Luine, he seemed to know everything, and nothing could be hidden from him. How did you know that they didn't return? Luine smiled, but he did not explain. Rune lines were something that could only be believed when one saw it. Those who had never seen it would not be able to understand it, and even Luine himself could not understand it. Why have you come here? Madame Mylan asked. Luine raised his gadget and casually answered, before leaving Iron Blood Weave, I had a deep discussion with Elder Lohar. The Elder hopes that the Outerverse can stabilize and unite. I'm here to carry out the Elder's wishes, or rather, the Hall of Honor's wishes. I'm going to Shenwu Continent to take a look. Madame Mylan looked at the gadget in Lu Yin's hand and was shocked. It was a custom-made gadget, and she could tell at a glance that it had come from the Hall of Honor. This person definitely had more than 5 honor points, and it seemed like the Hall of Honor intended to nurture him. It might be too late for you to go now, Madame Mylan said helplessly. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What do you mean? Madame Mylan ran her fingers through her hair. Ever since you told Tang Si about the Innerverse and Outerverse separation and safely sent him back to Shenwu Continent, Ming Xiaoshu's attitude towards the foreigners has changed. He's no longer as warm as before, and Ming Xiaotian's actions have become even more ruthless. They're starting to not care about us anymore. Luine could hear the dissatisfaction in her voice, but he did not care. This is my problem, and I'll take care of it. What did Elder Lohar say? Madame Mylan asked. Luine glanced at her. You can ask the Elder. Madame Mylan smiled. Don't overthink it, Student Liu. I just want to better understand the Hall of Honor's intentions and help you better. I don't have any suspicions. Send me to Shenwu Continent. I'll talk to Ming Xiaotian and Ming Xiaoshu, Luine said. Madame Mylan nodded and did not refuse. Regardless of whether or not this was Elder Lohar's idea, she did not have the strength to stop Luin. Furthermore, she glanced at the blind monk, as this person made her feel a little apprehensive. How could there be such a person in the Outerverse? There seemed to be quite a few powerhouses in the Great Yu Empire. The process of entering Shenwu continent was the same as during the Outerverse trial. The reason why Luin had brought the blind monk along was because he was worried that he would not be able to return. With the blind monk around, as well as the Hall of Honor's background, he could ensure that nothing would go wrong. The problem now was that he didn't know where he would land. The location where he had landed on Shenwu continent was not fixed. Last time, he had landed directly in Ming Yan's bathtub, which had led to his relationship with Ming Yan. As he thought about Ming Yan, his heart grew warm, as he was about to meet her. This time, without Ming Zhaotian's obstruction, Luin was able to see the Shenwu continent's sky. After that, he landed straight in front of a luxurious residence that was located in the inner courtyard. He was speechless. Was he really so fated with the inner yard? Fortunately, he was prepared this time, and he used his physical strength to forcefully twist his body. There was a loud boom as he landed in the garden of the inner courtyard, smashing into a patch of trees. The commotion was too loud, and it attracted the attention of the guards, so Luin immediately left. This residence was located in the middle of a city. When Luin walked out of the city, he specifically looked at the city gates, but he did not find any heavenly globes. This meant that he had landed within the Reverend King's territory. Only Ming Zhaoshu's territory would not resist outsiders. Before coming here, Luin had specifically investigated the rebellion against the Shenwu Empire. Ming Zhaoshu currently controlled 12 continents. Qiang continent had originally been next to the central Ming continent, and these 12 continents were located to the east of Qiang continent. There were only 12 continents, and even the furthest continent from Qiang continent was not that far for Luin. He had asked around and found that this was the Great Plate continent, which was only 3 continents away from Qiang continent. The 12 continents controlled by the Reverend King were very particular, and they formed a line that connected directly to the sea. There was no such thing as being surrounded, and it was equivalent to being in the direction of Ming continent. Although it was not easy to be surrounded, the battle line was stretched out too far. If not for the cooperation with the outsiders and the assistance of many powerhouses from the innerverse and outerverse, Ming Zhaoshu would have been eliminated long ago, even if he had the strength to resist Ming Zhaotian. Luin made a special observation on his way to Qiang continent. The people of Shenwu continent still strongly rejected the outsiders, but they had been suppressed by Ming Zhaoshu, and they did not dare to voice their anger. This made Luin frown. Pressure was indeed one of the ways to solve this problem, but this pressure would be released sooner or later. When that time came, Ming Zhaoshu's situation would not be good. The only way to solve this problem was to connect with the outerverse and shift the conflict. Either the people would accept the outerverse and integrate with the outerverse, or they would fall into fear of the outerverse. Otherwise, the situation would explode sooner or later. With Ming Zhaoshu's intelligence, it was impossible for him not to see through this. It could only be said that he was too confident in himself. On his way to Qiang continent, Luin bought a copy of the list of tempering and found that there had been a lot of changes. Many people who had broken through to the Martial Emperor realm were automatically removed from the list. For example, Hua Ying, who had been ranked 9th and was known as a dual genius, had left a deep impression on Luin. After all, she was an absolute beauty who was on par with Ming Yan. There were also many newcomers on the list. During the battle at the Tower of Resonating Light, the person at the top of the list had ambushed Luin and been killed. Now, the person at the top of the list was called Wu Qing, and he did not hide it. Instead, he openly announced it. The strange thing was that Li Zimo was still ranked 2nd, and he had not broken through to the Martial Emperor realm. During the Outerverse trial, Luin had been most impressed with Li Zimo, aside from Ming Yan and Ming Zhaoshu. This person was a genius in the way of the sword, and in his opinion, if Lu Xiaoqiu had not relied on the 13 swords, then Lu Xiaoqiu might not have been his opponent. But now, Lu Xiaoqiu might have broken through to the Explorer realm, while Li Zimo was still a Lemiter. Tang Xi had also been removed from the list. The last time Luin had seen him, he had been a Lemiter, but now, he had broken through to the Explorer realm. The list of tempering did not hold much value to Luin, and he had only taken a look out of curiosity. With his current strength, he did not need to compare himself with the list of tempering, but rather to compare himself with the top powers of the entire Shenwu continent. Due to his desire to see Ming Yan, Lu Yin traveled as fast as he could to Qiong Island, and soon, the island was in sight. The closer he got to Qiong Island, the more cultivators he saw from the innerverse and outerverse, and he even saw members of the Day-Night clan among them. Even though many people hated the foreign races, they forcefully restrained themselves and didn't dare to erupt. After entering Qiong Island, Lu Yin headed straight for the Reverend King's residence, which was heavily guarded. Now that the Reverend King had rebelled against the empire, he was frequently attacked by various parties. Even the Ming constables and the Demon Hunters Society had sent people to assassinate him. Many of the outsiders had also participated in the defense of the Reverend King's residence. However, this was useless against Lu Yin, as his domain ensured that no one would be able to detect him once he entered the Reverend King's residence. Fortunately, the Reverend King, Ming Zhaoshu, was not present. There was a martial sovereign in the Reverend King's residence, but that person was far weaker than Ming Zhaoshu and would not be able to detect Lu Yin, who had comprehended a domain. Lu Yin entered the Reverend King's residence without a hitch, and then used his domain to envelop the area. He saw Ming Yan smiling sweetly as she sat in a pavilion with a small bridge over flowing water in the back garden. At the same time, he also saw a very handsome youth with eye-catching black and white hair, with a few strands of gray mixed in. He was from the Night King clan. Hundreds of flowers bloomed under the small bridge, and Ming Yan's happy laughter could be heard from the pavilion. "Brother Changfeng, are there really people that short?" Ming Yan asked curiously, her eyes wide. The Night King clan man smiled. "Of course. Many planets in the universe have different gravitational forces, and some have especially strong gravity. As a result, the people on those planets are usually very short. But don't underestimate them, they're all very strong." Ming Yan stuck out her tongue. "I'm not underestimating them. The heavens have taken something from them, so naturally, they will be given something in return." The Night King clan man looked at Ming Yan's cute and beautiful face, and a trace of passion flashed through his eyes. "Yan, I'll take you around the universe." Ming Yan was stunned, and she lowered her head without saying anything. The Night King clan man moved closer. "The universe is vast, and there are many mysterious things. Shenwu continent is too small, and Uncle Ming also wants to integrate into the universe. Unfortunately, Ming Zhaotian and the others are too closed off. But as long as you want to, Yan, Brother Changfeng will immediately take you away." Ming Yan stared at the stone table, but no one knew what she was thinking. The Night King clan man took a deep breath and felt that it was time. He had wasted so much time on this woman, and now, he was finally seeing some results. He raised his hand and slowly approached Ming Yan. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped him and his pupils shrank. There was someone behind him. When? In an instant, green veins covered his body, and blue stripes appeared. It was Seven-Lined Battle Force. He turned around and saw that a young man had appeared behind him at some point in time. The young man was calmly looking at him, but the Night King clan man could feel that there was an indescribable murderous intent hidden beneath that calm gaze. This murderous intent was directed at him. "Who are you?" The Night King clan man did not move. That person was only a meter away from him, and if he moved, he might fall into a trap. "Brother Lu?" Ming Yan exclaimed and looked over in disbelief. The man frowned. "Brother Lu? Lu Yin?" His expression changed drastically. Lu Yan's gaze swept past the Night King clan man and landed on Ming Yan. He saw the pleasant surprise in her eyes, but he also saw a trace of unfamiliarity in her eyes. This made his heart sink. 2 years. 2 years of separation. This should have been expected. It had been a coincidence that he had met Ming Yan, and he had entered her heart partly because Ming Yan had not had much contact with other men, and partly because of the restricted customs of the people, which had caused Ming Yan to fall in love with him. He had fallen in love with Ming Yan the moment he saw her, and he had fallen in love with her beautiful face. That had been the first time Lu Yin had felt a heartbeat, and it had been a beautiful one. However, after 2 years of separation, as well as the invasion of foreign cultures, Ming Yan had come into contact with more than one outsider. Her way of thinking had changed, and she was no longer restricted by the conservative customs of the Shenwu continent. Perhaps she still had feelings for him, but those feelings were no longer pure and unyielding. A person's eyes could not be faked, and the moment he saw Ming Yan, Lu Yin knew that the feelings he had for her would never return. Ming Yan stared blankly at Lu Yin, and her expression turned from pleasant surprise to complicated. Was she happy at this moment? Yes, she was happy, but for some reason, she was not as happy as she had imagined. She had dreamed of reuniting with this person, but now that they were reunited, there was a sense of unfamiliarity that separated them. She could only stand in place, not knowing what to do. The two stared at each other, both of them yearning to reunite and embrace each other, but at this moment, neither of them could take that step. That step was like a stone in the sky. Night King Changfeng, nice to meet you, Brother Lu. The Night King stood in front of Ming Yan and smiled at Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned. Since Night Queen Xiuyu is guarding the border, I won't kill you. Get out of my sight immediately. Night King Changfeng was stunned, and just as he was about to speak, Ming Yan spoke up. Brother Lu, Brother Changfeng is a very nice person. Lu Yin's heart ached, and he shifted his gaze away from Ming Yan to look at Night King Changfeng. You don't know about the grudge between me and the Night King clan, and there's no need for you to know either. All you need to know is that the Night King clan is my enemy. Ming Yan panicked when she heard Lu Yin's icy tone, and her face paled. She rushed forward, but Night King Changfeng subconsciously reached out to stop her. Just as he was about to touch Ming Yan, his hand was grabbed. Lu Yin had grabbed Night King Changfeng's arm, and a tremendous force forcefully bent it. Night King Changfeng was shocked. He had 7-lined battle force, but he was still being suppressed. Lu Yin exerted more force, and the entire reverent king's residence trembled. The tremendous force pushed Night King Changfeng out of the pavilion. Who gave you the guts to touch her in front of me? Ming Yan's face paled, and she looked at Lu Yin and then at Night King Changfeng, not knowing what to do. Night King Changfeng clutched his arm, where the 5-finger marks were clearly visible. He was speechless. What terrifying strength. Yenner, it seems like Brother Lu is in a bad mood. I'll take my leave now, and we'll meet again next time. He then smiled politely and left. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he watched Night King Changfeng leave. Brother Lu, Ming Yan whispered as she looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Lu Yin looked at her and saw the complicated look in her eyes. The sense of unfamiliarity grew. My hatred for him runs too deep. Ming Yan bit her lip. There's nothing between me and Big Brother Changfeng. We're just friends. I know, Lu Yin interrupted Ming Yan's words. He thought about it for a moment, and when he looked at her pale face, his heart ached. He raised a hand and placed it on her face. Ming Yan subconsciously took a step back and lowered her head, deep in thought. Lu Yin's hand hovered in the air for a moment before he helplessly lowered it. How have you been these past 2 years? Ming Yan answered softly, what about you, Brother Lu? I'm doing well, Lu Yin replied. Actually, I'm here to take you away. You dash Brother Lu, did you know that father has rebelled against the Shenwu Empire? Ming Yan suddenly asked, interrupting Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared blankly at her and then smiled bitterly. I know. He then looked up. Rest well. I'm going to look for your father. He then left the pavilion. Ming Yan watched Lu Yin's departing figure and felt that he was getting further and further away. She really did not know how to face these feelings. She had clearly loved him so much 2 years ago, and the moment they parted had been heartbreaking. However, time was truly a poison that could dissolve everything, including feelings. Perhaps what she had felt for him back then was not love, but Ming Yan did not know what it had been. Over the past 2 years, no matter how many outsiders she had come into contact with, even an outstanding man like Night King Changfeng, she had never let this person down. She had always maintained her feelings for him, but when those feelings had truly come, could she accept them? Why had she interrupted Brother Lu? Why had she not dared to listen to him? Did she not love him anymore? Ming Yan had lost all her strength, and she sat in the pavilion in a daze. Lu Yin did not blame Ming Yan, as feelings could not be controlled. Over the past 2 years, he had not missed Ming Yan at all. After coming into contact with Madame Nailin, Wendy Yushan, and many other girls, Ming Yan's place in his heart had become smaller and smaller. However, every time he thought about her, the longing for her replaced everything else. Perhaps this was what first love felt like. It was sweet, but also bitter. However, being strangers did not mean that it was over. He could tell that Ming Yan had feelings for him, and he had feelings for her as well. It all depended on how the future played out. Within the Reverend King's residence, the most heavily guarded place was Ming Xiaoshu's study. Not long after, Luyin sat down and waited for Ming Xiaoshu. Elsewhere, Night King Chongfeng's face was gloomy as he left the Reverend King's residence. His arm hurt to the bone, and Lu Yin's strength had left him in disbelief. How could he be so strong? He was a cruiser and ranked 21st on the top 100 rankings, a genius second only to Night King Gu. Even within the Night King clan, he was an outstanding figure, but he had been suppressed to such an extent by that person. Furthermore, that person had only 7-lined battle force. Night King Chongfeng had heard that this person was an unequaled leader, but he had not paid much attention to it. Now that he had personally experienced it, he finally understood the helplessness of Night Queen Yanqing and Zhanlong Day Night. This person had to be eliminated, or else he would become a huge threat to the Night King clan in the future. No one in the Reverend King's residence knew that there was someone waiting for Ming Xiaoshu in their most heavily guarded study. It wasn't until that night that Ming Xiaoshu returned to the Reverend King's residence that he realized that his domain was not any weaker than Lu Yin's. Although Lu Yin was constantly improving to the point that even he found it strange, Ming Xiaoshu had endured for so many years that he had comprehended a force field, so it was easy for him to discover Lu Yin. Within the study, Ming Xiaoshu stared in shock at Lu Yin, who was reading a book. Some time ago, Xianxia had reported that Lu Yin had changed and could even threaten powerhouses like Ming Taizhong. Ming Xiaoshu had not believed it, as Xianxia was too narrow-minded. But now that he was looking at Lu Yin with his own eyes, Ming Xiaoshu felt nothing but shock. This person gave him a sense of crisis. "Long time no see, Your Highness." Lu Yin put down his book and calmly looked at the Reverend King. His tone was calm, and he did not stand up. Ming Xiaoshu's eyes flashed, and he smiled. "Long time no see, little 7. Your Highness's complexion looks good." "It looks like you've been living comfortably for the past 2 years," Lu Yin commented. Ming Xiaoshu walked to his desk and sat down. He looked at Lu Yin. "Only 2 years have passed since the agreement was made. Are you confident that you can help Shenwu continent out of its current predicament?" "Even if I'm not confident, Your Highness can still do it." "In fact, you're already doing it, aren't you?" Lu Yin's tone gradually turned cold. Ming Xiaoshu's eyes narrowed. "Are you talking about the cooperation with the outsiders?" "That's right, I can't possibly place all my hopes on you alone. But Your Highness seems to have a lot of choices." Lu Yin looked at him. Ming Xiaoshu laughed, and his gaze turned cold. "Little 7, you've changed after not seeing you for 2 years. Do you know that even the hunters in your universe don't dare to speak to me like this? Then, Your Highness, do you know that even if Ming Taizhong was still alive, I could kill him if I wanted to?" Lu Yin suddenly stood up. At the same time, Ming Xiaoshu stood up as well. 2 enormous domains erupted, clashing with each other above the Reverend King's residence and above Qiong Island. In that instant, countless people felt their chests tighten, and they looked up. Although they could not see anything, they felt as if the sky was collapsing. Within the Reverend King's residence, the martial sovereign looked up in shock. This power? Outside the Reverend King's residence, Night King Chongfeng was astonished. What a powerful domain. Many cultivators from Shenwu continent and the universe could feel the pressure. Not only did it come from Ming Xiaoshu, but Lu Yin's as well. The 2 domains clashed invisibly, causing the sky to distort and the clouds to churn. The weather changed, and soon, a torrential downpour followed by thunderclaps. Many people looked up at the sky in fear. As the domains became more and more solid, they transformed into visible streams of air that clashed with each other. It was as if 2 colossal creatures were colliding in the sky. Both Ming Xiaoshu and Lu Yin had simultaneously reduced the range of their domains to the sky, which prevented them from harming anyone. Even so, the pressure that was being exerted was not something that the average person could imagine. Within the Reverend King's residence, Ming Xiaoshu's expression changed. He was actually unable to suppress Lu Yin. How was this possible? 2 years ago, Luin had clearly been very weak, and he had not even comprehended a domain. But now, in just 2 years, Luin had turned the world upside down. He suddenly recalled the legends about Luin. This person had only cultivated for a few years, but he had already become one of the top 4 finalists in the Astral Combat Tournament. 2 years might seem like a short time to others, but to Luin, it was definitely a qualitative leap. Still, this leap was too great. Ming Xiaoshu's forbearance was admired by everyone who had met him, but at this moment, he did not want to hold back any longer. Lu Yin's attitude was very clear, and Ming Xiaoshu's heart was filled with resentment. If Ming Xiaoshu could not suppress Luin, then even if they worked together in the future, they would still be on equal footing. This was something that Ming Xiaoshu could not accept. On the streets of Qiong Island, Night King Changfeng looked up at the sky. Suddenly, his domain changed, and it took the form of a person wearing an imperial robe that was dazzling in the night sky. His vast imperial authority caused all the commoners who saw this scene to kneel down. This was Ming Xiaoshu, and his force field had taken the form of an emperor. Lu Yin's expression changed. As expected, Ming Xiaoshu had comprehended a force field. As he thought about it, he stared into Ming Xiaoshu's eyes. High up in the sky, Lu Yin's domain also changed. It transformed into a towering tree that seemed to be the source of all things, and many strange things grew out of it. Ming Xiaoshu's pupils shrank. A force field. This kid had actually comprehended a force field. Crack. Within the study, the desk between Ming Xiaoshu and Luin cracked open. The two of them looked at each other and simultaneously retracted their domains. Soon, the night sky regained its calm, and only the pouring rain continued to fall, gradually drowning Qiong Island. With a bang, the desk completely shattered and fell beside Ming Xiaoshu and Lu Yin's feet. Their domains had collided, and they were evenly matched. With a bang, the door to the study burst open, and a martial sovereign rushed in. Behind him were Tang Si and many other soldiers. Your Highness. Get out. Ming Xiaoshu barked, and everyone hurriedly retreated. Let's go somewhere else, Ming Xiaoshu said. Luin calmly left with him. It was still raining heavily outside when Ming Xiaoshu and Luin appeared on the roof of a pavilion. I never thought that you would change so much in just 2 years, Ming Xiaoshu exclaimed. Luin looked at the rain. There are still many things that you didn't expect. Our agreement of 10 years has been brought forward by 8 years. This is something that I didn't expect. Luin looked at Ming Xiaoshu and shook his head. With the innerverse and outerverse separated, what's the point of the so-called 10-year agreement? You don't care about the current outerverse. But I care about you. Ming Xiaoshu's eyes burned with passion as he looked at Luin. You've grown to your current level in 2 years. If I give you another 2 years, 10 years, or even 20 years, you'll become a powerhouse that will shock even me and the entire universe. Your value has already surpassed Shenwu Continent's own. I'm certain of that. Luin did not reply, as his heart was still in a mess. Ming Yan's matter had made it impossible for him to calm down and think. His argument with Ming Xiaoshu had been more of a way to vent his frustrations than to take the initiative in this cooperation. He was not that heartless, and he could not let it go so easily. Have you met with Yan'er? Ming Xiaoshu asked. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Were you the one who told Night King Changfeng to contact her? Ming Xiaoshu sneered. I wouldn't use my daughter as a bargaining chip. Back then, it was only because Yan'er liked you that I made the 10-year agreement with you. Unless Yan'er likes someone else, she will never be a bargaining chip. You underestimate me too much. Luin believed this, as everyone's aura was different. Ming Xiaoshu's aura was that of an emperor, and he had an extraordinary bearing. He was not that short-sighted. I'm well aware of what the Day-Night clan is planning. That Night King Changfeng deliberately approached Yan'er, and I couldn't stop him. You should understand why the Night King clan is a clan that Shenwu Continent cannot afford to offend. However, he's not someone with evil intentions, and he didn't use any underhanded methods. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let him off. Luin took a deep breath and looked at the raindrops, which were getting lighter and lighter. Now that the innerverse and outerverse have been separated, I was planning to send Night King Changfeng to another place over the past few days, but I didn't have the time, Ming Xiaoshu explained. If this had been the Luin of 2 years ago, he would not have needed to explain, as it would have been nothing more than an investment. However, the current Luin needed an explanation, and he had to explain it clearly. Even if the innerverse and outerverse are separated, Shenwu continent's integration into the universe is inevitable. You can't stop it, and neither can Ming Zhao Tian. You should know that this isn't your bargaining chip. Ming Zhaoshu sighed. That's why we can't fall out with the Night King clan. Luin looked at Ming Zhaoshu. Do you know where I come from? Ming Zhaoshu nodded. Frostwave Weave's Great Yu Empire. I'm currently the royal regent of the Great Yu Empire, and I'm acting on behalf of the emperor. The Great Yu Empire has already unified Frostwave Weave and suppressed Grand Top Weave. I plan to establish the Great Eastern Alliance and unite all of the eastern weaves of the outerverse. Shenwu continent will be no exception, Luin said. Ming Zhaoshu was shocked. The Great Eastern Alliance? That won't be easy. Will the various weaves agree to it? It's not up to them to disagree. Lu Yin's tone was indifferent. Ming Zhaoshu carefully sized up Luin. Was this kid arrogant, or was he truly confident? It's time for the Shenwu continent's farce to end. I'll help you deal with Ming Zhao Tian, but in return, the Shenwu continent must join the Great Eastern Alliance. Otherwise. Luin looked at Ming Zhaoshu with an icy expression. I can help you obtain the Shenwu continent, but I can also easily destroy it. I've already said that even if Ming Taijing is still alive, it would be useless. I can kill him. Ming Zhaoshu's eyes flickered. He did not understand the current Luin, so he could not make a decision easily. I'll give you some time to think about it, but it won't be long. The next time I come, I want to know your decision and the matter of the 5 sealing planets, Luin said before disappearing and leaving the Reverend King's residence. Ming Zhaoshu watched Lu Yin's figure disappear into the rainy night and immediately summoned Tang Si. Ming Zhaoshu had not paid much attention to what Tang Si had said the last time, but now, he needed to understand this person once more. This person was clearly a martial emperor, but he had dared to threaten Ming Zhaoshu. That confidence and calmness could not have been faked. Ming Zhaoshu also wanted to have a chat with Yenner, as Lu Yin's attitude had been very strange this time. There were many mansions not far from the Reverend King's residence, which had once been the residences of wealthy merchants or officials from Qiong Island. Now, all of them had been bestowed to outsiders by Ming Zhaoshu. Night King Chongfeng arrived at one of the mansions and knocked on the door before entering. A beautiful woman in revealing clothes welcomed him, Sun Marin. She was one of the younger members of the Sun family. Although she was only an explorer, she had an astute mind, and the Day-Night clan had specifically asked her to help Night King Chongfeng in this cooperation with Ming Zhaoshu. Why has brother Chongfeng come to my residence so late at night? Aren't you afraid that the young countess will see you? Sun Marin approached Night King Chongfeng with a charming smile and a delicate fragrance. Night King Chongfeng remained calm. Don't tell me that you didn't know about the commotion just now. Sun Marin shrugged. A collision of force fields. I know that one of them is Ming Zhaoshu, but I don't know who the other one is. It's already very rare for someone like Ming Zhaoshu to comprehend a force field on Shenwu continent. I never thought that there would be a second one. It's not someone from Shenwu continent. It's Luin. Night King Chongfeng's tone was cold, and there was a hint of fear in his voice. Sun Marin was shocked. Luin? Why is he here? Night King Chongfeng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was the one who informed Shenwu continent that the innerverse and outerverse had been separated. He participated in Shenwu continent's trial, but I thought that it was just a formality. I never thought that he would come again. He even killed a hunter from the Day-Night clan in order to send Tang Si back, which thoroughly offended Night Queen Qiuyu. Now that he's appeared again, it looks like there's something he needs on Shenwu continent, Sun Marin guessed. It's Ming Yan, Night King Chongfeng said. Sun Marin was shocked. That little countess? Are they in love? Night King Chongfeng's expression turned ugly. Sun Marin chuckled. I never thought that the countess would be so charming that she could attract both you and Luin. But then again, it's not surprising since she's so beautiful and pure. I can't help but feel pity for her. Even a woman like me is moved. Night King Chongfeng stared at Sun Marin. Help me get rid of Luin. Why? just because of Ming Yan? Sun Marin was intrigued. Night King Chongfeng snorted. He's a great enemy of my Day-Night clan, and Night Queen Yanqing has said many times that he must be eliminated. He's also someone that Arbiter Zhenwu wants to get rid of. When it came to Arbiter Zhenwu, Sun Marin did not dare to be impudent. Actually, my Sun family is also dissatisfied with him, and the young master wants to get rid of him as well. However, he's growing stronger, and the inner verse and outer verse have been separated. Even Senior Qiu you can't touch him, let alone you and me. Night King Chongfeng clenched his fists. As the 21st ranked powerhouse on the top 100 rankings, he could look down on most of the younger generation, including Lu Yin. Lu Yin had relied on external items to protect himself from enlighters, and Night King Chongfeng had always looked down on him. However, now that Lu Yin had become an explorer, his strength had undergone a qualitative change, and he had actually suppressed Night King Chongfeng. When he thought about all of this, Night King Chongfeng could not help but want to kill Lu Yin. Of course, there was also the matter of Ming Yan. If Night King Chongfeng fancied a woman, no one else was allowed to touch her. Lu Yin did not look for a place to stay after leaving the Reverend King's residence. When he had clashed with Ming Zhaoshu's domain, he had coincidentally discovered an acquaintance. This acquaintance looked very down and out, or rather, very miserable. 3 streets away from the Reverend King's residence was the busiest downtown area in all of Shanghai City. It was already midnight, and Shanghai City had already implemented a curfew. However, there was still a figure lying prostrate on the ground, trembling in the rain. It was a beggar, and he was curled up in a corner with a straw curtain draped over his body. Lu Yin looked at the beggar with a shocked expression. He walked closer and closer until he finally stood in front of the beggar. The beggar peered through the straw curtain in fear. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating Lu Yin's face. The beggar's pupils shrank when he saw Lu Yin's face clearly, and he trembled even more violently. Eriker? Lu Yin was surprised. The beggar was terrified. Sir, I'm just a beggar. Please let me go. Lu Yin squatted down and lifted the straw curtain. Your meridians have all been shattered, and your star energy has dissipated. You've turned from a Lamiter into a normal person. You must be feeling terrible. Why did this happen? The beggar was Eriker, a top disciple of the Blaze Realm who had participated in the Astral Combat Tournament and challenged a Realm Master. He had been tyrannical for a time, and during the Outerverse trial, he had landed on Shenwu continent at the same time as Lu Yin. They had even landed in the same place. Unfortunately, Lu Yin had landed in Ming Yan's bathtub, which had caused a commotion. Lu Yin had escaped, but Eriker had been captured. Ming Zhaoshu is cooperating with the outsiders, so all of the captured outsiders should be fine, Lu Yin said. Eriker lowered his head, not daring to answer. I don't like to ask twice. Lu Yin's tone gradually turned cold. Eriker's face paled. I offended the Reverend King, and I don't dare to show my face. How did you offend him? He knows your identity, and the Blaze Realm's influence is very strong. Even a top disciple like you can't protect yourself? Lu Yin asked, as he was truly curious. Ming Zhaoshu had hidden himself well, so even if Eriker tried to assassinate him, he wouldn't care too much. He wouldn't let Eriker end up in such a miserable state. Furthermore, there were so many cultivators from the outside in the city, but Eriker hadn't looked for any of them. Instead, he had chosen to hide. Something wasn't right. Eriker's eyes flashed, and he looked at Lu Yin. He gritted his teeth. I discovered a secret. Speak, Lu Yin said. Ming Zhaoshu betrayed the Shenwu Empire and released all of the foreigners. I did the same. The Blaze Realm ordered us to stay by Ming Zhaoshu's side so that we could cooperate with him, Eriker said. One time, Ming Zhaoshu sent us on a mission. We were in a valley, and he said that he discovered a large number of soldiers from the Shenwu Empire gathering there. We didn't pay much attention to it, so we went over. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. The Neo-Human Alliance? Eriker nodded. Yes, the Neo-Human Alliance. The Shenwu Empire is cooperating with the Neo-Human Alliance. Of the group of outsiders that we sent, only a few survived, and they managed to escape. However, we didn't expect that after we reported this to Ming Zhaoshu, we would be pursued by Tang Xi. Ming Zhaoshu didn't want to reveal that the Shenwu Empire was cooperating with the Neo-Human Alliance. Everyone else died besides me. Although I was lucky enough to escape, my cultivation was crippled. So you hid in the city, hiding under the light? Luin asked. Erikor nodded. You were waiting for the people from the Blaze Realm? Erikor nodded. Yes. Thank you. There were a few words. Brother's Reward, 3rd update, thanks for your support. As for Lu Yin and Ming Yan's relationship, Freewind had his own plans for the future. Thank you for your support, thank you. Those of you who have read Freewind's previous book should know that he doesn't write sadistic novels. His previous book, The Unparalleled Throne of the Apocalypse, was 3.2 million words long. Thank you for your support. Lu Yin stood up and looked in the direction of the Reverend King's residence. Does Ming Zhaoshu have any contact with the Neo-Human Alliance? Probably not, or else he wouldn't have let us go to that valley, Erikor answered. Lu Yin sighed. Even if there was no contact, he had still helped the Shenwu Empire hide the truth, which had violated the human domain's ironclad rules. Regardless of whether it was the human domain, the astral beast domain, or the technocracy, they all had to kill the Neo-Human Alliance. Ming Zhaoshu was most likely worried that the appearance of the Neo-Human Alliance would lead to the destruction of the entire universe, not the trial itself. The 5 sealing planets could indeed block 1 or 2 enlighters, but if the Neo-Human Alliance was exposed, then it would not just attract enlighters, but even stronger ones. Erikor was worried that Shenwu continent would be destroyed, which was why he had helped the Shenwu Empire hide the truth. Unfortunately, Erikor did not understand the Neo-Human Alliance at all. Lu Yin's memories of this organization were still fresh in his mind, and the Corpse King's strength still made him fearful. A Corpse King could obtain an innate gift by eating crystals, and this power could easily develop and unify Shenwu continent. Ming Zhaoshu was playing with fire. Take me to that valley, Lu Yin said calmly. Erikor looked up in surprise. That valley? Let's go. Lu Yin grabbed him, and the man hurriedly said, there's no point in going. We've already attacked once, and the Neo-Human Alliance won't stay there any longer. Even you know that it's dark under the lamp, so the Neo-Human Alliance might do the same, Lu Yin said before grabbing Erikor and leaving Shanghai City. The Shenwu Empire and the Neo-Human Alliance were cooperating, and the main location of their cooperation was definitely on the central Ming continent, which might even be close to Mingdu. Qiong continent was right next to Ming continent, so it wasn't too far away. The valley just so happened to be where Ming continent and Qiong continent intersected, and a single mountain spanned across the 2 continents. When Lu Yin brought Erikor outside the valley, he saw that it was completely desolate. Look, they've already left. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy as he looked over, and his lips curled up. Left? No, they were still here. There were quite a number of rune lines underground, but the largest number was only comparable to a martial sovereign's. Compared to Shenwu continent, a martial sovereign, or a cruiser, was already the highest level of power. However, in the universe, it was still not enough. Still, Lu Yin did not underestimate the cruisers of the Neo-Human Alliance, as he still remembered the Corpse Kings. He hid Erikor, retracted his aura, and then dove into the ground. Just like the Neo-Human Alliance's stronghold he had seen before, it was filled with laboratories and imprisoned Corpse Kings. Lu Yin did not know where the Neo-Human Alliance had found these Corpse Kings, but it was possible that countless zombies were being incinerated in some corner of Shenwu continent. Ming Zhaotian's collaboration with the Neo-Human Alliance was simply courting death. It was even worse than Shenwu continent being conquered by the Outerverse. Unfortunately, no one on the Shenwu continent knew how terrifying the Neo-Human Alliance was. After walking around, Lu Yin noticed that aside from the imprisoned Corpse Kings and a cruiser, there wasn't much else in the base. It was just a very ordinary base. Lu Yin grabbed a Corpse King and left the underground without alerting anyone. He then took Erikor with him to Ming Island. He wanted to see how things were going there and how many hidden Neo-Human Alliance experts were there. Qiong Island had rebelled against the Shenwu Empire and was now at war with Ming Island. Thus, Ming Lake was no longer accessible. Lu Yin brought Erikor and the unconscious Corpse King along a detour, bypassing the Reverend King's residence's blockade and entering Ming Island. Every city on Ming Island had a heavenly globe, so it was not easy for Luin to enter. However, he did not need to, as all he needed to do was take a look. The situation was much better than he had expected. Over the past 2 days, Luin had visited 5 cities, but he had not seen any Neo-Human Alliance experts. They were either all concentrated in Ming City or had not had the time to develop. Luin suddenly thought of that valley. Could the Neo-Human Alliance be probing Ming Xiaoshu? Once Ming Xiaoshu tacitly agreed, they would be able to do as they pleased. After all, the power of the outsiders on the Shenwu continent could not compare to that of Ming Zhaotian and Ming Xiaoshu. As long as those two did not make a sound, it would be very difficult for them to be discovered. Boom! There was a loud explosion that caused Eriker to tremble in fright, and he almost dropped his food. A fierce battle had broken out on a forest path, and a group of people had surrounded a single person. Your Demon Hunter Society still can't see the situation clearly. The Reverend King has already rebelled, and if you continue to surround and capture us, we will join forces with him and rebel against the Shenwu Empire, an old man shouted as he brandished his hammers. He looked very valiant. How dare you speak of rebellion? You remnants of the sects should have been exterminated a long time ago. The surrounding demon hunters were furious. You're courting death, the old man bellowed as he swung his hammers, causing a shockwave to sweep out in all directions and crush the forest. Even space itself trembled. This was a martial emperor expert. The surrounding demon hunters were no match for the old man, and they were all forced to retreat. I'll do it. A young man rushed forward and swept his fan across the old man's neck, almost decapitating him. The old man sneered. Ignorant child, he said as he swung his hammer at the young man. At the same time, another hammer followed. There were 2 loud bangs as the young man blocked one of the hammers, but he was struck by the other. He spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed to the ground not too far away from Lu Yin's group. Eriker was very timid at the moment, and he was so frightened that he kept retreating. Lu Yin looked at the young man who had collapsed and spat out blood. It was him, Bei Qing. Interesting, as Lu Yin recalled that this person was the son of the Grand Secretary of the Empire. He was also ranked on the list of tempering, but he had actually joined the Demon Hunters Society. Bei Qing's blood was churning from the hammer strike, and he coughed incessantly. When he saw Lu Yin and the others, he waved them away. Hurry up and leave, don't get caught in the crossfire. He then charged back into the battlefield. Lu Yin didn't know what had happened to Bei Qing, but he was completely different from the last time they had met. The old man was invincible, and the demon hunters couldn't defeat him at all. Activate the black sand, someone shouted, and all of the demon hunters' weapons were wrapped in a layer of black sand as they attacked the old man once more. The old man was shocked, and he leapt up to escape. However, at that moment, a golden flower appeared in the sky. When the old man saw it, his face went pale. Huaying. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he glanced at the sky. Huaying. He remembered seeing her before. She was ranked 9th on the list of tempering and was one of the Empire's dual beauties. She was as famous as Ming Yan in terms of appearance, and she was a commander of the Demon Hunters Society. Elder Hammer, I could have spared your life, but you spouted such arrogant words. Die. A woman with long hair and dressed in white light armor appeared in the sky. Lu Yin was stunned when he saw her. It was no wonder why she was as famous as Ming Yan. She was valiant, and her face was absolutely beautiful. Her temperament was very similar to Wendy Yushan's, but her killing intent was much stronger. This had nothing to do with her cultivation, but rather because she had killed too many people. What caught Lu Yin's attention the most was the determination in her eyes, and she was charging forward courageously. Hua Ying, do you really think that you're a match for me just because you've broken through to the martial emperor realm? The old man shouted as he swung his hammers. Hua Ying's expression didn't change, and the golden flower bloomed in the sky, slowly forming a phantom image. The old man's hammer smashed into the golden flower, causing a violent explosion. The ground cracked open, and both Hua Ying and the old man were forced back a few steps. The demon hunters didn't interfere, and they simply surrounded the old man. The old man panted heavily, and he looked at Hua Ying unwillingly. Today's battle ends here. I'll take my leave. He then smashed his hammers together, creating a huge shockwave that swept out in all directions like a hurricane. Suddenly, the old man's expression changed, and he fell to one knee, his face pale. Huang looked at the old man coldly. "You're not bad for not collapsing after being poisoned by my pollen." "Despicable," the old man roared. The surrounding demon hunters all stepped forward and took the old man down. Beiqing's fan swept past and severed the meridians in the old man's arms and legs. The old man wailed and fainted. "Commander, Elder Hammer has been executed," Beiqing reported respectfully to Huang. Huang grunted in acknowledgement and looked past Beiqing to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's appearance was very strange. He had Eriker, who looked like a beggar, by his side and a corpse king on his back. Although they were hidden in a bag, such a large bag was very conspicuous. The demon hunters followed Huang's gaze and surrounded Lu Yin and Eriker. Eriker was apprehensive, but he wasn't too afraid. He knew a little about Lu Yin's strength, and he was a freak. It would be fine if the demon hunters didn't provoke him, but if they did, then they would be in deep trouble. Huang walked in front of Lu Yin and held the golden flower in her hand. She stared at Lu Yin coldly. "Who are you? Why are you here? Where are you going?" Lu Yin rubbed his nose. "That's none of your business. I'm not a sect survivor." "How dare you?" one of the demon hunters shouted. Huang stared at Lu Yin. "You were too calm during the battle just now. That's not how an ordinary person should behave. Besides, the shockwaves disappeared when they reached you. You're not an ordinary person." Lu Yin had concealed his cultivation with his domain, so he looked like an ordinary person. However, how could someone who could withstand the shockwaves be an ordinary person? As the commander of the demon hunters, Huang had been on the front lines of capturing sect survivors for many years. She could tell at a glance. "It's fine as long as I'm not a sect survivor. Your demon hunters can't do anything about it." Huang's eyes narrowed. "I suspect that you're an outsider. Capture him." Beiqing was the first to make a move. He had been kind enough to remind this person to leave, but it turned out that he had been pretending to be weak. Lu Yin sighed, as it was troublesome to just watch the show. He raised a hand and flicked his finger, causing a gust of wind to pierce through the fan and strike Beiqing, forcing him to retreat. Lu Yin then waved a hand, causing the void to distort. The terrifying strength caused Huang's expression to change. "Dodge." Unfortunately, it was too late. None of the demon hunters were able to dodge Lu Yin's attack, and they were all sent flying. They were all explorers, but Lu Yin and the old man were not on the same level. The difference was too great. Huang had thought that Lu Yin might be strong, as even she could not see through his strength. However, she had not expected him to be this strong. Sago tree silver flower, a golden flower bloomed and enveloped Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked around and saw rune lines all around him. Was this pollen poison? It was this that had rendered the old man unable to retaliate. It seemed like this girl's innate gift was useless against him. Lu Yin waved his hand again, and a gust of wind blew away all of the pollen poison, including the sago tree silver flower. Huang took several steps back, truly shocked. Facing Lu Yin made her feel like she was facing Ming Zhao Tian. "Who are you?" Huang asked sternly. Beiqing's injuries weren't serious, and Lu Yin hadn't been merciless. However, he had still managed to beat Beiqing to the ground. Lu Yin had disguised himself as Lu Xiaoqi, so it was normal that Beiqing couldn't recognize him. Lu Yin stood up. "Don't ask too many questions. You'll only get into trouble." Huang clenched her fists tightly, and a strand of black sand spread out and enveloped her. Lu Yin frowned. He had felt that the black sand was strange, but it was even stranger now. Suddenly, the corpse king that he had brought out growled. Huang looked at the bag and glared at Lu Yin. "You kidnapped me." Lu Yin didn't answer and instead looked at the black sand with interest. "Where did you get this?" Huang leapt towards Lu Yin and pressed down with her hand. She wasn't a close combat expert, but she was confident in the black sand's defense. Even a martial sovereign wouldn't be able to break through it. Lu Yin grabbed her hand and felt the hardness and coldness of the black sand. He frowned. This feeling? Huang's other hand slapped towards Lu Yin's abdomen, but Lu Yin grabbed it and carefully felt the black sand. There wasn't anything special about it, but it carried a layer of cold energy that reminded him of the Corpse King. He suddenly turned around to look at the Corpse King that he had brought out, and his eyes flashed. Finally, he looked at Hua Ying. Where did this black sand come from? Hua Ying kicked out, aiming for Lu Yin's lower body. Lu Yin's expression changed. He had cultivated and fought for 6 years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. This woman was too vicious. He raised his knee and slammed it into Hua Ying's abdomen, causing her to bend over and retch. Lu Yin released her. Tell me, where did this black sand come from? Hua Ying gritted her teeth and a dagger suddenly appeared in her hand, stabbing towards Lu Yin. The pollen appeared around them once again, and Lu Yin frowned. He grabbed her wrist and twisted it, breaking it with a crack. The dagger fell to the ground, and the black sand peeled off at the same time. You're waiting for the pollen to take effect? It's useless, Lu Yin said indifferently, tossing her aside. She was beautiful, but she was ruthless. She had been on the front lines for many years, so Lu Yin wasn't interested in her. He looked at Bei Qing. Where did the black sand come from? Bei Qing had not expected that even Hua Ying would not be able to retaliate, and he was astonished by Lu Yin's strength. Black-robed Manor Head gave it to us so that we can fight against even stronger enemies. Black-robed Prefecture Lord? After the disappearance of the previous chief of the Divine Guards Society, the current chief of the Divine Guards Society. This wasn't Lu Yin's first time coming into contact with the Neo-Human Alliance, and he had a special feeling about them. He was very sensitive to them, and that layer of black sand had given him a unique sense of gloominess. This black-robed academy master might very well be a Corpse King. If even the Demon Hunters Society had been taken over by the Neo-Human Alliance, then the Great Ming Constables would most likely be in the same situation. These two organizations were the most powerful in the Shenwu Empire. It seemed like the Shenwu Empire and the Neo-Human Alliance had a very deep relationship. After knocking out the Demon Hunters, Lu Yin left with Eriker and the Corpse King. Mingdu was very different from 2 years ago. Many places had changed, and the ground had been reinforced. There were also many more soldiers than before. Lu Yin stood outside Mingdu and looked into the city with a shocked expression. On the surface, there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. However, through the rune lines, Lu Yin could see that there were several cruisers hidden underground. One of them had rune lines that were almost on par with Kongshi's. Kongshi was a peak hunter, and she was close to Aiden's level. She could even withstand a few attacks from an enlighter. Even Ming Zhao Tian, who had once been the strongest person on Shenwu continent, had rune lines that were far inferior to Kongshi's. Lu Yin couldn't help but guess that the terrifying cruiser hiding underground was a powerhouse from the Neo-Human Alliance. A cruiser with rune lines that rivaled Kongshi's was no ordinary realmbreaker. There were as many powerhouses in the universe as there were stars in the sky, and there were even the 10 arbiters in the younger generation. However, the 3 dark hands were not included in the list of dazzling powerhouses, as those 3 powers contained unimaginable freaks. Lu Yin didn't dare to approach Mingdu any further, as he was afraid of being discovered by that cruiser. With his power level, he was not that person's opponent in a fair fight. Lu Yin spent 2 days circling around Mingdu and discovered that most of the Neo-Human Alliance's members were gathered in the city, and they were all gathered under the Tower of Resonating Light. He desperately wanted to know what was beneath the Tower of Resonating Light. With that in mind, he brought Eriker and the Corpse King back to Chong Island. Ming Zhaoxu waited for Lu Yin for 5 days, and during that time, he had spoken with Tang Si. Tang Si's conclusion was that Lu Yin truly did not fear an enlighter and had even dared to take the initiative to attack. Ming Zhaoxu could not understand this, as he was well aware of how powerful an enlighter was. With his strength, he could not even retaliate against an enlighter, but Lu Yin could, which was very strange. Ming Zhaoxu had also spoken with Ming Yan the previous day, but they had not come to an agreement. They had been separated for 2 years, and their relationship had only been established for a few days, so it was normal for it to have faded. In the past, Ming Zhaoxu would not have cared, but now, he had no choice but to do so. With Lu Yin's current strength and ambition, Ming Zhaoxu needed to maintain a close relationship with this person, and Ming Yan was especially important. However, Ming Yan had become somewhat haggard over the past few days, and her mind was unstable. She had fallen into a state of confusion, and aside from preventing Night King Changfeng and the others from visiting her, Ming Xiaoshu had no other choice. Today, he arrived outside Ming Yan's room once again. "Yan, father wishes to speak with you," Ming Xiaoshu said. Inside the room, Ming Yan buried her head in her arms. "Father, I'm tired, and I wish to rest." Ming Xiaoshu was helpless. "Just a few words. Is that all right?" Ming Yan softly acknowledged, and Ming Xiaoshu stepped into the room and opened the windows to brighten up the room. Ming Yan had not left her room for several days, and her lips were slightly pale. Ming Xiaoshu looked at his daughter, and his heart ached. "Yan, father does not want to force you. If you like Luin, then father will help you. If you don't, then father will help you reject him." Ming Yan's eyes dimmed. "I don't know. Before he came back, I thought that I loved him very much and that I had been waiting for him all this time. But the moment I saw him, he felt like a stranger to me. Back then, we had only met a few times, and I admit that he was my everything back then. But now... Father, can you tell me what's going on? Do I love him or not? I don't know, I really don't know." Ming Yan looked at Ming Xiaoshu as if she was asking for help. Ming Xiaoshu sighed. Feelings were hard to explain, and many people were the same. When they were in a relationship, they would express their true feelings, but when the relationship ended, those feelings would disappear very quickly. Humans were just that complicated. Ming Yan clearly could not tell the difference. If she had not cooperated with the outsiders over the past 2 years, then her feelings for Luin would still be as pure as they had been 2 years ago. No, they might even be deeper. But now, due to the clash of cultures and the liberation of her thoughts, she was overthinking things. Night King Changfeng and the others often interacted with her, and the impact on her thoughts was immense. Ming Xiaoshu hoped that Ming Yan would accept Luin, as that would strengthen their cooperation. If Luin could truly establish the Great Eastern Alliance, then Ming Xiaoshu's position would not only be the master of Shenwu continent, but could even go one step further. But with Lu Yan's pride, he would not accept such feelings. Ming Xiaoshu could tell that this person was proud and arrogant. There was no point in forcing it. Ming Xiaoshu was smart, and he would allow these feelings to develop freely. However, he could still guide them. "Yan, father will clearly tell you that your feelings for Luin are real," Ming Xiaoshu said solemnly. Ming Yan looked up with a dazed expression. "Then why don't I want to go with him? After 2 years, you've become unfamiliar with him, and that's normal. That's why you're retreating, but your feelings for him have never changed. Trust me and face your own heart. You love him." Ming Xiaoshu patted Ming Yan's head. This was the only way he could guide her. Fortunately, these feelings had not completely disappeared. As long as Ming Yan could confirm it, then it was not fake. Rest well. Also, try to avoid contact with Night King Changfeng and the others as much as possible, Ming Xiaoshu said before leaving the room. Ming Yan watched the door close and then buried her head in it again. Were these feelings real? Really, were they real? Once a person entered an open culture from a closed culture, the change in mindset would be huge. Even the person themselves would not know that such a change would occur, and only those closest to them would be able to sense it. The unfamiliarity that they had felt when reuniting with each other might disappear as they interacted with each other, and they would return to being warm and affectionate. But it was also possible that they would become more and more unfamiliar. In an inconspicuous corner of Shanghai City, a black shadow roared as it attacked a passing soldier. Dozens of soldiers finally managed to restrain it. "What is that? Quickly report this to His Highness," an older soldier shouted. Not long after, Ming Xiaoshu arrived. The moment he saw the black shadow, his eyes trembled, and there was even a trace of panic. "Quickly burn it. This person has been infected with the plague. Don't let anyone come into contact with it." The surrounding soldiers hurriedly took the black shadow away. Ming Xiaoshu was just about to leave when his expression changed again, and he revealed a bitter smile. "Come out." Luin slowly walked out from the corner and looked at Ming Xiaoshu solemnly. "So you knew?" Ming Xiaoshu sighed. "We'll talk about it when we get back to the manor." That black shadow was the corpse king that Luin had captured. He had used the Corpse King to test Ming Xiaoshu and confirm Eriker's words. Ming Xiaoshu knew about the Corpse King, which meant that he knew that Ming Zhao Tian was working with the Neo-Human Alliance. In the Reverend King's residence, Ming Xiaoshu's study had been reorganized, and he sat down in silence. After some time, he said, 2 years ago, that arbiter from your universe called Xianxia severely injured my royal brother, Ming Zhao Tian. I took the opportunity to enter the Tower of Resonating Light and obtain Ming Taijing's inheritance to break through to the martial sovereign realm. However, I accidentally discovered a huge secret. My royal brother discovered my tracks and wanted to cripple my cultivation. Because of this, I rebelled. My royal brother's injuries had not healed, and I had comprehended a force field, so the battle ended in a draw. In addition to my many years of planning, even the martial sovereigns guarding the 4 peaks of Mingdu were my people. In the end, Shenwu continent was divided into 2. At this point, Ming Xiaoshu looked at Luyin. You already know all of this. Luyin looked at Ming Xiaoshu and waited for him to continue. My brother is proud and arrogant. Using the 5 sealing planets to fend off the universe's invasion had already made him sullen. Now, he's been betrayed, which has caused the Shenwu Empire to split apart. With his personality, it's not surprising that he's working with the Neo-Human Alliance. Although I know that you outsiders view the Neo-Human Alliance as your public enemy, I can't reveal this to anyone. Shenwu continent is just a training ground, and if it's exposed, it will become the universe's public enemy. Do you know how terrifying the Neo-Human Alliance is? Luyin asked. Ming Xiaoshu looked at Luyin with a complicated expression. If Shenwu continent is destroyed, then everyone will die. No matter how terrifying the Neo-Human Alliance is, what does that have to do with us? Luyin looked away, as Ming Xiaoshu was right. From his point of view, there was no need to care about the Neo-Human Alliance's influence on the human race. They had to cooperate with the Shenwu Empire to conceal this matter. This was also why the Neo-Human Alliance had dared to place one of their strongholds so close to Qiong Island. It was both a test and a warning. Have you thought about it? Ming Zhao Tian is working with the Neo-Human Alliance, and you're working with the outsiders. Sooner or later, you'll be exposed, Luyin said. Ming Xiaoshu's gaze turned cold. Before that happens, I'll deal with the Neo-Human Alliance and Ming Zhao Tian. Luyin laughed. You're too confident. Even I don't have the confidence to deal with those corpse kings on Shenwu continent, let alone you. What do you mean? Ming Xiaoshu did not understand. Luyin explained what he had seen in Mingdu. There's an extremely powerful corpse king among them. Even if you and Ming Zhao Tian worked together, you definitely wouldn't be its match. Ming Xiaoshu was shocked. That's impossible. We know all the experts that have entered Shenwu continent, but such powerhouses don't exist. With the 5 sealing planets, such powerhouses can't enter. Luyin shook his head. That's why you don't understand the Neo-Human Alliance. In the current universe, no matter how strong the powerhouses are, the Neo-Human Alliance isn't included. That's because their power level is unpredictable. Ming Xiaoshu fell silent. What's the secret at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light? Luyin asked. During this trip to Mingdu, he had seen a corpse king whose rune lines were comparable to conchs at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. Ming Xiaoshu slowly said, actually, I still don't understand the specifics. The Tower of Resonating Light is said to have 13 levels, and 8 of them are hidden underground. Ming Taijing is buried on the 13th level. Actually, when I went to the 13th level to receive Ming Taijing's inheritance, I discovered that there was a space below, but I couldn't open it. How big is it? Luyin was puzzled. Ming Xiaoshu shook his head. I'm not sure. That layer of space is hidden too deeply. Even if we turned the entire capital upside down, we still wouldn't be able to find it. Furthermore, Ming Taijing isn't the creator of any of the inheritances. He's just like I am, just an inheritor of the inheritances. Luyin knew this, as Ming Taijing was just an enlighter with a power level of over 200,000. How could he have created the 5 sealing planets that could withstand an attack with a power level of over 300,000 unless he was a boundless advanced lockbreaker? If he had just activated the 5 sealing planets, then it would make sense. However, there was another problem. This meant that before Ming Taijing, There had been a super expert on Shenwu continent with a power level of over 300,000 who had also been proficient in lockbreaking and had been a boundless advanced lockbreaker at the very least. The Neo-Human Alliance was definitely hiding at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light because they wanted to enter that layer of space. If that was the case, then that layer of space might contain the secrets of the 5 sealing planets. Why did Ming Zhao Tian allow the Neo-Human Alliance to hide at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light? Isn't he afraid that the 5 sealing planets will be destroyed? Lu Ying couldn't help but ask. Ming Zhaoshu shook his head. Before you mentioned it, I didn't even know that those monsters were hiding at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. If that's the case, then my brother has been blinded by some benefits. Ming Zhao Tian might have been blinded, but Lu Ying wasn't. He had Ming Zhaoshu take out a map of the capital and circle out the locations with the underground rune lines. The more time passes, the stronger the Neo-Human Alliance's Corpse Kings will become. The locations I've marked out should be where the Corpse Kings are hiding. Immediately gather all explorers or martial emperors and follow me to the capital to deal with this hidden danger. Ming Zhaoshu was put in a difficult position. We're currently at war, and the Empire has records of all the experts under my command. They can't even reach the capital. Then let the trial takers take action, Lu Ying said. In any case, they're only here to deal with the Corpse Kings. I don't expect them to deal with the Neo-Human Alliance. Of course, you'll have to take action as well. Help me stall Ming Zhao Tian. Alright, I'll think of a way to contact the space station and have them attack the 5 sealing planets at the same time to stall the Empire's experts. Ming Zhao Tian doesn't know the secret of the 5 sealing planets? Lu Ying was puzzled. Ming Zhaoshu replied, so what if he knows? He doesn't dare to take the risk. If there's no one to oversee the 5 sealing planets, then he'll be condemned for all eternity once they collapse. Lu Ying understood that different positions meant different levels of pressure. If Ming Zhaoshu was in Ming Zhaotian's position, then he wouldn't dare to take the risk either. It didn't take long for Ming Zhaoshu to gather all the trial takers who were at least explorers. Most of them were gathered at Xiong Island, and there were more than 30 of them in total. 5 of them were cruisers, and because of their participation, Ming Zhaoshu's strength had greatly increased. He now had the strength to contend with the Shenwu Empire. Night King Changfeng was also present, and he seemed to be the leader of the group. Even without considering his background as a Night King, his strength as a cruiser and his rank as 21st on the top 100 rankings were enough to crush everyone present. His strength was not any weaker than Ming Zhaoshu's, and he might even be stronger. They were both cruisers, but Ming Zhaoshu had comprehended a force field and was an absolute expert. Night King Changfeng had the Night King clan's battle techniques and was ranked 21st on the top 100 rankings. His strength was terrifying. Brother Changfeng, why has the Reverend King summoned us? The group was gathered in a mountain stream behind the Reverend King's residence. There was a waterfall not far away, and the environment was pleasant. The one who spoke was Sun Marin, and her every move was filled with temptation, which attracted many people to look over. Night King Changfeng stood by the river and replied, "We'll know when the Reverend King arrives." Sun Marin walked over to his side and whispered, "You haven't seen the young countess these past few days, have you?" Night King Changfeng's face sank, as this was the thing that made him the most unhappy. Ever since he had arrived on Shenwu continent, he had often seen Ming Yan, and her devastatingly beautiful face had left him mesmerized. He had never gone days without seeing her, but ever since Lu Ying had arrived, things had changed. When he thought about the possibility of Ming Yan nestled in that man's embrace, he became even more displeased, and he had the urge to destroy everything. "Hee, Brother Changfeng, I advise you to bear with it. We've discussed this before, and it's almost impossible to get rid of him," Sun Marin whispered. Night King Changfeng took a deep breath. "Nothing is impossible. It's just that the opportunity hasn't arrived yet." Sun Marin was astonished, as quite a few people from the Day-Night clan had arrived over the past few days. Had they delivered something good to Night King Changfeng? She did not doubt the Day-Night clan's strength or their determination to kill Lu Ying. Even further away, a youth sat quietly on a tree. His name was Namu, and he was a disciple of Myriad Sword's Peak. He had previously been the area master of Astral 5 and had participated in the Astral Combat Tournament, where he had lost to Grandini Mavis in the 4th round. Now, he had broken through to the explorer realm and successfully graduated. He had come to the outerverse to train, but he had not expected the innerverse to be separated from the outerverse. He had been left behind in the outerverse and had ended up on Shenwu continent. There were many people like him, and there were more than 30 people here, with quite a few of them having graduated from the Astral Combat Academy. Why hasn't the Reverend King arrived yet? Isn't he being too arrogant? Someone complained. Most of these people looked down on Shenwu continent, and they looked at Ming Zhaoshu as if he were a native. If not for Night King Chongfeng's pressure, these people might not have been so obedient. The Reverend King won't be coming. I was the one who asked him to gather all of you, a voice rang out as Luin walked out of the forest and arrived in front of everyone. Night King Chongfeng's eyes flashed as he stared at Luin. Sun Marin was astonished as she recognized Luin. His main body had appeared right after she had mentioned him. In the distance, Namu also saw Luin, and he was astonished. He was no stranger to Luin. Although this person had not been in the Astral Combat Academy for long, the things that he had done had been sensational. He had reached the top 4 in the Astral Combat Tournament, become the champion of the Tournament of the Strongest, banned the Day-Night clan, become a member of the Council of Astral Academy, and so on. This series of events had made Luin a legend in the hearts of all the Astral Combat Academy students, especially when he had banned the Day-Night clan and fought against all the Day-Night clan experts in the Astral Combat Academy. That scene had been unforgettable. Namu had not expected to see Luin here. This person's relationship with him was not just that of a fellow student in the Astral Combat Academy, it was also rumored that Wendy Yushan of Myriad Swords Peak was his fiancée. Who do you think you are? How dare you gather all of us? A bearded man blocked Lu Yin's path. He was more than 3 meters tall, and he looked down at Luin from above. Sun Marin's lips curled up. This bearded man was very strong, and he was second only to Night King Chongfeng. He also had a bad temper, and this was the perfect opportunity for him to test Luin. Night King Chongfeng had only mentioned Lu Yin's arrival to her, but he had not said anything else. Sun Marin had guessed that he might have suffered a loss, and this was the perfect opportunity for her to take a look. Luin took a step forward, and his shoulder collided with the bearded man's shoulder. Everyone heard a thump as the bearded man's body was sent flying into the river. Everyone was shocked, as the bearded man was one of the few cruisers who was famous for his strength. In terms of strength, he was second only to Night King Chongfeng, but he had actually been sent flying. Sun Marin was astonished, as Luin was indeed powerful. Even Night King Chongfeng could not easily send the bearded man flying. Night King Chongfeng frowned and took a few steps forward. I forgot to tell everyone that this is Luin, and he's also an expert who came to support the Reverend King. I believe that everyone has heard of him. Luin? Everyone cried out in surprise. He's Luin, the unequaled Lamiter? I heard that he defeated Ling Ke and Mu Rong. That's old news. Apparently, he's killed unlighters, and not just one. Did he break through to the explorer realm? In the river, the bearded man angrily roared and rushed forward to punch Luin. Brat, you're courting death. Luin did not move, but Night King Chongfeng's eyes flashed. He raised a hand and pushed the bearded man's fist in another direction, causing the entire valley to tremble. The bearded man angrily glared at Night King Chongfeng. Night King, what's the meaning of this? Why are you protecting him? Hee, Brother Chongfeng is trying to save you, but he's Luin, Sun Marin laughed. The bearded man snorted. Luin? What Luin? What does this have to do with me? Scram. You're just an explorer. Luin frowned, and then his eyes suddenly widened. Star energy flooded out in all directions as his force field erupted. Everyone felt their hearts sink, as the incomparable pressure made them feel uncomfortable. Night King Chongfeng stared at Luin. Brother Lu, you've gone too far. Dust rose from beneath Lu Yin's feet as his domain suddenly solidified and pressed down on everyone, including Night King Chongfeng. This person clearly knew that Big Beard's attack would be ineffective against him, and it would instead allow him to establish his prestige, but he still stopped it. Doing so would only make Big Beard resent him, while he would increase his prestige and gain a favor for no reason. He was quite scheming. Thus, Luin decided to pressure them all at once, as he didn't have the time to slowly convince them. Aside from Night King Chongfeng, Big Beard, and a few other cruisers, everyone else had been suppressed by Lu Yin's domain and were unable to move. "Brother Lu, I said that's enough." Night King Chongfeng shouted, and the surface of his body became as translucent as white jade. His seven-lined battle force erupted as he charged towards Lu Yin. Night King Chongfeng was arrogant to begin with, and when he had been flung away by Lu Yin in front of Ming Yan, he had been suppressing his anger all this time. Now that Lu Yin had pressured him once more, he finally exploded. Sun Marin's eyes lit up as she watched this scene. Lu Yin had been waiting for this person for a long time. He was a man, and he had a common problem with all men. This person had not only approached Ming Yan, but he had also called her Yan. Lu Yin could not stand it. His battle with Ming Xiaoshu had been a way to vent his frustrations, but the one he could truly vent on was this person. The 3 grains of fate's end moved, and Lu Yin raised a hand to grab Night King Chongfeng's fist. There was a boom, and the rest of the people felt their brains explode as they were all sent flying backwards. Blood trickled down the corners of their mouths, as they had all been injured by the collision between Lu Yin and Night King Chongfeng. Jadeskin was Night King Chongfeng's innate gift, and with the addition of his 7-lined battle force, he was much stronger than before. However, he soon discovered that he still could not resist Lu Yin's strength. His fist was tightly gripped by Lu Yin, and he could not move at all. "Too weak," Lu Yin barked. Night King Chongfeng's pupils shrank, and the surface of his body changed once more. This was the Night King's body. Among Lu Yin's peers, only Night Queen Yanqing had ever used it before. Night King Chongfeng was a full generation older than Night Queen Yanqing, and he was of the same generation as the 10 arbiters. His Night King's body was even more powerful. Night King Chongfeng had originally thought that his Night King's body would be enough to suppress Lu Yin's strength, but he discovered that nothing had changed. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "I've already said that you're too weak." 7-lined battle force appeared on his right fist, causing Night King Chongfeng's expression to change to one of pain. His 7-lined battle force had been crushed, and his Night King's body was on the verge of collapse. Now that he had broken through to the explorer realm, he was much stronger than Kongshi, who was a peak hunter. With the addition of the Yu secret art, Fate's An, and the Dream Finger, even if he was not a match for a peak hunter like Kongshi, it would still be very difficult for him to be defeated. Even without taking those things into account, he could still defeat a powerhouse at Night King Gu's level, let alone Night King Chongfeng. Night King Chongfeng's face was deathly pale, as he had already used all of his strength. He had 7-lined battle force, Night King's body, and his innate gift, Jade Skin. Any one of these abilities would have been enough to crush countless people in the same generation as him, but even when combined together, they were still unable to withstand Lu Yin's power. Crack! Night King's body collapsed, and blood spurted out from Night King Chongfeng's body. Next was Jade Skin. Berserk gales raged about, causing the mountain range to tremble, and the shockwaves even reached the reverent king's residence. Ming Xiaoshu looked up. He's still a young man after all. He's letting his emotions affect his decisions. As Lu Yin increased his strength, Night King Chongfeng's fist was crushed in his palm, and his bones pierced through his skin. The others were shocked, and the bearded man was even more shocked. "Br Brother Lu, did you come here just to kill people?" Sun Marin could not help but ask. As she spoke, a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of her mouth, and her forehead was covered in sweat. Lu Yin pushed Night King Chongfeng away with a single palm and retracted his domain. Everything had happened so quickly that it disappeared just as quickly. Everyone subconsciously gasped for breath, as they had been suppressed to the point where they could not breathe. Everyone looked at Lu Yin with lingering fear. They were not on the same level as this person, and the difference was too great. Even Night King Chongfeng, who was ranked 21st on the top 100 rankings, had been suppressed. This person could probably rival the top 15 of the top 100 rankings. No, he might even be able to rival the top 10. Night King Chongfeng clutched his right fist and gritted his teeth as he glared at Lu Yin. Sun Marin hurriedly took out some special medicine to bandage the wound, but the shock in her eyes did not fade. Lu Yin's strength had exceeded her expectations. How had this person cultivated? Lu Yin's gaze swept across everyone, and his mood inexplicably improved. I was the one who asked the Reverend King to gather all of you here. There's something that I need all of you to accomplish with me. No one answered, but of course, no one disagreed. Even the bearded man appeared very honest, and he looked at Night King Chongfeng with gratitude. If not for Night King Chongfeng, he would have been the one in trouble. This person in front of him must be a freak to be able to injure Night King Chongfeng to such an extent without even taking a single step. The Neo-Human Alliance has appeared, Lu Yin said. The Neo-Human Alliance? Many cried out, and even Night King Chongfeng was shocked. Sun Marin even put down her medicine and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin continued, the Neo-Human Alliance is cooperating with Ming Zhao Tian. I've already found out their location, and I need all of you to act together and completely eliminate them. Brother Liu, the Neo-Human Alliance's matters are not small. Let's report this to the higher-ups and ask them to make a decision, someone said. Lu Yin looked over. Higher UPS? Who? That person was about to say something, but he was stopped by someone beside him. That person suddenly remembered that this person had even killed an enlighter before. Even their so-called higher-ups would have to lower their heads in front of this person, and they immediately fell silent. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and said, the Neo-Human Alliance is the greatest enemy of the entire human race. I don't care what you think, but gather here tomorrow morning. I'll take you to Mingdu, and the space station will coordinate with us to attack the 5 ceiling planets. Ming Zhaoshu will delay Ming Zhao Tian, and we'll deal with the Neo-Human Alliance. That's settled. Does anyone have any objections? Brother Liu, is the Neo-Human Alliance hiding in Mingdu? Sun Marin asked. That's right. If we start a war, won't the civilians be affected? Sun Marin asked. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. If we don't start a war, then they'll experiment on civilians. Which one do you hope for? Sun Marin choked, as Lu Yin's words were not polite at all. She was a beauty, and no one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. Does anyone else have any objections? If not, I hope to see all of you tomorrow morning. Otherwise, I'll deal with all of you before I deal with the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin's tone was cold, as he did not need to care about what these people were thinking. Those who could appear on Shenwu continent were all powers that were close to the Night King bloodline. In other words, most of them would be enemies in the future. In the end, Lu Yin's gaze paused on Night King Chongfeng for a moment before he left. From start to finish, Lu Yin had not planned on learning the names of these people or where they were from. This was because a large number of them would die in the battle against the Neo-Human Alliance. These were the 3 hands of darkness, and who knew what they were hiding. If not for his universal armor, Lu Yin would not have taken the risk of personally taking action. As they watched Lu Yin leave, one person grumbled unhappily, this Lu Yin is too arrogant. He actually ordered us around. The person beside him smiled bitterly. It's fine if you're as strong as him. He doesn't care about us. Right now, he only cares about hunters. No, only enlighters. Why would he care about small fries like us? Sun Marin looked at Night King Chongfeng. She could see the bone-deep killing intent in his eyes, and she was delighted. Before the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, she had received orders from her family to eliminate Lu Yin as much as possible. This order had not only come from the young family head but also from the family head. Lu Yin was someone that the Sun family had to kill. She did not know why, but she could only follow orders. Right now, she could only take advantage of this Night King Chongfeng. The crowd gradually dispersed until only Night King Chongfeng and Sun Marin remained. Help me kill him, Night King Chongfeng said coldly. Sun Marin smiled bitterly. Brother Chongfeng, even you aren't his opponent. How can I help you? Night King Chongfeng's gaze turned cold. My Day-Night clan obtained some pyrolite in the astral wilderness. When we fight in Mingdu, you and I will work together and find a way to use the pyrolite to kill him. Sun Marin was shocked. Pyrolite's destructive power is too great. It might even destroy the entire city. There are many people there. Night King Chongfeng grabbed Sun Marin's chin. It has nothing to do with me. It doesn't matter how many of these natives die. I just want him to die. Do you hear me? If he doesn't die, then I'll kill you. Sun Marin's expression changed. This person had gone crazy. He had been continuously suppressed by Luin, and his anger had reached its peak. He did not care about the consequences, but this was exactly what she needed. Got it, Brother Chongfeng. I'll help you. Sun Marin pretended to be afraid. Night King Chongfeng lowered his hand and left. In the Reverend King's residence, Lu Yin arrived outside Ming Yan's room. He hesitated, not knowing what to do. The door suddenly opened, and Ming Yan walked out. When she saw Lu Yin, her eyes flashed with joy, but there was also a trace of confusion and helplessness. She sent the maids away and walked with Lu Yin to the back garden. For a full 20 minutes, neither of them spoke. Lu Yin smelled the fragrance of the flowers, or perhaps it was Ming Yan's scent. He looked at her. I'm sorry. Ming Yan was stunned. Why? Lu Yin apologized. I left you for 2 years and didn't ask about you. But when I came back, I spoke to you like that. I'm sorry. Ming Yan lowered her head. It's my fault. The two fell into silence once more. Lu Yin still remembered the emotions he had felt when he had left Ming Yan. That deep kiss had been intoxicating, but now, he could not even touch her face. She would hide, avoid, or even resist him. Every time he thought about this, his heart ached. Feelings came and went quickly, but did they really disappear just like that? Ming Yan was a stranger to him, but she still had feelings for him. Otherwise, she would not have panicked when he had apologized. She was also afraid that he would leave. Their feelings were not strong enough, and they had been defeated by time. However, those sincere feelings still remained in the depths of their hearts, and they might sprout again in the future. In that case, everything would start anew. Brother Lu, can you give me some time? Ming Yan looked at Lu Yin expectantly. Let me think it through. Lu Yin smiled and rubbed his nose. You're free. No one can force you. But I'm afraid that you'll fall in love with someone else during this time, Ming Yan said sadly. 7th bro, this girl looks weak, but she's very domineering. She won't say that she wants to be with you, but she won't allow you to like someone else either. She's too much. Too much? Relationships were selfish, and everyone was the same. I'm sorry, Brother Lu. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. I'll think about it carefully, Ming Yan hurriedly said, as she also felt that she had gone overboard. Lu Yin did not harp on this issue any further, as he was a complete novice when it came to relationships. The same went for Ming Yan. Both of them followed their hearts, and they did not have any hypocrisy or so-called kind lies. Thus, their relationship had developed quickly, but it was also very easy for problems to arise. Shenwu continent will definitely merge with the universe in the future, so we'll have plenty of time to spend together. Perhaps I can bring you and your father to visit my hometown. Then, you can tell me your answer, Lu Yin said gently. Ming Yan nodded. She had thought about many things over the past few days, and she hated herself for being so unfamiliar with him. She hated herself for rejecting him, but this was a subconscious reaction that could not be stopped. She knew that she loved the man in front of her, but what exactly was blocking her feelings? She herself did not know, and she needed to think things through. Even if this man ended up with someone else after she thought things through, she still needed to consider it. He stayed with Ming Yan for 2 hours, but they did not talk much. Lu Yin liked the feeling of having her by his side, and that familiar fragrance calmed him down. Go back. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, Lu Yin said. Ming Yan grunted and lowered her head. He did not know what she was thinking. Lu Yan's heart skipped a beat, and he approached her before slowly hugging her. Ming Yan was startled, but she did not resist this time. She felt at ease in this person's embrace. The sky quickly darkened, and Ming Yan returned. Lu Yin met up with Ming Zhaoshu. I've already confirmed with the space station that we'll attack the 5 ceiling planets in 5 days, Ming Zhaoshu informed Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. We'll leave tomorrow. Ming Zhaoshu frowned. Actually, we can wait. It's too rushed. Lu Yin looked at Ming Zhaoshu. If this was a normal war, we could wait, but we're facing the Neo-Human Alliance. If we wait even a second, a powerful corpse king might appear, and countless people might turn into monsters. We don't need a strategy to deal with them, and there's no strategy. Besides, do you really dare to wait? The space station already knows of the Neo-Human Alliance's existence, and the longer we wait, the more likely it won't be the Neo-Human Alliance that will be eradicated. Instead, it will be the Outerverse's various great powers that will join forces to eradicate the entire Shenwu continent. Ming Jiaoshu was helpless. He was good at enduring silently, and he always planned things out before taking action. However, Lu Yin was obviously the impulsive type, or at least that was what Ming Jiaoshu believed. Ming Jiaoshu had a way to minimize the losses as long as he was given enough time. However, Ming Jiaoshu was not the one making the decisions at the moment. Furthermore, Lu Yin was right. Ming Jiaoshu did not dare to reveal the existence of the Neo-Human Alliance because he was afraid that the Outerverse would view Shenwu continent as an enemy. You and Yan. Ming Jiaoshu opened his mouth to speak, but Lu Yin interrupted him before he could finish. We're fine. Let's focus on the current situation first. Ming Jiaoshu's eyes flickered as he watched Lu Yin's back. In the battle in 5 days, the heavens of the continent would change. He was in a rather good mood as he left the Reverend King's residence. After interacting with Ming Yan for a while, he was able to confirm one thing: Ming Yan still had feelings for him deep down in her heart. It was just that as time passed, the feelings had become unfamiliar and lost, and she needed some time to get used to it. As long as the feelings didn't change, everything was fine. Was this the so-called long-distance relationship? And it was a long-distance relationship that lasted 2 years at that. Lu Yin was glad that he had come. Otherwise, if he had waited for 10 years, then those feelings would probably have disappeared. He could only blame himself for having spent too little time with her back then. He had thought that his feelings for her were deep, but they had been defeated by time. Still, it didn't matter, as the Shenwu continent was no longer a forbidden zone for him, and he could come to her at any time. Furthermore, she had already experienced the impact of culture, so there wouldn't be any major changes. It wouldn't be too late as long as he could start afresh. He would just treat it as falling in love all over again. The next day, Lu Yin met up with Night King Chongfeng and the others in the valley. Not a single one of them was missing, and they had all come. Lu Yin's valiant battle record and the pressure that they had personally experienced had made it impossible for them not to come. Even the unruly bearded man avoided Lu Yin's gaze. Lu Yin didn't stand on ceremony with them and immediately set off. He followed the same path that he had taken with Eriker to Mingdu. These people had stayed on the Shenwu continent for a long time, and their star energy had long since been replaced by martial power. Thus, the heavenly globes wouldn't be able to detect any abnormalities. However, just in case, Lu Yin still took them on a detour. Night King Chongfeng didn't reveal any killing intent, as he was waiting for the most suitable opportunity. 5 days later, at dawn, Lu Yin assigned everyone a position to prevent the Corpse King from escaping. Not long after, the sky trembled, and the entire continent seemed to experience an earthquake. One figure after another charged into the sky as the 5 sealing planets had been attacked. Ever since the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, the 5 sealing planets hadn't been attacked in a long time. All of the Enlighters had gone to Iron Blood Weave, and even if Madame Mylan and the others attacked the 5 sealing planets, it would be useless. Thus, the Shenwu continent had been peaceful for a long time, but no one had expected that it would suddenly erupt on this day. Ming Jiaotian's expression turned ugly, as the inexplicable attacks had caused him to panic. He was worried that the Outerverse had gathered several Enlighters, so he had no choice but to send out an announcement to the entire Shenwu continent. All martial emperors and above were to head to the 5 sealing planets. Ming Jiaotian himself soared into the sky as well, leaving the Shenwu Empire to Crown Prince Ming Hao. Now! Lu Yin shouted as he donned his universal armor and leaped towards the Tower of Resonating Light. The rest of the group followed Lu Yin's instructions, and Night King Chongfeng was no exception. There were 4 peaks surrounding Mingdu, and they had originally been guarded by 4 martial sovereigns. One of them had been roped in by Ming Jiaoshu and had gone to Qiong Island's Shanghai City. The other had died in the previous battle, so only 2 remained. When they saw Lu Yin and the others appear, they all attacked together. Suddenly, another martial sovereign rushed out from within Mingdu and blocked the other 2. These were Ming Jiaoshu's men, and he was going to give it his all in this battle. No one had expected that the rebels would suddenly attack when the 5 sealing planets were under attack. This was a betrayal of the entire Shenwu continent. Ming Hao was furious, and he was both indignant and worried that everything underground would be discovered. "Your Highness, someone has charged into the Tower of Resonating Light," a martial emperor shouted. Ming Hao's expression changed. "Stop him." Lu Yin raised his hand and killed 2 martial emperors with a single palm strike. He then charged into the Tower of Resonating Light like a meteorite. He did not even look for an entrance and simply charged straight into the ground. The Tower of Resonating Light had once trapped a group of Outerverse trial takers, but now, it had been destroyed by his power. Soon, Lu Yin arrived at the lowest level of the Tower of Resonating Light. Ever since Ming Zhaoshu had accepted Ming Taijing's inheritance, the Tower of Resonating Light's crisis had been resolved, and this place had become the Neo-Human Alliance's experimental base. Lu Yin saw many laboratories, roaring corpse kings, and all sorts of crystals. In particular, he saw no less than 100,000 zombies roaming about in the dark underground. These were all ordinary people, but they had been used by the Neo-Human Alliance as experimental subjects. This was the Neo-Human Alliance, the common enemy of the entire universe. In their eyes, all living things were nothing more than experimental subjects. Lu Yin released his domain and completely suppressed the underground. Regardless of whether they were zombies or corpse kings, they all instantly exploded. There was a furious roar as a black figure charged out from underground and charged towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not dodge and instead raised his hand. 30 stacks, 100-fold shockwave palm. Bang! The violent collision caused the Tower of Resonating Light to shatter and allow sunlight to shine through. Lu Yin stood in place without moving, and the black figure revealed itself. It was the cruiser whose rune lines were comparable to Kong Shi's. It was a corpse king. This corpse king's consciousness was clearly in a mess, but its physical strength was frightening. It did not change at all after being struck by Lu Yin's palm. There was another furious roar, and the corpse king's body glowed with a metallic luster as it clawed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's brows rose. An innate gift? He punched out, and there was another violent collision. The entire capital cracked open, and a huge crack extended from the Tower of Resonating Light all the way to the Imperial Palace. Ming Hao was shocked, and the shockwaves from the underground battle caused his heart to palpitate. Ming Zhaoshu actually had such a powerhouse under his command. At this moment, battles broke out all over the capital. Big Beard was the first to encounter a corpse king, and an intense battle broke out. Soon after, the rest of the group encountered zombies and corpse kings. They had to fight against the corpse kings while also fending off the cultivators from the Shenwu Empire. Night King Chongfeng's location was not far from the Demon Hunters Society, as Lu Yin had specifically chosen this location for him. Not only were there corpse kings from the Neo-Human Alliance underground, but the black-robed lord of the Demon Hunters Society was also an expert from the Neo-Human Alliance. Hua Ying, Bei Qing, and the rest attacked Night King Chongfeng, but he snorted and casually waved his hand, causing everyone to retreat. He was stunned by Hua Ying's beauty, but he did not use any killing moves. Otherwise, that attack would have been enough to kill them. Hua Ying had been knocked unconscious by Lu Yin a few days ago, and when she woke up, she had been tossed onto a tree with the rest of the group. She had been suppressing her anger, but now that the enemy had attacked the capital, she had charged forward regardless of how strong the enemy was. Night King Chongfeng's eyes narrowed. "You don't know what's good for you." Just as he was about to attack, the ground cracked open, and a corpse king rushed out, roaring as it clawed at Night King Chongfeng. Night King Chongfeng was shocked, as it really was a corpse king. He immediately dodged. Hua Ying stared in shock at the monster that had suddenly appeared, as she did not understand how such a thing could exist underground. At this moment, black sand swept through the sky and rained down on Night King Chongfeng. The black-robed lord had arrived. "Lord, there's a monster underground!" Hua Ying shouted. The black-robed lord swept past Hua Ying and the rest, and the black sand transformed into chains that whipped towards Night King Chongfeng. Night King Chongfeng's eyes turned cold, and his body became as translucent as jade. His 7-lined battle force erupted as he punched out. Regardless of whether it was the corpse king that had emerged from the ground or the black-robed lord, they were all sent flying. The underground corpse king's head was even blown apart. The black-robed lord bellowed as his black robes were torn apart, revealing his true appearance to Hua Ying and the rest for the first time. What they saw was a monster with scarlet eyes and a body covered in black sand. Another corpse king. Night King Changfeng punched out. Night King fist. Black and white intertwined. The black-robed lord roared at the sky as black sand covered his entire body, and he viciously charged towards Night King Changfeng. Boom! The shockwaves shattered the surrounding streets, and countless people were affected by the shockwaves. The ground even sank, and Hua Ying and the rest were unable to withstand the shockwaves from the collision. Black-robed Master was unable to block Night King Changfeng's attack, and a fist pierced through his chest. Night King Changfeng punched out again, and this time, his head exploded. Hua Ying and the rest stared blankly at Black-robed Master's corpse. What kind of monster was this? On the other side, Sun Marin was having a hard time dealing with the Corpse King's attacks. Die, traitor! Ming Zhaochen, the Ming Constable's master, appeared and attacked Sun Marin. Sun Marin's expression changed, and she hurriedly retreated. Ming Zhaochen stared at the roaring Corpse King in astonishment. It was only when the Corpse King charged into the crowd and started slaughtering that Ming Zhaochen made his move. Only Ming Zhaotian, Ming Hao, and a few others knew of the Neo-Human Alliance's existence. The previous Demon Hunter Society's master had coincidentally found out about it, but he had been killed. Ming Zhaochen had only just seen these Corpse Kings. All of Mingdu trembled, and the ground cracked open. Countless people fled out of the city in fear. Ming Zhaoshu, do you really want to destroy Shenwu continent? Ming Zhaotian returned from the 5 ceiling planets and appeared in the sky above Mingdu. Ming Zhaoshu appeared as well. Brother, it's time to change your mindset. Shenwu continent's integration into the universe is inevitable. You're courting death. Ming Zhaotian was enraged. Very soon, the sounds of 2 people fighting could be heard in the sky. Ming Hao stood in the palace with an ugly expression. The situation had spiraled out of control, and those monsters had been discovered. There was no way to hide it, and even if they had suppressed Ming Zhaoshu in this battle, they would not be able to explain the existence of those monsters. Underground, Lu Yin was clashing with the Corpse King. He had his universal armor, so he was not afraid of a direct confrontation. The Corpse King's mind was not clear, and it was only blindly attacking. Lu Yin was waiting for the moment when it was exhausted. The Corpse King's defenses were too strong, and Lu Yin knew that even if he attacked with all his strength, he would only be able to injure the Corpse King with his dream finger. All other attacks would be ineffective. Suddenly, the Corpse King's roars changed, and it raised its head. Its scarlet eyes had turned gray, and the number of rune lines that represented it had become the same as what Lu Yin had seen before, which was comparable to Kongshi's. Corpse King. Run, 7th bro, the monkey shrieked. Run? Lu Yin had long since guessed that this Corpse King's rune lines were far less than Kongshi's. This was its true form, and Lu Yin had been aiming for this state. Bang 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 bang. After more than 10 consecutive collisions, the gray-eyed Corpse King was indeed much stronger than before. Although Lu Yin was not injured due to his universal armor's defenses, the recoil still shocked him. If not for the universal armor, then his physical body and Fate-san would not have been able to withstand such an attack. This was an attack that had reached the level of a peak hunter. This Corpse King was different from Kongshi. Even though Kongshi was a peak hunter, she did not specialize in physical strength. However, this Corpse King specialized in physical strength. No matter how confident Lu Yin was, he did not want to compete in physical strength with a Corpse King. That was almost at the peak of the hunter realm. There was a loud boom as Lu Yin was forced back more than 10 steps by the Corpse King's punch. In the next moment, Lu Yin's force field appeared, and the towering tree's branches bound the Corpse King. The Corpse King tore through the branches and charged towards Lu Yin once more. Lu Yin grabbed the Corpse King's arms, and the 2 of them flew into the sky. They pierced through the ground and into the sky above Mingdu. At that moment, the entire city was split in 2. Night King Changfeng looked up, and his pupils shrank. What the hell was that? Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back. His body was struck by an enormous force. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was fiercely smashed forward. A young man appeared. When Hua Ying and the others saw him, they cried out in alarm, Wu Qing. Wu Qing, first place on the list of tempering. Night King Changfeng turned around. Wu Qing? He had heard of Wu Qing, who was first on the list of tempering. Night King Changfeng did not care about the list of tempering at all, as it only recorded lemeters. This person should also be a lemeter, but how had he been able to injure Night King Changfeng? Even when Lu Yin had been a lemeter, he should not have been able to injure Night King Changfeng in one blow. Wu Qing walked towards Night King Changfeng. If Lu Yin had been here, he would have definitely recognized that this person was not Wu Qing. He was Wu Shang, one of the people who had entered the Shenwu continent with Lu Yin. He had wanted to join the Ming constables, but he had been exposed by Ming Zhaokai and had been hunted down. At that time, Lu Yin had felt that this person's strength was cold and sinister, and it was very similar to that of the Neo-Human Alliance. Now, his guess had been confirmed. Wu Shang's eyes changed, and they turned gray. Even within the Neo-Human Alliance, there were not many who could control a Corpse King transformation. However, on the tiny Shenwu continent, 2 Corpse Kings had appeared at once. Wu Shang completely released his strength. He was not a lemeter, but an explorer. He had broken through long ago. Night King Changfeng could feel Wu Shang's strength, especially that pair of gray eyes, which made his scalp go numb. Gray eyes, Corpse King transformation. As a member of the Night King clan, he was no stranger to Corpse Kings. Countless experts from the Day-Night clan had died to Corpse Kings, so he was instinctively afraid of them. Bang! Soon, the two began to fight. Night King Changfeng activated his Night King's body and erupted with all his strength, but Wu Shang's Corpse King transformation had greatly increased his strength. Both sides clashed once, and Hua Ying and the others were sent flying. In the distance, a foreign cultivator was panting heavily as he killed a Corpse King. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest as a sword protruded from his body. Blood flowed down the blade and dripped onto the ground. Soon after, the cultivator's vision went black, and he died. Li Zimo sheathed his sword and looked elsewhere before charging out once more. Mingdu was completely overturned on this day. For countless years, the Shenwu Empire's capital had never experienced such a drastic change. Crown Prince Ming Hao watched as the capital was destroyed, and it was as if he could see the end of the Shenwu Empire. Thunder rumbled in the sky above Mingdu. It was clearly daytime, but the city was shrouded in darkness. The intense battle between Ming Zhaoshu and Ming Zhaotian, as well as the battle between Lu Yin and the Corpse King, took place high up in the sky. The entire city was shrouded in fear and unease. Ming Hao had mobilized all of the hidden experts in the palace to deal with the foreign cultivators and Ming Zhaoshu's people. The 5 sealing planets trembled, causing tsunamis and volcanoes to erupt across Shenwu continent. Hidden experts rushed into the sky, vowing to protect the 5 sealing planets with their lives. These people did not participate in the struggle for the throne, but they would not allow the 5 sealing planets to be destroyed. Bang! Bang! 2 loud sounds rang out as Lu Yin and the Corpse King each received an attack from their opponent. Lu Yin was struck down and crashed into a lake, while the Corpse King was sent flying into the sky, landing right in the middle of the battlefield between Ming Zhaotian and Ming Zhaoshu. Ming Zhaoshu's aura burst forth, and a figure clad in imperial robes reached out to grab the Corpse King. The Corpse King raised its head, and its gray eyes were chilling. Ming Zhaoshu subconsciously retreated. Ming Zhaoshu, it's not too late to stop, Ming Zhaotian warned as he attacked Ming Zhaoshu. Ming Zhaoshu coldly retorted, "Brother, can't you see that monster? It's not human at all. Do you want to hand the entire Shenwu continent over to such a monster? How can you face your ancestors? As long as we can repel the foreign cultivators, I'm willing to pay any price." Ming Zhaotian roared. There was a boom, and the two clashed once more. The Corpse King locked onto Lu Yin and charged down like a meteor. Lu Yin dodged, and the Corpse King crashed into the ground. A giant crack spread across the surface of the lake, evaporating all of the water and spreading throughout the entire city. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched, as the transformed Corpse King could not be killed at all. Its strength seemed to be limitless, and when combined with its innate gift of metal, it was practically undying. Lu Yin had no other choice, so he took out his pike. The moment the pike appeared, the winds and clouds surged. It was an innate spiritual force attack, and Lu Yin had upgraded it 6 times. It had consumed a total of 20,000 star essence, and the damage it dealt to spiritual force was far greater than before. Formless undulations spread out from the pike and swept through the entire city. Those with weak willpower immediately fainted. Night King Chongfeng's expression changed. Was this a spiritual force attack? How could it be so strong? Furthermore, its range seemed to cover the entire city. In the sky, Ming Zhaoshu and Ming Zhaotian also felt the same thing, and they looked down in shock. Lu Ying gripped the pike tightly and stabbed it out. The pike pierced through the void and pierced through the roaring Corpse King. The Corpse King was lifted up by the pike and roared in anger. Lu Ying frowned, as this thing did not have any intelligence, and its strength was completely dependent on the Corpse King's transformation. In other words, spiritual force attacks were not very useful against it. Fortunately, the pike had not only been upgraded to a spiritual force attack, but also to its own sharpness. The Corpse King gripped the pike so tightly that Lu Ying almost lost his grip, so he loosened his grip. The Corpse King pulled the pike out of its body and threw it into the sky before swiping at Lu Ying with its claws. Lu Ying waved his hand and activated the Yu secret art. The pike vanished, but when it reappeared, it was in Lu Yin's hand again. He stabbed out, and the pike pierced right through the Corpse King's head. The Corpse King froze in place, and aside from the trembling of its fingers, it did not advance any further as its strength gradually disappeared. Lu Ying heaved a sigh of relief, as the spear was indeed an ancient artifact. It had even managed to break through the Corpse King's defenses, which meant that the 20,000 star essence that he had spent on it had not been in vain. It should be known that the spear had been upgraded to the point where it could kill an enlighter, but it had only consumed 27,000 star essence, which was only half of the cost of the pike. Lu Ying pulled the pike back, and the Corpse King's head exploded with a bang. Its corpse fell to the ground and could no longer move. The metallic luster on its body had also dimmed. Lu Ying put the pike away and sighed in relief. On the other side, Night King Chongfeng, who was still clashing with Wu Shang, wanted to withdraw. His main goal was not the Neo-Human Alliance, but rather Lu Ying. As long as he could kill Lu Ying, the Neo-Human Alliance could do whatever they wanted. At worst, he could invite the Enlighters from Iron Blood Weave to completely destroy Shenwu continent. After being forced back by Wu Shang's attack, Night King Chongfeng turned around and left. He wanted to find Sun Marin and cooperate with her to kill Lu Ying. However, he did not see that the moment he turned around, Wu Shang's gray eyes had turned green. This was a Corpse King's second transformation. Night King Chongfeng had only taken a few steps when he felt his scalp go numb. He turned around and saw a pair of green eyes and a palm. He instinctively raised his hand to block. With his Night King's body, 7-lined battle force, and jade skin, his strength had pushed him to the high position of 21st on the top 100 rankings. However, that palm had shattered his hand, and it had pierced through his abdomen. A bloody heart was still beating within the palm. Night King Chongfeng's mouth fell open, and he stared in despair at the green eyes that were only a few centimeters away from him. This was a Corpse King's second transformation. How was this possible? How could there be a monster in the outerverse that could reach the second transformation? Even in the innerverse, such a monster rarely appeared. Shouldn't these monsters be in the Neoverse? Shouldn't they be fighting against the Hall of Honor? Night King Chongfeng's vision darkened, and his entire body turned cold. He could hear his own heartbeat, and from the corner of his eye, he saw the pale faces of Hua Ying and the others. His thoughts gradually faded away. Wu Shang crushed the heart and retracted his hand. He glanced in Lu Yin's direction with a hint of fear in his eyes before disappearing with a single leap, completely ignoring Hua Ying and the rest. When Sun Marin saw Night King Chongfeng's corpse, she could not believe her eyes. Night King Chongfeng was not a weakling, and he was not someone who would fight to the death. Yet, he had been killed, and his abdomen had been pierced through. Even his heart was gone. She looked around in fear and heard the roars of many Corpse Kings. Her entire body turned cold. Outsider, die. Li Zimo had appeared at some point, and just as Sun Marin was panicking, he stabbed out with his sword. The attack was formless and soundless, and by the time Sun Marin saw it, the blade had already pierced her neck. Sun Marin stared blankly at Li Zimo, who had a cold expression on his face. She had never thought that she would die here. Li Zimo retracted his sword and rushed off in another direction. On the shattered ground of Mingdu, Luyin looked towards the northwest in shock. Night King Chongfeng and Sun Marin had both died. Luyin had not seen how Night King Chongfeng had died, but Sun Marin had been killed by Li Zimo in a single strike. This person was truly cold-blooded, as Sun Marin was very beautiful. However, only such a person could have created the silent sword. Luyin had compared Li Zimo before, and Li Zimo's swordsmanship was inferior to Lu Xiaoqiu's because Lu Xiaoqiu had inherited the 13 swords and the wisdom of his predecessors. If the two were placed on the same level, then Li Zimo might not necessarily be weaker than Lu Xiaoqiu, and he might even be stronger. "Seventh bro, are we still fighting?" the monkey asked, eager to fight. Ever since he had become Lu Yin's tamed beast, he had not had many opportunities to fight. Luyin ignored him, as Li Zimo was actually charging in his direction. Not long after, the two met. Li Zimo had not expected to meet Luyin here, but he still remembered Luyin. In fact, he had a deep impression of him. During the battle at the Tower of Resonating Light, Luyin had fought against two people and defeated both Li Zimo and Zhanlong Day Night at the same time. After that, Luyin had killed the top ranker on the list of tempering. How could Li Zimo forget him? It's been 2 years. Why haven't you broken through to the Martial Emperor realm? Luyin was puzzled. Li Zimo's eyes were cold as he gripped the hilt of his sword and stabbed out. This sword was much faster than it had been 2 years ago, and there was a faint feeling that it could ignore space. Moreover, the sharpness was restrained, making it difficult for others to determine its depth. Luyin sighed in admiration. Li Zimo's swordsmanship was superb, but it was a pity that he had run into Luyin. He raised a hand and flicked his finger, causing the sword to break with a clang. Luyin grabbed the broken sword and casually slashed at it, but Li Zimo dodged and retreated 100 meters, staring at Luyin in fear. Luyin sneered and casually tossed the broken blade towards Li Zimo. Li Zimo raised his sword to block the attack, and the blade sank into the ground with a crisp sound. "You're not my opponent right now. You should train a little more." Luyin then leaped out. Within his domain, he could see that Big Beard was in danger, as he had encountered Ming Zhaochen. Of Li left. Li Zimo didn't chase after Luyin, as there was no need to. He couldn't beat Luyin, and chasing after him would just be courting death. But why had Luyin let him go? Luyin didn't know why he had let Li Zimo go, but he felt that it would be a pity to kill him now. He wanted to know if this person would be able to compete with Lu Xiaoqiu if he entered the universe and saw more exceptional sword techniques. Lu Xiaoqiu must be looking forward to it as well. Crack. A crack extended across the sky. Ming Zhao Tian panted heavily as he glanced at the capital in dissatisfaction. Then, he closed his eyes. Everything was over. The Neo-Human Alliance's corpse kings had been mostly wiped out. There were too many experts from the outside, and with the addition of that person in universal armor, he had lost. Ming Zhaoshu looked down with a complicated expression. If possible, he didn't want to destroy Mingdu. It was the symbol of the Shenwu Empire, but he had no other choice. "Brother, do you still want to resist? The outsiders have a strong desire to kill those monsters. If you hadn't cooperated with them, then they wouldn't have attacked Mingdu with me. They'd rather watch us fight amongst ourselves," Ming Zhaoshu said in a low voice. To the Day-Night clan, Ming Zhaoshu could either unify Shenwu continent and open it up to the outside world, or he could let them fight amongst themselves. Otherwise, even if they helped Ming Zhaoshu unify Shenwu continent, it would only benefit Ming Zhaoshu. If the Neo-Human Alliance hadn't been exposed, then Luyin wouldn't have had any reason to let these people attack Mingdu. Ming Zhao Tian might have been able to defeat Ming Zhaoshu if he had cooperated with the Neo-Human Alliance and quelled the rebellion, but he would have been digging his own grave. Ming Zhao Tian looked up and laughed bitterly. "Ha ha ha, it's too late to say anything. You're right. Shenwu continent's integration into the universe is inevitable. Ever since Ming Taijing tore open the void, the outcome has been decided. No one can change it." Ming Zhaoshu looked at Ming Zhao Tian, but he didn't say anything. "Brother, you've been patiently waiting for this day for so many years. The Crown Prince has mentioned to me many times that he wants to completely eliminate you. Unfortunately, I didn't act on account of our brotherhood, which led to today's defeat. Ming Zhaotian mocked himself. Ming Zhaoshu's eyes narrowed. What are you trying to say, brother? No matter how we fight, it's still an internal matter of the empire. Shenwu continent will ultimately be under the control of the Ming family, Ming Zhaotian said before coughing violently. He had been severely injured by Xianxia, and every time he was about to recover, Ming Zhaoshu would delay his recovery. As a result, his injuries hadn't healed even after 2 years. Otherwise, he would have been able to defeat Ming Zhaoshu at his peak. Shenwu continent will definitely be under the control of the Ming family. Don't worry, brother, Ming Zhaoshu said loudly. Ming Zhaotian stared at Ming Zhaoshu seriously. I can pass the throne to you, but you have to agree to a few conditions. You don't have the right to negotiate. More than half of the Shenwu Empire is still under my control. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to justify your actions. How many continents will willingly submit to you? How many people will betray you, and the entire Shenwu continent will curse you? Is that what you want? Ming Zhaotian shouted. Ming Zhaoshu's eyes flickered, and he looked down at the shattered capital below. He muttered to himself, what conditions? Ming Zhaotian let out a long breath. I want you to let Ming Hao live. Let him fend for himself in the universe. Ming Zhaoshu's eyes widened. No, I can let your other children live, but not Ming Hao. This is my only condition. With your strength, do you still need to fear Ming Hao? You and I both understand the universe, and there are too many people with Ming Hao's strength. He won't be able to affect you at all. Furthermore, you're working with a powerful clan from the universe. Ming Zhaoshu frowned and thought for a while. When another large crack appeared in the capital, he made a decision. Alright, I can let Ming Hao leave the Shenwu continent alive, but if he dares to oppose me again, I will kill him without hesitation. Ming Zhaotian heaved a sigh of relief and looked sorrowfully at the wailing capital. He closed his eyes and then opened them again. Everyone in the empire, heed my command. Destroy the monsters and gather in the palace. I will abdicate. Everyone in the capital heard Ming Zhaotian's words and looked up in shock. Abdicate? Outside the palace, Ming Hao's body trembled, and he almost fainted. He stared at the sky in disbelief. Ming Zhaotian weakly let go of his sword, and it fell to the ground. Across from him, Luin looked up. It was over. Li Zimo calmly looked up at the sky. He had long since expected this day to come. The Shenwu continent would not be able to defeat the outsiders. Within the capital, the empire's Minister of War, Bei Hong, Minister of Finance, Ming Zhaokai, and the rest were all bitter. They had still lost. They had predicted that this day would come, but they had not expected it to come so quickly or so suddenly. Because of Ming Zhaotian's orders, everyone in the capital attacked the Corpse King instead of killing each other. Far away from the capital, Wu Shang's eyes were cold as he took out a very thin stone tablet and recorded something down. At the top of the tablet were the words experimental data. Luin walked towards the palace step by step. Along the way, he saw many corpses, most of which belonged to ordinary people. These people had been affected, and a single attack could kill dozens or even hundreds of people. Luin did not feel guilty, as he had to do this to deal with the Neo-Human Alliance. He had already minimized his losses. Otherwise, if the Neo-Human Alliance had captured them one by one for experiments, they would have died even more miserably. It could only be said that their survival depended on luck. The capital had already been destroyed. Giant cracks covered the entire city like a spiderweb, and deep pits constantly appeared with water gushing out of them. The soldiers numbly tried to rescue the injured, and the cultivators were speechless. The capital was strangely silent, and only the occasional cry could be heard. Brother Liu. Big Beard caught up to Luin. He had been suppressed by Ming Zhaotian and had almost been killed, but Luin had saved him. Brother Liu, thank you for saving me, Big Beard said gratefully. Luin replied, if you have the strength, go save those ordinary people. Big Beard grunted in acknowledgement. Not long after, Luin saw Namu, who looked familiar. I'm one of Astral 5's area masters, and I participated in the Astral Combat Tournament. I'm also a disciple of the Myriad Swords Peak. Lu Yin nodded and walked past Namu, heading towards the palace. Namu looked at Lu Yin's back and felt that he was very far away. This person had clearly been much weaker than him when he had first entered the Astral Combat Academy, and he had even been suppressed by the Blaze Realm. But now, Namu could only look up to Lu Yin. There was an insurmountable gap between them, and it had only been a few years. An hour later, the zombies and corpse kings that had surged out of the ground had all been cleared out, and more people gathered at the palace. Ming Zhaochen, Ming Zhaokai, Bei Hong, Hua Ying, Li Zimo, and the rest all went to the palace. Ming Zhaotian was about to abdicate, and most people wanted to witness this scene. Lu Yin also entered the palace and stood not too far away from Ming Zhaotian and Ming Zhaotian. He had long since predicted that this would happen, as this was one of his goals for coming to the Shenwu continent. Although it had been a little complicated, he had still managed to accomplish it. 2 years ago, he had been like a rat on the streets of the Shenwu continent. He had avoided the Ming constables, the reverent king's household, and even the demon hunters' society. But now, he was above everyone, and Ming Zhaotian's abdication was directly related to him. This feeling of being in control of everything felt great. Crown Prince Ming Hao stood to the right of Ming Zhaotian, and his expression was one of grief, helplessness, and despair. Ming Zhaoshu's expression was calm, and no one knew what he was thinking at this moment. The mandate of heaven is not constant, and only virtue can be found. The Shenwu tomb is late, and the world has lost its order. The 5 destinies have all been shaken. I, King Shenwu Ming Zhaotian, feel the blessings of the heavens, and take the throne. The enormous palace was silent, and only Ming Zhaotian's voice echoed. Thank you. The Mountain Breeze Brothers tip, 3rd update. Thank you. Thank you. Doomsday Throne Cannon Brothers tip, 4th update. Thank you. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Everyone. Listen to Ming Zhaotian's abdication edict. Some lowered their heads, some watched, and some wept. A new emperor had his own ministers. Ming Zhaotian's abdication would not only be accompanied by himself, but also by the countless people who had followed him. However, Ming Zhaotian had no control over their lives. From this day forth, I will abdicate my position as Reverend King Ming Zhaoshu. The Shenwu Empire will obey the will of the heavens. As Ming Zhaotian finished speaking, a portion of the people in the palace knelt down. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. Ming Zhaoshu stepped forward and stood side by side with Ming Zhaotian. He excitedly looked down and swept his gaze across everyone. More and more people knelt down to pay their respects. Finally, aside from the foreigners, everyone else knelt down. Even Ming Hao went down on one knee. Outside the palace, countless voices rang out. Greetings, Your Majesty. Ming Zhaoshu had been waiting for this moment for far too long. He was good at enduring, but there was a price to pay. The more he endured and the deeper he endured, the more intense the eruption would be. Even with his silent manner, he could not help but howl at the sky. He had not expected things to go so smoothly. If Ming Zhaotian had refused to surrender, then even if he had killed everyone, Ming Zhaotian would have been caught in the flames of war for a long time. From now on, Shenwu continent would belong to him. Lu Yin looked at Ming Zhaoshu. Was he excited? He had waited and endured for so many years. Even the 4 martial sovereigns guarding the capital had been his people. At that time, Lu Yin had only been a martial emperor. Although Shenwu continent was just a small continent, Lu Yin could see Ming Zhaoshu's talent. Lu Yin had relied on the glory and luck of his predecessors to control the great Yu Empire, but Ming Zhaoshu had relied on his own abilities to steal the power of an empire. If someone like him was given a stage, he would be able to do things that would shock the world. Lu Yin stared at Ming Zhaoshu and looked into his eyes. Was Shenwu continent his final destination? Perhaps it was now, but in the future, he would eventually come into contact with the universe. When that time came, what would his goal be? Greater ambitions and a more far-reaching plan. Lu Yin told himself that he could not give this person a stage to display his abilities. I have already abdicated. I hope that you will not go back on your word, Ming Zhaotian whispered to Ming Zhaoshu. Ming Zhaoshu looked at Ming Hao, who was still half kneeling on the ground. Don't worry, brother. I will ensure that he leaves Shenwu continent safely. Ming Zhao Tian smiled bitterly, and he looked at the sky with reluctance. The sky of Shenwu continent was very beautiful, and even though the 5 ceiling planets were protecting it, it still did not belong to him. Don't save that person. Wait until you truly control Shenwu continent before cooperating with the outsiders. It's still too early, and he's not someone you can control. Ming Zhaoshu was puzzled by this inexplicable sentence. The next moment, the palace shook, and the ground beneath Lu Yin's feet cracked open. Stone pillars rose up, and a layer of solidified energy isolated him from the outside world. The 5 stone pillars emitted a blinding light. Even Lu Yin couldn't react to the sudden turn of events, let alone the others. Ming Zhaoshu hurriedly rose into the air and stared at Ming Zhao Tian. He shouted, "Brother, what are you doing?" Ming Zhao Tian looked at Ming Zhaoshu with a complicated expression. Before you completely integrate the empire, don't let any uncontrollable power appear. That person's strength surpasses yours and mine, so he cannot be left alive. Wait until you truly control the empire before cooperating with the outsiders. Ming Zhaoshu's eyes flickered. I, Ming Zhao Tian, have protected Shenwu continent for my entire life. Let me die a worthy death, ha 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 ha. Ming Zhao Tian then charged into the sky and into the 5 ceiling planets. Your Majesty! Countless people cried out in grief. Ming Hao clenched his fists, and his eyes widened. He could not say anything, as Ming Zhao Tian was simply courting death. Ming Zhaoshu looked up at the sky with a complicated expression. There was reluctance, nostalgia, and determination. Ming Zhao Tian would never appear again. His corpse would remain on the 5 ceiling planets until it completely rotted away. Ming Hao knelt down and kowtowed several times. The blinding light isolated Lu Yin from the rest of the crowd. They could only see that Lu Yin was sealed, but they could not see what was inside. Of course, Lu Yin could not see what was outside either. Lu Yin looked around. This seal was similar to the one in the Tower of Resonating Light. Many people had been trapped by this seal, and he had been the one to save them. This time, however, this seal was clearly much stronger than the one in the Tower of Resonating Light. Why had Ming Zhao Tian trapped him here? He could not figure it out. After putting on his universal armor, Lu Yin raised a hand to test the waters. A heavy force brushed past him and pushed his hand back. Lu Yin was shocked, as it was actually a formless killing intent. Did that mean that the 5 stone pillars were source boxes? He had previously guessed that there were many source boxes on Shenwu continent, and he had even speculated that the 5 ceiling planets might be source boxes as well. Now, it seemed that it was not impossible. The number of source boxes on Shenwu continent was a little strange, and they were all grouped together to form an array. This was definitely not Ming Zhao Tian's method, as they did not have the ability to do so. This was the method of a boundless advanced lockbreaker. It seemed that there were still many unsolved mysteries on Shenwu continent, but the most important thing right now was to leave. Back in Iron Blood Weave, Lu Yin knew that he would not be able to unravel the killing intent of these source boxes, so he could only force his way through. There was a loud boom, and Lu Yin was pushed back by an enormous force. What a powerful force! Furthermore, there was a mark on his universal armor. This was something that could withstand the attacks of an old freak with a power level of 300,000, but it had actually been damaged. This was inconceivable. Lu Yin was becoming more and more interested in Shenwu continent. The 5 ceiling planets could withstand the attacks of Enlighters, and based on the number of rune lines, they could even withstand the attacks of old freaks with power levels of 300,000. The palace also had such a seal, but it was clearly much smaller than the 5 ceiling planets. Then, Lu Yin looked up. Could it be that the true strength of the 5 ceiling planets had not been fully developed yet? Was 300,000 combat power the limit? Could it withstand attacks with a power level of 400,000? Or perhaps even 500,000? If that was the case, then there was another problem. When Xianxia had previously destroyed the 5 ceiling planets, so how had he done it? Lu Yin did not believe that when Xianxia could display an attack with a power level of 300,000. No matter how much of a genius he was still young. This was no longer a matter of talent, but rather a matter of time. When Xianxia definitely could not reach that level of power level, so how had he destroyed the 5 ceiling planets? Forget it, there was no point in thinking about that now. He had to think of a way to get out first. Actually, he could use his universal armor to force his way out, but he wanted to see if he could unlock the source box. This was an opportunity for him. Unlocking the source boxes in Iron Blood Weave was much more troublesome than this, and he wanted to use this opportunity to try it out. Even if he failed, it would not be a big deal. Although his universal armor had been damaged, it was still sturdy. Within the palace, Ming Xiaoshu issued more than 10 orders in a row to disperse the crowd. He walked over to the seal and looked at the blinding light. He had not known that the palace had such a seal. He was well aware of Lu Yin's strength, but he had been sealed just like that. If Ming Zhaotian had attacked him instead of Lu Yin, then he would have been sealed as well. Unfortunately, he was not on Lu Yin's side, or else Ming Zhaotian might have done the same. "Little Seven, can you hear me?" Ming Xiaoshu asked. Lu Yin did not answer. Ming Xiaoshu stared at the seal. Not too far away, Big Beard, Na Mu, and the rest stepped forward. "Your Majesty, no, Your Majesty, since Ming Zhaotian can open the seal, then he must have a way to close it. Please say Brother Lu, Your Majesty." Ming Xiaoshu was helpless. "I don't know how to close it either. How about this, I'll go check the palace's records. I hope that brother did not destroy any information regarding the seal, or else." He remembered Ming Zhaotian's words. Ming Zhaotian had sealed Lu Yin in hopes that Ming Xiaoshu would not be restricted before he took complete control of the Shenwu Empire. However, Ming Xiaoshu believed that Lu Yin would not interfere with the Shenwu continent, as the continent was too small for the current Lu Yin. Furthermore, Lu Yin and Ming Yan still had feelings for each other. Ming Xiaoshu hoped to board Lu Yin's ship so that he could protect himself in the universe, and he also wanted to save Lu Yin. However, thinking was one thing, and whether or not he could actually do it was another. "Let's try attacking from the outside," Big Beard suggested. He then raised a hand to attack the seal. There was a thump, and his body was sent flying by a tremendous force, crashing into a corner of the palace ruins. Ming Xiaoshu shook his head. "Brother is very reliable. Since the seal has been opened, it won't be that easy to remove it. I'll go look through the palace's records and hope that Little Seven can come out on his own." "Isn't Ming Hao still here?" "Ask him," Nama said. Ming Xiaoshu laughed and shook his head. "He can't possibly know. I know my brother's character very well, and there are some things that he would not tell even his own son." "How will you know if you don't ask?" Big Beard grinned as he walked over from afar, still clutching his waist. Ming Xiaoshu thought about it. "Alright, I'll go ask." The palace had already been reduced to ruins, and Ming Xiaoshu gave the order to temporarily move the administrative center to Shanghai City. They would only return after Mingdu had been repaired. Ming Hao was currently in the palace, looking at the throne with a calm expression. Ming Xiaoshu walked over, and Ming Hao turned around with a smile. "Your Majesty, you've gotten what you wanted. You've been targeting me for so many years. What are your thoughts now?" Ming Xiaoshu looked at Ming Hao with a cold gaze. Ming Hao felt bitter, and he looked at the throne once more. "I? That's a title you'll use even in your dreams." Ming Xiaoshu frowned, and his gaze turned cold. "Tell me, how do you plan on removing the seal? You should know my father well." "There are some things that he won't even tell me," Ming Hao said. Ming Xiaoshu did not have much hope in the first place. "Your Majesty, do you know what I hate the most right now?" Ming Hao stared at Ming Xiaoshu once more, and his gaze turned vicious. "I hate that I didn't kill you back then. I hate my father's indecisiveness, and I hate your forbearance." Ming Xiaoshu's eyes narrowed. "The winner takes all. There's no need to say anything more. I promised my brother that I would send you safely into the universe." "Ha ha ha ha, my father might believe those words, but I don't." "What kind of person are you, Ming Xiaoshu? You look gentle and refined on the surface, but you're actually ruthless on the inside. You're good at forbearance, and you plan before you act. You won't let go of a single opportunity, and you won't give your enemy any chance to retaliate. You'll let me go? What a joke." Ming Hao laughed maniacally. Ming Xiaoshu's eyes flashed coldly, but he did not say anything. "My father is too soft-hearted. I've reminded him many times, but he just didn't want you to be in power." He put you right in front of Mingdu, and he refused to kill you no matter what. You're also very smart. You actually suppressed your cultivation level and remained at the martial emperor realm until my father was heavily injured. You broke through. Ming Hao was defeated. Not long after, Ming Zhaoshu walked out of the palace and announced that the former crown prince Ming Hao had gone missing. He also issued a warrant for his arrest throughout the continent, and his orders were filled with benevolence. Thank you. Doomsday Throne Cannon Brothers Reward, 4th update, thank you for your support. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 5 days passed, and Luyin was still trapped. Ming Zhaoshu had gathered many people to search the palace for a way to remove the seal, but he had not been able to find anything. He could not accompany Luyin, so he had left 3 days ago. There were many things that needed to be taken care of, such as military affairs, agriculture, industry, and so on. Above his head, the 5 sealing planets were still being attacked from time to time. Even though he was the one who had contacted the space station to attack the 5 sealing planets, Ming Zhaoshu knew that the space station's attacks were real. They really wanted to break through the seal and drag Shenwu continent out. However, this was just wishful thinking, and Ming Zhaoshu was very confident. Over the past few days, Ming Zhaoshu had encountered 7 assassination attempts. Without exception, all of them had come from Ming Zhaotian's remnants or from cultivators who did not want to cooperate with the outsiders. Even sect remnants had participated. 99% of the people on Shenwu continent did not want to cooperate with the outsiders, as their enmity with the universe was too deep. In their eyes, Ming Zhaoshu was a traitor. However, it was impossible to assassinate Ming Zhaoshu. His domain was enough to envelop the surrounding void, and not a single clue could escape his detection. Ming Yan quickly learned of everything that had happened. Her identity had changed, and she was now the princess of Shenwu continent. However, she was most worried about Luyin. If not for Ming Zhaoshu's people watching over her, she might have left for Mingdu. 7 days had passed, and Luyin had tried to unlock the source box multiple times, but he still had no clue. He had tried to unlock a single pillar, but he had been enveloped by the entire source box's murderous aura. Although he could see the murderous aura, it was impossible for him to avoid it and unlock the source box at the same time. He was not even a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, and he was delusional to think that he could unlock something that only a boundless advanced lockbreaker could do. Moreover, he might not even be able to understand the combination of array formations. Forget it, I'll just leave. I'll spend a few years studying each array formation, and I won't be able to understand it at all, Luyin muttered to himself. He covered his head with both hands and charged out. There was a thump, and the force of the rebound forced him back once again. However, he did not resist and instead used the force to charge to the other side, only to be forced back again. This repeated over and over again. He was like a rubber ball that was constantly being slapped. But every time he was slapped, the rebound force he could borrow became stronger and stronger. Finally, he used the rebound force to smash out of the seal. Under the strange gazes of the big bearded man and the others, he crashed into the ruins of the imperial palace. His waist and back ached. This was the only thing that Luyin could feel. His universal armor had blocked the power of the sourcebox's killing intent, but the recoil still passed through the armor and slammed into his body. Even though it did not cause him much damage, it still made him feel as if he had been beaten up. This was especially true for his brain, which made him feel groggy. He had lost count of how many times he had been struck by the recoil. Big Beard and the others hurried over to help him up. Luyin put away his armor and stretched his arms. Finally out. The bearded man looked at Luyin in admiration. Brother Lu, you were even able to come out of that. Amazing. That's right, Brother Lu. We've seen the power of that seal. It's too terrifying. Brother Lu, you're the best. Yes, Brother Lu is the best. Luyin was puzzled. Why are you guys here? Of course we're waiting for Brother Lu to come out. Since we came together, we should return together, Big Beard said righteously. Luyin raised his brows, as he had not expected this guy's attitude to change so quickly. His rough exterior hid a meticulous heart, and he was not a simple-minded person. Brother Lu, Night King Changfeng, Beauty Sun, and the others are dead. About 15 of us have died, someone said. Luin nodded. Got it. Dying in battle with the Neo-Human Alliance is an honor. Since they were already dead, he did not mind praising them. Yes, it's an honor, an honor. The others quickly agreed. They had once followed Night King Changfeng, but now, they were following Luin. Luin looked around. Where's the Reverend King? He left. What an ingrate. Brother Lu helped him deal with Mingdu, but he didn't even wait for Brother Lu to come out. Big Beard was displeased. Luin waved a hand. Alright, let's go. I'm going back to Shanghai City. Let's go together, Brother Lu. We're going back as well. Yeah, we're leaving. As well. Luin was speechless, as he had actually planned to explore the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be delayed for a while. You guys go on ahead. The group looked at each other, and then they bid farewell to Luin and left. The greatest secret of Shenwu continent was the 5 sealing planets, and it was very likely that the secret of the 5 sealing planets was hidden at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. There were many source boxes on Shenwu continent, and all of them might be related to the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. Luin avoided the crowd and headed straight for the Tower of Resonating Light. The Tower of Resonating Light had been sealed off by a martial sovereign, but no one would be able to detect Luin if he wanted to enter. Luin enveloped the area with his domain and arrived at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. The Neo-Human Alliance's experimental equipment and wreckage had all been cleaned up here, but Luin could not find the entrance to the underground. Ming Zhaoshu had said that there was a large space underground, but he could not enter it. Luin thought about it for a moment, and as a precaution, he put on his universal armor and punched downwards. The entire Tower of Resonating Light shook, alerting all of the guards. The martial sovereign immediately rushed in. When the martial sovereign saw that it was Luin, he hesitated. He had seen Luin beside Ming Zhaoshu before, and more importantly, he had seen Luin fight with a monster in the sky. The martial sovereign could not forget that terrifying shockwave even now. Brother, the Tower of Resonating Light has been sealed off. His Majesty has ordered that no one is allowed to enter. I'm an exception. You can report to the Reverend King that Luin has entered the Tower of Resonating Light, Luin said. The martial sovereign thought about it for a moment, but he had no choice but to leave. He knew that he was not Lu Yin's opponent, so he could only report to Ming Zhaoshu. Luin stared at the ground and frowned. That punch of his had not been weak. Although it had pierced through the ground, it had been blocked 100 meters below. It felt like a seal. Luin felt numb. How could there be so many seals on the Shenwu continent? It was as if there were layers of seals on top of each other. Speaking of which, could the Shenwu continent itself have been sealed? In reality, it was not a parallel space, but had been sealed. Ming Taijing had coincidentally unlocked the seal, allowing the Shenwu continent to appear. It was not impossible. Luin punched out again, but the results were the same. This seal was similar to the one that had trapped the trial takers 2 years ago, but its strength was completely different. Luin felt that this seal was not any weaker than the one that had sealed him in the Imperial Palace. It was no wonder why Ming Zhaoshu had not been able to enter. Luin circled around the lowest layer and punched a few times every so often, but he was still met with the same seal. The space within this seal was very large, and it was circular in shape. What exactly was inside that space? Luin was very curious. Jupiter had prevented him from entering, and this layer of space on the Shenwu continent had also prevented him from entering. It was still too weak. Not long after, Luin left Mingdu and headed towards Shanghai City. A few days later, Ming Zhaoshu ascended to the throne in Shanghai City and inherited the title of King Shenwu. He also announced that he was joining the Great Eastern Alliance. This was the first power that Luin had joined since he had first thought of forming an alliance, and it was not weak either. This was also one of the reasons why he had come to the Shenwu continent. He had already achieved his goal, so there was no need for him to stay on the Shenwu continent any longer. Over the past few days, he had spent most of his time with Ming Yan, hoping to find some sense of familiarity. Although the two of them still had feelings for each other, there was an invisible barrier separating them. Luin did not know how to break through it, and neither did Ming Yan. When it came to relationships, they were a complete blank. The unfamiliarity that time had brought would have to be made up for with time. Lu Yin and Ming Zhaoshu discussed the matter, and Ming Zhaoshu decided to send Ming Yan as the Shenwu continent's diplomatic envoy. She would be stationed on the Great Yu Empire's Xinyu Star and participate in all matters related to the Great Eastern Alliance. Ming Yan did not object. Lu Yin was delighted, and he decided to immediately return to the Great Yu Empire and send someone to formally draft the alliance agreement. As long as the agreement took effect, Ming Yan would come to the Great Yu Empire. He shamelessly arranged for the Shenwu continent's diplomatic envoy to stay in King Zishan's palace, which left Ming Zhaoshu speechless. In fact, if not for the fact that Ming Zhaoshu had just ascended to the throne and his status had changed, Lu Yin would have already taken Ming Yan away. Big Beard and the others stayed behind to act as the contact point between the Shenwu continent and the universe. Lu Yin looked back at the Shenwu continent, not knowing when he would return. The Great Yu Empire would definitely send someone to contact Ming Zhaoshu as soon as possible, but the details of the alliance agreement had not been confirmed yet. This was a complicated mission that would determine whether or not the other Wi's in the universe would be able to successfully join the alliance. Although he was anxious, he could not be careless, and he could only wait. Fortunately, it would not take long. Although the Shenwu Empire was not weak, it was special. The other Wi's were different, and they would need to use different methods to deal with different powers. Brute force could not solve everything, as humans were hot-blooded. Welcome back, Student Lu. Madame Mylan smiled at Lu Yin. The blind monk walked behind Lu Yin and stood there quietly. Lu Yin looked back at the 5 ceiling planets and then back at Madame Mylan. It's been hard on you, Madame. You're too kind, Student Lu. It hasn't even been a month since you left for the Shenwu continent, but you've already decided the situation there. Your methods are amazing, Madame Mylan praised. Lu Yin shrugged. I just happened to run into a corpse king. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy for me to enter Mingdu. I have to thank the trial takers. Right, there's also that Eriker. He's quite pitiful, so please take care of him. Madame Mylan smiled and agreed. Madam, the Shenwu Empire has already joined the Great Eastern Alliance led by the Great Yu Empire. Your Day-Night clan won't be of much use here. Of course, I'm not chasing you away, I'm just reminding you, Lu Yin said. Although the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, the Day-Night clan still had a lot of power left in the Outerverse. He did not wish for the Day-Night clan to interfere with the Shenwu Empire. Madame Mylan replied, We're staying here because of Night Queen Chuyu's orders. We can't leave without permission. Lu Yin nodded and chatted with Madame Mylan for a bit before leaving with the blind monk. Madame Mylan was deep in thought, and there was an incomprehensible look of anticipation in her eyes. The Great Eastern Alliance? Did anything happen at the space station while I was in the Shenwu continent? Lu Yin asked when they arrived at the cabin where the spacecraft was parked. The blind monk replied, No. Lu Yin grunted and then boarded the spacecraft with the blind monk, heading towards the Great Yu Empire. After leaving the Great Yu Empire for less than a month, the first thing Lu Yin did upon returning to King Zishan's palace was to summon Enya. Your Highness, this is the alliance agreement and a simple alliance plan. We've already sent people to carry out the first step, and we've already contacted a few people through our private channels. Everything is going smoothly, Enya replied. Lu Yin looked at the battle plan and alliance agreement that Enya had handed over. I'm not very good at this, so I'll leave it to you. The Shenwu continent has already joined the Great Eastern Alliance, so send someone to bring the alliance agreement over. Remember, it must be done as quickly as possible. He wanted Ming Yan to come to the Great Yu Empire as soon as possible. Yes, Your Highness, Enya replied. Ever since Undying Yushan's death, Lu Yin had changed the Great Yu Empire's imperial court to be hosted by the imperial cabinet, which rotated every once in a while. This was no longer called an imperial court meeting, but rather a discussion that would only be held when Lu Yin returned. However, many things in the Great Yu Empire were already on track, such as the cooperation with the Nayland family, the establishment of the alliance, the recruitment of soldiers, and so on. Many things were proceeding in an orderly manner, and Lu Yin did not need to worry too much about them. He flipped through his cosmic ring out of boredom and saw something. During the final battle at Season's Fort, which was also the battle when Luin had just broken through to the explorer realm. He had rolled his die to cultivate the secret art in order to resist the invasion of the astral beasts. Before that, he had rolled a point and obtained a yellow prayer mat. At that time, he had faintly heard chanting, and his body had almost been drawn over. At that time, he had been certain that the yellow prayer mat was not simple, but he had not had the time to study it and had gradually forgotten about it. Now was the perfect time to study it. He took out the prayer mat, and immediately, Luin heard chanting again. This time it was not a single person, but rather a scene where countless people were chanting. This should be a prayer mat, the monkey said uncertainly. Luin was also uncertain. It looks like it. Try sitting on it. Prayer mats are meant to be sat on, the monkey said. He had also heard the chanting and was somewhat curious. Luin put down the prayer mat and sat down. Suddenly, a dim golden light appeared and revolved around his body. The chanting grew louder and louder, and then the void suddenly distorted. Luin disappeared along with the prayer mat, while the rest of King Xianxia's palace remained unchanged. Luin had experienced the die's time-stop space, as well as the die's 6 pips into a mysterious space, so he had a certain level of tolerance for such sudden changes. Even so, he was still stunned when he saw his surroundings. Where was this place? It was a huge square with blue skies and white clouds. It looked very beautiful, and the air was very fresh. However, it was a pity that this place was in ruins. The ground was shattered into countless pieces, and the ground was soaked with blood. Not far away, there were white skeletons. It was not just one, but many. As far as the eye could see, it was a scene of ruin. Luin released his domain, and the area it covered grew larger and larger. However, everything that he saw was the same as what he was currently seeing. The ground was shattered, and there were bloodstains that had stained the ground black for who knew how many years. There were also countless skeletons, as well as some weapons that would melt away with a single touch. This was an ancient land similar to the one in the centipede's body. He stood up and looked at the prayer mat. It was still glowing with a golden light, and it seemed to have a faint connection with him. After some thought, he put it away and walked across the shattered ground. With a stomp of his foot, the ground cracked, and small cracks spread out, crushing a skeleton not far away. "Seventh bro, where are you now?" the monkey cried out. "I don't know," Luin replied. "Seventh bro, why do you always appear in strange places?" the monkey wailed. Luin squatted down and looked at a sword next to the shattered skeleton. There were words engraved on it. "Monkey, take a look at what those words are." The monkey took a look and was puzzled. "I don't recognize them, but they look familiar. Why are they written so similar to the words in the centipede's body? Are you saying that they're from the same time period?" Luin asked. "I don't know. The evolution of words is sometimes fast, but sometimes it's slow. It depends on how the culture develops." There were no living people in his domain, and aside from some plants, there weren't even any animals. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with star energy, but he couldn't see anything. This was the first time since his eyes had mutated. Luin could only walk towards the towering mountain peak in the distance. It was the only landmark in this area, and if there were any living people, they would probably go there as well. "Seventh bro, let's go back," the monkey said. "Let's take a look first," Luin said. He had come here on a prayer mat, so he should use it to return as well. It was too strange that a prayer mat had allowed him to appear in this space. After some time, Luin carefully arrived at the foot of the mountain and saw 2 giant stone pillars. There was a sign in the middle of the pillars with 3 words engraved on it: Gate, Mountain Gate. He stepped through the gate and was greeted by a winding forest path. It was the same as the plaza from before, but many places had been shattered, and there were even bones scattered around. This was a sect that had been destroyed countless years ago. That was Lu Yin's conclusion. "Seventh bro, let's go." "Is this place haunted?" the monkey cried out. "I'll block you out if you talk any more nonsense." "You won't even know how you died," Luin said impatiently. The monkey shut up. After walking along the forest path for about 10 minutes, Luin suddenly stopped. He heard a strange sound that sounded like metal scraping against each other. Luin abruptly turned to his right and saw a giant shadow appear in the forest. It pushed aside the trees and appeared in front of him. What's this? A metal puppet? Luin was shocked. What appeared in front of him was a humanoid puppet made entirely of metal. It was about 3 meters tall and had human eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, but no eyeballs. Its metal body reflected light under the sunlight. There was a whoosh, and the metal puppet swatted at Luin. Luin dodged, but a strong gust of wind hit him, causing his breathing to stagnate. The metal puppet was bloated, but it was very fast. It swatted at Luin again, but Luin dodged it once more. He kicked out at the puppet's abdomen, but it was blocked by the puppet's arm. There was a thump, and Luin was forced back several steps. He looked up in shock. The puppet's strength was extraordinary. "Seventh bro, you were forced back?" The monkey was shocked. He understood Lu Yin's physical strength very well, and it was on a completely abnormal level. This metal puppet was not a hunter and was about the same as an explorer, but it had actually been able to force Luin back with brute strength. Luin clenched his fists and moved his shoulders, his expression turning serious. The metal puppet did not give Luin any time to react. It swatted at him with a palm that blocked out the sunlight. It was like Mount Tai was pressing down on him, but Luin easily dodged it. Just as he was about to counterattack, he realized that the puppet's speed had changed. It was several times faster than before, and it swatted at him again. Luin dodged it once more. In this space, filling his eyes with star energy was useless, and he would need to use a lock-breaking tool if he wanted to use the secret sidestep technique. However, he did not need to use it yet, as his speed was enough to deal with it. Luin was not in a hurry to counterattack, as he wanted to test out the puppet's strength and speed. Gradually, he began to feel more confident. This metal puppet was extraordinarily strong, sturdy, and fast. It could also detect Lu Yin's weaknesses based on his dodging movements. It seemed to have no intelligence, but it had a very strange instinct. It was clearly just a puppet. There was a thump, and Luin took advantage of the gap in the puppet's attack to land a punch on the puppet's head. This was his strongest punch without removing his fate san, and it caused the puppet's head to tilt to the side. Luin stared at the puppet in shock. He had originally wanted to send the puppet's head flying, as this was his strongest punch in his normal state. After becoming an explorer, there were not many people in the same realm in the entire universe who could withstand this punch. The power of this punch was enough to destroy a powerhouse ranked around 50 on the top 100 rankings, but it had not been able to deal with this puppet. The puppet's head moved and quickly turned back to its original position. It then swatted at Luin again. Luin frowned and leaped up. He raised his hand and appeared in front of the puppet's head. 50-fold shockwave palm. There was a thump, and this time, the metal puppet's head was sent flying. There was another thump as the metal puppet fell to the ground. Luin stepped forward and touched the metal shell. It was very sturdy, and even with his current strength, he could not crush it. He looked up and wondered what kind of sect could create such a puppet. This should be a sect's entrance. Could it be that this puppet was used to test those who wanted to become a disciple? If that was the case, then that would be abnormal. No one below the explorer realm could deal with such a puppet. Even Mu Rong, who was a Lamiter, would have trouble dealing with such a puppet. What kind of sect would use such a puppet to test their disciples? There was a strange sound as more metal puppets appeared in the forest. This time, there was not one, but 3. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he leaped up. He did not have the energy to fight these metal puppets, and who knew how many more there were? Although the metal puppets were fast, they could not catch up to Luin. After Luin left, they gradually disappeared into the forest. Huang San felt that he was very unlucky. Xiaojing had come here, and he had chased her all the way here. They had clearly arrived at about the same time, but he had been just a step too late, and the distance between them had widened to the point where he could not even see Xiaojing's shadow. Most importantly, he had been surrounded by 5 First Divine Gate Guardians. Heavens! 5 First Divine Gate Guardians. If they had surrounded him, then so be it. At worst, he could just retreat. However, when he looked down, he saw that there were 2 more First Divine Gate Guardians roaming around 100 meters away. He had the urge to vomit blood. How had so many First Divine Gate Guardians suddenly appeared? Hadn't it been said that most of these things had been wiped out during that battle? Could it be that he had run into all of the remaining ones? His family had gone to great lengths to exchange for a futon, so he could not die here. He still had to marry Xiaojing. There was a thump, and Huang San dodged with a startled cry. The metal puppet had smashed a deep hole into the small path in the forest. Behind him, he felt a chill, and his hair stood on end. He instinctively crouched down, and a giant metal arm swept past his head. The wind from the attack almost tore his pants off. Huang San sorrowfully pulled up his pants and scrambled down the mountain. He quickly ran into the 2 metal puppets that were roaming around, and there were 5 more behind them. Huang San wanted to cry. He was just a puny explorer, and he was very pure. He had never killed anyone before, so why were they all targeting him? Several giant metal arms blocked out the sun as they smashed down on Huang San's head. Huang San's mouth fell open, it was over. Just as the arms were about to crush him, a black shadow flashed in front of him. Bang! 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 4 loud bangs rang out, and Huang San watched in shock as 4 metal puppets were sent flying away like sandbags. He then felt something tighten around his neck as he was picked up by someone. The scene in front of him kept retreating, and the metal puppets soon disappeared without a trace. Huang San panted heavily, and only then did he have time to look around. He saw the person who had saved him, a man who was about his age. Bro, thank you for saving my life. Huang San will never forget this. Huang San gasped for breath, his forehead covered in sweat. He even pulled up his pants. Luin looked at the fatty who was lying on the ground without any strength. His eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. What is your name, bro? If you can easily defeat the first Divine Gate Guardians, then I'm sure you're not a nobody. I'm Huang San from the Bloodburn Realm, the fatty said politely as he struggled to get up. Luin just looked at him, but he still didn't say anything. He didn't understand what was going on, so he could only pretend to be deaf and dumb. The fatty blinked. Bro, I'm Huang San from the Bloodburn Realm. Luin still didn't say anything, and he just looked up. The fatty waved his hand in front of Lu Yin's eyes, attracting his attention. Bro, I'm Huang San. Luin looked at him calmly. Huang San was speechless. Bro, are you a mute? Luin remained calm. Huang San's face turned bitter. I can't be that unlucky. I finally met an expert, but he's a mute. How sad. Luin raised his foot and walked up. Huang San hurriedly followed. Bro, even if you can't speak, you can at least make a few gestures. Where are you from? Which ancestor's master are you from? Progenitor Shui? Progenitor Shui? Progenitor Shui? Lu Yin's expression changed. What? Progenitor Shui? Progenitor Shui? Progenitor Shui? F*CK, Progenitor Shui? Progenitor Shui? Progenitor Shui? That fatty can't be talking about a progenitor, right? Impossible. There aren't any progenitors in the universe. It should be a title for a powerhouse, the monkey cried. Luin thought of this as well, and he looked up once more as he slowly walked up. Brother, don't tell me you can't even hear me? I can't be so unlucky to run into someone who's both deaf and mute, the fatty wailed and chased after him. Brother, you really can't hear me? Or are you messing with me? There's no need for that. I'm just a puny explorer who doesn't have much power, so I'm not worth toying with. Why don't you say something? Brother, you're not bad, but you're not even half as good as me. Brother, let's become sworn brothers. The fatty was clearly someone who could not sit still, and he kept chattering in Lu Yin's ear. Although most of it was nonsense, Lu Yin still managed to learn some information, such as that the fatty was an explorer, that he was going to look for his fiancée, and that this place was called the Daosaur sect. Through his words, Lu Yin realized that he had never heard of any of the places mentioned by this person, and he even included some strange terms. Brother, which expert did your imprint belong to? Imprinter? World imprinter? Or a cosmic imprinter? Bro, you really can't hear me? Fatty's voice rose an octave. Finally, he confirmed that Lu Yin really could not hear him, and he began to bemoan his fate. I was born in the Bloodburn Realm's Huang family, and the Huang family was originally an imprinter family. They had made great contributions during the Ancient Continents War, but after the imprinter ancestor died, the family weakened. So what if it was weak to begin with? I didn't have much of a goal, and I just wanted to muddle along and wait for death to come. But then, I met Xiaojing, and from then on, I fell in love. My Huang family and Xiaojing's Yan family actually had a marriage contract that had been passed down for generations. However, the Yan family looked down on my Huang family. Did you know, bro? The Yan family now has an imprinter, and they're a genuine imprinter family. If my Huang family was still an imprinter family, then this marriage contract would still be valid, but now. Sigh, talking about it makes me cry. The most infuriating thing is that the Autumnfrost family interfered. Autumnfrost Qing, that shameless bastard, actually chased after Xiaojing, and the Yan family couldn't wait to climb up to the Autumnfrost family. The Autumnfrost family is one of the strongest families in the entire Bloodburn realm, and they have a world imprinter in their family. That's a world imprinter we're talking about. Even when my Huang family was at its peak, we couldn't compare to them. But I won't give up. I'm determined to marry Xiaojing. That's my lifelong dream. The fatty spoke for more than an hour, and Luin listened to him. He didn't know anything about imprinters or world imprinters, but that didn't matter. As long as he interacted with the fatty for a long time, this guy would definitely spill everything out like candy. Bro, it's been hard on me. When I was 3 years old, I saw a woman's skirt being blown up by the wind, and I went up to help her pull it down. I don't know which bastard pushed me, but I directly dove into her skirt. I was only 3 years old at the time, and the woman was in her 40s or 50s. How could I have taken a liking to her? I was called a pervert, and from then on, I became famous. People called me the Little Prince of Dove Skirts, and even now, legends about me are spreading around the city. When I was 4 years old, I used my pocket money to buy a book about the divine art of Genesis. The secret manual stated that it required a virgin boy's urine to cultivate. I decided to show my filial piety to my father, so I personally gave him a cup of virgin boy's urine. After that, my father hung me up and beat me for 3 days. When I was 5 years old, I fell in love with a very pretty girl of the same age. I mustered up the courage to confess, and I succeeded. I was so excited at the time, and I still remember it to this day. But that bastard turned out to be a boy. Isn't it a lie for a boy to be so pretty? Even now, that guy still pesters me and insists that I have to take responsibility. When I was 6 years old. Luin looked at the fatty strangely. Was this guy making up stories or telling the truth? If it was true, then his experiences were legendary, and it was already pretty good that he was still alive. 7th bro, it's not easy for this fatty to survive. Take him along, the monkey sighed. The monkey pitted the fatty. There was a whoosh as a first divine gate guardian charged out from the forest and slapped the fatty. The fatty was stunned, as the guardian had been hiding too close to him, and it was also very fast. The fatty could tell at a glance that the guardian was not the agile type. Fortunately, Luin was right next to the fatty, and he reached out to pull the fatty over. He then kicked the first divine gate guardian 5 meters away, which shocked the fatty. When Luin had saved him earlier, the fatty had been too scared to notice what had happened. Now that he saw it clearly, he said, "Bro, you used your foot to kick it. That's really powerful." The first divine gate guardian charged forward again, but Luin dodged to the side to avoid its attack. He then pressed down on the first divine gate guardian's head with a single palm. There was a thump, and the first divine gate guardian's head was sent flying. From start to finish, it had not even taken more than 10 seconds. The fatty's mouth fell open, and he stared at Luin in a daze. "Bro, you're definitely not some nobody. That's a guardian from the 5th mainland's Daosaur sect's first divine gate. Even many elite disciples from large families are no match for it in a one-on-one fight, but you killed it in just a few seconds without using an imprint or any battle techniques." The 5th mainland? Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he continued to walk forward in silence. The fatty licked his lips and followed him with a smile. "Bro, you must have made preparations before coming to the Daosaur sect. Where are you going?" "Oh, I forgot, you can't speak or hear. How about this, fat bro will follow you. Bro, you're such a nice person, so you won't mind, right? Up ahead, another First Divine Gate Guardian was wandering around. Luwing paused and looked at the fatty. The fatty blinked. Bro, what's the meaning of this? Luwing looked at the First Divine Gate Guardian, and then back at the fatty. He just stood there. The fatty's face turned bitter. Bro, you're not planning on letting me go, are you? Luwing walked to the side of the path and leaned against a tree. He just watched the fatty. The fatty had said so many strange things along the way, and Luwing did not understand them. However, since they were related to battle, Luwing wanted to see how the fatty fought. I understand. Bro, you want to see if I'm qualified to follow you? Fine, fat bro will go all out. The fatty gritted his teeth and slowly approached the First Divine Gate Guardian. The First Divine Gate Guardian quickly discovered the fatty, and it suddenly charged over, causing the ground to tremble. The fatty's face paled as he watched the First Divine Gate Guardian approach. His eyes widened as a blurry phantom appeared behind him. As the phantom appeared, the fatty's aura changed, and an indescribable deterrent force appeared. Myriad Elephant Fist, the fatty shouted as he punched out. A strange energy coiled around his arm, and the roar of 100 beasts could be heard as he collided with the First Divine Gate Guardian's fist. Bang! Shockwaves shot out in all directions, crushing the trees on the side of the path. The First Divine Gate Guardian was actually forced back a dozen steps by the fatty's punch. The fatty took the opportunity to attack again, and the phantom behind him became even more blurry. Myriad Elephant Fist. The fatty roared again, and his face turned red. He viciously punched the First Divine Gate Guardian's head, sending it flying. The fatty's body slammed into the First Divine Gate Guardian's body, and both of them fell to the ground. At the same time, the phantom behind him dissipated. Luwing watched this scene in shock. What had just happened? He could see through the fatty's strength, but when that phantom had appeared, the fatty's strength had increased significantly. His strength had also increased significantly in an instant, as if he had become a completely different person. With the fatty's strength, it should have been impossible for him to cripple a First Divine Gate Guardian with a single punch, but he had done so. Could it be that the phantom behind him was the imprint that Luwing had just mentioned? Luwing slowly walked over and looked down at the fatty. The fatty grimaced and smiled bitterly. Bro, I've already done my best and defeated a First Divine Gate Guardian. Can I follow you? Luwing stretched out a hand, and the fatty took it. Luwing pulled him up and rubbed his fists. The fatty's fists were now red and swollen. It seemed that those 2 punches had taken quite a toll on him. Luwing was very curious about this place, and he felt as if he had stumbled upon a new path of cultivation. Luwing felt as if he had discovered a new path of cultivation. The fatty's explosive power could only deal with one First Divine Gate Guardian. Luwing led the fatty up the mountain, and Luwing was the one who dealt with almost all of the First Divine Gate Guardians that they encountered. The fatty was very curious about Luwing. Someone who could easily defeat a First Divine Gate Guardian without using an imprint, battle techniques, or even an innate gift had to have a terrifying physical body. After walking for a long time, the sky had already darkened. Luwing sat on a tree and looked up at the sky. He had not expected the night sky to be so beautiful here. Bro, how many days can your futon last you here? The fatty suddenly asked. He then became annoyed. I forgot. You're deaf and mute. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Futon? It should be that praying mat. How many days can it last me? That meant that there was a time limit, and everyone's time was different. Luwing thought about it and decided to take out his futon to see what the fatty would say. But the next moment, his expression changed. He couldn't open his cosmic ring. What the hell? Why can't I open my cosmic ring? Luwing tried a few times, but it was the same. He suddenly recalled a detail. The fatty was weaker than him, but he was still considered an elite genius. It was impossible for him to not have medicine, but his fist was still swollen. Could it be that he couldn't open his cosmic ring? Luwing lay down and recalled the fatty's words from the day before. First, this place was called the Daosor sect, and this was a place where the Daosor sect tested their disciples. It was called the First Divine Gate. The fatty's cultivation method was very strange, and he seemed to have been blessed by something. The fatty's cultivation method seemed to be a symbol, or rather, a synonym for a powerhouse. The fatty had said that he was an explorer, which proved that this place was connected to the universe. If this place was connected to the universe, then it had a different cultivation system. Could it be that he had come to a distant weave in the outerverse? No, this cultivation system was very powerful, and the fatty's power level had increased by so much. It couldn't be the outerverse, so could it be a flow zone in the innerverse? Luin guessed. Bro, why do you think Xiaojing won't accept me? Is it because I'm not handsome enough? Actually, I was very handsome when I was young. Back when I was 10. Luin looked at the fatty with admiration. This guy had such a narcissistic and miserable childhood. No, it was a miserable life, but he was still alive and was quite optimistic. This kind of person would be a waste of his fat if he died. Let me tell you a secret that even Xiaojing doesn't know about. I told everyone that I fused with a black ox bloodline, and that's what the Huang family publicized as well. Actually, the bloodline that I fused with is the pom-pom pig. The fatty's expression turned ugly. Back when I fused with a bloodline, Luin did not know much about bloodlines, but the Astral Combat Academy had a method to increase one's strength. The Tao of Seed in the trial zones contained some bloodlines, and Luin had used it during the Astral Combat Tournament, so it should be similar. He stared at the fatty in shock. Pom-pom pig? Pig's bloodline? This is really weird. So what fatty said about his miserable life is true. When he thought of this, Luin subconsciously wanted to distance himself from the fatty. He wouldn't bring bad luck to himself, would he? Actually, the pom-pom pig doesn't sound good, but its potential is not bad. Rumor has it that there's an astral beast called the Sky-Eater pig that's extremely powerful. If you can obtain the Sky-Eater pig's bloodline, you can evolve the pom-pom pig's bloodline and become one of the unparalleled bloodlines. This is my ambition. I believe that life is not only about the misery in front of you, but also about the future. You have dreams. The fatty could not stop talking once he started, and he started imagining all sorts of life's maxims. Luin wanted to vomit, but he jumped down from the tree and walked up the path. Hey, bro, why are you leaving? Wait for me, wait for me. The fatty hurriedly followed. After a day and night of traveling, they finally reached the center of the path that led to the first divine gate according to the fatty's instructions. This path was very long, and there were many first divine gate guardians along the way. Luin did not know how the Daosource sect had managed to recruit disciples. Even with its current strength, only the top 50 of the top 100 rankings could safely pass through this path. This was after the Daosource sect had been destroyed, and most of the first divine gate guardians had been wiped out. If the Daosource sect had been at its peak, perhaps only the top 30 of the top 100 rankings would have been able to pass through this path. Was this region really that powerful? For a sect to only recruit the top 30 of the top 100 rankings was a little exaggerated. Bro. The budding terrace is just ahead. As long as we enter it, we'll be able to find all sorts of good things without any danger. Rumor has it that the budding terrace not only has battle techniques, bloodlines, natural treasures, power vessels, and even secret techniques, the fatty said excitedly. Luin's eyes flashed. Secret techniques? No way. That can't be, right? There's even a secret technique? But based on how strict this first divine gates tests are, perhaps there really is a secret technique. In any case, I can't figure out how your human domain could have such a powerful sect. Fortunately, it was destroyed. You should know that the tests a new disciple has to go through are directly proportional to the sect's strength. Based on how strict the tests are, this sect must have had a terrifying powerhouse with a power level of over 1 million when it was at its peak. When he heard that there was a secret technique up ahead, Luin sped up. A few thousand meters in front of the two, a group of young men and women were surrounded by dozens of first divine gate guardians. They could neither leave nor retreat, and they were in the same situation as the fatty. Fortunately, the path was narrow, and there were layers upon layers of first divine gate guardians surrounding them. Otherwise, if all of them had rushed forward, these youths would have been finished long ago. Brother Lian, take over from Brother Qiu. Block the two first divine gate guardians on the right. Sister Kuei, retreat immediately. Don't use your imprint. Conserve your strength. Xiaozhong, take over Sister Kuei's position. A clear voice rang out continuously as she commanded the group. The voice came from a beautiful woman in the crowd. She had a delicate and dignified appearance, and although she was not particularly beautiful, she had a unique temperament. Even when faced with dozens of First Divine Gate Guardians, she remained calm and composed. The group of youths who were being surrounded listened to her commands, and they actually managed to withstand the attacks of the First Divine Gate Guardians. They even gradually calmed down. Although they had temporarily blocked the First Divine Gate Guardians, they would not be able to hold on for long. The woman constantly scanned her surroundings as she tried to think of a way to break out of the encirclement. They could either go up or down, but they could not die here. Suddenly, the woman saw two figures rapidly approaching, and her eyes lit up. She was about to call for help, but when she saw who it was, her heart sank, and she unconsciously frowned. Sister Kuei, it's Fatty, someone exclaimed. The others took the time to look down, and they all saw Fatty and Luin. What's this damn Fatty doing here? Don't mess up our formation. We don't want to be killed by this Fatty, someone else spoke up. It was a woman, and it was obvious that she looked down on the Fatty. A few others agreed, but their words were meant for the woman's ears. They were afraid that she would mess up their formation in order to save the Fatty. Luin and the Fatty walked all the way to the center of the path. He had already seen the group of youths being surrounded by his domain, but he did not say anything. This group of youths was not weak, and there were also fluctuations of a domain among them. It was obvious that some of them had comprehended a domain. Bro, it's Xiaojing. It's Xiaojing, the Fatty shouted excitedly when he saw the group of youths being surrounded. His gaze was fixed on the indifferent woman in the middle. Luin looked over. Was that the Yan Xiaojing that the Fatty had been thinking about day and night? His eyes were pretty good. Bro, Xiaojing is in danger. Let's go help them, the Fatty pleaded as he looked at Luin. Luin remained calm, and he did not say anything. The Fatty grew anxious, as he had forgotten that Luin was deaf and mute. He continuously pointed at the group of youths and gestured for them to help. In front of him, the group of youths who were being surrounded grew anxious. What's that damn Fatty doing? He can't be trying to save us, right? Don't do that. Not only is that damn Fatty useless, but he'll also mess up our formation. Sister Jing, hurry up and warn that damn Fatty to get lost. Yan Xiaojing was not looking at the Fatty, but rather at Luin, who was standing beside him. She understood the Fatty very well, and she knew that he would not be able to save them. That hand gesture was clearly meant for someone else to see. Did he not hear it? But what was up with that domain just now? Yan Xiaojing's intuition told her that this person was not simple. Under the effects of her domain, this person gave her an indescribable feeling, as if he was unfathomable. When the Fatty saw that Luin still did not respond, he grew anxious and stomped his foot. Damn. He then charged towards Yan Xiaojing and the others. Those who were being surrounded grew anxious. Damn Fatty, don't come over. Damn Fatty, get lost. Don't get us in trouble. Do you want to die, Fatty? The Fatty completely ignored the group, and his eyes were fixed on Yan Xiaojing. A hazy phantom appeared behind him, and he punched out at one of the First Divine Gate Guardians. Perhaps it was the power of love or something else, but the Fatty's punch directly crippled one of the Guardians. However, he was also crippled, and his fist was swollen red. His attack immediately attracted the attention of several Guardians, and they immediately attacked him. In the crowd, Yan Xiaojing frowned. There were dozens of First Divine Gate Guardians, and defeating just one was pointless. She could choose not to save the Fatty, as this was what the others hoped for, but she could not do so. The Fatty had come here to save her. Helpless, Yan Xiaojing attacked. Her fair palm passed through the crowd and landed on one of the Guardians that was attacking the Fatty. There was a muffled sound, and the Guardian seemed to have been hit by a chain attack. It retreated several steps before being pushed back more than 10 meters by a shockwave. Lu Yan's eyes lit up. What an exquisite palm technique. She had split one palm into three, and most importantly, she had concealed the power of the second and third palm, which was different from the shockwave palm and the overlaying stacks technique. If not for his domain, he might not have been able to detect it. Furthermore, this girl had just avoided the first divine gate guardians, which meant that she had definitely comprehended a domain. She was much stronger than the fatty. Yan Xiaojing pushed back the first divine gate guardians that were attacking the fatty, and then she grabbed him and pulled him into the crowd. "Damn fatty, why don't you just die?" a girl cursed. The others had ugly expressions as well. Yan Xiaojing could not casually attack, as she still had to rely on her to save people at critical moments. Now that she had exhausted her strength and star energy to save the fatty, she might save one less person in the future. No one wanted that person to be them, and they all began to hate the fatty. The fatty grinned foolishly at Yan Xiaojing. Yan Xiaojing panted and glanced at the fatty. "What's that person's background?" The fatty clenched his fist and looked past the first divine gate guardians to see Luin, who was still standing quietly in the distance. "I don't know. I met him along the way, but he was deaf and mute." "Deaf and mute?" Yan Xiaojing's eyes flashed, but she did not think too much about it. This path was not limited to only those from the Bloodburn realm, anyone from the entire Sixth Mainland who had a futon could enter. This person might not be from the Bloodburn realm, and he might not even be a disciple of the Blood Progenitor. After watching for a while, Luin still did not move. The people who were being surrounded had long since noticed him, and they rejoiced when they saw that he had not moved. They had been afraid that he would need Yan Xiaojing's help just like the fatty, which would be troublesome. With a bang, one of the first divine gate guardians was shattered and completely crippled. Another took its place, and the group gradually lost their stamina. If they did not break out of the encirclement soon, they would be surrounded and killed sooner or later. "Brother Lian, you rest. I'll do it." Yan Xiaojing stepped forward, and a phantom appeared behind her that looked exactly like the fatty. Or rather, it should be said that all of the phantoms that appeared behind this group were the same. The only difference was that some were blurry, while others were clear. The phantom behind Yan Xiaojing was the clearest, and Luin could even make out its facial features. What was the meaning of this? Why was there a phantom behind them, and why was it even able to buff them? Was this the imprint that the fatty had mentioned? With the phantom's strength, Yan Xiaojing defeated one of the first divine gate guardians with a single palm strike. This attack was completely different from when she had saved the fatty. However, summoning this phantom consumed a lot of energy, and after defeating 3 of them, the phantom blurred and gradually disappeared. Luin saw the fatty's pleading eyes, and his gaze turned cold. There was no need to wait any longer, as everyone had seen everything. He leaped forward and appeared behind one of the first divine gate guardians. He struck out with a 100-fold shockwave palm, and the guardian's head flew off with a bang. Following that, Luin continuously used a 100-fold shockwave palm. To his physical body, the 100-fold shockwave palm was not burdensome at all. If he could transfer 3 grains of Fate's An, he could even use an even more powerful shockwave palm. However, against these first divine gate guardians, a 100-fold shockwave palm was enough. Luin destroyed 7 or 8 first divine gate guardians with a single attack, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Even Yan Xiaojing was shocked. She had used all of her strength, including her imprint and battle techniques, but she had only been able to destroy 3 of them. This person was actually able to do so with just his physical strength alone. He was definitely not a disciple of the Blood Progenitor, as only a disciple of the Martial Progenitor could accomplish such a feat with a bang. Luin destroyed another first divine gate guardian and then pulled the fatty away. The rest of the group was stunned for a moment, but they quickly followed after him. Xiaojing, Xiaojing, come with me, the fatty." Half of the dozens of first divine gate guardians, and Luin Xiaojing, and the rest. After running for a while, the group finally managed to shake off the pursuit of the first divine gate guardians. They sat on the small path, panting heavily. The fatty thanked Luin and then hurried over to Yan Xiaojing's side to fawn over her. The others were quite displeased by this, but they did not dare to ridicule the fatty due to Lu Yin's presence. They were all shocked by Luin from the bottom of their hearts, and they all guessed that this person was a martial ancestor. Only a group of martial madmen would temper their bodies to such an extent. Yan Xiaojing pushed the fatty aside and walked over to Luin. She smiled. I'm Yan Xiaojing from the Bloodburn Realm's Yan family. Luin looked at her without any reaction. Fatty hurriedly came up to her and smiled. Xiaojing, I've told you before. My brother is deaf and mute. He can't hear or speak. Yan Xiaojing looked into his eyes for a while before nodding. She made a gesture of thanks and left. Luin looked at Yan Xiaojing's back. Her temperament wasn't bad, and she had a great figure. No wonder the fatty was so obsessed with her. Bro, you can't bully your friend's wife. The fatty suddenly stood in front of Luin, speaking very seriously. Luin was speechless, and he turned to look in another direction. It was a common problem for men to assume that all the men in the universe would like the woman that they liked. Luin had also been worried that everyone would like Ming Yan, so he could understand that. Seventh bro, that damn fatty doesn't have any self-awareness at all. That woman doesn't look like she's easy to deal with, so why would she like him? What a joke. The monkey sneered. Luin thought the same as well. Xiaojing, why didn't you wait for fat bro? I almost didn't catch up with you. The fatty pestered Yan Xiaojing as he complained about his longing for her. Yan Xiaojing was helpless. You should go back. The Daosor sect is filled with danger, and it's easy to die. Fat bro isn't afraid. Wherever Xiaojing goes, fat bro will go, the fatty declared. Yan Xiaojing didn't know what to say, as she was also very helpless when it came to this fatty. If he had been an ordinary suitor, then she would have just chased him away. However, this fatty's Huang family and the Yan family had a marriage contract that had been set in their generation. She was indeed the fatty's fiancée. Fatty, you should give up. Sister Jing likes Brother Autumnfrost, and Brother Autumnfrost likes Sister Jing as well. They're in love with each other, and you can't get in between them, a woman mocked. It was Sister Kuei. The fatty retorted, don't think that fat bro doesn't know that you like Autumnfrost Jing as well. Won't you have a chance if fat bro marries Xiaojing? You're not helping fat bro, yet you're trying to undermine me. Idiot. Sister Kuei was about to retort, but she forcefully held herself back, as she felt that the fatty was right. Another man grew anxious, as he liked Sister Kuei. Don't spout nonsense, fatty. Sister Jing and Brother Autumnfrost are a match made in heaven. If they work together, they'll be the strongest family in the Bloodburn realm. Why are you so anxious? Relax, Autumnfrost Jing won't like a woman like Sister Kuei. You still have a chance, so don't get agitated. The fatty waved a hand. The man heaved a sigh of relief, but he quickly reacted and glared at the fatty. Damn fatty, what did you say? How dare you insult Sister Kuei? Sister Kuei was furious as well. Damn fatty, say that again. The fatty rolled his eyes. Luin was amused, as this fatty's words were quite interesting. Yan Xiaojing grew impatient. Alright, stop talking so much. Don't attract the attention of the first Divine Gate Guardians. She then glared at the fatty, indicating for him to stay away from her. However, she had clearly underestimated the fatty's thick skin. Wherever she went, the fatty would follow. Luin recalled what the fatty had said to him along the way, pester her until she gives up resisting. It had to be said that the fatty's willpower was very firm, and he had a unique talent in this area. After resting for a while, everyone recovered their star energy. Yan Xiaojing glanced at Luin and then said to everyone, let's continue on our way. We've already passed through half of First Divine Gate. As long as we pass through it, we'll reach the Budding Terrace. I'm sure everyone has heard of the legends of the Budding Terrace. Battle techniques, cultivation techniques, power vessels, bloodlines, and even secret techniques can be obtained there. Yan Xiaojing's words made everyone excited, and some of them even began to breathe rapidly. To them, the most important things were bloodlines and secret techniques, especially secret techniques. Even a cosmic imprinter's family might not have them. Any secret technique was born from the heavens and earth, and it had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. As long as they could obtain a secret technique, they would be able to surpass everyone else and stand at a position that countless people could only look up to. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. This place was similar to his own universe in many ways, such as the different realms, the absorption of star energy, battle techniques, and cultivation techniques. In that case, secret techniques should be the same as well. Why would a sect place a secret technique on the so-called budding terrace? Were there too many secret techniques? The monkey couldn't believe it either. It should be fake and used to trick the new disciples. How could anyone place a secret technique in a place that so many people can reach without any danger? What a joke. Do they really think that secret techniques are easy to obtain? Luin agreed. Although he hadn't been cultivating for long, he had come into contact with many people and things that ordinary cultivators couldn't compare to. Up until now, he had only seen the Yu and Yo secret arts. Even geniuses like Lu Xiaoqiu, Mu Rong, Ling Ke, and Cursewind didn't have any secret techniques, so it wasn't easy to obtain one. Yan Xiaojing only said a few words of encouragement before leading the group down the path. The fatty followed behind her attentively, almost drooling, which annoyed quite a few people. Luin walked at the very back, and no one tried to communicate with him. Everyone knew that he was deaf and mute. Soon, the sky darkened once more. They estimated that this path would take them 2 days and 2 nights to complete, and they were already halfway there. The group rested for a while before continuing onward. The fatty would occasionally come over to Lu Yin's side and smile before going back to pester Yan Xiaojing. They kept walking back and forth, and it didn't seem like they were tired at all. Damn fatty, you're annoying us by running back and forth. Don't attract the attention of the first divine gate guardians. Sister Kuei shouted angrily. The fatty rolled his eyes. You should learn from Fat Bro, run more and make your legs thinner. Maybe Autumn Frost Qing will accept you on account of your long legs. Of course, you definitely can't compare to our Xiaojing. Sister Kuei was furious. Suddenly, Lu Yin's expression changed, and he looked behind him. Someone was approaching. Not long after, Yan Xiaojing sensed it with her domain, and she looked behind her with a solemn expression. A figure was rapidly approaching. Very quickly, even those without domains could sense the star energy fluctuations coming from behind them. Everyone turned to look and saw a man dressed in gray cotton clothes and metal shoes rushing towards them at high speed. He quickly passed by the crowd and headed for higher ground without even looking at them. It's an expert from the progenitor of combat territory, someone said solemnly, even glancing at Luin. Yan Xiaojing also glanced at Luin. Let's continue. Luin stared at the man's back, and shock flashed through his eyes. When that person had brushed past him, a strong gust of wind had swept past him, and Luin had felt an extremely powerful strength. That was pure physical strength, and it wasn't any weaker than Lu Yin's normal state. He hadn't expected that a random person would have such strength, and he wasn't that old either. What kind of place was this? Could this be the Neoverse? Luin guessed. The group didn't say anything else and continued forward. It wasn't long before they discovered the shattered first divine gate guardians. It should be that person's handiwork. These lunatics from the progenitor of combat territory are all perverts, someone muttered. He was immediately nudged by someone beside him, and his heart skipped a beat. He glanced at Luin and relaxed when he saw no reaction from him. Not necessarily. Many people from the progenitor of blood territory have fused with bloodlines that can increase their physical strength, and they're not any weaker than those lunatics. For example, Fatty's black ox can take a beating, Sister Kuei teased. That's right. Fatty can take a beating, someone else agreed. Fatty rolled his eyes. Being able to take a beating was an advantage, otherwise, he would have died long ago. What Luin wanted to know the most was how these people divided their territories. The progenitor of blood territory and the progenitor of combat territory were completely different from the universe's weaves and flow zones. The sky was about to brighten, and they weren't far from the end of the path. Suddenly, Lu Yin's expression changed. Within his domain, he could sense quite a few first divine gate guardians rushing in their direction. In front of them was a very fast man, even faster than the gray-robed man from before. More importantly, this person was on all fours, making him look like a mouse. Lu Yin's domain did not extend too far, so Yan Xiaojing saw him not long after Luin saw him as well. Her expression changed. Hide. Everyone immediately scattered into the trees and looked into the distance. Not long after, the person on all fours approached them. Behind him were dozens of first divine gate guardians that shook the earth. The person arrived at the group's previous location and laughed sinisterly. He suddenly charged into the forest, where Sister Kuei and a few others were still perched. The first divine gate guardians charged into the forest and flattened the trees. Sister Kuei and the others were naturally discovered, and they were attacked by the guardians. Haha, take care. Everyone. Enjoy the gifts that I've prepared for you. The person laughed as he fled even faster than when he had arrived. Yan Xiaojing's expression turned ugly. It's him. He's from a family that my Yan family exterminated. Is he from the family with the devourer rat bloodline? The fatty was shocked. Yan Xiaojing nodded. This person must have known of our existence and deliberately lured the first divine gate guardians here. Everyone, listen to my commands. The number of first divine gate guardians that had appeared this time was nearly twice as many as the ones that had surrounded them before. Even with Lu Yin's presence, no one dared to claim that they would be able to escape unscathed. Some of them had already been beaten to the point of spitting blood and had almost died. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. If not for the fact that he did not want to reveal too much, he would have chased after that person and killed him. But it did not matter, as the lives of these people had nothing to do with him. At most, he would save the fatty and Yan Xiaojing. These first divine gate guardians posed no threat to him. Yan Xiaojing commanded everyone to work together to resist the first divine gate guardians' attacks. Fortunately, the path was not wide, and the first divine gate guardians' attacks were limited. No matter how many of them there were, they could not swarm them all at once. In addition, Lu Yin was constantly eliminating the first divine gate guardians from the outside. Half an hour later, a gap had been created in the encirclement, and the group escaped through it. 3 people had died in this battle, and everyone's hearts were heavy. Yan Xiaojing clenched her fists. I promise that I will find that rat and avenge everyone. The fatty had been injured, but it was not serious. If not for Lu Yin's intervention, he would have died. He was grateful to Lu Yin from the bottom of his heart, and he continued to nag incessantly. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the group, and he could see the resentment in their eyes. Someone blamed him for not using his full strength, as his imprint had not appeared. Lu Yin did not explain himself, and he pretended to be deaf and mute. Fatty anxiously jumped up to argue with that person, but in the end, Yan Xiaojing suppressed him. That person isn't related to us in any way. He's not even a friend. The fact that he stayed behind to help us is already extremely benevolent. We can't expect others to risk their lives for us. Don't worry, it won't be long before we meet up with Big Brother Autumnfrost. No one said anything else. A bunch of ingrates, Fatty mocked. You should shut up as well. Yan Xiaojing glared at the fatty and then at Lu Yin, but she didn't say anything else. Of course, she was resentful as well, but as she had said, there was no need for Lu Yin to risk his life for them. Lu Yin didn't care about what these people thought at all as he continued to look around. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to hear more useful information, he would have left long ago. These people were of little value to him. But then again, these people were blaming him for not using the imprint. Could it be that in their eyes, cultivators must have imprints? Where did their imprints come from? Imprinter family. Imprinter was a synonym for a powerhouse of a certain level. Then, what did it have to do with imprinting? This was getting more and more interesting, and Lu Yin grew excited. That person from before seemed to have attracted all the remaining first divine gate guardians, and they did not encounter many of them along the way. Even if they did encounter 1 or 2, they safely reached the end of the first divine gate. It was also a giant door that led them to a pillar of light that would teleport them to the budding terrace. We passed the Daosaur Sect's entrance exam just like that. It's like a dream, the fatty sighed. Someone immediately mocked him. The 5th mainland's Daosaur sect was destroyed. Do you think it was that easy? Our continent's Daosaur sect's entrance exam is very abnormal. Of course, with your strength, you won't even be able to reach the entrance. The fatty did not retort. He had told Lu Yin before that the exam's difficulty had been greatly reduced. Lu Yin had not taken it to heart, but his expression changed when he heard this. The current difficulty was only after the Daosaur's sect had been destroyed? Then how difficult had it been when it had been at its peak? The fifth mainland's Dowsource sect had been destroyed, and that person had mentioned their continent's Dowsource sect. Could there be more than one Dowsource sect? What about the fifth mainland? There was too much information that Luing wanted to know. After passing through the entrance, Yan Xiaojing and the others felt much more relaxed. The fatty's expression turned ugly, but he did not bother Yan Xiaojing. Instead, he walked over to Lu Yin's side and muttered something to him. Luing was not unfamiliar with this beam of light, as he had come across it during Astral 10's entrance exam. He stepped inside, and the scene in front of him quickly changed. When he opened his eyes again, he no longer saw the entrance, but rather a completely different scene. The sky was still the same, but the clouds were much closer, and the air was much thinner. Luing looked around and saw that the ground was still cracked, and the ground was soaked with blood that had long since turned black. There were also many strange scars that had definitely been left behind by battles. Many strange plants grew out of the cracks in the ground, and the air was filled with a floral fragrance that gave off a very peaceful feeling. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy once more, but he still could not see any rune lines. After walking out of the beam of light, the peaceful feeling became even stronger. So this is the fifth mainland's Dowsource sect's budding terrace. I wonder if it's the same as our sixth mainland's Dowsource sect's budding terrace. Nonsense, of course it's different. This place has been destroyed, and our sixth mainland's Dowsource sect was in its golden age. The three progenitors appeared at the same time, and the budding terrace was much more prosperous than this place. It's a pity that we can't pass the entrance exam. Only people at Brother Autumnfrost's level of strength can enter the Dowsource sect to cultivate, and they might even be able to meet the three progenitors. Luing quietly listened to these people's conversations, and his eyes flickered. More and more information about the fifth mainland and the sixth mainland had appeared. Autumnfrost Qing. These idiots only think about Autumnfrost Qing all the time. Why don't they consider that no matter how powerful that guy becomes, it has nothing to do with them, the fatty muttered to Luing with an unhappy expression. Luing glanced at him and then looked at Yan Xiaojing. Yan Xiaojing was currently looking into the distance. She looked to the west and then to the east. Everyone, follow me. I know where Brother Autumnfrost is. That's great. We can finally meet up with Brother Autumnfrost. Everyone was excited. Luing was curious, as he had heard Autumnfrost Qing's name countless times along the way. These people seemed to worship that person, not only because of his family background, but also because the fatty hated that person because that person was pursuing Yan Xiaojing. However, no matter what unpleasant things they said, they did not deny that person's strength. It seemed like that person was very strong, and he might even be strong enough to represent this region's highest level. Why is that deaf-mute still following us? Someone asked. He no longer looked at Luing as cautiously as before. Sister Kuei sneered, I think that he can hear us and knows that we're going to meet up with Brother Autumnfrost. He's purposely following us so that he can obtain Brother Autumnfrost's protection. That's right. Brother Autumnfrost is one of the top powerhouses of our Bloodburn Realm's younger generation, and he's only second to DFA. With Brother Autumnfrost's protection, we might be able to obtain some opportunities. The fatty could not hold back any longer. You bunch of snobs are looking down on us. Brother Deafmute isn't weak, and he doesn't need Autumnfrost Qing's protection. It's just that he doesn't know the way. Pfft. The crowd sneered, and Yan Xiaojing growled, stop arguing. The budding terrace itself isn't dangerous, but we still have to guard against sneak attacks from others. Our Bloodburn realm has never stopped fighting against the Blood Homage realm over the past few years, so it's best to be careful. The crowd fell silent. Luing looked around with a curious gaze. This budding terrace seemed to be very large, but it was a pity that it was in tatters. He could not see much of the ground that was intact, which meant that the battle that had destroyed this sect must have been very bitter. Not long after, Lu Yin's domain suddenly felt a burst of palpitations. There was a powerhouse nearby, and he hurriedly retracted his domain with a solemn expression. In the distance, at the very end of Lu Yin's domain, a youth suddenly opened his eyes and looked in Lu Yin's direction. There was a puzzled look in his eyes, as he had just felt that he had been spied on. This feeling was a domain, and although he had not comprehended it, he was still very sensitive to it. However, this domain had given him a strange feeling, and it had even caused his heart to palpitate. His many years of battle experience had taught him to trust his instincts, and there should not be many youths in the Sixth Mainland who could cause his heart to palpitate. Who could it be? He stood up and leapt in the direction of the domain that he had sensed. This was the Fifth Mainland's Dowsor sect, and there were dangers and opportunities everywhere. He would not allow such a person to be by his side, so he had to get to the bottom of this. Lu Yin and the rest were walking forward when someone suddenly cried out, "Brother Autumnfrost!" Everyone looked up and saw a youth appear. He saw the group and immediately descended. Yan Xiaojing and the rest excitedly rushed over, and the fatty's mouth twitched. "Brother Autumnfrost, are you here to look for us?" Sister Kuei asked excitedly. The youth was Autumnfrost Qing, and he had come to look for the domain powerhouse that he had sensed, but he had not expected to run into the group. "Yeah, you guys came later than expected, and I was afraid that something might have happened to you." He then looked at Yan Xiaojing. "Xiaojing, are you all right?" Yan Xiaojing smiled and shook her head. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Brother Autumnfrost." Autumnfrost Qing nodded, and his gaze swept across the group before finally stopping on the fatty. His lips curled up in an indescribable arc. "I didn't think that you would dare to come here, third fatty." The fatty's expression changed, and he forced a smile. "Let's take a look. Let's take a look." He had dared to curse Autumnfrost Qing in private, but he did not dare to face him in person. "What's wrong, fatty? Weren't you very arrogant on the way here? Are you scared after seeing Brother Autumnfrost?" someone mocked. Sister Kuei mocked, "Fatty, what do you plan to do next? Follow Brother Autumnfrost or Sister Jing? Hurry up and choose, or else no one will protect you." "Oh, right, I forgot. Sister Jing is definitely with Brother Autumnfrost, hee." The fatty's expression was extremely ugly, and he remained silent. Yan Xiaojing frowned and looked at the fatty. "Go back when your futon's time is up. You'll be able to answer to your family if you're able to make it this far. Stay at the budding terrace for a while, and you might be able to find some destiny." "Speaking of destiny, I think there might be a bloodline in the northeast," Autumnfrost Qing said. Everyone looked at him excitedly. "Really? Brother Autumnfrost, what bloodline is it?" Lu Yin looked at him curiously as well. "Bloodline? How was it preserved?" Autumnfrost Qing smiled. "This bloodline is very suitable for third fatty. It feels like the pom-pom pig bloodline, and it can help your bloodline evolve." Everyone was stunned and looked at Autumnfrost Qiu in confusion. The fatty's face went pale as he stared blankly at Autumnfrost Qiu. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Autumnfrost Qing slapped his forehead when he saw the confusion on everyone's faces. "I forgot that third fatty claimed to have the Black Ox bloodline. Sorry, fatty, but if it really is the pom-pom pig bloodline, then your luck will come. Don't give up on your strength for the sake of face. It's in the northwest, so go try your luck." "Ha ha ha, fatty, so you have the pom-pom pig bloodline." Sister Kuei laughed. Everyone else laughed as well, their eyes filled with mockery. Yan Xiaojing was shocked as well. She hadn't known that the fatty had the pom-pom pig bloodline and had always assumed that he had the Black Ox bloodline. There wasn't much of a difference between the two, but their reputations were different. The fatty lowered his head, his face pale as he clenched his fists. How did Autumnfrost Qing know that he had the pom-pom pig bloodline? It was over, and his image had been completely destroyed. Not only would Xiaojing change her opinion of him, but the entire Huang family would also lose face. What a despicable Autumnfrost Qing! Autumnfrost Qing sneered. A piece of trash wanted to compete with him for Yan Xiaojing? That was fine, as there would be a comparison. If the Huang family had still been an imprinter family, he would have been more apprehensive. However, the Huang family had already declined, and their futon had been exchanged for with their ancestors' contributions. This kind of trash would never rise again, so there was nothing wrong with trampling on them. Suddenly, Autumnfrost Qing stared at the crack in the ground in the distance. "Who's there?" he roared and charged over with extreme speed. Far away in the underground crevice, the hidden figure's pupils constricted. He got down on all fours and fled into the distance at an extremely fast speed. "Brother Autumnfrost, that's the person who harmed us at First Divine Gate." Yan Xiaojing recognized the person and shouted. Autumn Frost Qing's eyes flashed, and he stopped. He raised his right hand, and his fingers transformed into a claw. Heaven-rending claw. As he spoke, the space around his right hand began to distort. In the next instant, everyone saw a giant claw appear in the sky, grabbing at the figure. The figure cried out in shock, "Spare me!" With a bang, the claw fell to the ground, leaving a deep imprint on the ground. Beneath the imprint was a pool of blood. Lu Yin's expression changed. What a powerful attack. That person had clearly used his imprint and bloodline at the very last moment, but they had still been crushed by that claw. That claw had been extremely powerful, and it was comparable to a full-powered attack from a powerhouse who was around 40 on the top 100 rankings. Furthermore, that was just a casual attack from this person. This person's true strength might be comparable to Night King Gu's or even higher. The others hurriedly stepped forward and stared at the pool of blood with hatred. If it wasn't for him, Brother Lian and the others wouldn't have died, said Yan Xiaojing. Autumn Frost Qing said, this person's evil deeds have their retribution. The fatty trembled as he stared at the pool of blood. Fortunately, he had not been impulsive and had not said anything overboard to Autumn Frost Qing. Otherwise, this would have been his fate. Yan Xiaojing looked at the fatty and gave him a look that indicated for him to leave. Autumn Frost Qing saw this, and his face sank. Third fatty, if you want to follow us, then gather here in 3 days. For Xiaojing's sake, I can take you to the scripture pavilion to try your luck. However, it's very dangerous, and whether or not you can leave this place alive will depend on your luck. I can't protect you forever. Yan Xiaojing hurriedly said, Brother Autumn Frost, there's no need. Let him go back. All right, I'll come. Yan Xiaojing's pleading and gaze had provoked the fatty, and he immediately agreed. At the same time, he asked, can you bring this big brother of mine along? At this point, Autumn Frost Qing finally noticed Lu Yin. Lu Yin's performance was very ordinary, and under the concealment of his domain, his strength was not something that Autumn Frost Qing could detect. This is... Autumn Frost Qing was puzzled, and he suddenly recalled the domain expert from before. Yan Xiaojing hurriedly introduced him. This person is deaf and mute. We met him by chance along the way, and he helped Fatty and us. Brother Autumn Frost, don't bring him along. When we were surrounded by the first Divine Gate Guardians, that person didn't even use his imprint. If he had been willing to help, then Brother Lian and the others definitely wouldn't have died. Autumn Frost Qing's face sank, and he stared at Lu Yin. I don't care if you're really deaf and mute or not. I'm grateful that you helped Xiaojing and the others, but you also ignored the lives of our other brothers, so we'll call it even. You can come along, but I won't protect you. Yan Xiaojing looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin blinked, and a confused expression appeared on his face. This guy was very confident. The fatty tugged at Lu Yin and then said to Autumn Frost Qing, we'll meet here in 3 days. We'll be leaving first. Autumn Frost Qing waved a hand. Yan Xiaojing still wanted to say something, but the fatty didn't give her a chance to speak. He pulled Lu Yin away. He had just been humiliated, and the person he didn't want to face the most right now was Yan Xiaojing. Sometimes, people like the fatty who appeared to be carefree on the surface were more likely to have their self-esteem hurt. Bro, am I very laughable? My bloodline was exposed in front of everyone, the fatty said bitterly. Bloodlines guarantee the strength of our progenitor of Bloodline's realm, and a good bloodline can allow a person to be reborn. Autumn Frost Qing humiliated me in front of everyone, and everyone knows what kind of person he is. Xiaojing also knows that he's petty, suspicious, arrogant, and vengeful. However, because of his background and bloodline, no one cares about his character. The Autumn Frost family is one of the few world imprinter families in the progenitor of Bloodline's realm. Forefather Autumn Frost is a world imprinter, and Autumn Frost Qing is the first heir of the Autumn Frost family. His family background aside, he is fused with the Skypillar Overlord's bloodline, which is said to be one of the most invincible bloodlines in the progenitor of Bloodline's realm. It's only slightly inferior to DFA's Ghost Raccoon bloodline. The fatty looked at his hands. As for me, I have the Pom-Pom Pig bloodline. What a joke. Lu Yin listened quietly, but he didn't have the time to comfort the fatty. He was using his domain to observe the budding terrace. It was huge, and he couldn't see the end of it. The fatty spoke for several hours before stopping, and Luin sealed his ears when the fatty reached an hour. This damn fatty was too long-winded and full of remorse, which made Luin a little depressed. The monkey was very straightforward and asked Luin to block him. He would rather be blocked than listen to the fatty's nagging. The fatty suddenly let out a long howl. Much better, bro. You're still the best. You've vented all of my frustrations for so many years. Luin couldn't hear him as he was focused on observing his surroundings. There were no opportunities, but people would occasionally pass by. That fellow seemed to have been startled by something, and he cursed in their direction before leaving. Wait, that's not right. There are more and more people in that direction, and Luin looked into the distance. Not long after, a group of 5 or 6 people passed by. They looked at the fatty and Luin curiously, but they didn't say anything and just walked off in another direction. They're people who passed through the extreme celestial sect. The Daosor sect's 4 mountain gates are the first divine gate, the extreme celestial gate, the third azure gate, and the imperial gate. The extreme celestial gate is closer to the first divine gate, while the third azure gate and the imperial gate are further away. However, no matter how close they are, it still takes them a few days to get there. Luin hadn't expected that there would be 3 other gates similar to the first divine gate, and he guessed that each gate had a different test. There are many opportunities in the budding terrace, and many people stay there all year round in search of opportunities. It has to be said that some people have actually found one. I wonder if Fat Bro is lucky enough to do so. The fatty recovered and started calling himself Fat Bro again. A day later, the fatty and Luin still hadn't found anything. The fatty continuously cursed Autumn Frost Qing. There clearly weren't any bloodlines in the northwest, but Autumn Frost Qing had purposely brought up the topic of the pom-pom pig bloodline to humiliate him. Of course, the fatty already knew that there weren't any bloodlines, but he was still unwilling to accept it. If his bloodline could really evolve, then his power would definitely increase. Autumn Frost Qing's domain was constantly enveloping the area, and he saw no less than 10 people throughout the day. All of them were about as strong as Xianxia and Luin, but none of them could compare to Autumn Frost Qing. That person was indeed a top powerhouse of the younger generation in a certain region. It was impossible to find people who could rival the top 15 of the top 100 rankings everywhere. The outerverse 72 weaves, the innerverse 8 major flow zones, and countless smaller flow zones, including the Starfall Sea and the Cosmic Sea, were all incredibly talented. Even the Northline flow zone had only produced Northgate Lai, and he was ranked at the bottom of the list. Although this region was strange, it was impossible to produce too many powerhouses of this level. Right now, Luin wanted to know what that futon was for. Hey, bro, that person should be from the progenitor of War Realm, the fatty exclaimed. Luin looked over and saw a young man leisurely walking past. He glanced at Luin and the fatty, smiled, and then slowly walked away. Luin had noticed this person a long time ago. Because of this person, he had withdrawn his domain, and because of this person had discovered him. This person made Lu Yin's heart palpitate just as much as Autumn Frost Qing's, but Luin was more concerned about this person. This person had discovered that Lu Yin's domain belonged to him, but he hadn't paid it any mind. The aura of the people from the progenitor of War Realm is completely different from that of our progenitor of Blood Realm. I recognized him immediately. Bro, you're the same, but your aura is slightly weaker than his, the fatty said. Another day passed, and the fatty had already given up. He didn't plan on looking for any opportunities, so he brought Luin back. Although the scripture pavilion is dangerous, with that idiot Autumn Frost Qing in front of us, we won't be in too much danger. For the sake of his own reputation, he won't try to harm us. At most, he'll mock us a little. That's why, bro, we still have to follow him. Luin didn't plan on obtaining any opportunities at all. Over the past few days, he had learned that this Daosor sect had existed for countless years, and even if there were any opportunities, they would have already been taken by others. How could he possibly have a chance? This was especially true with this fatty's pitiful life. Even if there were any opportunities, they would have been taken away by him. If not for the fact that he couldn't find a more suitable candidate, Luin would have preferred to stay far away from this fatty. He had even been mocked for pretending to be deaf and mute. We're all humans, but why are our fates so different? The blood ancestor placed 3 bloodlines in his statue. If I could obtain one of them, I'd be able to overturn the heavens. Even if it was Autumn Frost Qing, I'd be able to suppress him with a flip of my palm. What a pity that all 3 bloodlines were taken by someone else. What a pity, muttered the fatty. Let's explore the scripture pavilion as soon as possible. There will be more and more people coming, and they're all preparing for the hunting competition. Even a freak like DFA might come to the Daosaur sect to try his luck. What do you think will happen if Autumn Frost Qing meets DFA? I'm really looking forward to it. I really hope DFA beats him up, Fatty began to fantasize. This wasn't the first time that Luin had heard of DFA's name. It seemed that this person was one of the top powerhouses of the Bloodburn realm's younger generation. He was an existence that truly stood at the peak, and Luin really hoped to meet him. When the two returned to their previous location, Sister Kuei and the others were already there. From their expressions, it was obvious that they hadn't found anything. Fatty, did you find the pom-pom pig bloodline? A man sneered. Fatty ignored him and looked around. When he realized that Yan Xiaojing wasn't around, his eyes dimmed. Oh, looks like our fat bro's bloodline has advanced. He doesn't care about us anymore, the man continued to mock. Luin was speechless. Did these people enjoy mocking others? It was a little annoying. Fatty stood to the side silently. That person mocked him a few times, but when he saw that the fatty didn't react, he became bored and stopped talking. Several hours later, Autumn Frost Qing returned with Yan Xiaojing. Fatty's expression changed when he saw them. Yan Xiaojing's attitude towards Autumn Frost Qing became more affectionate. The two of them stood much closer to each other, almost touching each other. Luin looked at the fatty sympathetically. This was a terrible feeling, and he hoped that this fatty would not take things too hard and rush up to get beaten up. Yan Xiaojing saw that fatty was also there, so she moved away from Autumn Frost Qing. Although she didn't care about fatty and didn't like him, they were still engaged in name. Autumn Frost Qing didn't mind. He knew that Yan Xiaojing would definitely be his. Although this woman wasn't devastatingly beautiful, she had a unique temperament. The Yan family had been developing well in recent years, and with his status, it was impossible for him to marry into a world imprinter's family. He could only choose an imprinter's family, and the Yan family was a pretty good choice. Autumn Frost Qing and Yan Xiaojing were not the only ones who returned. There was another person following behind them. It was a man in white. Lu Yin's eyes flashed when he saw the man. It was actually this man, the one who had discovered Lu Yin's domain. Let me introduce you all. This is young Master Bai from the War Martial Realm. He'll be exploring the scripture pavilion with us, Autumn Frost Qing said. Master Bai walked forward and greeted them with a smile. His eyes were soft, and his smile had an indescribable charm. He was born to be a leader. Sister Kuei and the others quickly greeted him. Sorry to disturb everyone. Thank you, Brother Autumn Frost, for accepting me. I can't thank you enough. Mr. Bai said to Autumn Frost Qing. Autumn Frost Qing smiled. Brother White is too polite. The War Martial Realm and the Bloodburn Realm are quite far apart, so we should be closer. Brother Autumn Frost is correct. The Bloodburn Realm's bloodline is famous throughout the continent, and Brother Autumn Frost's Sky Prodigious Overlord bloodline is even more famous. Even I, who was far away in the War Martial Realm, have heard of it. I've always wanted to broaden my horizons, but I never thought that my wish would come true. Thank you, Brother Autumn Frost, Mr. Bai smiled. Autumn Frost Qing laughed and chatted with Mr. Bai affectionately. Luin watched on with a strange expression. This Autumn Frost Qing probably did not understand Mr. Bai's strength, or else he would not have been able to laugh so easily. However, was this person's surname by a primeval surname? Or was it a coincidence? Isn't this kid from the progenitor of War Realm? Why is he here? The fatty had only just noticed Mr. Bai's presence, as he had been too focused on Yan Xiaojing. At that moment, Yan Xiaojing walked over and whispered to the fatty, "It's best to go back. The scripture pavilion is too dangerous, and even Brother Autumn Frost isn't completely confident. It's also said that there are people from the Fifth Mainland inside, and many experts have died there. The fatty looked at Yan Xiaojing with a fiery gaze. Xiaojing, are you worried about me? Luyin rolled his eyes. Yan Xiaojing helplessly replied, I'm doing this for your own good. You're the only son of the Huang family, and if you die, I don't know how to explain it to the Huang family. Hurry up and go back. I'm not going back. A man has to keep his word. If I say that I'll explore the scripture pavilion, then I'll definitely go, the fatty said resolutely. Yan Xiaojing sighed. Up to you. I've already spoken to Brother Autumnfrost, and if there's any danger, he'll do his best to save you. Don't court your own death. She then left. The saddest thing in life was being looked down upon by the person you liked. Seventh bro, this fatty is really pitiful. Help him out. I can't bear to watch this anymore, the monkey said. Occasionally, cracks would sweep across the sky. No one was fighting, but there was an indescribable power that tore apart the sky and earth. Before they had set off, Autumnfrost Qing had warned everyone that although the Daosaur sect's ancient battle had ended a long time ago, there would still be shockwaves from the battle. The safest places in the entire Daosaur sect were the 4 mountain gates and the budding terrace, and the other places were not safe. The scripture pavilion, which they were heading to, was an extremely dangerous place. The path from the budding terrace to the scripture pavilion was not easy to traverse, as many paths had been cut off, and in some places, even the void was unstable. They had just seen a person being torn to shreds by the unstable void, and his blood had spilled everywhere. Anyone who can obtain a futon and come to the Daosaur sect is not a simple cultivator. They either come from illustrious families, are innate geniuses, or have endless opportunities. They are all elites among elites, but there are still many who die here every year. Mr. Bai sighed, as he bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. Autumnfrost Qing replied, Brother Bai, you don't have to feel sorry for those people. The path of cultivation is fraught with danger, and if one is afraid of death, they will not be able to reach the peak. Mr. Bai smiled. That's right. Brother Autumnfrost's current status and strength are not solely based on his family background. I've heard that Brother Autumnfrost has ventured into the Daosaur sect several times, and he has even ventured out more than the Bloodburn Realm's Realmling, DFA, which is truly admirable. Autumnfrost Qing was pleased. You flatter me, Mr. Bai. How can I compare to a Realmling? Mr. Bai smiled and shook his head. The Realmling is not fixed. In my opinion, Brother Autumnfrost's ability will replace him sooner or later. Haha, Mr. Bai will definitely become the War Marshal Realm's Realmling in the future. Thank you for your care, Brother Autumnfrost. Ha ha ha. The fatty rolled his eyes. They're flattering each other. How disgusting. It was indeed quite disgusting, and even Luyin felt that way. It's a pity that DFA didn't hear this. Otherwise, he would definitely teach Autumnfrost Qing a lesson, the fatty muttered. Luyin looked at Autumnfrost Qing and Mr. Bai, who were chatting merrily in front of him, and his eyes flickered. DFA, Realmling. Could that be the title given to the strongest powerhouse in a certain region? That was very likely. Be careful. Suddenly, Autumnfrost Qing raised a hand, and a claw appeared in the air as he grabbed Sister Kuei, who was walking at the very back of the group. The void where Sister Kuei had just been was torn apart, and a dark crack appeared as the claw swept past her. Sister Kuei's face turned pale, as she had almost been torn apart. You must be careful. The power of the ancient battle has already shattered the Daosaur sect. Aside from the mountain gate and the budding terrace, there is no safe place, Autumnfrost Qing warned. Sister Kuei hurriedly expressed her gratitude, and she looked at Autumnfrost Qing with a fervent gaze. Brother Autumnfrost, what a powerful battle technique. That must be the Autumnfrost family's famous skysplitter claw. Amazing, amazing, Mr. Bai praised. Autumnfrost Qing laughed. Brother Bai, you flatter me. After that, they began to flatter each other again. The fatty no longer had any thoughts of cursing, as this place was too dangerous, and that crack had not been too far away from him. While Autumnfrost Qing and Mr. Bai were flattering each other, Yan Xiaojing tried to persuade the fatty to leave again, but the fatty still refused. If you die, then your Huang family's bloodline will cease to exist, Yan Xiaojing said before leaving. After walking for more than 3 hours in fear, they finally arrived in front of a light pillar. The light pillar in front leads to the Sutra Pavilion. I want to remind everyone that there are many ancient characters in the pavilion, and the combination of these characters contains millions of variations. Those who are lucky can comprehend battle techniques through these variations, but there is also a chance that you might be confused by these ancient characters, get trapped, or go mad. There are also remnants of previous battles, so don't stray too far from it. Most importantly, Autumn Frost Qing paused for a moment and glanced at everyone with a sharp gaze. Everyone needs to help each other. We are not the only ones in the Sutra Pavilion, there are other experts as well. Only by working together can we survive in there. Do you understand? Do you understand? Yes, Brother Autumn Frost, the crowd replied. Autumn Frost Qing's gaze swept past the fatty, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. This was not just directed at the fatty, but also at everyone else. He did not believe that these people would be able to obtain any opportunities. The Daosaur sect had existed for countless years, and countless people had come to explore it, but only a few had managed to obtain any opportunities. The main reason why he had brought these people along was to show his benevolence and magnanimity, as these people were all from powerful families. Brother Bai, please, Autumn Frost Qing said politely to Mr. Bai. Of all the people present, only Mr. Bai was worthy of his attention, and this person's strength was not much weaker than his own. Yan Xiaojing followed closely behind Autumn Frost Qing, and she was almost holding on to his arm. The fatty's expression became more and more unsightly, as if he was constipated. After passing through the Pillar of Light, the group arrived at the Scripture Pavilion, which was different from what they had imagined. Most people would assume that the Scripture Pavilion would contain some ancient texts, or that it would be an ancient building or a towering tower. However, when they saw what was before them, they could not believe their eyes. The so-called Scripture Pavilion was actually an ancient text that floated in the air with many faint golden glows. There were mountain ranges, waterfalls, and flowing water. Above all of this, there were many giant ancient texts floating in the air. Each ancient text was about a meter long, and they floated in the sky and among the white clouds. Some of them were very far away from each other, while others were very close to each other. Luin stared at these ancient texts in shock. This was the Scripture Pavilion? Everyone, the closer you are to each other, the better. Just in case, Autumn Frost Qing reminded them once again. He then led Yan Xiaojing into the distance, and before he left, he even called out to Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai soared into the sky by himself. The fatty looked around, and then he looked at Luin and made a hand gesture. Luin did not understand what the fatty meant, but he did not care. He leaped into the air and floated there. He looked at the others, and then he stepped onto an ancient text. The fatty hurriedly followed, but the ancient text could only accommodate one person at a time, so he could only step onto the text beside it. Luin crouched down and looked at the ancient characters that glowed with a faint golden light. He reached out to touch them, but he could not feel anything, as if they were fake. As he looked at them, he felt a strong sense of time wash over him. Seventh bro, these characters look familiar, the monkey said. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. You've seen them before? Inside the centipede's body? No, they should be even older than the ones inside the centipede's body. Right, literary prison. Do you remember when you were being chased by an enlighter beast in Iron Blood Weave? That old bastard when Kitchen used it to save you? Isn't it very similar? The monkey exclaimed. Luin stared at the many ancient characters, and indeed, they were somewhat similar. He had seen the literary prison more than once, and the first time had been at the erudite Flozone's border warfront. When Xianxia had used the literary prison to trap Yao Gu, and these characters were very similar to the literary prison. The more I look at them, the more similar they seem. Rumor has it that the Wen family's inherited literary prison has 9 nines. If they really are these ancient characters, then you're rich, seventh bro. There are more than 9 nines here, and there are probably thousands or even tens of thousands of them. If you learn them, the Wen family will call you ancestor, the monkey said with a strange smile. Luin was not as happy as the monkey. Learn them? How could that be possible? If they could be learned so easily, then the fatty and the others with powerful families would have learned them long ago. Luin had never seen anyone use these characters in battle, and Autumn Frost Qing had never mentioned them either. Learning these characters should be very, very difficult. Luin leaped up and rushed towards a nearby ancient character. He landed on one of the characters before leaping up again and heading towards another. The fatty hurriedly followed, as he did not dare to stray too far from Luin. There was a crack, and about 100 meters to the fatty's right, a man who had been standing on an ancient character suddenly split in half. Blood seeped through the character and dripped onto the ground. The fatty's face paled. Luin was shocked as well, as he did not know how that person had died. Autumn Frost Qing had not been exaggerating when he had said that there were remnants of previous battles here. Even further ahead, a person suddenly sensed something and sat down cross-legged on an ancient character with a hearty laugh. This person had not come with the group, and he had probably been here for a few days. He seemed to have comprehended something. Many people were attracted by him, and they all looked over with burning gazes. Half an hour later, his face suddenly changed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His mind became chaotic and he started flailing his arms and legs like an idiot. He fell off the ancient text and smashed into the underground river. He floated along with the river to who knows where. Quite a few people rejoiced in his misfortune. But there were also quite a few people who were fearful. That person had clearly suffered from chi deviation, thinking that he had comprehended something. In reality, there were so many characters, and there were tens of millions of combinations. Many battle skills and cultivation methods could easily cause one to suffer from chi deviation with just a single wrong word. Trying to find the correct combination of battle skills and cultivation methods among so many ancient characters was far too difficult. Since ancient times, not many people had obtained the inheritance. Of course, those who had obtained the inheritance were all famous throughout the world. Luin didn't gain anything over the next 2 days, but he did manage to watch a battle. Someone had coincidentally managed to arrange dozens of ancient characters in a row and seemed to have comprehended something. However, it was fought over by others, and that person was unlucky enough to be killed. Of course, it wasn't just one person, no less than 5 people had died in that battle, including those who had come with them. In the end, Autumn Frost Qing had made a move, but those ancient characters that had been arranged in a row didn't reveal any battle techniques. It was too difficult to obtain the inheritance in the scripture pavilion. Many people had only come here to try their luck, and it wouldn't take them too long. Luin watched as Mr. Bai left. There was a cry of alarm as the ancient characters beneath the fatty's feet shone brightly. Then, several ancient characters began to gather around him. Many people were familiar with this scene, as this was a prison of ancient characters. Once one was trapped, they could only wait for their futon's time to run out before leaving. Otherwise, there was no way to escape. Being trapped by these characters meant that the Daosor sect's exploration had come to an end. Fortunately, there was no danger to their lives. Luin suddenly streaked through space and grabbed the fatty. At the last moment, the ancient characters gathered together to form a cage. Fortunately, Luin had managed to bring the fatty out. The fatty panted heavily and patted his chest. That's good, that's good. Thank you, bro. You're really my brother. Luin stared at the text cage, and the more he looked at it, the more similar it seemed to be to the literary prison. If that was the case, then the Wen family's literary prison, which had been passed down through the generations, had 81 ancient characters. Everyone who had witnessed this scene looked at Luin with fear. This person had been so fast that they had not been able to see him clearly. He was an expert, a hidden expert. As they thought about this, the surrounding people gradually distanced themselves from Luin, as no one wanted to be in the same place as an expert who could threaten their lives. Autumn Frost Qing and Yan Xiaojing were very far away, so they did not see this scene. However, Sister Kuei did, and she looked at Luin in shock. How could this person be so fast? Another day passed, and Autumn Frost Qing brought Yan Xiaojing back. The two's attitude had become much more intimate, and Yan Xiaojing looked at Autumn Frost Qing with a gentle gaze. The fatty felt a stab of pain in his heart. Bro, let's go. He then pointed outside the scripture pavilion. Luin followed the fatty out, as he was no longer interested in the scripture pavilion. He felt that he would not be able to obtain anything here no matter how long he stayed. After leaving the scripture pavilion, the two returned to their previous location through a pillar of light. Coincidentally, a white robe floated past them as Mr. Bai rushed over. The three of them stared at each other. Just in time. I was just about to look for you guys, Mr. Bai said to the fatty and Luin. The fatty was curious. What's up? Mr. Bai smiled. I found an interesting place. There should be bloodlines there. The fatty was shocked. Bloodlines? Are you serious? Mr. Bai spun the fan in his hand and replied confidently, yes, but I can't obtain it alone, so I wanted to find the two of you to work together. He then looked at Luin. Why didn't you look for Autumn Frost Qing? Aren't the two of you very close? The fatty taunted. Mr. Bai shook his head. That person has evil intentions, and I don't like him. How straightforward, but Fat Bro likes it. The fatty grinned and gestured to Luin. This fatty always thought that Luin could understand his gestures, but in reality, Luin could not understand them at all. If he was truly deaf and mute, Luin would definitely kick the fatty far away. Luin pretended to understand the fatty's gestures and nodded. The fatty was excited. Lead the way. Mr. Bai smiled and led the way. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This place had existed for so many years, so how could it be so easy to discover bloodlines? Luin did not know what this Mr. Bai's goal was. The Daosaur sect was huge, and it was also very dangerous. If one casually flew through the sky, they might not even know how they died. The three of them followed the broken path towards another teleportation beam. They passed through the beam without any mishaps, and they soon appeared in a ruined city. This should be a subsidiary city where the Daosaur sect's relatives live, and it serves the Daosaur sect. Mr. Bai then stepped into the city, causing the ground to crack open and extend far into the distance. Luin and the fatty looked around. The city was huge, and the buildings were built in an ancient style. This place has been explored countless times, so not many people come here. The place that I mentioned should have undergone some changes recently, causing its aura to leak out. That's how it was discovered. Be careful when you walk, and try not to destroy the buildings, Mr. Bai reminded them. This is just a subsidiary city of the Daosaur sect. What good things could there be? The fatty asked. Mr. Bai smiled. Don't underestimate this place. The Daosaur sect is not a holy land, and not everyone here is a saint. Some people use the Daosaur sect's resources to exchange for benefits, and this place is the best place to do so. It's rumored that 10,000 years ago, someone took away all the treasures in this city's auction house, and that person became a legend. Right, you should have heard of that person before, Old Gnome. Luin was stunned, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Old Gnome? Good, what a high-class name. Old Gnome? That mysterious farmer? The fatty cried out in surprise. Mr. Bai made a shushing gesture. Be careful not to damage the buildings if you speak too softly. The fatty was surprised. It's really Old Gnome? Mr. Bai nodded. That's what I heard. That's really a lucky family. They've risen and fallen so many times, and I heard that there was one time when only one person from the entire family survived, but they managed to turn the tables around. Their luck is so good that it's off the charts. The fatty was envious. Mr. Bai smiled. Don't talk nonsense when we get back. Senior Gnome is now a cosmic imprinter, so be careful not to let him hear you. The fatty hurriedly covered his mouth. After making several turns, Mr. Bai brought the two to the end of an alley. Gentlemen, the place that I mentioned is up ahead. Be careful. Luin looked over, and his domain spread out, causing the space in front of him to distort. He could sense many strange energies entwined together, but since he could not see the rune lines with his eyes and could not retrieve a lock-breaking tool from his cosmic ring, he could not see them clearly. There's nothing here. The fatty was puzzled. Mr. Bai slowly walked over. The space here has been shattered, causing the defenses of this house to gradually crumble. It only completely collapsed a few days ago, which was when I discovered it. However, if you want to enter, you'll need to resolve the complex energies. Lock-breaking? The fatty was stunned. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Lock-breaking? Did this place have it as well? Sure enough, it was connected to the universe's culture. Mr. Bai did not speak. He folded his fan and raised a hand, causing gentle star energy fluctuations to appear in his palm that slowly entered the house. Luin could sense that the originally calm energy in the house was boiling, and even the fatty could see it. Ripples appeared in the void in front of them, and many of the houses around them collapsed into dust. The fatty carefully retreated. Although he did not know how to lock break, he knew that it would be very troublesome, so he pulled Luin along as he retreated. Luin did not move. The energy structure that enveloped the house was not complicated, and it did not contain any killing intent. At best, it was at the level of a 5-star discerning elementary sourcebox, and Luin could successfully unlock it. Mr. Bai's lock-breaking technique was very gentle, but it was also very efficient. There was no hesitation at all, and it was as if he could see everything clearly. If Luin could see the rune lines with his eyes or take out a lock-breaking tool, then he would be able to do the same. However, he could not do so right now, as Mr. Bai's lock-breaking ability far surpassed his own. 10 minutes later, a gentle breeze swept past, and the house in front of the three changed. It became much clearer, and only by comparing it could they tell that the house had been enveloped by something. "All right, come in," Mr. Bai said. "Wait," the fatty suddenly spoke up and stared at Mr. Bai warily. "If you can go in by yourself, why did you bring us along?" Mr. Bai smiled and pointed at Luin. "More accurately, I want to bring him along." "Why?" The fatty knew his own limits, so he didn't get angry and just stared at Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai shrugged helplessly. "Do you think you can get anything just by entering the house? Some things can't be obtained by one person. Haven't you noticed that many people come in groups? The chances of one person getting anything are low." The fatty hesitated. "If you don't believe me, you can leave as well." "At worst, I'll call someone else along," Mr. Bai said, smiling at the fatty. Luin didn't hesitate and walked forward. He wasn't afraid of Mr. Bai, and if this person schemed against him, he would let him know the consequences. When the fatty saw Luin walk away, he hurriedly followed. Mr. Bai smiled and entered the house. Just as the three of them entered the house, Mr. Bai suddenly made his move. He struck out with his palm towards the outside of the house. Immediately after, a small white hand reached out from outside the house and collided with Mr. Bai's palm. There was a loud bang, and a strong gust of wind swept out, pushing the fatty back. The fatty looked over in shock. "Wait, don't attack," a crisp voice rang out from outside the house, and a cute girl appeared. "Miss, following people isn't a good habit," Mr. Bai said with a smile. Luin wasn't surprised, this girl had been following them since they'd entered the city, and she wasn't weak. She stuck out her tongue and apologized. "I'm sorry, I accidentally came to this city and saw you guys, so I followed you." Mr. Bai sized her up. "That palm just now came from the progenitor of War Realm?" She nodded. "Yes, you can call me Miss Qing." The progenitor of War Realm, the fatty was shocked. Mr. Bai was surprised as well. The progenitor of War Realm is divided into the progenitor of War Realm, the Grand Martial Realm, and the progenitor of War Realm. The progenitor of War Realm is the hometown of the progenitor of War Realm, and it has given birth to the most geniuses. "I didn't expect you to come from there." Miss Qing smiled. "There are strong and weak in every place, and I belong to the ordinary category." After exchanging a palm with Mr. Bai, I can tell that his strength is unfathomable. Mr. Bai smiled. "You're too humble. It's fate that brought us together, so why don't we explore together?" Miss Qing nodded happily. "Let me introduce you, Mississippi." Mr. Bai pointed at the fatty and said, "This is Brother Huang San from the Bloodburn Realm's Huang family." He then pointed at Luin. "This brother will be exploring with us, but because he's deaf and mute, it's inconvenient for him to speak. However, he's extremely powerful." Miss Qing nodded at the fatty and then looked at Luin with surprise. "A deaf-mute? There are actually deaf and mute cultivators?" Master Bai smiled. "It is not impossible. Some are born, while some are born. I've heard that one of the Daosor's three heavens, Wu Tai Bai, has sealed himself off," Miss Qing said. Mr. Bai smiled. "Wu Tai Bai's level is too high, so it's not convenient for us to talk about him. This brother must have an innate problem." Miss Qing nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Luin listened to their conversation. He had indeed sealed himself, but he had not sealed off his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Instead, he had sealed off the strength of his physical body. Back when he had been a Lemmeter, his physical body had been too powerful, and it had surpassed the limits of what he could control. Thus, he had used his Fatesan to seal himself away. However, now that he had become an explorer, he was able to control this Lemmeter, which meant that he no longer needed to seal himself away. However, the Fatesan seal had its benefits, which was that it could continuously increase his physical body's strength. Thus, he had not unsealed himself. He had encountered people who had sealed themselves away before. Back in the forest within the Golden Ocean, he had encountered a war spirit that had sealed its eyes. The moment it had opened its eyes, Luin had felt as if his domain had been crushed. He would never forget that feeling for the rest of his life. Anyone who had sealed themselves away was an absolute powerhouse. From what these two were saying, was this Wu Taibai one of the Tao Source 3 heavens who had sealed himself away? Was this so-called Tao Source 3 heavens some sort of title? Master Bai walked in front while the three followed behind him, heading into the house. Miss Qing curiously sized up Luin while the fatty did the same. The immortal martial realm was a special place. Although it was under the progenitor of martial like the Grand Martial Realm and the War Martial Realm, several freakish powerhouses had appeared in the immortal martial realm. Many experts from the Grand Martial Realm and the War Martial Realm wanted to join the immortal martial realm, but were unable to do so. It was rare to see experts from the immortal martial realm in the outside world, as almost all of them were in that place. Luin had not expected to meet one here. The house was not large, and the four had only taken a few steps when they encountered an invisible killing intent. Retreat. It's a source box's killing intent. There's a source box inside the house, Master Bai warned. The group retreated a few meters, and with a bang, the source box's killing intent was activated, causing many things in the house to turn to dust. Finally, a few transparent spheres and an irregular stone fell out. The stone was the source box, and within the transparent spheres, there were traces of red blood flowing, and the faint roars of beasts could be heard. The fatty was excited. It's a bloodline. Master Bai smiled. There really is a bloodline, but it's also protected by the source box's killing intent. Let me give it a try. He then walked forward and carefully probed the source box's killing intent. Luin stared at Master Bai and saw that he was easily dodging the killing intent. He was getting closer and closer to the transparent spheres and the source box. Suddenly, the void cracked, and Master Bai's figure blurred as he quickly retreated. He helplessly said, "The source box's killing intent is very strong. It seems that the energy outside the house was not left behind by that ancient battle, but rather by this source box. We have to unlock it, or else we won't be able to obtain the bloodline." The fatty anxiously asked, "Master Bai, can you unlock it successfully?" The people of the progenitor of War Realm did not cultivate bloodlines, but Luin was different. He was from the progenitor of Blood Realm, and bloodlines were the best way to increase his strength. Master Bai thought about it for a moment. "I can, but it'll take too long. I won't be able to unlock it before my futon's time is up, so I'll need help. Let me do it. I really want to know what bloodlines they have. If they're unparalleled bloodlines, then they'll be very valuable," Miss Qing said as she stepped forward. Master Bai smiled. "That's very likely. After all, it's an item from the Tao Source sect, and normal items cannot enter the Tao Source sect." The fatty grew anxious, as he did not have the ability to unlock a source box. If the two of them successfully unlocked it, then he would not be qualified to obtain the bloodlines. He could not help but look at Luin. Luin stepped forward, not for the fatty's sake, but because he also wanted to obtain the bloodlines and take them back to study them. Just as Master Bai had said, the bloodlines that could appear here were not simple, and he did not want to waste this trip. Master Bai and Miss Qing were not surprised by Lu Yin's ability to unlock a source box, as something like lockbreaking was far from enough to surprise them. The three of them took action. Master Bai's lockbreaking was the smoothest, and Miss Qing's lockbreaking was gentle and beautiful. Her actions of breaking down the source box's energy were pleasing to the eye. Luin was much more careful, as he did not have a lock-breaking tool, and he could not see the rune lines with his eyes. He could only rely on his domain and serious art. In addition, he did not have enough lockbreaking experience to begin with, so he could not compare to the other two. This was especially because he had not fully released his domain, or else he would have been able to see things more clearly. Every sourcebox was different, so there was no fixed lockbreaking method. The sourceboxes in the room did not contain much danger, but they could easily destroy bloodlines, which was why the three of them had taken action at the same time. Unfortunately, once the lockbreaking process began, they could not predict how the sourceboxes would react. With a bang, one of the transparent spheres cracked open, and the bloodline within quickly evaporated. In less than 10 seconds, it disappeared, and a faint beastly roar could be heard. The three of them felt that it was a pity, but there was nothing they could do. At their level, they could not control a sourcebox's danger. However, their desire for bloodlines was not that strong, and they still cared about the sourceboxes. The fatty's heart was bleeding. Others could not understand the significance of bloodlines to the cultivators of the progenitor of Blood Realm. Bloodlines were life itself. Lockbreaking was very time-consuming, and it took the three of them half a day to dissolve the sourcebox's danger. As for the irregular stone, Master Bai estimated that it would take at least 2 days to unlock the complex energy within. The fatty stared fervently at the remaining 3 transparent spheres, which contained 3 bloodlines. Now that the sourcebox's danger had disappeared, he could take them, but he did not dare to do so. There were 3 spheres, and each of them could take one, which made the fatty feel very conflicted. A day later, the irregular stone had become thinner by a layer. The 3 of them started lockbreaking from 3 different directions, gradually dissolving the complex energy within. Another day passed, and the irregular stone had become very thin. Lu Yin and Miss Qing stopped and watched Master Bai lockbreak. Master Bai carefully dissolved the energy, and a ray of light suddenly blossomed, illuminating everyone's faces. Then, there was a piercing cry that shook the void, followed by a scorching flame. Master Bai hurriedly retreated, and so did Miss Qing, Lu Yin, and the fatty. The flames burned the house down, and the 3 transparent spheres cracked. The flames disappeared as quickly as they had appeared. They disappeared after burning the house to ashes, and so did the irregular stone. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity, as there was nothing left except for a wisp of flame. "It's over. The bloodlines are gone," the fatty cried out, looking at the cracked sphere with regret. Master Bai grabbed the fatty by the shoulder and tossed him over. "You're the only one here from the progenitor of Blood Realm. Absorb a bloodline, or it'll go to waste." The fatty was delighted. "Can I?" "Hurry up and stop wasting time," Miss Qing urged. The fatty landed in front of the 3 transparent spheres and looked at them one by one. There were still 5 seconds left before they would evaporate. He scanned the bloodlines within the 3 spheres and finally chose the rightmost one. His eyes burned with passion as he tore open a wound on his index finger and pressed down on the slowly evaporating bloodline. The bloodline that was about to evaporate seemed to have a mind of its own as it fused into the fatty's body. The fatty's expression changed, and he let out a pig's cry. Lu Yin was stunned. What a wild pig's cry! Master Bai and Miss Qing were clearly stunned as well, and they just stared at the fatty. The fatty's body turned bright red, and the bloodline visibly flowed through his body until it completely disappeared. The moment it disappeared, the fatty let out another pig's cry, but this time, the cry shocked the 3, and even the void trembled. "The sky-gobbling pig bloodline," Master Bai said with a serious expression. Miss Qing looked at the fatty enviously. "You're so lucky to actually get an unparalleled bloodline. The others probably have unparalleled bloodlines as well." "What a pity, why did you choose the sky-gobbling pig?" Lu Yin was confused. Master Bai chuckled. "Brother Fatty is truly amazing. He originally had the pom-pom pig bloodline, which complemented the sky-gobbling pig bloodline." Miss Qing was shocked. "What? This fatty used to have the pom-pom pig bloodline?" Master Bai nodded. "Thank you. Doomsday Throne Cannon Brothers tip, I'll update at 3 p.m, thank you. Thank you for your support." Miss Qing was speechless, as it seemed that Lu Yin had purposely chosen the sky-gobbling pig bloodline. He was quite smart, as a trash bloodline had been upgraded to an unparalleled bloodline. However, there were too few bloodlines, so it was not truly invincible. Seventh bro, this fatty's luck is too good. You guys didn't get anything, but he did, the monkey shrieked. Luin looked at the fatty, as the tables had turned. From Mr. Bai's tone, even if the fatty's bloodline was not truly invincible, it was definitely not weak. Luin estimated that the fatty's bloodline could even compete with Autumn Frost Qing. His miserable life had come to an end. Not long after, the redness on the fatty's body faded, and he opened his eyes. He looked at his hands and opened his mouth, only to let out a squeak. The fatty hurriedly covered his mouth and tried to make a sound. He then relaxed, as he had been afraid that he would only be able to make a squeak in the future. That would be the end of him, and he would rather die. Thank you for your help. The fatty bowed gratefully towards Luin and the others. Mr. Bai helped him up and smiled. Our meeting was fate, and Brother Fatty has such a fate that no one can stop it. Congratulations, Brother Fatty, for obtaining the unparalleled bloodline, the sky-gobbling pig. In the future, you will be able to compete for the position of Realmling. Miss Jean curiously sized up the fatty, as this was a human-shaped pig. Speaking of which, since ancient times, no one had ever fused with a pig's bloodline. What was this fatty thinking? When he heard Mr. Bai's words, the fatty smiled bitterly. I don't dare to think about the position of Realmling. The 3 bloodlines that the blood ancestor left behind in the statue are all unparalleled bloodlines. This sky-gobbling pig bloodline cannot compare to them. Mr. Bai smiled, but he did not elaborate. This place has been destroyed, so let's continue exploring the city. Who knows, we might find something good. The group did not object, and they followed Mr. Bai around the city. The architectural style of the ancient era was completely different from that of the modern era. Seventh bro, have you noticed that some of the buildings in this city are very similar to the ones in the centipede's body? The monkey asked. Luin had noticed as well, as the styles were similar. Not long after Lu Yin's group left, a few more people arrived at the burned house. We were a step too late, an elegant man said. Let's continue searching. Every once in a while, we'll make new discoveries. If you ask me, why don't we wreak havoc? We should be able to get something, a feminine man said. The 5th sex ancestors. This is a treasure that the 5th mainlands gifted to the 6th. It's treasures that can't be obtained. That was in the past. Now, the war between the continents has begun once again, and countless experts have been sent to the front lines. It looks like the higher-ups are planning to completely annihilate the remnants of the 5th mainland. With the strength of those trash from the 5th mainland, they'll only be slaughtered. Don't you want to go to the front lines and fight for merits? You don't want to plunder the resources of the 5th mainland? The others were silent, their eyes filled with suppressed excitement. Right. Before. We. Was. Ours. 1. That's right. Times have changed. The war between the continents can create countless heroes. To the 6th mainland, we are the heroes. We can't follow the rules like we did in the past. The hunting competition can't just be a game between the Realmlings and the Dowsource 3 skies. We have to join in as well and hunt down the so-called elite geniuses of the 5th mainland. That's right. The handsome man's eyes flickered. The feminine man sneered, and his eyes widened. An invisible fluctuation spread out, turning into a silver light that crushed the surrounding buildings like mercury. The handsome man raised an eyebrow, but he didn't stop the man. The others followed suit and began to destroy the surrounding buildings in hopes of obtaining the treasures. In the distance, Lu Yin and the others turned around, and Mr. Bai's face sank. Someone's not following the rules. Destroying the buildings so recklessly might reveal some hidden spaces, but it might also destroy the entire city, Miss Qing said coldly. It looks like we'll have to be enforcers. Mr. Bai then leaped up and charged out. Miss Qing glanced at Luin and then charged out as well. The fatty continuously made hand signals to Luin, but Luin rolled his eyes. What kind of nonsense was this? Who could understand these lousy hand signals? Luin grabbed the fatty and chased after them. There was a commotion, and soon, a battle began. By the time Luin arrived, there were already 2 people lying on the ground. It was obvious that Mr. Bai and Miss Qing had taken action. The two of them were dealing with 4 people with ease. Luin watched silently. Of the 4 people, there was a handsome man who was very powerful. There was a vague imprint on his back that made him almost as strong as Wendy Yushan. There was also a feminine man whose domain was very solid, and this person's domain had turned silver. Back in the Astral Combat Academy, one of the mentors had said that comprehending a domain would depend on one's innate battle techniques and techniques. The domain would change color, but it didn't have to be colorless. Anyone who comprehended a domain would force it to be colorless in order to surprise their opponents in battle. Very few people would freely use the color of their domain. The silver domain suddenly disappeared, and then, a silver light descended from the sky. Luin raised his brows. This was a force field. That feminine man had actually comprehended a force field. The other person who was fighting with Miss Qing hurriedly retreated. The feminine man sneered as his force field pressed down on Miss Qing. Miss Qing's expression did not change, and she did not even use her imprint. At this moment, a solid domain cut across the sky and cut off the silver force field. Luin had made his move, as he could not just watch. The feminine man's pupils shrank as he stared at Luin. Miss Qing smiled and attacked the other person. Luin waved his hand, and his domain swept out and directly destroyed the silver force field. The feminine man was shocked. This person's domain was actually so strong. Luin did not know why his domain was so strong, but it had already turned solid and could destroy force fields. Furthermore, it was getting stronger and stronger, but this was a good thing. He pressed down with one hand, and his domain crashed down like the might of the heavens, pressing the feminine man to the ground. The man roared, and a vague phantom appeared behind him. Silver light blossomed from the surface of his body as he tried to resist Lu Yin's domain. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and the power of his domain increased. Even though the feminine man had the support of his imprint, he still could not break through Lu Yin's domain. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. This person specialized in domains, but unfortunately, he was far from being able to compare to Luin. The fatty looked at Luin with a look of worship. "Bro, your domain is actually so strong? You can't be a realmling, right?" Luin calmly looked at Mr. Bai, as Mr. Bai's only opponent was the elegant man. The other person had already fallen to the ground, and Miss Qing had also finished her battle. Neither Mr. Bai nor Miss Qing had used their imprints, and there was still someone with an abnormal domain in the distance. This shocked the elegant man, as the difference between them was too great. He quickly retreated and cupped his fists towards Mr. Bai. "We were reckless when we destroyed the city. We will take these people and leave now. I hope that everyone will not be too ruthless." Mr. Bai waved his hand. The elegant man carried the others and immediately retreated. "There will always be people with evil intentions who want to reach the heavens in a single step," Miss Qing said disdainfully. Mr. Bai smiled. That last person was still all right. This was just a brief interlude, and the 4 quickly continued to wander through the city. They did not say much about their own strength. 2 days later, the fatty's expression changed. "My futon's light has dimmed. My time is up." Mr. Bai nodded. "I hope that the next time I see you, brother fatty, you'll be able to display the power of your sky-gobbling pig bloodline." The fatty laughed. "That's for sure." He then looked at Luin. "Bro, I'll be leaving now. Thank you for taking care of me along the way. If not for you, I would have been finished." "Thank you." He then bowed solemnly to Luin. Luin stepped aside. "Everyone, I'll be waiting for you at First Divine Gate in a month." The fatty waved his hand and then disappeared. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he left. He remembered that the fatty had mentioned that his futon's light had dimmed. That futon was the prayer mat, and it had indeed glowed when Luin sat on it. Could it be that when the light disappeared, it was time for him to return? Unfortunately, he did not know when his futon's light would disappear, and what did this disappearance have to do with it? Or was it fixed? "I have 5 days left," Mr. Bai said. Miss Qing replied, 4 days. The two of them looked at Luin, who blinked but did not say anything. Mr. Bai twirled his fan in a circle. "There's a place that's rather dangerous, and with Brother Fatty's strength, it won't be easy to bring you there. Now that Brother Fatty has left, why don't the 3 of us explore it?" That's exactly what I'm looking for, Miss Qing said expectantly. Mr. Bai gestured at Luin, and it was exactly the same as the fatties. Luin was speechless, and he followed behind Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai, I don't believe that this person is truly deaf and mute. Even if he is, why does he keep following the fatty? Since he's here, he must have his own motives, Miss Qing said. Her voice was not soft, and it seemed like she had said it on purpose for Luin to hear. Mr. Bai smiled. Everyone has their own secrets. You didn't tell us your name, and it's not good for you to know too much. Miss Qing rolled her eyes. The place that Mr. Bai brought them to was still within the city. Compared to the dilapidated house from before, this place was clearly a noble residence. There were pavilions and 2 unknown beasts in front of the entrance. This should be the residence of the Daosor sect's upper echelon disciples or even elders. The ancient war didn't cause much damage, Mr. Bai said. Miss Qing was surprised. But there's nothing here. It's in the inner courtyard. Mr. Bai led the way, and the 3 of them passed through the courtyard and entered the inner courtyard. Luin still could not sense anything here. This lake isn't simple. Although I don't know what it does, there's one thing about it that it can block a domain's senses, Mr. Bai said. Luin was astonished, and he dipped his hand into the lake. It was icy cold to the touch, but what surprised him even more was that this was not a real stream of water, but rather a liquid energy that was similar to the astral river. Although a domain is extremely difficult to comprehend, it's not like no one has managed to do so. Thus, many people have tried all sorts of methods to prevent a domain expert from probing them, and this is one of them. It's possible to do so by mixing in a complex liquid energy with other materials. Unfortunately, this method has been lost, and the place that we're looking for is at the bottom of this lake. Thank you. Doomsday Throne Cannon, thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. How do you know? Miss Qing was puzzled. Mr. Bai pointed at his own head with his fan. I have my ways, so don't ask. Miss Qing's eyes flickered. If you don't trust me, you can leave. Mr. Bai smiled. Miss Qing looked at Luin, but it was a waste of time since he was still pretending to be silent. Miss Qing was helpless. Let's go. Mr. Bai smiled and jumped into the lake. Luin and Miss Qing followed behind him. The bottom of the lake was very deep, but with their speed, they quickly reached the bottom. Mr. Bai tapped lightly with his fan, and the bottom of the lake cracked open, creating a huge suction force that sucked in the lake water. A whirlpool was formed, and the 3 of them followed the lake water into the bottom of the lake. There was a layer of space at the bottom of the lake, and as soon as the 3 of them landed, the space around them began to crack. Lu Yin's expression changed. Not good, the space had collapsed. Mr. Bai and Miss Qing also realized this, and they hurriedly rushed out. Luin was even faster than them, and the 3 of them exited the lake as soon as they entered. There was a thump as they rushed out of the lake, and the lake water in the inner courtyard completely disappeared. The space collapsed, and a large area around them was turned into fragments. In the distance, Mr. Bai was helpless. It's been too long, and that space has become extremely fragile with the passage of time. There's nothing we can do about it, as the things inside are definitely gone. Miss Qing lamented, to be able to own such a residence in this city and even build an underground space, that person must have been an elder-level powerhouse. What a pity. Luin suddenly looked up to the east, where a figure was rapidly approaching. The figure glanced over, but it did not come over. Instead, it turned and headed in the other direction. The hunting competition is just around the corner, and there will be more and more experts in the future. Let's take advantage of the fact that the Realmlings haven't arrived yet to look for opportunities. Let's go, there are still other places. Mr. Bai led the way. Luin was astonished, just how many places did this guy know? 4 days later, Miss Qing's futon ran out of time, and she disappeared from the duo's sight just like the fatty. During these 4 days, they had searched several places, but they had not gained anything. Instead, they had encountered several dangers. In Mr. Bai's words, these opportunities had been left behind for countless years, and it was already quite good to be able to discover them. It was very difficult to obtain them, just like the scripture pavilion. Although many people had explored it, only a few had succeeded. Those who come to the Fifth Mainland's Dowsource sect in search of opportunities mostly rely on luck. After all, after the ancient war, everything that could be snatched, and there are very few opportunities. Luin continued to remain silent. A day later, Mr. Bai also left. Before he left, he looked at Luin with a surprised expression. You actually stayed longer than I did. I'm impressed. Don't forget about the time we agreed to meet at First Divine Gate. With that, he vanished. Luin stood in the middle of the city and looked around. There was no sign of the fatty, and he had obtained very little information from Mr. Bai and Miss Qing. After this period of interaction, he roughly understood the current situation. Previously, he also wanted to capture someone to clarify the situation, but he was afraid that there would be an accident. Now, it was time to capture someone to ask about the specifics. Coincidentally, the person came. In the distance, a man was rapidly approaching Luin. It was the elegant man who had fought with them before. Mr. Bai had let him go and allowed him to take the rest of the group away. This man had pretended to leave, but in reality, he had been hiding far away to keep an eye on Luin. He knew that Luin was a domain expert, so he was afraid of being discovered. Thus, he had kept his distance and determined their location based on the traces they had left behind. He didn't even dare to look at them, and he only showed himself after Miss Qing and Mr. Bai had left. Luin turned around and saw the elegant man appear. The elegant man smiled at Luin. Brother, you must have gained quite a bit over the past few days. Why don't you show it to me? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, but he didn't speak. The elegant man sneered, don't play dumb with me. I know that your domain is very powerful, but didn't anyone tell you that this kind of small path is useless no matter how powerful it is? If a domain can do something, then star energy can do it as well. A pair of wings appeared on his back as a blurry phantom appeared behind him. His body disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was right in front of Luin. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. What incredible speed! This person had not only concealed his temperament during his battle with Mr. Bai, but he had also concealed his strength. This person was very sinister. There was a rumble as Lu Yin's domain pressed down on the man's head. The elegant man's body sank, and he growled as his skin hardened. This was his innate gift. I told you that you're not my opponent. The man then charged towards Luin. Even with the suppression of Lu Yin's domain, he was unable to suppress the man. The man was extremely fast, and he immediately appeared in front of Luin. He reached out with both hands to grab Lu Yin's neck, clearly intending to subdue him. Luin similarly raised his hands and met the man's. He then grabbed the man tightly, but the man sneered and exerted more strength. The hardened skin extended to the back of his hands, and the ground suddenly sank as the two of them fell at the same time. The man had originally thought that he could easily subdue Luin. After all, Lu Yin's domain was so powerful that his physical body would not be able to withstand it. However, as he exerted more strength, his expression changed, and he looked at Luin in shock. You, what's wrong with you? Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Is it fun? He then exerted more strength with both hands, and there were two cracking sounds as the man's arms were completely broken. The blurry phantom behind him quickly dissipated, and the man held in pain. His pupils shrank as he kicked out, but he was flung into the air by Luin and smashed into the ground. He spat out another mouthful of blood, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. There was a thump as Lu Yin's fist landed squarely on the man's abdomen, causing him to sink into the ground. His body curled up, and the intense pain caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. Luin looked down at the man in the crater from above. The man's strength was not bad, and he had probably just broken through to become a cruiser. He was comparable to Knight King Gu, and he might even be stronger. However, he was still far from being a match for Luin, especially since this man had actually tried to compete with Luin in terms of physical strength. He had picked the wrong opponent, as physical strength was the last thing Luin feared. However, Luin had just transferred 2 grains of Fate Sand, which had unsealed most of his physical strength. It was already very frightening for this person to be able to reach this stage. At least in the Outerverse, it would be very difficult for a powerhouse of the same level to defeat him. The cultivators that Luin had met during this period of time were generally very strong. Even the fatty's full strength was comparable to the top 100 rankings, which was a list of the top 100 experts of the entire universe's younger generation. How could there be so many experts here? They were all from the younger generation. Luin jumped down from the crater and arrived in front of the elegant man. He leaned over and looked at him. "You're not dead, right?" The elegant man looked up with great difficulty and stared at Luin in disbelief. What kind of freak was this? His domain was so powerful, and his physical body was so strong as well. More importantly, this person had not even used an imprint, which could increase one's strength by a considerable amount. This person had not even used an imprint, yet he had still been able to easily crush the elegant man, who was using his full strength. The difference between them was too great, and only a realmling could accomplish this. Could this person be a realmling? "You're a realmling?" the elegant man asked in a hoarse voice. "I'll ask and you'll answer. Otherwise, you'll die," Luin said indifferently, and the cold glint in his eyes terrified the elegant man. "Speak." The elegant man gritted his teeth. "How many days have you been here?" 10 days. "How many days until you leave?" 5 days. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Tell me more about this place." "You don't know?" The man was shocked. Luin kicked out and sent the man flying a dozen meters before crashing into the crater. "Answer me." The man's face contorted in pain, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "It seems like you accidentally obtained a futon." "Fine, I'll talk. You should know about the Daosor sect. This place is the ruins of the Fifth Mainland's Daosor sect. Ever since the ancient battle, the Fifth Mainland was crippled and merged with the other 4 mainlands. Their Daosor sect has been completely abandoned. After that battle, senior powerhouses seized more than half of the Fifth Mainland's Daosor sect's futons, which were used by their disciples to fight for opportunities. After that ancient battle, many futons were distributed to various great families, and there were also those who performed meritorious deeds. A considerable number of futons were left in the Sixth Mainland's Daosor sect as rewards. You can enter the Fifth Mainland's Daosor sect with a futon, and the duration is determined by the futon's light. Once the light completely dissipates, you have to leave. The average person will need around 15 days, and the stronger ones will need 20 days or even more. The specifics are related to each person's spiritual force. That's all that I know. Luin pondered this. The Fifth Mainland? The Sixth Mainland? In terms of continents, it shouldn't be that big, but the people here were ridiculously strong, and their average strength far surpassed that of the universe. Could this place really be the Neoverse? Is this the Fifth Mainland's Daosor sect? Luin asked. The man nodded. Is this Daosor sect the Fifth Mainland's top sect? Luin asked again. The man's expression changed, and he stared at Luin in shock. You're not from the Sixth Mainland. You're from the Fifth Mainland. Luin grabbed the man's neck. What do you mean? The man's face was filled with fear. You don't know about the Daosor sect. Everyone in the Sixth Mainland knows about the Daosor sect, and even the average person knows about it. That's because our Sixth Mainland only has one sect, and everyone is a disciple of the Daosor sect. You're definitely from the Fifth Mainland, and only the people of the Fifth Mainland don't know about the Daosor sect. Luin stared into the man's eyes, and he could see fear and despair within them. What's the Fifth Mainland? You really are from the Fifth Mainland, you surviving evildoers, the man shrieked. Luin punched the man to the ground, grabbed his hair, and coldly said, Don't you know that there are many ways to die? Some are comfortable and will pass quickly, while others are worse than death. The man glared at Luin. What do you want? Have you heard of the 10 great tortures? Lu Yin's voice was icy, and it caused the man to tremble. Soon after, the man held in pain and despair, and Luin released his grip. The man's arms had been crushed, and the intense pain almost caused him to faint. He fell to the ground and trembled uncontrollably. Speak. What's the Fifth Mainland, and what's the Sixth Mainland? Luin asked. The man looked at Luin in fear. I'll tell you. Give me a quick death. Sure, Luin replied. The man closed his eyes and slowly explained, according to ancient legends, the universe is boundless, and there are 6 continents floating in space. They are connected to each other, but they are also separated by great distances. Each continent is boundlessly vast and includes countless planets and regions. They are the first mainland, second mainland, third mainland, fourth mainland, fifth mainland, and sixth mainland. Each continent has a dinosaur sect that serves as the origin and destination of cultivators. As time passed, the first 4 continents collapsed for unknown reasons, and the dinosaur sects completely disappeared. Only the 5th and 6th mainlands remain. Countless years ago, the 5th mainland invaded the 6th mainland and suffered a crushing defeat. The 5th mainland's dinosaur sect collapsed, and its main body collapsed along with the other 4 mainlands and merged into the one star. Today, there is only one complete continent left in the universe, which is the 6th mainland. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. Are you saying that this continent covers the entire universe and contains countless planets? The man nodded with difficulty. Why do those planets exist on the continent? The continent is vast, but it's not a complete entity. Many places are only connected by strands of land. The rest of the land is a vacuum like the universe, and planets can float. How can a spaceship travel? According to what you said, the 6th mainland is connected everywhere. Without a spacecraft, the 6th mainland doesn't develop technology. The reason why your 5th mainland was defeated in the past was because there were countless sects, clans, and powers that didn't have a unified cultivation system. Our 6th mainland only has one sect, which is the dinosaur sect. Everything starts from the dinosaur sect, and the dinosaur sect is the final destination. What does imprint mean? Haha, as expected, your 5th mainland has long since lost the imprint cultivation system. Now that war is upon us again, your 5th mainland is finished, the man mocked. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to speak. The so-called imprint refers to the projection of a powerhouse's strength. Every powerhouse can place a statue of themselves in an area for other cultivators to observe. Once one becomes an explorer, they can use their own imprint to increase their strength. Lu Yin's eyes widened. What are the progenitor of blood domain and progenitor of martial domain? Literally, the blood ancestor's territory, the martial ancestor's territory. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. What blood ancestor? Martial ancestor? Haven't you already guessed it? Why bother asking? It's naturally the progenitor realm. Your 5th mainland has lost a portion of its cultivation system, so don't tell me you don't even know about the progenitor realm, the man mocked. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as the monkey's voice reverberated in his mind. It really is a progenitor. The 6th mainland, the 5th mainland. I've seen these names before. 7th bro, if what this person says is true, then the 6th mainland is not just a little bit stronger than the universe. Any progenitor here has the power to change the heavens. He suddenly recalled what he had seen on the island at the end of the Astral Combat Academy's Ocean of Death. The 5th and 6th mainlands. Could they be referring to the 5th and 6th mainlands? And then there was Mr. Mu. He said that he didn't belong to the 5th continent, nor did he belong to the 6th continent. Did the 5th continent and the 6th continent also refer to the 5th and 6th continents? If that was the case, it meant that the top experts in the universe were aware of the situation. Only low-level cultivators like them were kept in the dark. 7th bro, ask him what he meant by another war, the monkey said anxiously. Lu Yin stared at the man. Did you just say that war is coming again? The man spat out a mouthful of blood. That's right. 1 year ago, the dinosaur sect sounded the war alarm and invaded the 5th mainland to completely exterminate the remnants of the 5th mainland. 1 year ago, the universe had undergone a huge change, and the innerverse and outerverse had been separated. A thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind. Could it be that the separation of the innerverse and outerverse, as well as the changes in the heavens, were all related to the 6th mainland's invasion? Hold on. The human domain, the astral beast domain, and the technocracy were all in the same region of space, which meant that they were all part of the 5th mainland's territory. The astral beast domain had suddenly retreated from Iron Blood Weave because they had been invaded. This had to be the invasion of the 6th mainland. Not only had they invaded the human race, but they had also invaded the astral beast domain since they were both part of the 5th mainland. Luin suddenly understood why Elder Lohar had such an expression when the astral beasts had retreated. Rather than heaving a sigh of relief, Elder Lohar had become even more worried. That was because the sixth mainland had invaded. Luin immediately understood many things. Along the way, the fatty and the others had mentioned something about the hunting competition and war. This should be what they were talking about. If that was the case, then the Innerverse had been invaded by the sixth mainland. The man glanced at Luin and saw that he was still immersed in shock. His eyes flashed, and he pulled out a steel needle from his clothes and shot it at Luin. This was a power vessel that he had purchased in the past, and it could ignore star energy defenses and pierce into a hunter's body. Within 3 seconds, the target's blood would be sucked dry and they would die a miserable death. The needle pierced through the star energy and flickered with a cold light as it shot towards Luin. The man was ecstatic, as this person would not be able to dodge it no matter how fast he was. His defenses were also useless, so he was doomed. Luin flicked his finger and activated the secret art. The needle vanished, and when it reappeared, it had already shot into a nearby pit. The man's mouth fell open as he stared in shock. That's a secret technique. Luin casually waved his hand, and the man was heavily injured. His rib cage shattered, and he crashed into the ground. Still not giving up? The man raised his head with great difficulty. Why? Your fifth mainland keeps producing freaks and geniuses. Consider me unlucky to have met one. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Are there other people from the fifth mainland here? The man coughed bitterly. Yes, and there's more than one. They're all strong and abnormal people. Their cultivation system, their cultivation system was broken, but they were able to reconnect it. They didn't have any progenitors guiding them, but they were able to kill a realmling. They must have received the Daosor sect's protection. After all, this is the fifth mainland's Daosor sect. Who? Luin asked anxiously, as he seemed to have guessed something. I don't know. All of us consciously avoided the areas where those people were. There was only one person who once killed the Grand Marshal Realm's realmling, which shook the sixth mainland. That person's name was Xianxia, the man said as he coughed up blood. Xianxia? Luin had never heard of this name, and he wanted to ask more questions, but the man was already dead. Luin stood up, and the shock in his eyes did not disappear for a long time. The amount of information he had just received was too great, and it was enough to topple his worldview. This was not something that a cultivator like him should know. Of course, it was also time for him to find out. If the Innerverse was invaded by the sixth mainland, then the people from the Innerverse would also know about this. Luin was now worried that the Innerverse and even the Neoverse would be destroyed. Back when the fifth mainland's Daosor sect still existed, they should have had progenitors, but they had still been defeated. Now, there should not be any progenitors left in the universe. If the sixth mainland were to invade, then the sixth mainland would be invincible. If a progenitor could change the heavens, then did that change of the heavens half a year ago mean that a progenitor had taken action? He was worried about Big Sis and the others, worried about the Astral Combat Academy, and also worried about his friends. He hoped that nothing would happen to them. Seventh bro, this information is incredible. If it's true, then we'll definitely lose this war. Any random progenitor would be enough to finish us off, the monkey said solemnly. Are there any progenitors in the astral beast domain? Are you kidding? Of course not. Progenitor Wushang was the last progenitor. Luin sighed. Seventh bro, what are you thinking about? The monkey asked. Luin looked up. Who do you think is in the Daosor sect's fifth mainland? The futon only allows those with a bone age below 40 to enter, so it has to be someone from the younger generation. Who are you thinking of? The monkey asked. The 10 Arbiters, Luin said. Me too. If it was the 10 Arbiters, then everything made sense. Why were the 10 Arbiters so powerful? This was the Daosor sect, the starting point of all cultivation. Why were the 10 Arbiters able to shift their authority to the younger generation? This was the Daosor sect, the starting point of all cultivation. The Daosor sect was like the heavens, and they were the rare few who could enter the Daosor sect, so the entire universe had to support them. If Luin wanted to verify whether or not Luin was right, then he just had to ask about Xingkai. Luin suddenly recalled what Elder Lohar had said to him before. He had said that it was a pity, and that if the inner verse and outer verse had not been separated, then Elder Lohar could have given him a spot. Furthermore, Elder Lohar had mentioned that someone with a bone age below 40. Could it be related to this place? Some of the 10 arbiters were about to leave the younger generation, which meant that they could not enter the Daosor sect. That meant that there was an empty spot for others to compete for. Strength was one aspect, but what truly gave the 10 arbiters council unlimited authority was the qualifications to enter the Daosor sect. Whoever had the qualifications to enter would be protected by the entire universe. If Lu Yin's guess was correct, then the fact that he could enter the Daosor sect meant that he was no longer one of the 10 arbiters. Luin felt sad when he thought about it. So many people from the 6th mainland could enter, but only a few people from his universe could. If Lu Yin's guess was correct, then their defeat in the ancient war had been too miserable. Not long after, the scene before Lu Yin's eyes changed, and he was about to leave. He could not understand how a small futon could bring him through the void. This was a power that he could not comprehend. When Luin could clearly see his surroundings again, he returned to King Zishan's palace. He looked at his futon, which had already dimmed, and he would have to wait for some time before he could enter again. He pondered for a moment before walking out. He had been in the Daosor sect for 20 days, which meant that he had been in seclusion for 20 days. Luin bumped into Kaze as soon as he walked out. "Your Highness, you've come out." Kaze hurried forward and respectfully said, "Lady Enya has been waiting for you for several days." Luin nodded. "Invite her in." Not long after, Enya arrived at the guest hall, where Luin was already waiting for her. "Your Highness, this is the draft of the alliance agreement." "Please take a look," Enya said. Luin took the agreement and glanced through it. "There's no problem. Let's go with this." The so-called alliance agreement was just an excuse. The main purpose of the Great Eastern Alliance's establishment was to integrate resources, not just resources, but also powerhouses. Luin wanted to turn the Eastern Weaves into a solid fortress. Originally, he had only planned to ally with the Eastern Weaves, but after his trip to the Daosor sect, he had changed his mind. It would be useless to ally with the Eastern Weaves, as once the 6th mainland invaded, they would be as weak as paper. If he could integrate the entire Outerverse and use the entire Outerverse strength to resist the 6th mainland, then it might be of some use. Most importantly, he would be able to obtain many resources to increase his external strength. If he wanted to rely on his own ability to cultivate to a level where the 6th mainland would fear him, it would be impossible in the short term, so he could only rely on external strength. With his die's 3 pips, Luin had limitless possibilities. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could integrate all of his resources. "Your Highness, the vast Dearth sect, the 6-fingered tribe, the Tribanner Federation, and other powers have already sent people to ally with us," Enya said. Luin grunted. "Are you referring to those who have secrets?" "Yes." "What about the Shenwu continent?" "We've already sent people to contact them." "Send someone to the vast Earth sect and inform them of our alliance's intentions." "Let's use Huqing Shan," Luin said. Enya looked up. "Isn't that a little too hasty?" "Then what are you waiting for?" Luin asked. "Thank you. The mountain breeze thanks to the brothers' rewards, I will update at 3 p.m. Thank you all for your support." Enya thought about it for a moment. Indeed, there was no need to wait. They could use the Great Yu Empire's pressure and cooperate with that elder Qingyan to test the waters. However, she still asked, "Your Highness, should we start from the nearby weaves?" "You mean North Castle Weave?" Luin asked. "Lars Weave and Vast Earth Weave are separated from us by other weaves, so it's a bit far." Luin thought about it. "Alright, let's start with Lars Weave." Enya nodded and left. Forcing a weave to join the alliance was not an easy task. It was a huge undertaking, and Luin did not expect to succeed that easily. He would take it slow, and he still had to spread his ideas. Furthermore, he had to do it in the name of the Hall of Honor. Now, Luin was able to use the Hall of Honor's name to feel at ease, and he could even act without any scruples. This was because he could enter the Daosor sect, And once Elder Lohar found out about this, his attitude towards Luin would definitely change once again. Should he inform Elder Lohar about this? Luin pondered. It was better to confirm Xianxia's identity first. Luin walked out of King Zishan's palace and headed for the 5th princess residence. Xianxia? Where did you hear that name from? Wendy Yushan looked at him suspiciously. Luin casually replied, I found out by accident. Who is this person? Wendy Yushan replied, 10 battle kings. It really is one of the 10 arbiters, Luin muttered to himself as he confirmed Xianxia's identity. His previous guesses had been proven to be true, as the 10 arbiters' strength far exceeded that of others. This was because they had entered the Daosor sect and had come into contact with the 6th mainland. They were the hope of this universe, and the Daosor sect was the starting point and end point of cultivation. After confirming this, Lu Yin's expression suddenly turned strange. If one wanted to enter the ruins of the 5th mainland's Daosor sect, they would need a futon. In that case, if one did not have a futon, then that meant that they would not be able to enter the ruins. In that case, who did the futon that Luin had obtained from the Dai belong to? This was a question worth researching. It would be fine if it came from the 6th mainland, where many people had futons, but what if it came from this universe? That person had mentioned that there were very few people from the 5th mainland who could enter the Daosor sect's ruins, and Luin guessed that all of the 10 arbiters would be able to enter. If that was the case, then wouldn't taking away one of the futons mean that one of the 10 arbiters would be missing? This was really interesting. Why are you asking about Xianxia? Wendy Yushan asked. Luin rubbed his nose. I really did learn about it by accident. Right, tell me more about this king of the 10 aces. Wendy Yushan replied, I'm not sure. Very few people know about the 10 arbiters, and they don't even want to reveal their names. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Could it be because of the Daosor sect's ruins and the 6th mainland? The fact that the 6th mainland had been able to invade this universe proved that they had a way to come and go. It seemed that the 10 arbiters were worried that the 6th mainland would invade this universe and destroy them. They wanted to prevent the people of this universe from entering the Daosor sect's ruins, which was why they were hiding their names as much as possible. This was not only true in this universe, but also in the ruins of the Daosor sect. That man only knew Xianxia's name and he did not know anything else. However, this did not make any sense. Since the 6th mainland knew that someone from this universe had entered the Daosor sect's ruins, then they could have just directly found this universe's top powerhouse from the younger generation, and there was no need for them to know his name. Or was there another reason for hiding his name? As for War King Xianxia, everyone in the universe knows that his physical body is terrifyingly strong. His hands are bigger than his head, and his head is square. His earlobes are also very large. I've met him once, and he's a very strange person. However, I've never interacted with him before. I've heard from White Knight that even other 10 arbiters are unwilling to engage in close combat with Xianxia. That's very similar to me, Luin thought. Have you heard of the Daosor sect? Daosor sect? I've never heard of it. Wendy Yushan's eyes were filled with confusion. Luin replied, it's fine if you haven't heard of it. This universe had hidden the history of the Daosor sect, the 5th mainland, and the 6th mainland very well, and even Wendy Yushan did not know about it. After leaving the 5th princess residence, Luin looked up at the three-ringed continent above his head. He had thought that this universe was very large, but it was actually very small. From what he had seen and heard, it was merely a single continent, just like the three-ringed continent above his head. Ordinary people would never be able to leave this place in their entire lives, and the 6th mainland was the three-ringed continent above this universe. Lu Yin's heart sank when he had unintentionally learned of this secret history. He had thought that he would be able to rival the 10 arbiters in this universe in the future, and that he would be able to widen the gap between those in the same realm as him. However, his trip to the Daosor sect's ruins had made him realize that there were always people stronger than him. The 6th mainland's realmlings and the so-called Daosor's 3 skies were definitely very terrifying. Xianxia's killing of a realmling had caused a huge commotion in the 6th mainland, which proved that the difference in strength between the two was not that great. Otherwise, they would not have compared Xianxia to a realmling. There were countless realmlings in the 6th mainland, and above them were the Daosor's 3 skies, who might even surpass the 10 arbiters. Right now, Luin wanted to meet these so-called realmlings and see just how big of a gap there was between them. Luin was definitely not qualified to be in power. That was what he believed, and many people in the Great Yu Empire felt the same way. When Undying Yushan was in power, he was diligent and restrained himself, and he attended court every day. As for Luin, saying that he did not fish for 3 days or fish for 2 days would be a compliment. In the imperial court, Luin sat below the throne and scrolled through his gadget in a bored manner. Garop was dissatisfied, but he did not dare to say anything. This was a normal occurrence for the royal regent when he attended court. Although he was undisciplined, he could solve problems that others could not, and the entire Great Yu Empire was under his protection. Your Highness, may I ask if this subject's suggestion can be accepted? A minister asked respectfully. Luin grunted. The suggestion is good. Submit it to the cabinet and keep it. The minister grew anxious. Your Highness, there are many things that need to be done in the empire, and what we lack the most is talents. An open examination is the best way to recruit talents, so please allow it. Luin put down his gadget. An open examination is definitely necessary, but not now. How about this? I'll give you an exact time, after the Great Eastern Alliance is established. The minister helplessly retreated. This person did not have any family to protect him, and he had relied on his own abilities to climb up the ranks. He hated the idea of power being given to others in private, and he had hoped that the empire would conduct an open examination and recruit him fairly. However, it seemed that this was not possible for the time being. Fortunately, the royal regent had not rejected the minister's suggestion, so there was still a chance. Luin had long since thought of an open examination, but not now, and not even after the Great Eastern Alliance was established. As for agreeing to this person's request, an open examination after the Great Eastern Alliance was established would not be fair. There was no other way. Once the Great Eastern Alliance was established, the interests of all parties would have to be balanced, and the royal regent would have to make some sacrifices. He could only wait for the day when the situation was completely stabilized before fair recruitment could take place. As someone in a high position, the royal regent also hoped that he could find some talents without any foundation to use for himself. However, he was not a god, and the Great Yu Empire was not something that he could manipulate on his own. There was no such thing as absolute fairness in the universe. Xianxia, Gavin, Garop, and the others coldly watched from the sidelines. They had a more accurate view of the situation, and they had a better grasp of the royal regent's thoughts. The court quickly dispersed, and Luin left. Xianxia called out to Gavin. I heard that your lordship has recently used the Nayland family's channels to arrange for quite a few people in other weaves, especially those from the 8th Imperial Squadron. I wonder if the 9th Imperial Squadron would have the honor of participating in your lordship's plans? Gavin's expression changed slightly, and he shot a sharp look at Xianxia. Lord Hill, as a member of the cabinet, you should know that there are some things that cannot be said or interfered with. His Highness has assigned everyone a role, and your lordship only needs to do your job well. If you rashly overstep your boundaries, you will easily invite trouble. Xianxia's expression changed. He was a member of the Anna family, so he naturally had to consider the Anna family's interests. During this period of time, no one from the Anna family had participated in either the economy or the empire's future strategies. This made the Anna family uneasy, and they were afraid that they would be marginalized. Although the family head had joined the Lu Ministry of Defense, it was more of an appeasement. The current royal regent was no longer the puny cultivator from before. If he wanted the Anna family to disappear, then the Anna family would no longer exist. The family could not wait to be marginalized, and they had to actively participate. At the very least, they had to show their faces in front of the royal regent. There were 2 neighboring weaves to the west of Frostwave Weave, Wuri Weave and Lars Weave. Lars Weave was not unified, and there were many independent powers, just like how Frostwave Weave had been in the past. This was the norm for the various large weaves, as it was not easy to unify an entire weave. The strongest power in Lars Weave was the 6-fingered tribe. This tribe was very strange, as each person only had 6 fingers, and they did not have 3 on each hand. Their left hand was intact, while their right hand only had their pinky finger, which looked as if it had been chopped off. However, this was true even for newborns. There were many strange tribes in the universe, and the strangeness of the six-fingered tribe did not arouse much curiosity. At this moment, the six-fingered tribe was having an intense argument. I don't agree. Although it's called an alliance, there will always be differences between the strong and the weak. The Great Yu Empire took the lead in forming this alliance in order to unite the various weaves to protect themselves, and at the same time, they can legitimately command Lars weave. Who can't see their ambitions? I don't agree either. It's clearly stated in the alliance that resources should be consolidated. What resources? Star crystals? Technological weapons? Or cultivators? These are all considered resources, so where should they be consolidated? They will definitely be dispatched by the Great Yu Empire, and this is a legitimate way to weaken our strength. That's right, I don't agree either. I don't agree. There were less than 10 people who were qualified to participate in the Six-Fingered Tribe's meeting, and the person seated at the front was the current leader of the Six-Fingered Tribe, Bok Seamus. He was quite young, and he looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He had not even been in the position of leader for 100 years, as the previous leader had been killed, and he had hurriedly taken over the position. Currently, the person with the greatest authority in the Six-Fingered Tribe was not Bok Seamus, but rather Luke Seamus, who was seated to his left. Everyone debated for a while, and they all agreed, but the final decision was still up to Bok Seamus and Luke Seamus. Bok Seamus looked at Luke Seamus and calmly said, "Everyone, don't forget that the leader of this alliance is the Great Yu Empire, but the Hall of Honor is behind this." Thank you. The mountain breeze, thank you for your support, thank you for your support, thank you. This sentence caused everyone to fall silent, as the Hall of Honor was the uncrowned king of the entire universe. They could reject the Great Yu Empire, but they did not dare to reject the Hall of Honor. "Chief, are you certain that this is the Hall of Honor's decision?" an elder asked. Bok Seamus looked at Luke Seamus. Luke Seamus coughed and glanced at the crowd. That's right. The Great Yu Empire's royal regent has clearly stated that this is the Hall of Honor's decision. Everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to speak for a while. Everyone should know that during the war in Iron Blood Weave, our Six-Fingered Tribe sent an elder over. Although that elder died, we still have some understanding of Iron Blood Weave. The Great Yu Empire's royal regent, Luin, has been very active, and he has even met with an elder from the Hall of Honor. This matter is highly credible, and this is the most crucial aspect of this alliance. Otherwise, if the Great Yu Empire was the only one who brought this up, we wouldn't have bothered with it, Luke Seamus continued. How about this? If the Great Yu Empire can produce an official order from the Hall of Honor, then we can consider agreeing, an elder said. The others did not object. For countless years, the Hall of Honor had brought about too much pressure, and this mountain had never moved. Even if the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, they still did not dare to casually defy the Hall of Honor. Furthermore, Iron Blood Weave still had Elder Lohar, whose power level was over 300,000, while the Six-Fingered Tribe did not even have an enlighter. The meeting ended, and everyone dispersed, leaving only Bok Seamus and Luke Seamus behind. Elder Luke, do you think that the Great Yu Empire can produce an order from the Hall of Honor? Bok Seamus stared at Luke Seamus with a burning gaze. Luke Seamus's eyes flashed. What is Chief trying to say? Bok Seamus replied, our Six-Fingered Tribe is much weaker than the Great Yu Empire. Even if it's just the Great Yu Empire's royal regent alone, he'll still be able to consign our Six-Fingered Tribe to eternal damnation. He's someone who has repeatedly killed unlighters. If the Great Yu Empire decides to take action, then we might not be able to withstand them. Chief, do you think that the Great Yu Empire has forged an order from the Hall of Honor? Luke Seamus asked. Bok Seamus rubbed his head. I don't know, but it's very likely. Then I'll go meet that captain from the Great Yu Empire, Luke Seamus said as he stood up. Bok Seamus nodded. Thank you, Elder. After a short while, Xianxia, who was on a diplomatic mission to the Six-Fingered Tribe, met with Luke Seamus. If I'm not mistaken, the majority of the clan disagrees. This was the first thing Luke Seamus said when he saw Xianxia. Xianxia said calmly, as expected. What do you plan to do, Elder Liku? Leave everything to me. I will definitely get the Six-Fingered Tribe to join the Great Eastern Alliance that your highness has established. Captain Hua, please put in a good word for me in front of his highness, Luke Xianxia respectfully replied. He was one of the higher-ups of the Six-Fingered Tribe that Luin had controlled using Mafioso Planet's secrets. He was the one who had sent people to assassinate the previous leader of the Six-Fingered Tribe, and the current leader, Bok Xianxia, was not the previous leader's son. Instead, Bok Xianxia was the son of Luke Xianxia and the previous leader's wife. The previous leader had been killed because he had discovered this secret. With this secret, Luke Xianxia would have to listen to Lu Yin's orders for the rest of his life, or he would be finished. Hua Qingshan watched as Luke Xianxia left. He raised his gadget and connected to a middle-aged man with a kind expression. This man was the Nalan family's trade representative in the Lars Weave. Cut off all trade with the Six-Fingered Tribe, Hua Qingshan ordered. The middle-aged man had already received Madame Nalan's orders to cooperate fully with the Great Yu Empire. Hua Qingshan's order was very sudden, and it would also cause the Nalan family to suffer economic losses, but the man still carried out the order without any hesitation. Not long after, many people requested to meet with Bok Xianxia. The Six-Fingered Tribe's economy was in trouble. The Nalan family had invested in many weaves, and the Six-Fingered Tribe was no exception. If they cut off all trade, then the Six-Fingered Tribe would suffer a great loss, especially since many of the transactions were backed by the elders. Of course, just the economy alone was not enough to make the Six-Fingered Tribe submit. In just a few days, many of the Six-Fingered Tribe's secrets were revealed, such as which elder had sent people to kill which elder's son, which elder had conspired with which elder, and so on. Mafioso Planet did not just know Luke Xianxia's secrets, many of the Six-Fingered Tribe's members had their own secrets as well. These secrets caused internal strife within the Six-Fingered Tribe, which gave Bok Xianxia a headache. Luke Xianxia immediately requested to meet with Hua Qingshan, but Hua Qingshan refused to see him. He did not place all of his hopes on Luke Xianxia, as Luke Xianxia could wait, but Hua Qingshan could not. Luke Xianxia had no choice but to execute the worst-case scenario, and within a few days, he had killed 3 elders who had strongly opposed the alliance. This news shocked the entire Six-Fingered Tribe. Hua Qingshan was shocked when he found out, as Luke Xianxia was truly ruthless. Elder Luke, don't tell me that you weren't the one who did this. Bok Xianxia glared at Luke Xianxia, his voice cold. There was even a hunter standing behind him. There were only 3 hunters left in the Six-Fingered Tribe. One was protecting Bok Xianxia, one was leading the troops outside, and the last one was Luke Xianxia. Luke Xianxia sighed when he saw the hunter behind Bok Xianxia. Tribe leader, I was forced to do this. You know what has happened in the tribe over the past few days. Was it the Great Yu Empire? Bok Xianxia gritted his teeth. Luke Xianxia nodded. We can't do anything about it. If that's the case, then the Great Yu Empire really can't produce an order from the Hall of Honor. This alliance is the royal regent's plan. What is he trying to do? Bok Xianxia growled. And why are you helping them? Luke Xianxia sighed. I'm not helping them. I'm saving our Six-Fingered Tribe. He looked at Bok Xianxia with a complicated expression. The royal regent of the Great Yu Empire is vicious and merciless, and he killed many enlighters. Do you think that he'll let us off? This person wants to form an alliance with many weaves. We can ally with those weaves and wage war against the Great Yu Empire. Let's not talk about whether those weaves will believe us. So what if we form an alliance? Can we deal with Luin? That's equivalent to dealing with an enlighter. The power vessel that Luin used to kill the enlighters was destroyed in Ironblood Weave. Luke Xianxia smiled bitterly and shook his head. Based on his actions, he never does anything that he isn't confident in. Since he dares to force us like this, then he must be confident in dealing with us. Chief, the Six-Fingered Tribe has gone through a lot of hardships, and you should know that we can't waste our ancestors' efforts. We must continue to pass down our legacy. Bok Xianxia's expression turned ugly. Also, forming an alliance isn't a bad thing. Luke Xianxia changed the topic to the alliance itself. According to the treaty, although it's beneficial to the Great Yu Empire, the Six-Fingered Tribe will still enjoy the alliance's protection if we encounter any external enemies. Don't forget that we still have powerful enemies in the west. Bok Xianxia frowned. Let me think about it. Chief, that Xianxia's strength surpasses all of us, Luke Seamus said one last time. This statement made the hunter behind Bok Seamus unhappy, but he did not refute it. He was weaker than Luke Seamus, and if even Luke Seamus had said this, then it must be true. Bok Seamus' body trembled, and he nodded. Alright, I can agree to the alliance, but I must meet with Royal Regent Luin and also guarantee the Six-Fingered Tribe's benefits. Luke Seamus relaxed. Alright, I'll reply to Xianxia right away. In the Great Yu Empire, Luin looked at Xianxia's image on a screen and nodded. Alright, I can speak with Bok Seamus. Your Highness, I'll help you contact Bok Seamus, Xianxia said. Luin nodded. Not long after, Xianxia's image appeared on the screen again, and he respectfully said to Luin, Your Highness, there's been a change in the situation. Luke Seamus wishes to speak with you. Has Bok Seamus gone back on his word? Lu Yin's expression turned cold. Xianxia replied, No, but Luke Seamus wants to use their tribe's greatest secret in exchange for a seat in the Lu Ministry of Staff. He also wants to keep it forever and pass it down through the generations. Lu Yin laughed. A seat in the Lu Ministry of Staff that can be passed down through the generations? What a bold claim. Xianxia solemnly said, These are Luke Seamus's exact words, and he guarantees that your Highness will agree to this secret. Lu Yin was stunned. Alright, I'll personally make a trip to the Six-Fingered Tribe and see what the secret is. Understood, Xianxia answered. After ending the call with Xianxia, Lu Yin immediately checked the Six-Fingered Tribe's history. With his 6 honor points, he could access more information than the average person. According to the records, the Six-Fingered Tribe had only been in the Outerverse for tens of thousands of years, and there was nothing special about them. Like most organizations in the universe, their powerhouses would die of old age and be replaced by new people, passing down their legacies from generation to generation. If there were no accidents, then time was meaningless to them, and they would continue to pass down their legacies. This was information that the average person could access, but Lu Yin could see more. The Hall of Honor had once investigated the Six-Fingered Tribe, and they had been plagued by disasters. Every once in a while, they would experience a catastrophe that would cause the tribe's population to rapidly decrease, and it would take a long time for them to recover. This happened once every 10,000 years or so. These disasters did not come from external forces, as if they were predestined by the heavens. In other words, these disasters were like time poisons that would activate when the time was right. That was all that Lu Yin could see. He believed that since the Hall of Honor had mentioned this, it was impossible for them to not have done more in-depth research. However, that research was not something that he could access. How many secrets could an Outerverse family have? Lu Yin was puzzled. With these doubts in mind, he embarked on his journey to Lars Weave. The Nayland family had donated a large radiant-grade Aurora spacecraft to the Great Yu Empire that could carry more than 10,000 people. It could be considered Lu Yin's personal vehicle, and he would be taking it to Lars Weave. Since the two weaves were adjacent to each other, it wouldn't take long for him to reach the Six-Fingered Tribe's territory with the speed of the radiant-grade Aurora. While reciting the Stonewall scriptures, Lu Yin suddenly heard an urgent alarm and released his domain. He was shocked to see 5 hunters lined up in a row in outer space. Assassins. 5 hunters outnumbered the Great Yu Empire, which was quite a large number. The 5 simultaneously attacked the spacecraft, and Lu Yin immediately donned his Eniatic wings and charged out. With a wave of his hand, he diverted one of the attacks away while another was blocked by the blind monk, who was protecting Lu Yin. The remaining 3 attacks pierced through the spacecraft, causing it to shake violently. When they saw Lu Yin appear, the 5 immediately charged forward. The blind monk wielded his iron shovel and swiftly blocked in front of Lu Yin. The shovel swept out and swept away 2 of the hunters. One of the attacks landed on Lu Yin's head, but Lu Yin's Eniatic wings glowed and created a barrier that rendered the hunter's attack useless. The Eniatic wings had been upgraded 6 times, and its speed was comparable to an Enlighter's. The barrier it created was not something that a hunter could break through. You go deal with those 2. Leave these 3 to me, Lu Yin said coldly. The blind monk did not hesitate and swung his shovel at them. The 3 hunters did not say a single word as they silently attacked Lu Yin. 7 lined battle force appeared around Lu Yin's body, and he used the Eniatic wings to withstand their attacks. He grabbed at one of the hunters, but that hunter was not slow either, and he quickly dodged the attack. However, Lu Yin's Eniatic wings gave him the speed of an enlighter, so how could he dodge so easily? He was like a ray of light that shone through the starry sky, and the three hunters could not even find the direction of their attacks. Lu Yin himself finally managed to grab hold of one of the hunters and divert 3 grains of Fate's An. He then exploded with all of his physical strength and slammed a palm into the hunter's back. The hunter spat out a mouthful of blood, and half of his body went numb. Even a peak hunter like Xianxia could not compare to Lu Yin in terms of strength, and this hunter only had a power level of a little over 100,000. Lu Yin's palm had crippled most of his power level. The other 2 hunters looked at each other, and they stopped attacking Lu Yin. Instead, they charged at the blind monk. The blind monk was still able to hold on while being surrounded by 2 hunters, but now that 2 more hunters were attacking him, he was in a dire situation. He was very strong, and he was considered an elite hunter even amongst hunters. He could rival the Innerverse elite hunters, but he could not take on 4 of them at once. Lu Yin was furious, and he retrieved a pike from his cosmic ring. He thrust it forward at a slow speed, but he wanted to force the hunters to meet him head-on. At the same time, the 4 hunters simultaneously abandoned the blind monk and attacked Lu Yin. The pike collided with the 4 hunters, and even Lu Yin could not easily withstand the spiritual force contained within the pike. When the pike stabbed out, a spiritual force attack swept through the void, causing the heavens to tremble. The 4 hunters were shocked. How was this possible? How was this strength possible? This spear had pierced through a corpse king with an innate gift of metal. That corpse king was much stronger than the 4 hunters, and the spear easily pierced through the neck of one of the hunters, killing him instantly. The remaining 3 hunters felt dizzy, and there was blood at the corners of their mouths. 4 hunters' attacks landed on Lu Yin at the same time. Even though Lu Yin's barrier was able to withstand the impact, he was still sent flying back 10,000 meters. Fortunately, his barrier was sturdy enough to withstand the attacks. At this moment, the blind monk's shovel viciously smashed into a hunter's head, knocking him unconscious with a loud thud. Although this attack had knocked one out, it had also woken up the other 2. One of them forced the blind monk to retreat while the other carried the unconscious hunter and fled. As for the one who had been heavily injured by Lu Yin, he had long since fled. Outer space was silent, and only sparks could be seen from the distant spacecraft. Explosions occurred from time to time, and the people inside the spacecraft were constantly trying to put out the fires and repair the spacecraft. The blind monk arrived behind Lu Yin. "Your servant failed in his protection. Please punish me, Your Highness." Lu Yin waved a hand, and his eyes turned cold. 5 hunters had been sent to kill him, and if not for these external forces, he would not have survived. Who could it be? He could mobilize 5 hunters at the same time. It was definitely not a powerful organization, or else they would not have sent 5 ordinary hunters, but rather a peak hunter like Xianxia. Furthermore, these 5 hunters should not have come from the same place. It seemed that there were many people in this universe who had ill intentions towards him. When he returned to his spacecraft, Lu Yin immediately contacted the bespectacled Mistchild from Mafioso Planet. "I was assassinated." The Mistchild was shocked. "What? Your Highness, you were also assassinated?" 5 hunters. "Investigate. I want to know who tried to assassinate me," Lu Yin ordered coldly. The bespectacled Mistchild hurriedly responded, "Don't worry, Your Highness. As long as it's a dark organization, I'll definitely be able to find out." It might not be a dark organization. They might not have come from the same organization. Find out as soon as possible. Lu Yin ended the call and then looked into outer space with his hands clasped behind his back. The higher a person went, the greater the danger. This time, there had been 5 hunters. Next time, there might be an enlighter. He did not believe that all of the enlighters in the eastern weaves of the outerverse had been transferred to Ironblood Weave. The Hall of Honor could not possibly know everything about the outerverse. Many people were good at hiding, and this was the greatest danger. Lu Yin thought about the 6-fingered tribe and wondered if Luke Seamus had deliberately lured him out of the Great Yu Empire to assassinate him. However, that did not seem likely. Even if Luke Xianxia wanted to, he would not have been able to mobilize 5 hunters so quickly. Besides, how could he have known Lu Yin's route? Right, the route. Lu Yin turned around and ordered, "Who knows the route to Lars Weave?" "I want a list." "Yes, Your Highness," the blind monk hurriedly replied. The spacecraft was repaired for a day in outer space, and Lu Yin only arrived at the Six-Fingered Tribe on the second day. He had come in secret this time to prevent the elders who were resisting the alliance from doing anything out of the ordinary. When he arrived at the Six-Fingered Tribe, the first person he met was Bok Xianxia, the leader of the Six-Fingered Tribe. Bok Xianxia had not expected Lu Yin to come in person, as he did not know about the conditions that Luke Xianxia had discussed with Lu Yin. He had assumed that Lu Yin valued the Six-Fingered Tribe, which made him feel both proud and apprehensive. "I did not expect Your Highness to personally come to my Six-Fingered Tribe as a guest. I did not make any preparations in advance, so I apologize for neglecting Your Highness," Bok Xianxia said politely. With that, the two of them sat down. Lu Yin smiled. "We're about to become allies, so there's no need to be so courteous. I heard that you would like to speak with me." Bok Xianxia solemnly replied, "Your Highness is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. I would like to know the true meaning behind Your Highness's alliance." Lu Yin rapped a finger on the table. "Just as the alliance treaty states, we will help each other and share resources." Bok Xianxia shook his head. "My Six-Fingered Tribe has basically agreed to this alliance." With such sincerity, is Your Highness still unwilling to speak the truth? Lu Yin looked at Bok Xianxia seriously. "Did you experience the war in Ironblood Weave?" Bok Xianxia shook his head. Lu Yin recalled, that was a black hole of death. Regardless of whether they were explorers, cruisers, hunters, or even enlighters, the death rate there was more than 50%. That was a battlefield between different races. Now that the innerverse and outerverse have been separated, the outerverse cannot receive any support from the innerverse, and the predicament they face is much greater than before. There are unknown civilizations from the astral wilderness, the astral beast domain's invasion, and the technocracy's invasion, and so on. All of these are matters of life and death. If we don't form an alliance, how can we resist? Resources are scattered, and how can we increase our strength? These are not my ideas alone, but rather the Hall of Honors. Bok Xianxia fell into deep thought. The outerverse strength was too scattered, and the strength of individual weaves was too weak. He was aware of this, and there were indeed benefits to forming an alliance. However, this was not what he wanted to know. "Your Highness, an alliance is fine, but who will be the leader and who will be the subordinate?" Lu Yin looked at Bok Xianxia with amusement. "What do you think?" Bok Xianxia's eyes flickered, and he did not dare to meet Lu Yin's gaze. Lu Yin stood up. "All right, I've said everything that needs to be said. Patriarch Bok, please reconsider. However, an alliance is imperative." Lu Yin then left. Bok Xianxia watched Lu Yin's back as he left. This was the first time that he had interacted with the Great Yu Empire's royal regent, and as outsiders had said, Lu Yin was a little overbearing. "Patriarch, should we?" The hunter who was protecting Bok Xianxia made a gesture. Bok Xianxia glared at him. "Are you crazy? If he dares to come to Lars Weave, then he's not afraid of danger. If he fails, then we're finished." Yes. News of Lu Yin's assassination attempt had not spread, so Bok Xianxia and the others did not know about it. Otherwise, if they had known that Lu Yin had survived the assassination attempt by 5 hunters, they definitely would not have dared to have such thoughts. Actually, Lu Yin wanted Bok Xianxia to make a move against him. That way, he would be able to change the patriarch of the Six-Fingered Tribe, and the person he replaced would be easier to control. This was why Lu Yin had not even brought the blind monk along when meeting with Bok Xianxia. It was a pity that this patriarch was too cowardly. The main focus of Lu Yin's visit was not Bok Xianxia, but rather Luke Xianxia, as he was the true ruler of the Six-Fingered Tribe. The two of them had agreed to meet at the Six-Fingered Tribe's sacrificial grounds. This sort of place had great influence over a tribe, and Luke Xianxia had chosen to meet here to show his allegiance. "Your subject, Luke Xianxia, greets Your Highness the Royal Regent." Luke Xianxia immediately bowed when he saw Lu Yin, using the Great Yu Empire's etiquette. Lu Yin smiled and lifted him up with one hand. Elder Luke is too courteous, but there's no need for that. Luke Xianxia looked at Luin and respectfully replied, "It's my duty. As a subject, this is how it should be." Luin smiled and looked around. There were many guards around, and it seemed that these people were all Luke Xianxia's trusted aides. "You invited me here to make a deal. Tell me, what kind of deal?" Luin asked. Luke Xianxia hurriedly replied, "It's not a deal, it's an offering. Your subject is willing to offer the Six-Fingered Tribe's greatest secret to your highness. Of course, if your highness feels that your subject has contributed to the empire, then please allow me to share some of the empire's worries." "What secret?" Luin did not want to listen to Luke's nonsense, and he directly asked. "Please follow me, your highness," Luke Xianxia said respectfully as he opened the underground entrance to the sacrificial grounds. Luin brought the blind monk with him as he followed Luke Xianxia inside. He was not worried about the dangers, as he had already taken a look around before coming here. There were very few rune lines in this place, so it was not a threat to him. The underground was very deep, and it was very dark. There was not even any light, but that did not matter to them. After walking for a long time, Luin noticed that there were strange diagrams carved into the walls, which were most likely the history of the Six-Fingered Tribe. Luin looked around and saw some diagrams that had a very small population, which most likely meant that the tribe's population would go extinct every 10,000 years. "Elder Luke, I've heard that your Six-Fingered Tribe is plagued with disasters," Luin asked. Luke Xianxia bitterly replied, "We've embarrassed ourselves in front of your highness. For some reason, every 10,000 years, my Six-Fingered Tribe will experience a calamity that causes our population to plummet. Fortunately, we've managed to survive. Do you know why?" Luin was curious. Luke Xianxia shook his head. "I don't know. 10,000 years ago, the tribe paid a huge price to seek an audience with the Starsabel sect's sect master. They wanted to divine the outcome, but the price was not enough." "The Starsabel sect? Do you trust the Starsabel sect that much?" Luin was curious. Luke Xianxia was puzzled. "Does your highness not trust them?" "The Starsabel sect has the ability to divine the past and the future. This is publicly acknowledged throughout the universe." "Perhaps." Luin recalled that the Starsabel sect had divined that the Sea King had stolen pyrolite. There were some things that could not be explained, and the Starsabel sect was very mysterious. "Your highness, we've arrived." Luke Xianxia respectfully led Luin underground. This place was rather spacious, and there was only a stone slab in the center that was covered by a cloth. Luke Xianxia walked over to the stone slab and lifted the cloth. Lu Yin's pupils shrank when he saw what was inside. Scarlet vertical eyes? Scarlet vertical eyes. Luin was not unfamiliar with them. Back on Earth, he had picked up a scarlet vertical eye that Silver had dropped. This was an item from the Neo-Human Alliance. Luin stared at Luke Xianxia with a sharp gaze. At the same time, he subconsciously donned his universal armor and filled his eyes with star energy as he surveyed his surroundings. The number of rune lines did not change, so there was no threat. "Are you from the Neo-Human Alliance?" Luin asked coldly. The blind monk took a step forward and stared at Luke Xianxia. Luke Xianxia smiled bitterly. "Your highness, if I were from the Neo-Human Alliance, then I wouldn't be showing you this." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and they flickered, but he did not speak. Luke Xianxia squatted down and wiped the scarlet vertical eye. "This stone slab was passed down by the Six-Fingered Tribe. We know that this is the symbol of the Neo-Human Alliance, but this stone slab has existed for far longer than the Neo-Human Alliance." Luin raised a brow. "What do you mean?" Luke Xianxia recalled, the Six-Fingered Tribe was born with a curse. They were born with 6 fingers, and every 10,000 years, they would experience a great change, causing their population to plummet. This is a calamity that has been imprinted in their genes, and it can never be changed. Even if an enlighter was born in the tribe, it could not change this fact. This stone tablet is just like this calamity that has accompanied our tribe since the beginning of our genealogy. After that, Luke Xianxia looked at Luin. "Our clan once had someone appraise it, and they found that this stone tablet has existed for an extremely long time, to the point that it cannot be traced back. It far surpasses the time recorded in our clan's genealogy records, And it also surpasses the time when the Neo-Human Alliance appeared. Luin crouched down and touched the stone slab. The scarlet vertical eye caused a chill to run down his spine. This was clearly the symbol of the Neo-Human Alliance, but why did it seem to have existed for even longer than the Neo-Human Alliance? Luin had seen a few things that had existed for so long that it was impossible to trace their history, such as the Day-Night Clan's inheritance stone and the thing inside the centipede's body. Or could it be that this symbol represented another kind of existence, and the Neo-Human Alliance was just one of them? Seventh bro, look. There are words on the stone slab, the monkey cried out. Luin wiped the stone slab, and there were protrusions on it. They were indeed words, but he did not recognize them. These words are different from the ones in the Daosource sect and the Wen family's literary prison. Those two words seem to be from the same era, but these words seem even more ancient. It's as if they were symbols that had started to evolve into words. In other words, these are the most ancient words, the monkey muttered to himself. Your Highness, I'm willing to offer the stone slab to your Highness. Luke Seamus bowed respectfully and nervously waited for Lu Yin's reply. Luin stood up and calmly said, Did you know that I was attacked by 5 hunters on my way here? Luke Seamus's expression changed. Your Highness, this has nothing to do with me. I definitely did not reveal your Highness's whereabouts. Luin turned around and looked at Luke Seamus. This stone slab doesn't mean much to me. If I keep it, it might even become evidence that I colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance. Luke Seamus lowered his head and did not speak, but his expression grew increasingly ugly. After a moment of silence, Luin said, Although it doesn't mean much to me, it's still something that your 6-fingered tribe has passed down for countless years. By offering it to me, you're showing your loyalty, and I'll accept your sincerity. From today onwards, as long as you don't make any mistakes, I'll always reserve a seat for you in the Lu Ministry of Staff, and it can be passed down. Luke Seamus was delighted. Thank you, Your Highness. I will definitely serve Your Highness with my life. Luin grunted in acknowledgement, put away the stone slab, and left the sacrificial grounds. Since this was not an official visit, Luin only greeted Bok Seamus through his gadget before leaving Lars Weave. On his spacecraft, Luin took out the stone slab and the scarlet eye that he had picked up on Earth. He compared the two, and aside from the size, the scarlet eye was almost identical. The only difference was that the stone slab had ancient words on it, while the scarlet eye that he had picked up had a sinister smiling skull behind it. Seventh bro, don't think too much about it. Many things will fade away with time, and there's no need to waste your time thinking about things from ancient times. Luin asked, Monkey, you should know about the 5th and 6th mainlands, right? The monkey was stumped. I don't know, but I once saw the words 5th and 6th mainlands in a powerhouse's autobiography. However, those words were too common, so I didn't pay much attention to them. Is that so? Luin casually replied. He had not forgotten what the monkey had said during his battle with the shadow beast in Ironblood Weave. The monkey had mentioned that the sky was fake, and that the damned monkey definitely knew something but had not said anything about it. Luin was glad that he had blocked the monkey every time he rolled his die and had not allowed the monkey to discover his greatest secret. The damned monkey definitely had its reasons for hiding things from Luin, and if Luin had truly become one with life and death, then there would have been no need for him to hide anything. It seemed that Luin would have to think of a way to learn more about beast taming. As for the stone slab, Luin put it away, as there was no need to waste time thinking about it. Too much time had passed, and even the buildings within the centipede's body could not be traced back to time, let alone this stone slab. Luin had only agreed to Luke Seamus's condition, which was to make things easier for the Alliance. Beep 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 beep. Lu Yin's gadget beeped, and a screen appeared. The bespectacled mist child appeared in front of Luin. Your Highness, I've found it. So fast. Luin was surprised. The mist child replied, Hunters are very popular in the Outerverse, and there aren't many of them in a weave. It's easy to find those who haven't been around for the past few days. We just need to follow the clues. After a pause, the mist child continued, Of the 5 hunters who tried to assassinate you, one is from Flaxen Weave, one is from Adonis Weave, and one is from Dark Mist Weave. The other 2 are independent cultivators with no foundation. Flaxen Weave, Adonis Weave, and Dark Mist Weave? Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Yes, Flaxen weaves Tribanner Federation, Adonis weaves Darkstar Gorge, and as for Dark Mist weave, this person is from the 9 allied nations. They were all formed by some people from your great U Empire, and their leader is the one you told me about. The Mist Child smiled. Lu Yin's brows rose. Orchid Planet's chairman, Larkin? That's right, the Mist Child replied. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He knew that the Yushan bloodline had always wanted to overthrow him, but he had not expected them to be so aggressive. 5 hunters, and this Larkin was quite capable. Actually, Larkin only found 3 hunters. The Tribanner Federation and Darkstar Gorge came to him on their own, so it can be considered a joint operation. Lu Yin nodded. I understand. Thank you for your hard work. The Mist Child revealed a sweet smile. It's not hard at all. If your highness needs anything, feel free to instruct me. Larkin couldn't have done all of this by himself. Do you know who joined forces with him? Lu Yin asked. I did. They're all from your great U Empire's Yushan bloodline. These people paid a considerable price. Send me the list. All right. Lu Yin disconnected the call and contacted Phantom Sting, the former mafioso planet's hunter Mist Child. Lu Yin had spared his life and allowed him to temporarily take over as the captain of the 2nd Imperial Squadron. He was also responsible for training spies. I told you to keep an eye on Larkin, but he already sent someone to assassinate me. Your surveillance is useless. Phantom Sting lowered his head and said, Your Highness, Larkin has been acting normally recently. Either he didn't do it, or this matter had already been planned before I tried to assassinate him. It couldn't have been planned during this period of time. Investigate this for me. Use whatever methods you have to do it as soon as possible, Lu Yin ordered. Understood. The second possibility was more likely, as the Mist Child would not lie to him over such a small matter. Half a day later, Phantom Sting contacted Lu Yin. I'm sorry, Your Highness. It was a mistake at work. What happened? Lu Yin asked. The Larkin we assassinated back then was a fake, Phantom Sting said. Lu Yin was shocked. He found a substitute? Yes. He's always been secretly plotting and swapping places with his substitute. This time, we directly captured him. We were lucky that it was the real Larkin, and he confessed everything. Lu Yin had not expected Larkin to have some tricks up his sleeve. Even Phantom Sting had been fooled, which meant that this person had been using a substitute for some time and had been constantly swapping places. He was quite smart, but it was a pity that he had been unlucky. Otherwise, even if Phantom Sting had acted, the real Larkin might have been able to escape. Capturing Larkin was equivalent to alerting the people who had allied with him in the Yushan bloodline. Lu Yin ordered the 6th and 9th squadrons to take action and capture the people on the list that the Mist Child had sent over. These people had all been involved in the assassination attempt. There were 8 people on the list, and they were all powerful people in various parts of the Great U Empire. 3 of them were even from the military and controlled the military. Fortunately, Lu Yin had already set up the Lu Ministry of War and the Lu Ministry of Justice to separately monitor the military. He also had heavyweights like Sigmund Mathers and Hilana to oversee things. Otherwise, capturing these people would have definitely caused a mutiny. When Lu Yin returned to Xinyu Star, he found that everyone on the list had been captured and imprisoned. Lu Yin planned to eliminate these people completely, but just as he returned to King Zishan's palace, he ran into Wendy Yushan. The moment he saw Wendy Yushan, Lu Yin's mind suddenly cleared up. He was not the ruler of the Great U Empire, he was just an imposter created by Big Sis and the others using the blood of the Zishan clan. This woman in front of him was the true heir of the Great U Empire. How do you plan on dealing with those people? Wendy Yushan asked calmly, as if she was asking a normal question. Lu Yin thought about it for a moment. You decide. Wendy Yushan looked at the palace with a complicated expression. I've always thought that the Great U Empire is too small, and I've never thought of inheriting the throne. Even after father and brother died, this thought has never changed. I'm not suited for power, so the one in charge has always been you. You're from the Zishan bloodline, and father promised that King Zishan's bloodline would also have the right to inherit the throne. Many people have told me that you're too tyrannical and despotic, and that the empire will collapse under your hands sooner or later. I don't care about any of that, and whether the Great Yu Empire exists or not, it's fate to me. However, there are times when a person's identity is destined to bring trouble. Regardless of whether those people are sincere or not, they're still fighting for the Yushan bloodline. I hope that you can let them off this once. Lu nodded. Sure, as long as you say so. Wendy Yushan looked at Lu Yin. The royal regent is just the royal regent, and he doesn't have the right to do so. I hope that you can inherit the throne and truly control the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin could tell that Wendy Yushan was sincere. This woman treated him as family, her only family. She also did not care about the Great Yu Empire and did not desire power. However, could he really inherit the throne? For some reason, Lu Yin felt that he would be restricted the moment he inherited the throne, and he would no longer have the freedom that he currently had. This was not what he wanted. What he wanted was great power, the ability to gather resources and protect himself. He did not want to be immersed in the vortex of power and deal with endless government affairs. He did not want to be like Undying Yushan, which was not what he wanted. I don't have such plans for now, Lu Yin said. Wendy Yushan looked away and slowly left. Although he could not inherit the throne of the Great Yu Empire, he could still become the person with the most authority in the Great Eastern Alliance that was about to be established. This identity was even more attractive than that of the Great Yu Empire's emperor. Over the next few days, the people on the list were all exiled one by one. It was already a great fortune that they were still alive, and Lu Yin could not allow these people to continue holding power. As for Larkin, he had died of illness in prison, and Lu Yin would not let him go. This person was extremely scheming, and even Phantom Sting had been tricked. Although not many people had been arrested, they were all people with real power. The Great Yu Empire had experienced an earthquake in the bureaucracy, and while some people had been exiled, others had naturally risen. Huansha was busy. She was selecting suitable people to take up the position, and so was the cabinet. Back in King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin took out his futon. Although he did not know how this thing worked, it should be related to spiritual force. There was no clear information about it, but Lu Yin knew that he would have to wait for another half a month before he could enter the Daosource sect again. That day, the captain of the 12th Squadron, Banjiu, sought an audience with good news. The androids have been successfully created? Lu Yin was surprised. Yes, Your Highness. The preliminary results are out, and we've even created a core control, Banjiu said excitedly. Lu Yin did not pay too much attention to this news, as he had actually forgotten about the blueprint for the androids that he had given Banjiu when the innerverse and outerverse had been separated. Banjiu had even said that it was the crystallization of the universe's most advanced technology, but Lu Yin had not believed him. What's the cost? How powerful is it? Lu Yin asked. Banjiu turned on his screen, and a bunch of numbers appeared on it. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. I don't understand. Just tell me. Your Highness, these androids are currently the most fantastical and most advanced technology. Even with my abilities, I was only able to create the first one. However, due to the limitations of the materials used, its power is only comparable to that of a normal emitter, Banjiu said awkwardly. Lu Yin nodded. That's not bad. What's the cost? How long would it take to create one? Banjiu gave him a rough estimate, but Lu Yin frowned. The cost was too high, and it would take too long. It was not worth it. Seeing that Lu Yin did not seem to care, Banjiu hurriedly said, Your Highness, the most unique characteristic of these androids is that they have a core control that can store energy. In theory, as long as the core control materials meet the requirements, the android's power will increase infinitely. Lu Yin was shocked. Infinitely? Yes. The core control must be able to completely seal off the android's power, and then the components will be used to distribute the energy to the various parts of the androids for battle. The most important thing is the core control. The best materials that our Great Yu Empire can use to create the core control can only seal off the energy of a limiter. If the core control materials can seal off the energy of an explorer, then the androids will have the power of an explorer. If they can seal off the energy of a cruiser, then the androids will have the power of a cruiser, and so on. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. If they can seal off the energy of an enlighter, then can they still have the power of an enlighter? Absolutely, Banjo affirmed. Luin did not believe it. Androids created by humans could have the power of an enlighter? Dream on. What kind of materials do you need to seal off the energy of an explorer? Luin asked. The universe has a very clear classification of materials, using crystallinity as a unit of measurement. In order to match a cultivator's power level, the highest crystallinity of a normal material is 100. Anything above 100 is able to withstand a cultivator's attack. For example, between 101 and 1000 crystallinity, the corresponding power level is equivalent to a seeker's attack. In other words, the toughest material that the Great U Empire can produce is only 7000 crystallinity, Banjo explained. What's the crystallinity of the materials used to create radiant great auroras? Luin asked. In theory, a radiant great auroras can defend against a cruiser's attack, so their crystallinity is at least 50,000. Our Great U Empire doesn't have such a hard material? Luin frowned. Banjo was helpless. In the entire Frostwave weave, the toughest material is only 10,000 crystallinity. The production of this material is extremely low, and it's impossible to create many core controllers. It's not worth it to just add a few explorers to the team. Grand Topweave has materials with over 30,000 crystallinity, but the production is also too low. Aside from being hard, it's also best if the materials can increase their toughness. For example, 1000 spirit threads can increase the upper limit of the energy seal. Although the other components of the androids don't have as high a material requirement as the core controllers, they can't be too low either. Otherwise, they won't be able to withstand the pressure of the energy release. Also, Banjo spoke for a long time, but in short, he needed both materials and money. Luin was speechless. He still needed money, so who could he ask for it from? What about polarium essence? Luin asked. Banjo replied, polarium essence is not suitable for the core controllers, but it can be used to create androids. It's precisely because of this that I'm confident that I can create androids that surpass an explorer's strength. Otherwise, the other materials won't be able to withstand the energy. Your Highness, if you have the right materials, I'm confident that I can create an unrivaled army of androids for you. Luin thought about it for a moment. Give me a list of all the materials that you need. Cross out the ones that can be obtained from Frostwave Weave and Grand Top Weave. I'll think of something for the rest. Thank you, Your Highness. Banjo was delighted. Luin muttered to himself. He really did need to increase the Great U Empire's strength. The stronger the Great U Empire was, the more resources it would be able to obtain, and the more resources it had, the stronger it would be. This was a virtuous cycle. In the early stages, he would have to contribute to the Great U Empire, but in the later stages, he would have to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. An unrivaled army of androids was a very tempting idea. He didn't need too many of them. As long as he replaced all the members of the 13 Imperial squadrons with androids with the strength of explorers, he would be able to easily control the entire Great U Empire and expand his influence. Luin activated his gadget and contacted Madame Naylan. She quickly appeared on his screen, wearing a white bathrobe that wrapped around her alluring figure. Her fair skin was exposed to the air, and it almost reflected the light. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat when he saw her. Your Highness, are you looking for me? She beamed at Luin as she dried her hair. Luin felt awkward. Did you just shower? Then I'll contact you in a bit. Hee, there's no need. If your Highness has something to say, please tell me. She smiled. Luin coughed and rubbed his nose. He then sent Banjo's list of materials to her. See how many you can find. I'll pay for them. She looked over the list for a while. We can obtain most of them, but there are a few that are harder to find, especially those that have a hardness of over 30,000. Even our Naylan family doesn't have many of them. There's also spiritual silk. Your Highness, spiritual silk isn't an ordinary material. It's used to preserve source boxes, and it's basically a controlled type of material. I won't force you. What about the other materials? Luin asked. She replied, some of them aren't expensive, but they're produced in a weave in the West. As you know, the West isn't easy to reach at the moment. Divide out the materials that you can find, and then we'll think of something else. Luin rubbed his head. She replied, Your Highness, you don't need to buy materials that have a hardness of over 30,000 from us. Lars Weave has them, and you can ask the Six-Fingered Tribe to help you. After all, they're your allies, and resource integration is one of the terms of the alliance. Luin was delighted. Lars Weave has them? That's great. Madame Nayland smiled and closed the communication. Luin retracted his gaze. The alliance's effects were beginning to show, and this was the effect of resource integration. If he could integrate all of the Outerverse resources, then he could have any material he wanted without having to worry about it. He left Lars Weave's matters to Xianxia, and the Nayland family could collect a batch of materials. Most of the remaining materials were produced in the Western weaves, but they weren't too precious. The androids weren't very large, so they didn't need much. Luin checked the uses of the materials and found that most of them could be used to create technological weapons. Luin ordered someone to send the weapons to King Zishan's palace as he began to disassemble them. The materials that could be obtained from disassembling a batch of weapons were enough to create over 100 androids. He had people send over several batches, and he had practically disassembled an entire fleet of weapons from the Great Yu Empire. After some calculations, he concluded that he could create over 1,000 androids after disassembling them. 5 days later, the first batch of materials from the Nayland family arrived. The Six-Fingered Tribe also delivered materials with a crystal degree of over 30,000. The prices were so low that Luin felt embarrassed. Banjio was very excited and continuously received materials. He promised that as long as all the materials were in place, they would be able to produce the first batch of androids within half a year. Luin was elated, as that meant that he would have an army of explorers who were not afraid of death in half a year. Furthermore, as the materials increased, their strength would increase as well. The explorer realm was a dividing line for cultivators, and they were considered space-exploring powerhouses. Although there were more than 100 explorers in the Great Yu Empire, not all of them worked for the Empire. Many planets' strongest powerhouses were explorers, but they did not belong to the Empire. There were only a few dozen explorers in the Empire. It was not just the Great Yu Empire, but other powers as well. The guardian of one planet in the erudite Flowzone's border warfront was just an explorer. To Luin, explorers were not strong, but that was only in his opinion. In the vast universe, explorers were considered powerhouses. To this day, no power in the Outerverse had been able to form an army of explorers. Luin wanted to form the first army of explorers, and there would be close to 1,000 of them. With this motivation, Luin became even more motivated. He had K's guard the door and prevent anyone from entering King Zishan's palace. Within the secret room, he began to roll his die, and when it slowly stopped, Luin was delighted. His luck was too good, as he had gotten 2 pips, which was exactly what he needed. When he saw the decomposition vortex appear, Luin extended the time and began his boring life of decomposition. He had done this more than once. Back then, he had decomposed polarium and then upgraded it to polarium essence, so he was already used to it. Fortunately, his decomposition speed was not slow. 2 days later, Luin tiredly handed the materials to Banjio, who was delighted. Thank you, Your Highness. I guarantee that I will deliver at least 50 explorers in half a year. Luin nodded, but then he suddenly felt that something was wrong. What did you say? 50? Wasn't it 1,000? Banjio was stunned. When did I say that? Luin slapped his forehead, as he had forgotten that the materials he had decomposed were enough to produce 1,000 androids. However, that was all. The other materials were not enough to produce 1,000 androids. Your Highness, although we have all the materials, the quantity is severely insufficient. Adding to the wastage during the process, 50 androids are the limit. At most 2 or 3 will be enough, Banjio said. How many more materials do we need to create more than 1,000 explorers? The Nayland family has already brought over all the materials they can muster. Lord Gavin said that the Empire doesn't have the money for the time being, so there are still many materials that they can't buy, said Banjio. At the end of the day, he still did not have enough money. Luin glanced at his cosmic ring and saw that he still had more than 80,000 star essence, but this was his money. The Empire still owed him 50,000 star essence, and he could not afford to lose any more. Otherwise, what would he do if he reached the point of exhaustion? Would he still have to borrow money from the Nayland family? He was embarrassed. After thinking about it, he thought of an idea: the Mavis Bank. He should be able to borrow money from them, but he didn't know how much interest they would charge. This idea was quite tempting, but then Luin recalled how Lulu had insisted on visiting the palace. The Mavis Bank was not just a bank, they represented the entire Mavis family, and they coveted the secret technique of the Seven Courtshu family. It might not be a good thing to be involved with them. Luin gave up on the idea of borrowing money from the Mavis Bank and had Banjo withdraw. For now, he would just create 50 androids. He had already thought it through, and he might not need too many. He could upgrade these 50 androids to cruisers or even hunters. Otherwise, if there were too many androids, he would not be able to handle it. Just as Banjo withdrew, Gavin requested an audience. Luin was most afraid of meeting him, as the old man would definitely come and complain about how poor he was. Thus, Luin decided to simply shut the door and decline all visitors. The night was cool as water, and King Zishan's palace was brightly lit, illuminating a large area next to the palace. For many people, the nightlife had just begun. Luin extended his domain and saw the crazy men and women in the bar, as well as the lonely tavern with one or two scattered people drinking. He also saw the unspeakable happenings in the alleyways and many more. He retracted his domain, as there were some things that were better left unknown. The Empire's economy had just gotten back on track, but it had once again sunk into a quagmire because of the purchase of various materials. If not for the fact that the Nayland family was in a hurry to get the Great Yu Empire to pay up, Luin would have paid for it himself. As he looked at Xinyu Star, which was still brightly lit even in the middle of the night, Luin felt a little lonely. Perhaps it had not been a bad choice to forcefully bring Ming Yan out at that time. Sometimes, a man should be a little more forceful. Luin thought to himself as he drank some wine. As soon as he took a step forward, his surroundings fell silent. The lights were still the same, but the wind had stopped, and the sound was gone. The leaves that should have been drifting to the ground stopped in midair. Everything seemed natural yet strange, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Luin stood still as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. He could not sense any aura, and even though his eyes were filled with star energy, he could not see any rune lines. Everything around him was still, and he did not know what kind of power this was. It was indescribably strong, like the power of a god. It was untraceable, yet it could be seen everywhere. It's been a while since we last met. You've become much stronger, a faint voice sounded from behind Luin. A thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind, and he abruptly turned around to see a familiar face. Ma Master? The person who had appeared behind Luin was his would-be master, Mr. Mu, the person who had given him Fate Sand and raised his physical body to its limits. Mr. Mu looked at Luin indifferently. I was just passing by, so I thought I'd drop by to see you. As soon as he finished speaking, everything returned to normal. The leaves fell to the ground, the wind blew, and the lights in. The distance flickered. It seemed like an illusion, but Luin was sure that what he had seen was real. Mr. Mu had caused everything to stop. Disciple Luin greets Master. Luin bowed. Mr. Mu looked at Luin. You've become quite famous recently. You performed very well on the battlefield in Ironblood Weave. Luin replied, Thank you for your praise, Master. May I ask if this disciple can become your official disciple? After leaving the Golden Ocean, Luin had only been Mr. Mu's in-name disciple. Even with his abilities back then, he did not have the qualifications to become an official disciple. Now, however, Luin was confident. Not only had he become an explorer, his battle force had reached 7 lines, he had comprehended a force field, and he had even grasped the secret art. This time, he was full of confidence. It seems like you're very confident in using your opportunity. However, I must remind you that you are now an explorer, and my requirements for becoming a disciple are different from when you are a Lemeter. If you cannot become my official disciple, then you will lose the qualifications to even become an in-name disciple. At the same time, your memories of me will be erased. You may choose, Mr. Mu said. Luin was startled, but after thinking about it, he gritted his teeth. This disciple is willing to try. Mr. Mu nodded, and the next moment, everything returned to its original state. It was as if everything had stopped. All right, use your opportunity. Luin skipped over battle force and domain. Although 7 lines of battle force and a force field were shocking to many, they were nothing to Mr. Mu. He immediately used the secret art and waved his hand, causing the ground and rocks to disappear before reappearing in another direction. Mr. Mu praised, secret technique, the 7 quartz secret art. Not bad, not bad. Luin was shocked. Master, you know about the secret art? There are very few secret techniques in the universe, and I've seen almost all of them. It's no big deal. Continue, Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin's heart sank. Even a secret technique was not enough? That was a secret technique. His eyes flickered, and he sank into deep thought. Mr. Mu said, if you think that you can become my disciple just by relying on a secret technique, then you're being too naive. Do you remember that war spirit with closed eyes that you fought in that space? That person also had a secret technique, but I did not accept him as a disciple. Luin clenched his fists and looked at Mr. Mu expectantly. Master, this disciple knows the secret of this universe. Mr. Mu was surprised. Tell me about it. During the ancient era, there were 6 mainlands in the universe, which were the first mainland, second mainland, third mainland, fourth mainland, fifth mainland, and sixth mainland. The first 4 mainlands inexplicably collapsed, and the fifth mainland was defeated by the sixth mainland in a battle. It then merged with the first 4 mainlands to form this universe. Now. Luin repeated everything that he had heard from that elegant man in the Daosaur sect, and he continued to observe Mr. Mu as he spoke. He knew that Mr. Mu definitely knew these secrets, but with his current status and ability, it was impossible for him to come into contact with them. This was an opportunity, and this opportunity was not limited to power, but also included knowledge. Mr. Mu looked up with a complicated expression on his face. You're right. This is a universe formed by the fusion of 5 continents, and its scope far surpasses that of a single continent. You're quite fortunate to know all of this, but it's still not enough. He then looked at Luin. With your age, ability, and background, it's indeed surprising that you know all of this. Even I did not expect you to know all of this, and I don't want to know how you learned all of this. However, you're still lacking a little bit. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, and he slowly raised his index finger. He pointed it at the void and tapped out. In that instant, his eyes went slack, and his consciousness vanished. Boundless rage spread throughout his body. This was the dream finger, and it was also the strongest attack that he could use. This attack had killed Ying Guai and severely injured Phantom Thorn. The moment the dream finger appeared, the void rippled, and Mr. Mu's eyes went wide, as if he had seen something inconceivable. Lu Yin's finger had pierced through the void, ignoring the distance between them. He had clearly hit an empty space, but it had caused space to tremble and ripple. It was a beautiful sight, but only those who were facing it would know the power of this finger. Mr. Mu frowned. What was this? So that's how it was. No wonder, no wonder. An intense pain engulfed Lu Yin's nerves, and he clutched his index finger as he looked expectantly at Mr. Mu. This was his last resort, and if it still did not work, then he would have to reveal the Stonewall scriptures and those numbers. Mr. Mu looked at Luin, and his eyes were no longer indifferent. Instead, they were filled with gentleness and anticipation. That's enough. Throughout the entire universe, it's not easy for an explorer to have such a fortuitous encounter like yours. Today, I'll officially accept you as my disciple. Luin was delighted, and he hurriedly knelt down to pay respects to his master. Disciple Luin greets master. Mr. Mu nodded. I was just taking a look, but I never thought that you would actually have such a fortuitous encounter to become my disciple. Becoming my disciple is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, but since you've become my disciple, I won't treat you unfairly. Mr. Mu then extended his hand, revealing a chip. Take this. Luin accepted it and looked at Mr. Mu in confusion. This should be what you've been hoping to obtain the most right now. It's the serious art, Mr. Mu explained. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he was ecstatic. Serious art? Master, this is the serious art? Mr. Mu nodded. Although it's incomplete, it contains the method to cultivate up to 99 stars. The serious art is the core technique of the serious sect, and even I can't obtain the entire manual. If you want the complete serious art, you'll have to head to the Neoverse and join the serious sect. That's a matter for the future, but for now, this incomplete manual is enough for you to cultivate. Although Lu Yin was disappointed that it wasn't the complete serious art, being able to cultivate up to 99 stars was already pretty good. That was equivalent to a 99-fold increase in his absorption speed. Originally, with the amount of star energy he needed to absorb, it would take him 100 years to complete one cycle, and that was under the premise that he could cultivate at 9 times the speed of the serious art. Now that he had 99 stars, it would only take him 10 years at most. His speed was already comparable to an ordinary explorer's. Lu Yin was already satisfied. Thank you, Master, Lu Yin said gratefully. Mr. Mu said, take this as well. He then took out a prayer mat. Lu Yin blinked. A prayer mat? Mr. Mu has one too? This is called a futon, and when you sit on it, it will bring you into the Daosor sect's ruins. Since you understand those secrets, then you should know what the Daosor sect represents. Not only will you have the opportunity to obtain the Daosor sect's inheritance, but your status will also be different in this universe. You will understand this in the future. However, you must remember that there are not only people from the 5th mainland in the Daosor sect's ruins, but also people from the 6th mainland. Lu Yin took the futon and muttered, thank you, Master. Mr. Mu saw that Lu Yin did not seem very happy, and he assumed that Lu Yin did not understand the importance of a futon. It could be said that there had been people who had tried to trade for this futon in the past, but had not been able to do so. This futon not only represented the opportunity to obtain the Daosor sect's inheritance, but it also represented one's status. However, Mr. Mu did not intend to elaborate on this matter, as Lu Yin would find out in the future. Of course, Lu Yin understood the importance of a futon. The 10 Arbiter's supreme status was most likely related to this futon. Possessing a futon was equivalent to obtaining the protection of this universe, and they were the true geniuses of this universe. Mr. Mu had given Lu Yin a futon, which could be considered quite generous. However, Lu Yin already had one. Should he mention it or not? That was the question. I have to leave now. I came here in a hurry, and I never thought that you would actually have the opportunity to become an official disciple. If you can satisfy me the next time we meet, I'll give you a gift, Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin hurriedly asked, Master, aren't the innerverse and outerverse separated? How did you appear here? It's a coincidence. I was in the outerverse when the innerverse and outerverse were separated, Mr. Mu said before disappearing. After Mr. Mu disappeared, everything returned to normal. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy as he looked around, but he could not see the enormous amount of rune lines. Lu Yin did not know exactly how powerful this master of his was, but his methods seemed a little mystical. Had he frozen space or time just now? Lu Yin looked at the chip in his hand and could not help but laugh. This harvest was too great. Not only had he gained the serious technique, but he had also gained Mr. Mu himself. Previously, Lu Yin had thought that Mr. Mu was in the innerverse, and even if he crushed the jade, he would not be saved. Now that he was in the outerverse, that jade was like a protective talisman. With Mr. Mu's strength, he should not be any weaker than the Sea King. Lu Yin could not directly make a comparison, but based on his intuition, Mr. Mu definitely surpassed Elder Lohar. This was a very powerful backer. Now that he had 2 futons, Lu Yin could not use them alone. With that in mind, he stepped out of King Zishan's palace and headed towards the 5th princess residence. Lu Yin had never come to the 5th princess residence at night, and if he was discovered at this time, he would not be able to explain himself. Thus, he directly entered. He released his domain, wanting to let Wendy Yushan know that he had arrived. However, in the next moment, his expression changed, and he became extremely embarrassed. Wendy Yushan was bathing. In the backyard of the 5th princess residence, Wendy Yushan suddenly looked up, and her expression changed. She raised a hand and shot a stream of water into the void. Withdraw. Luin hurriedly withdrew his domain and coughed a few times. He wanted to leave, but after some thought, he decided to stay. It would be even more awkward if he left now, as it would seem like he had specially come to watch her bathe. However, the beautiful scene that he had seen in that instant had already been imprinted into his mind. That absolutely beautiful body had stunned him, and he would never forget it for the rest of his life. Wendy Yuxian's face flushed red as she put on her clothes and took out her sword from her cosmic ring. She gripped the hilt tightly as she walked into the living room. The moment she saw Luin, she instinctively unsheathed her sword, and a cold glint reverberated through the void. It seemed like she could attack at any moment. "You better give me an explanation." Luin rubbed his nose. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose." "Who gave you permission to enter my residence as you please?" Wendy Yuxian demanded, her face still flushed red. She had never been seen like this in her entire life, and she felt very strange at this moment. It was as if the sky was collapsing on her. She was clearly not afraid of death, but now, she was afraid to see this man. Luin glanced at Wendy Yuxian, and the image of her snow-white body within the hazy mist subconsciously appeared in his mind. He coughed again and took out his futon. "This is for you." Wendy Yuxian's eyes went wide, and she stabbed her sword at Luin. "You tricked me." Luin raised a finger, and 7-lined battle force wrapped around his fingertip. He flicked his finger and flicked the sword away. "Don't misunderstand. Listen to me." Wendy Yuxian snorted and put down her sword. She stared at Luin. There were not many things in this world that could make her lose her composure, and her heart was still racing. "Do you still remember the Daosor sect that I told you about? This is called a futon, and it's the key to the Daosor sect's ruins." Luin then told her everything about the 5th mainland, the 6th mainland, the Daosor sect, and even the imprint. Wendy Yuxian was confused. "Are you telling the truth?" Luin smiled bitterly. "Is there any benefit in lying to you?" "No, there is," he thought to himself as he watched her bathe. Wendy Yuxian stroked her futon. "When you asked me about Xianxia's name, did you hear it in the Daosor sect?" Luin nodded. "I heard someone from the 6th mainland mention Xianxia, and they said that he killed a realmling. I guessed that this Xianxia might be one of the 10 arbiters. Otherwise, with the 10 arbiters' strength, how could they have attained their current supreme status? It's precisely because they have the opportunity to receive the Daosor sect's inheritance that they are able to shift their authority to the younger generation. This is also why the various great powers of the universe don't dare to act against them, as they are the hope of the 5th mainland." "How many people from the 5th mainland are in the Daosor sect?" Wendy Yuxian asked. Luin shook his head. "I'm not sure about the specifics, but it should be the 10 arbiters. In fact, not all of them are in the Daosor sect. Some of them might have been arranged by some great figures to divert attention." "Are you saying that there might be people among the 10 arbiters who are unable to enter the Daosor sect in order to confuse the public so that those who truly have the opportunity to receive the Daosor sect's inheritance will remain hidden?" Wendy Yuxian asked. Luin replied, "That's just a guess. Perhaps all of the 10 arbiters can enter, or perhaps only a few people can enter. There might even be more than 10 people who have entered, and there might even be a few who have hidden themselves. Don't forget that we don't know anything about the Neoverse, so how could no one have entered the Daosor sect?" The third possibility was the most likely, as the Hall of Honor, Sirius sect, and the 3 Dark Hands were all in the Neoverse. That was the human domain, or rather, the 5th mainland's most powerful powerhouses, so there should be people who could enter the Daosor sect. However, that elegant man had clearly said that there were not many people in the 5th mainland, which was strange. Since entering the Daosor sect is so important to the universe, and one can even obtain the Hall of Honor's protection, how did you get this futon? Why don't you use it for yourself?" Wendy Yuxian looked at Luin suspiciously. Luin smiled. "I have another one." Wendy Yuxian was surprised. "Another one? You have 2? Luin nodded. "There's no need to doubt the importance of a futon. I've been to the Daosor sect's ruins and fought with the people from the 6th mainland. This thing is really important, and there aren't many of them in the entire universe. It's a coincidence that I have 2. Also, I heard from the 6th mainland that they've already attacked the 5th mainland. There might be a war in the Innerverse or the Neoverse. Wendy Yushan looked at the futon. I'll go take a look at the Daosaur sect. Wait for me. It'll only take about 10 days, and we'll be able to take care of each other then. Wendy Yushan nodded. After a moment of silence, Lu Yin said, I'll be leaving first. Wait. Wendy Yushan stared at Lu Yin. There's an unwritten rule in the universe that limits the observable range of a domain as much as possible. It's impolite to casually use a domain to observe others, and it might even lead to a fight. Remember that. Lu Yin coughed. Got it. Also, remember to report when you enter my residence in the future, Wendy Yushan warned him before taking the futon and turning to leave. Lu Yin smiled sheepishly and then left. The cultivation of the serious art required one to observe the movements of the stars. Ever since the crazy headmaster had helped Lu Yin form his 9th star, Lu Yin had not been able to observe the movements of the stars. Over the next 10 days, Lu Yin appeared on a desolate planet not too far away from Xinyu star. Above his head was a dark sky, and he began to cultivate the serious art. He directly broke through the 9th star that the crazy headmaster had helped him form. Following the incomplete serious art manual, he spent 2 days to cultivate the correct 9th star, and then he increased the number of stars one by one. His cultivation of the serious art was different from before. Previously, he had only been able to observe the movements of the stars with his naked eyes, but now that he was an explorer, his physical body could stand tall in space. He also had his domain and his eyes that could see rune lines. Thanks to the secret art, his understanding of the universe had changed. In just 10 days, he had gained 20 more stars. Currently, there were a total of 29 stars revolving around his body. The serious art was finally useful again, and Lu Yin was delighted. His first step in cultivation had been with the serious art. Not only did this technique increase his cultivation speed, but it also had many other uses. By using the serious art with his domain and lock-breaking tools, he could use the secret sidestep technique. When he used the serious art, he could clearly see anything that entered the serious art's range, and he could even imitate his opponent's battle techniques. Previously, 9 stars had not been very useful to powerhouses, but now, as long as he reached 99 stars, this ability might shine again. There was no rush, as it wouldn't take long for him to circulate all 99 stars. At that time, his strength would increase again. 10 days passed, and it was time to meet with Mr. Bai, the fatty, and the others. Lu Yin sat in King Zishan's palace and contacted Wendy Yushan before sitting down cross-legged on his futon. The scenery in front of him changed, and when he could clearly see his surroundings, he found himself in the ruined plaza that he had been in before. It was the same scene as before, but aside from the shattered ground and countless bones, there were a few more people around. They did not speak to each other as they walked towards First Divine Gate. Lu Yin looked around, but why wasn't Wendy Yushan around? He released his domain, and its range increased. At that moment, his domain sensed resistance. In the distance, a woman opened her eyes and coldly glanced at Lu Yin. Her domain suppressed Lu Yin's domain. Lu Yin frowned and unceremoniously used his domain to suppress her. There was a whoosh, and a storm rose up in the plaza. Several people looked over in shock as the powerful collision of domains caused even larger cracks to appear in the ground. The woman's eyes narrowed, and her domain suddenly vanished. She leaped up and charged at Lu Yin, her palm striking out with enough force to topple mountains and overturn seas. Lu Yin had not expected this woman to have such a violent temper. Her domain was no match for his, so she immediately attacked him. He did not hold back, and 29 stars revolved around his body. The woman's movements slowed down in his eyes, and he easily dodged her palm. He then grabbed her arm and flung her away. The woman's body flipped in midair, and she stared at him in shock. A strange imprint blossomed and imprinted itself onto her forehead. She kicked the air with one foot and charged towards him once more. Once again, she slammed down with a single palm. This time, Lu Yin's body exploded, and its power was nearly twice as strong as before. It was clearly the same battle technique, but its power had increased by so much. What was that imprint? The methods of the 6th Mainland's cultivators were too strange. However, this woman was no match for him. There was a thump, and Luin forcefully blocked the woman's palm with one arm. His powerful body repelled the force of her attack, but she gritted her teeth and roared. A blurry figure appeared behind her, and her imprint appeared as she slammed down with another palm. This time, the power of her palm was even stronger. This was repeated 3 times in a row, and each time was stronger than the last. The first time, her battle technique's power was equivalent to Northgate Lies, who was at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. The second time, it was comparable to Faceless and Qingwu, who were around the 60th position on the top 100 rankings. The third time, it surpassed Zhanbing Daynight's, and she was definitely at the level of the top 50. This was the standard of the 6th Mainland's cultivators. On average, they were much higher than the cultivators of the 6th Mainland, and any random cultivator he encountered would have such power. Luin did not hold back, and he forcefully blocked the woman's palm with one hand. He grabbed her arm and flung her away while simultaneously increasing his overlaying stacks. The woman was flung away by the huge force and landed firmly on the ground, leaving behind 2 deep footprints. However, the overlaying stacks that followed caused her to continuously retreat. Eventually, blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and she half knelt on the ground. She looked up at Luin in shock. "You." Luin looked at her coldly. Her power was much weaker than the elegant man he had killed before. That man had been comparable to Night King Gu, but this woman was at most around the 40th position on the top 100 rankings. There was a pft, and the woman spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale, and she stared at Luin with indignation. "Who are you? Tell me your name." Luin did not speak, as he was a deaf-mute here. The woman shouted, "You don't even dare to reveal your name?" Luin looked up and released his domain to continue searching for Wendy Yushan. The woman angrily gritted her teeth. "Remember this, I'm Tong Tong, and I'm the younger sister of Tong Zhan from the Grand Martial Realm. I won't forget this grudge." Luin frowned and stared coldly at Tong Tong, killing intent flashing through his eyes. This woman was brainless, and she still dared to threaten him in this situation. When she saw the killing intent in Lu Yin's eyes, Tong Tong sneered. "You want to kill me? You won't be able to do it. I have plenty of power vessels, and even an enlighter won't be able to kill me, let alone you." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. At this moment, Mr. Bai appeared in the plaza, and when he saw Luin and Tong Tong, he stood up and walked over to Luin. He then gestured at Luin. Luin did not understand. Mr. Bai then looked at Tong Tong. "Miss, is there some misunderstanding between you and my friend?" Tong Tong snorted and glared at Luin. "Remember this, don't let me see you in the Daosor sect." She then walked off to the other side. Mr. Bai was puzzled, and he gestured at Luin to ask what had happened. Luin shook his head, pointed at Tong Tong, and then at his head. His meaning was clear. Tong Tong just happened to turn around, and when she saw the gesture, she exploded with anger. "Just you wait. It seems like she's a troublesome young lady." Mr. Bai waved his fan and smiled. Luin could not find Wendy Yushan. Could she have met with an accident? Feeling helpless, he asked, "My friend came in with me, but she's not here." "Why?" Mr. Bai smiled, as he was not surprised that Luin could speak. The Daosor sect has 4 main entrances, and each entrance has its own plaza. Your friend should be in another plaza. Luin recalled that there were 3 entrances, 1st Divine Gate, 3rd Azure Gate, and 4th Imperial Gate. Who was that young lady? Mr. Bai asked curiously. Luin replied, Grand Martial Realm, Tong Zhan's younger sister. Tong Zhan? Then you've really offended someone incredible. Mr. Bai laughed. Luin did not ask further, as it seemed like this Tong Zhan was quite famous, and asking about him would only raise suspicions. Let's wait for a while. Miss Qing and Fatty Bro should be here soon. Speaking of which, I'm quite curious about Fatty Bro's Sky Eater pig bloodline. I wonder how it's doing. Mr. Bai smiled, as if he was always calm. Luin nodded and waited quietly. People appeared from time to time, and quite a few groups of people had already entered First Divine Gate. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. This was clearly the ruins of the 5th Mainland's Daosor sect, and the 5th Mainland did not have many futons. However, there were so many here, which meant that the Fifth Mainland had lost miserably during that war. Rumor has it that the first group of invaders has already fought, and they've even opened up a path to the Mara River. Once they completely suppress the Fifth Mainland, the younger generation will be able to officially hunt on the battlefield. That won't take too long, Mr. Bai said as he looked at Luin. It's not just the ruins of the Daosor sect. We might even meet on the battlefield. That's possible, Luin replied. Meeting on the battlefield? If the Sixth Mainland were to invade the Outerverse, then it might really be possible. Luin looked at the excited cultivators from the Sixth Mainland, but he did not have much hope of resisting the Sixth Mainland's invasion. Any random cultivator from the Sixth Mainland had the strength of someone on the top 100 rankings, and the average strength of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators far exceeded theirs. Furthermore, there were progenitors among them, so Luin did not know how long the universe could last. Not long after, the fatty arrived, and when he saw Luin and Mr. Bai, he ran over excitedly. Haha, fatty bro knew that you would come. Mr. Bai smiled. Fatty bro, how's the power of the Sky Eater pig's bloodline? The fatty was delighted. It's amazing. Fatty bro's strength has more than doubled, and I even dare to fight against Autumnfrost Qing. This is what an unparalleled bloodline requires. Mr. Bai smiled. The fatty looked at Luin and excitedly gestured at him. Luin was speechless. This fatty's hand gestures must have been invented by himself, as he could not understand them at all. Luin did not say anything, and Mr. Bai did not say anything either. Only the fatty continued to gesture excitedly, and it seemed that he would only stop once Luin responded. Luin could only helplessly give the fatty a thumbs up. The fatty grinned, and then he became even more excited as he gestured more and more. Fortunately, Miss Qing also appeared and stopped the fatty. The fatty could not help but feel excited. He had only said that they would gather in a month, and he had not expected these three to actually listen to him. His strength was far inferior to theirs, and now that they had actually met, the fatty felt as if he had made a true friend. This was especially true for Luin, as he had shared many of his secrets with this person. Luin was the perfect person to vent to, and the fatty did not wish to lose him. Fatty, show me the power of the Sky Eater pig. Miss Qing was very curious. Please add the word bloodline. It's the Sky Eater pig bloodline, the fatty grumbled. At this moment, the four of them were walking through the first divine gate. There was a first divine gate guardian roaming in front of him. The fatty clenched his fists. Watch carefully. After suppressing himself for so many years, he also wanted to be acknowledged by others. Even if he could not fight against a genius like Autumnfrost Qing, he wanted to at least have the strength to match up to Yan Xiaojing. With a whoosh, the fatty charged out. The first divine gate guardian noticed him and punched out. A month ago, the fatty had needed to fully display his imprint and battle techniques against the first divine gate guardian. But now, the fatty did not use his imprint. Instead, his entire body swelled up slightly, and a formless silhouette enveloped his body, transforming into a giant Sky Eater pig that roared and bit down. Under the shocked gazes of Luin and the others, the Sky Eater pig's silhouette bit off the first divine gate guardian's arm and then viciously rammed into the guardian's chest, sending it flying. Bang! The shattered arm fell to the ground, and the fatty's body returned to its original state. He looked up at the sky and excitedly roared. Luin was astonished. What a valiant way of fighting! Miss Qing covered her mouth. What tough teeth! The first divine gate guardian was a puppet used to test the new disciples, so its body was incomparably tough. In Lu Yin's opinion, even an expert at the bottom of the top 100 rankings might not be able to defeat a first divine gate guardian in a one-on-one fight. The fatty had only been able to defeat a single first divine gate guardian before, but now, it was much easier, and he did not even need to use his imprint. This was the power of a bloodline. Thank you. The Mountain Breeze Brothers reward, third update, thank you. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. It had only been a month, but Lu Yin's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. This was the Sixth Mainland's unique cultivation system. Clap. Clap. Mr. Bai clapped. As expected of one of the unparalleled bloodlines. Fatty, as long as you continue cultivating, you'll be qualified to challenge Autumn Frost Qing once you become a cruiser. The fatty was pleased with himself. Miss Qing pointed behind the fatty. Be careful, that first divine gate guardian is coming again. Before the fatty could react, a gust of wind brushed past his ears. There was a thump, and the first divine gate guardian turned into scrap metal. The fatty slowly turned around and saw a smiling Mr. Bai. Let's go. We still need to hurry, Mr. Bai said casually. The fatty's face twitched, and he looked at the shattered first divine gate guardian on the ground. This guy was a bit abnormal, and the fatty's confidence that had just risen had suffered a blow. Luin and Miss Qing slowly walked past the fatty. The fatty hurried to keep up. Where are we going? Miss Qing asked. Mr. Bai spun his fan. Let's go to that affiliated city. It's safer there. Miss Qing pouted. I don't want to go. Mr. Bai looked at her. The other places are more dangerous, and the chances of obtaining anything are even lower. Let's give it a try. It wasn't easy to get a futon, so we can't just stay in the city forever, Miss Qing said. She then looked at the fatty. What do you think? The fatty looked at Luin and gestured. Luin remained calm. Mr. Bai shrugged. Alright, since that's the case, I'll take you to a place. Although it's dangerous, if you're lucky, you might be able to obtain a secret technique. Secret technique? Miss Qing and the fatty exclaimed. Mr. Bai's lips curled up. That's right. A secret technique. Have you heard of the Fifth Mainland's progenitor Chen? Progenitor Chen? Miss Qing exclaimed, as if she had just heard of an incredible person. Mr. Bai's gaze was filled with reverence. Even when the Fifth Mainland was defeated and in despair, it still couldn't hide his brilliance. The Fifth Mainland's progenitor Chen is a name that the Sixth Mainland considers taboo. Although there are no clear records, it's said that in an ancient battle, progenitor Chen fought to the death 2 progenitors from our Sixth Mainland. It was an earth-shattering event. Miss Qing was shocked. Legend has it that progenitor Chen was a genius who created a cultivation method for the stars. He was praised as a genius of the present age, and in every great battle, progenitor Chen would need at least 2 progenitors to hold him back. He was the most dazzling star of the ancient era. Mr. Bai continued, legend has it that progenitor Chen created the 9 clones secret technique, which allowed him to split himself into 9 clones, giving birth to 9 progenitors who were invincible throughout the universe. Ever since he began cultivating this technique, he has been invincible among those at the same level as him. He has never been defeated, and is considered a true pinnacle powerhouse. Miss Qing added, legend has it that when Ancestor Chen stepped onto the path of cultivation, a phenomenon appeared in the heavens. He is one of the few people chosen by the heavens who can avoid divination. There are far too many legends about progenitor Chen, and they're all passed down from the legacy families. There are no clear records, and the more this is the case, the more it proves that progenitor Chen is not tolerated by the Sixth Mainland. Even though he's been dead for countless years, no one has ever acknowledged his existence. He's not someone who can be tolerated by history, said Mr. Bai. Luin listened quietly, and although he didn't show much on his face, his heart was filled with shock. Countless people cultivated and battled for the sake of leaving their names in history, but if there was someone who didn't even dare to acknowledge history, then what level was he at? Was it progenitor Chen? 7th Bro, this monkey once read about progenitor Chen in a powerhouse's autobiography. He was a powerhouse who truly existed, and he was someone who almost changed history. However, there are too few records about him, and even the history of the shattered Fifth Mainland doesn't have any records of him, the monkey said. There's such an incredible person, the fatty cried out in surprise, as he found it hard to believe. Mr. Bai sighed. It's not an exaggeration. What we're talking about might not even be close to what progenitor Chen did. There's even a terrifying rumor. At this point, Mr. Bai's gaze swept across the group. Progenitor Chen is still alive. That's impossible. That's a conspiracy theory. Someone is trying to stir up trouble and change the situation, Miss Qing immediately refuted. Mr. Bai nodded. That's right. No one is willing to believe it, or rather, no one dares to believe it. Does progenitor Chen have anything to do with where we're going? The fatty couldn't help but ask. Mr. Bai replied, progenitor Chen left behind a palm print somewhere in the Daosaur sect. It's rumored that someone copied that palm print and comprehended some of progenitor Chen's battle techniques. According to some records, that palm print might contain a secret technique that progenitor Chen created. The 9 clones secret technique? Miss Qing was stunned. Mr. Bai shook his head. I don't know, but it shouldn't be the 9 clones secret technique. If that technique really existed, then the 3 progenitors would not have allowed anyone to come into contact with it. They would have done everything they could to comprehend it, and that would have nothing to do with us. Miss Qing was disappointed. What a pity. It would be great if he could learn the 9 clones secret technique. He could split into 9, and all of them would have peak power. Just thinking about it is terrifying. The fatty was speechless. There really are all kinds of secret techniques. It has to be fake. Perhaps. Come, let's go take a look at the palm print that progenitor Chen left behind. That might be the most direct proof that progenitor Chen once existed, Mr. Bai said as he led the way. Luyin and the other 2 followed behind him. Elsewhere, Wendy Yushan had been waiting for Luyin for an entire day, but she did not see him. Instead, she went directly to the entrance of the sect, where the words Third Azure Sect were written on the gate. She did not wait any longer and directly entered. Luyin could not see through Mr. Bai's strength, but with him leading the way and the fatty occasionally exploding with power, they quickly passed through First Divine Gate and arrived at the Budding Terrace. The Budding Terrace was the safest place in the Daosaur sect's ruins, but the group did not stop there. They followed Mr. Bai to the place called Heaven's Pit, which was the name of progenitor Chen's palm print. The journey was not safe, and although there were no man-made disasters, the occasional void cracks and the aftershocks from the ancient battle had almost taken the fatty's life. The fatty had thought that after absorbing the Sky-Eater pig's bloodline, his strength would increase greatly, and he would be able to follow the 3 of them, but he still felt that he was very far away. After an entire day, the 4 of them finally arrived at the light pillar. After passing through here, we'll reach the space where Heaven's Pit is. After the ancient battle, the Daosaur sect was split apart, and many places have changed. The space where Heaven's Pit is located has been isolated. Originally, there were many places in the Daosaur sect that couldn't be entered. Apparently, these light pillars were connected by our 6th mainland's progenitors, Miss Qing said. Mr. Bai looked at Miss Qing in surprise. You know quite a bit. You're not bad yourself, Miss Qing replied. The fatty muttered beside Luyin, do we look like bumpkins? Luyin silently moved aside. Based on his status, he knew the universe's greatest secret, so he was not a bumpkin. This fatty was the bumpkin who did not know anything. They stepped into the light pillar, and soon, the 4 of them appeared in another space. The fatty cried out in alarm as a void crack streaked across. If not for Lu Yin's quick reflexes, even if he did not die, a chunk of his fat would have been sliced off. This isn't safe, the fatty held. Mr. Bai smiled. That's right. Aside from the Budding Terrace, there is no safe place in the entire Daosaur sect. Brother Fatty, it's not too late for you to go back now. The fatty shook his head. Brother Fatty has an unparalleled bloodline, so it would be too embarrassing for me to cower. The 4 of them looked around, but all they could see was darkness. Above them was not the sky, but rather a spatial crack that flowed like water. This space seemed to have been intentionally cut out. Lu Yin's heart trembled, as this was his first time coming to such a place. If there was a problem with space, then everything within this space would disappear, and not a single person would be able to escape. The fatty glanced at the sky and did not dare to raise his head again, as he was terrified. Up ahead is Heaven's Pit. Let's go, Mr. Bai said. He then leaped up and charged forward. The 4 of them did not fly, as the sky above them that was formed by spatial cracks made them lose the desire to fly. The space where Heaven's Pit was located was not very large, and the 4 of them quickly arrived at its edge. A giant palm print covered an area of 50 kilometers, and the ground was pressed down by at least 50 meters. Even the lines on the palm could be seen clearly. This palm print was a huge crater, and around the crater, there were more than 20 people comprehending it. There were also 5 stone walls that rose into the sky, pressing down on the palm print and fingertips, like a seal. Each stone wall was 1 square meter in size and could accommodate 4 or 5 people at most. Only by standing on these stone walls can we see the entire palm print and better comprehend it, Mr. Bai said as he looked at the 5 stone walls. There were people at the top of each stone wall. Some had more people, while others had fewer people. The one with the fewest people only had 1 person at the top. Let's go snatch one. Miss Qing was eager to try, as she had a tendency to be violent. The fatty frowned as he stared at the stone wall that was pressing down on his index finger. There was only 1 person at the top of it. That person looks familiar. He should be from our Bloodburn realm. Mr. Bai looked over. I don't recognize him. Miss Qing shook her head. I don't. There was no need to mention Luin, as he had been staring at the palm print the entire time. These were the palm prints of the 5th mainland's progenitor Qin. They should have been the ones to comprehend them, but the 6th mainland had taken over. The fatty looked at it for a while and felt that it looked familiar, but he could not recognize it. Which one do you guys want to snatch? Mr. Bai asked. Miss Qing pointed at the stone wall that was pressing down on her middle finger. That one. We can see it the most clearly. Mr. Bai looked over and saw that there were 5 people at the top of that stone wall, which was 1 more than their group. Brother Deafmute, what do you think? Mr. Bai asked Luin. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the 5 stone walls. Miss Qing was right, the stone wall on the middle finger was the clearest. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes trembled as he saw 3 figures rush up the stone wall. It looked like they wanted to snatch it. They wanted to snatch the stone wall on the index finger, which was the stone wall that had a single person on it. There was a tall man standing on the stone wall on the index finger. When the 3 figures rushed up from below, the man licked his lips, and a bloodthirsty killing intent and excitement appeared in his eyes. Brother, make way. One of the men rushed up to the top as his imprint appeared behind him. He waved his hands, causing a strange beast to appear in the void and roar as it charged forward. At the same time, the other 2 attacked as well. They knew that if one person could monopolize a stone wall, then he was definitely an expert. However, they were also confident that if the 3 of them worked together, then even if they were defeated, they would still be able to retreat safely. The tall man's eyes widened, and he did not dodge at all. He clashed with the void beast, and a dense array of white bone spikes appeared on his body as he tore the beast apart. He then grabbed at the first man who had rushed up. The man's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly retreated. Retreat! Cover me! This person knew that this person was not someone that they could deal with. On the other side of Heaven's Pit, the fatty exclaimed, I know who he is. He's Butcher, one of the experts in the Bloodburn realm who's second only to DFA. Atop the stone wall, Butcher pressed his hands against the ground as an imprint appeared behind him. This imprint was much clearer than the fatty, Yan Xiaojing, and the others, and one could even make out his facial features. Then, to everyone's astonished gazes, countless bones pierced out of the stone wall along with the spikes, piercing through all 3 of them. They hung from the wall as blood flowed down it, dyeing it red. At this point, many people discovered that there were not only 3 people hanging from the stone wall, but also nearly 10 other corpses. Within Heaven's Pit, everyone who saw this scene fell silent as they stared at Butcher in horror. He had killed 3 experts in an instant. Luin was shocked, as those 3 had definitely not been weak. Each one of them was stronger than the fatty, but they had not even been able to retaliate against this person. Butcher stood up, and the white bones on his body disappeared. These bones had spread out from his body, which meant that his body had also been pierced by the bones, and blood had dyed his clothes red. Injuring the enemy 1,000 times, but sacrificing 800 times, Miss Qing said. The fatty replied, if it were anyone else, that would be true, but he's Butcher. His innate gift is absorption, and he can absorb medicinal effects thousands of times. Look. The group looked over and saw Butcher take out a pill and swallow it. Then, the bloody holes on his body healed at a speed that surpassed even those with healing innate gifts. This is Butcher. He accidentally obtained Che Lai's bloodline, which allows him to use his bones as weapons. Combined with his innate gift of absorption. There are very few in the younger generation in the Bloodburn realm who can fight against him. Even Autumnfrost Qing might not be his opponent. He just imprinted a world imprinter on the same level as Elder Autumnfrost, Ancestor Mo Jiang, the fatty said enviously. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This person had instantly killed 3 experts who were ranked around 60 on the top 100 rankings. This person's strength was definitely within the top 10. Anyone who could enter the Daosor sect's ruins was an elite of the 6th mainland, as otherwise, they would not have been able to obtain a futon. However, there were too many of these elites, and there were at least 50 to 60 of them, including the ones who had entered Heaven's Pit. The entire Daosor sect's ruins definitely had more than a few hundred people gathered there. However, these were not all of the 6th mainland's elites, as many of them did not have futons, and there were also many who had not come to the Daosor sect. The 6th mainland also had its own Daosor sect, and all of its top-notch elites were gathered there. If one were to disregard the other powerhouses, then even if the 10 arbiters and the rest of the top 100 rankings were added together, they would still not be enough to defeat the 6th mainland's elites. Even if they added the Neoverse into the equation, the results would still be the same. Although he had never been to the Neoverse, he was increasingly certain that the average level of their cultivators was far lower than that of the 6th mainland. Butcher's strength not only caused the people around the crater to feel apprehensive, but also the people on the other 4 stone walls. They stared at him vigilantly. Mr. Bai, I think we should snatch another stone wall. The middle stone wall is too close to Butcher. The fatty hurriedly said. He was a little afraid, but before he could finish speaking, he stared blankly in a certain direction. There, a white-robed man stood there quietly. He had no idea how long he had been there. The fatty stared blankly, and Miss Qing nudged him. What do you want to say? Hurry up and say it. The fatty pointed at the white-robed man. Him. Miss Qing looked over and then looked at Mr. Bai. Your brother? The two were dressed similarly. The fatty hurriedly gestured for Miss Qing to keep quiet, and his face went pale. Don't speak nonsense. You'll be killed. Miss Qing was puzzled. Is this person very powerful? Luin looked over, and his gaze trembled. His domain suddenly paused just before it touched the white-robed man. Luin instinctively did not want to come into contact with this person, as that was a premonition of danger. Mr. Bai also looked over. He's dressed very similarly to me, but he's missing a folding fan. The fatty was about to cry. Don't speak nonsense. Do you know who he is? Don't provoke him. He's Xiangrong. Mr. Bai and Miss Qing were both shocked. Xiangrong? The Black Blood Realm's realmling? The fatty hurriedly nodded and carefully looked over. When he saw that the white-robed man did not react, he relaxed. Luin was astonished, as this was a realmling. Although he could not see the rune lines, this person gave Luin an intense sense of danger. This was a premonition that had been formed through many years of battle. This person was very powerful. Mr. Bai was astonished. I never thought that even a realmling would appear. It seems like the invasion of the 5th mainland has sped up. The fatty carefully looked at Xiangrong, afraid that he would notice them. What day is it today? First, it was Butcher, and now it's a realmling. Don't tell me that the Daosor's 3 skies have appeared as well. Miss Qing rolled her eyes. You're overthinking things. The Daosor's 3 skies don't care about this place. I'm just sighing, the fatty mumbled. He looked over again, but Xiangrong had disappeared. The fatty immediately felt his hair stand on end as he looked around. Finally, he saw Xiangrong at the middle finger stone wall. He's trying to steal the middle finger stone wall, Mr. Bai said solemnly. In the distance, at the top of the middle finger stone wall, someone whispered, someone's coming. Just one person? Be careful. It's more dangerous if he's alone. Butcher's bloody massacre had terrified them, and they would rather face 4 or 5 people than one person. If one person dared to steal the stone wall, then he was either mentally ill or truly abnormal. Xiangrong leaped up the stone wall, but before he reached the top, the 5 people's attacks landed on him. Everyone looked over. Then, they saw a scene that was 100 times more shocking than Butcher's. The 5 people's attacks instantly disintegrated before they could even touch Xianxia. Then, the 5 people disintegrated at the same time. Even their flesh, clothes, and everything else disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed. Within Heaven's Pit, everyone who saw this scene felt their scalps go numb, including Butcher. Many people's jaws dropped. What the hell? What had they just seen? They hadn't seen anything, but what about those 5 people? Were they gone? Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and he stared at the stone wall in shock. How had those 5 people disappeared? Had they just been disintegrated? This was an incomprehensible scene, but it had truly happened. Xianxia calmly sat down at the top of the stone wall and calmly looked at his palm, as if he had just done something insignificant. However, the shock that he had given everyone was something that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. I told you not to provoke him. Let's just leave, the fatty said, trembling. Mr. Bai and Miss Qing looked at each other, and they both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, as he had actually disintegrated them just like that. His method was similar to rune lines, but it was definitely not rune lines. 7th bro, let's go. He's a freak, and you shouldn't provoke someone like him right now. You can't use any external items here, so let's go. The ghost monkey was scared, and he was also afraid. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. If he could see the rune lines, then he would know what method Xianxia had used to disintegrate those people. It was impossible that he had not attacked, but they could not see his attacks. Previously, there had been people who had compared Xianxia to the Riemlings. If the Riemlings all had Xianxia's strength, then those people would not be able to comprehend his terrifying strength. They would only be able to understand it after witnessing it for themselves. It was no wonder why Xing Kai had killed a Realmling the 6th mainland. The Riemlings definitely had the power to fight against the 10 arbiters. This person should be a hunter. Rumor has it that the blood ancestor sealed 3 unparalleled bloodlines into 3 statues, and only the Riemlings can obtain them. Xianxia obtained one of those bloodlines, the fatty said in fear. Every realm has countless cultivators, but only the Riemlings stand at the peak and obtain that bloodline. That's an unparalleled bloodline that even the blood ancestor values. So, do you want to return or take it? You choose, Mr. Bai said. The fatty was stunned. With Xianxia here, you still want to take it? Miss Qing rolled her eyes at him. We're not going to take it from him, so what are you afraid of? The fatty was conflicted. Lu Yin suddenly looked up and pointed at the stone wall on his ring finger. There were 4 people on that stone wall, which was exactly the same number of people as they had. Mr. Bai tapped his fan. Alright, since Deaf-Mute Brother has decided, we'll take that one. The fatty's mouth was wide open, and he continuously gestured at Lu Yin. Lu Yin had already rushed out, and Mr. Bai and Miss Qing followed at the same time. The fatty had no choice but to follow closely behind them. If he retreated here, then it would be impossible for him to be together with these people in the future. Around Heaven's Pit, the crowd was still immersed in the shock that Xianxia had brought when someone else tried to snatch the stone wall. The 4 people on the ring finger had already been afraid that Xianxia would attack them. Now that someone else had come to snatch it, the 4 looked at each other in tacit understanding and silently retreated. Neither side had exchanged any blows. This is going too smoothly, the fatty muttered. Mr. Bai smiled. Maybe they were already leaving. I think they're just scared, Miss Qing said. The fatty carefully glanced at Xianxia and saw that he was staring at the palm lines. The fatty hurriedly gestured for him to be quiet. Let's look at the palm lines. Don't disturb them. Lu Yin also glanced at Xianxia before looking at the palm lines. Heaven's Pit temporarily quieted down. A day passed, and Lu Yin continued to stare at the palm lines, but he couldn't see anything. 2 days passed, and he still couldn't see anything. He looked at Mr. Bai, who seemed to sense his gaze. He helplessly spread his hands and waved his fan, looking like a playboy. Needless to say, Lu Yin had gained nothing. He then looked at Miss Qing, who rolled her eyes at him. She wasn't in a good mood. Finally, he looked at the fatty, who kept gesturing at him. Lu Yin didn't want to guess at all. The situation on the other stone walls was similar. There were no changes, and there were no abnormalities. On the third day, more and more people came in to snatch the stone walls. These people were smart and didn't try to snatch the butcher's or Xiangrong's stone walls. Their first target was the Pinky Wall, and after a fierce battle, they successfully took it. Perhaps it was because they were encouraged, but another group of people started snatching. Their target was the wall on the ring finger, which was where Lu Yin's group was. The fatty cried out, "There's an enemy!" Mr. Bai waved his fan. "There's 4 of them and 4 of us." "Perfect." The fatty was shocked. "Don't count me in, I'm just a bystander." The fatty's voice was drowned out by the battle. The 4 opponents were also planning to fight one-on-one, but the fatty was ambushed by a skinny guy. His body was like a bamboo pole, and one was fat while the other was skinny. It was quite eye-catching, especially when the fatty's Sky-Eater pig silhouette appeared. Even Xiangrong looked over. The Sky-Eater pig was one of the unparalleled bloodlines. Although the fatty had only absorbed a small portion of it and could not display its true power, it was still enough to greatly increase his power level. The skinny man was from the progenitor of martial realm and did not have a bloodline. His battle techniques had been devoured by the fatty, and he had even used an imprint to brand his forehead. Lu Yin faced a gloomy man who seemed to want to end the battle quickly. He had used an imprint and battle techniques, and he had also used a strange power similar to the imprint. This was not the first time that Lu Yin had encountered such a thing, as the girl in the plaza outside the first divine gate had used it before, and its power had nearly doubled. However, even if the gloomy man used his full strength, he was still instantly defeated by Lu Yin. This person was only an explorer, and Lu Yin was confident that he was at the top of the Sixth Mainland's elite geniuses within the same realm. His tyrannical physical strength completely destroyed the gloomy man's battle techniques, and he was sent crashing to the ground. Mr. Bai and Miss Qing's battles also ended very quickly. Finally, the 3 of them turned to look at the battle between the fatty and the skinny man. The skinny man panicked, as he had not expected to be defeated so quickly. When the fatty's Sky-Eater pig silhouette had appeared, he had thought that this fellow was the strongest, but he had not expected it to be the weakest. The other 3 were a little too strong, and the skinny man did not dare to continue fighting. The fatty did not have the courage to chase after the skinny man, and he panted heavily as he clenched his fists. Fatty bro actually won. Had he won? Lu Yin glanced over. He had not won, and it had only been a draw. If it had been the fatty from before, then he would have been defeated long ago. It could only be said that Lu Yin had improved greatly, and those 4 fellows were not strong either. They were much weaker than the elegant man that Lu Yin had killed. "They were lucky," Miss Qing said. "Not a bad bloodline, but it's a little thin. What a pity." An indifferent voice sounded out, and they all looked over to see that it was Xiangrong. The fatty stared blankly at Xiangrong and pointed at himself. "Are you talking about me?" Xiangrong's eyes narrowed. The fatty was shocked, and he hurriedly bowed. "Thank you for the praise, Realmling. It's an honor." Xiangrong slowly turned around and continued looking at the palm lines. Miss Qing covered her forehead. "Embarrassing." Mr. Bai smiled. "Fatty bro is a sentimental person, haha." The fatty's face reddened, and he mumbled, "But that's Xiangrong. I'm a little scared." Lu Yin sat down and quietly studied the lines on his palm. While Lu Yin and the others were observing the palm lines, on the other side of the Daosor sect, within Third Azure Gate, Wendy Yushan had unsheathed her sword and slashed out horizontally, slicing apart the monster-like hurricane that was rushing towards her. She then sheathed her sword and looked up at the sky. Was she about to reach the end? She was not in a hurry to rush through Third Ash Gate, as she was still very curious about this Daosor sect. Along the way, she also bumped into other people, but just like Lu Yin's initial choice, she did not speak. This way, it would be less likely for her to be discovered as someone who did not belong to the Sixth Mainland. Lightning descended from the sky, but Wendy Yushan easily evaded it and passed through the third blue gate. As long as she entered the Pillar of Light, she would be able to reach the budding terrace. At that moment, a figure appeared from within the Pillar of Light and hurriedly fled towards the Third Ash sect. When he saw Wendy Yushan in front of him, he shouted, "Scram!" Wendy Yushan frowned and unsheathed her sword. Suddenly, another figure appeared from within the pillar of light, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. At the same time, Wendy Yushan's sword trembled uncontrollably before being unsheathed on its own. Under her astonished gaze, the tip of the sword streaked across the void, leaving behind a huge crack that looked like a black river. The person who had fled towards the third ash gate slowly knelt to the ground, completely dead. Wendy Yushan's sword circled around in the air before finally returning to its sheath and letting out a sword hum. Wendy Yushan looked forward in shock, as this was the first time that her sword had been controlled by someone else. A well-built man walked out from the pillar of light. He had short hair and wore cotton clothes that looked very casual. His arms were especially thick, and his veins bulged out like dragons. It was obvious that he was very strong. The man was not particularly handsome, but he had a unique temperament. His eyes, in particular, had a dignified aura that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Wendy Yushan and the man stared at each other. The man glanced at the corpse on the ground and then looked back at Wendy Yushan. A trace of amazement flashed through his eyes. "Sorry for using your sword." Wendy Yushan replied coldly, "What's your name?" The man raised his brows. "War Martial Realm, Weaponsmith Family's Weaponsmith Wielder." "I'm asking for your name," Wendy Yushan said coldly. The man's lips curled up. "It looks like you're from an ordinary background. You've never even heard of a weaponsmith family." "My weaponsmith family doesn't have a name, only a title. I'm this generation's weaponsmith wielder." Wendy Yushan's eyes were cold. "Since you're from a weaponsmith family, you should be aware of the importance of a weapon to its master. Using my sword to kill someone is tantamount to contempt." The man clasped his hands behind his back. "If someone else spoke to me like that, I wouldn't care, but since you've said it, I can't ignore it. I've taken a liking to you. Come with me, and I can make it up to you." Wendy Yushan's eyes flashed coldly. "No need. I'll look for you in the future." The man laughed maniacally. "If you want to look for me, then you should at least be aware of the difference in power between us. Come with me, and I'll show you." "Right, I forgot to tell you that I'm the War Martial Realm's Realmling." Wendy Yushan's pupils shrank. Realmling. Although this was just a guess, this title should be the codename of a certain realm's strongest youth. This person was a realmling. "I want to go to the scripture pavilion and formally invite you to come with me. I'll show you the difference in power. Do you dare?" The man raised his head. Wendy Yushan's voice was cold. "Lead the way." The Daosor sect was huge, and it included mountains, rivers, and oceans. At the foot of a certain mountain, more than 10 cultivators from the 6th mainland had gathered. It's rumored that back in the 5th mainland's Daosor sect, only progenitors could split open mountains and seas. At its peak, there were 9 mountains and 8 seas, and this is one of them. This mountain contains the inheritance of one of the 5th mainland's progenitors. "Let's explore it together, and we'll definitely reap some benefits," someone suggested. "It's just a rumor. Even my 6th mainland didn't have more than 4 progenitors at its peak. How could the 5th mainland possibly have 9? This mountain is probably just an empty mountain. Let's go explore somewhere else," someone suggested. "That's right. Progenitors being able to split open mountains and seas is just a rumor that the 5th mainland used to comfort themselves. This mountain is so huge, and who knows how long it'll take to reach the top. It's too much of a waste of time, and we probably won't even be able to reach the mountainside by the time is up. Yeah, let's go to Heaven's Pit. If we're lucky, we might be able to comprehend a secret technique. Let's go to the 9 cauldrons. Every cauldron has a battle technique, and some people have comprehended it before. We might also reap some benefits there. I think it's better to stay in the scripture pavilion. Who knows, we might be able to comprehend something there." A few thousand meters away from the group of cultivators, a man slowly walked over. Every step he took left a black footprint on the ground, which was the result of his high temperature. Not long after, the man saw the cultivators who were preparing to leave, and his lips curled up. The war has begun. Flames lit up the area, and before long, the man continued to leisurely walk away. The cultivators who had been standing there had all been burnt to ashes. One of them was still breathing, and he struggled to stare at the man's back. Who are you?" The man stopped, but he did not turn around. He simply said, 10 arbiters, the undying bird. After that, flames surged up and engulfed the cultivators. In the Daosor sect, a tall mountain was faintly discernible. The mountain was surrounded by the sea, and a woman was sitting on a reef by the shore, drinking from a gourd of wine. The woman's clothes were revealing, but she was not pretending to be seductive. As she drank, she appeared very bold and unrestrained. Behind her, 2 men approached and sized her up in amazement. Such a forthright woman is truly rare. May I have the opportunity to share a drink with you? The woman put down the gourd and wiped her mouth with her sleeve. She burped and looked back with a blurry gaze. When the 2 men saw the woman's appearance, they were stunned. The woman's beauty did not match her temperament at all. She clearly had the carefreeness of a man, but she also had the delicateness of a drunk woman. The 2 completely different temperaments mixed together to create an irresistible attraction. The 2 men gulped. Miss, are you all right? The woman stood up shakily and almost fell. The 2 men hurried forward to support her, but as soon as they moved, their bodies suddenly shriveled up. In less than a second, the 2 men's auras disappeared, and they turned into 2 dried corpses that maintained their previous posture. The woman swayed as she walked past the 2 men. A gentle breeze blew past, and the 2 men's bodies dissipated into dust that drifted towards the sea. The Daosor sect sea is so beautiful. Wait for me. This might be my burial ground, and we'll meet again soon, the woman said in a hazy voice. It was unclear whether she was speaking in her drunken stupor, but after she spoke, she fell to the ground with a thump. She lay down on the reef and fell asleep, snoring loudly. There was a place in the Daosor sect known as the Bao burial ground, but it had not been established by the Daosor sect. Legend had it that this place originated from an ancient battle, and the corpse of a progenitor from the 6th mainland and his weapon had been buried there. That progenitor's weapon had been a bao, which was why this place had been named the Bao burial ground. At this moment, 3 cultivators from the 6th mainland had unintentionally entered the Bao burial ground, and they were carefully exploring this dark space. This broken place is really hard to find. If we weren't lucky, we wouldn't have been able to find it, one of them said. Another person excitedly said, this is the legendary Bao burial ground. Countless experts have tried to find it, but none of them had the opportunity to do so. Today, we have the opportunity to find it, and we'll definitely be able to obtain the progenitor's inheritance. We'll be able to take the divine Bao and step onto the battlefield to slaughter the survivors of the 5th mainland and avenge our senior. That's right. The Bao burial ground has opened at this moment precisely so that we can perform some meritorious service. We can't disappoint our senior's expectations, the last person said excitedly. Just as this person finished speaking, the space nearby fluctuated, and the 3 of them looked over with burning eyes. They hurriedly moved forward at an unprecedented speed, as they all wanted to obtain the progenitor's inheritance. However, what appeared in front of them was a yellow futon and a man sitting atop it. His black and white hair danced in the wind, and there were strands of gray hair mixed in the middle. Who are you? How can you use a futon to directly appear in the Bao burial ground? One of them barked as he stared vigilantly at the man sitting on the futon. The man opened his eyes, and they were indescribable. They were filled with boundless arrogance and iciness, as if everything he saw were ants. The man's gaze terrified the 3, and one of them suddenly thought of something and turned to flee. Run! It's a remnant from the 5th mainland. The other 2 were shocked, and they quickly fled. Although the 5th mainland was very weak and could be easily invaded by the 6th mainland, and they had suffered a crushing defeat in the ancient war, anyone from the 5th mainland who could appear in the Daosor sect's ruins was a freak. Xianxia had killed a realmling, and the rest of the 5th mainland's people had never been defeated. In their opinion, any remnant of the 5th mainland that appeared in the Daosor sect was a terrifying existence that could rival a realmling. They had clearly guessed wrong, as Luin was not one of them. However, it was wise for them to flee at this time, as the person who had appeared in front of them was on the same level as Xianxia, one of the 10 arbiters, Knight King Zhenwu. Wanting to flee was one thing, but actually being able to do so was another. The 3 had clearly overestimated themselves, as a single move separated their heads from their bodies. Knight King Zhenwu stepped on the blood and looked towards the entrance of the land of the buried Bao. The Starfall Sea has suffered consecutive crushing defeats, and the Starsabil sect is thinking too lightly of us to kill the 6th mainland's younger generation in the Dowsource sect to divert the pressure from the battlefield. The 6th mainland's younger generation is definitely not weak, especially the Dowsource 3 skies. Still, it's good for us to get some exercise. If the Dowsource 3 skies don't appear, then everyone else is just an ant. There was a main hall in the Dowsource sect that was easy to find. It stood at the peak of the Dowsource sect, and one could reach it directly through a beam of light. However, not many people came here normally, as there was no inheritance or power vessel in the main hall. There was nothing but a magnificent hall that had already been reduced to ruins. The cultivators who occasionally appeared here were all recuperating, as there was no danger in the main hall. At this moment, there were no less than 10 cultivators in the main hall, and they were all discussing something with excited expressions. They vaguely mentioned the battlefield, the Mara River, the Starfall Sea, and so on. No one noticed that a futon had suddenly appeared behind the main hall, and a man was sitting on it with his eyes closed as he slowly stood up. Obviously, entering and exiting the Dowsource sect with futons was not limited to the plaza outside the mountain gate. The man with his eyes closed slowly walked into the main hall, and the dozen or so people looked over. Although the man's eyes were closed, they did not pay him any attention, as there were many strange battle techniques. One of them approached the man and waved his hand. "Brother, what technique are you cultivating? You really can't see?" "Second brother, his eyes are closed, so he definitely can't see. Maybe he's cultivating an unrivaled technique." "Don't disturb him, haha." Someone joked. Someone on the other side jeered, "I heard that once you reach the peak of a certain realm, you have to suppress your body and pay a price." Maybe someone has reached the peak of a certain realm and has no choice but to close their eyes to suppress it, haha. Many people laughed. The man with closed eyes turned to look at the heckler. "How did you know I was suppressing my domain?" His words made the people around him laugh even harder. "Brother, who still cultivates domains these days? It's enough to comprehend them. Cultivation is a waste of time. If you have time, you might as well train your body. Who knows, you might be able to withstand the blessings of an imprinter. That's the correct path of cultivation. Domains? That's something only those bumpkins from the 5th mainland can cultivate, haha. I've heard that those people from the 5th mainland praise domains as the best path of cultivation. Haha, those people don't even know what an imprint is, what a bloodline is, or what a martial imprint is." The man with his eyes closed sighed. "Alright, it seems like my path of cultivation was wrong." The people around him laughed even louder. "However, I still want to give it a try. Perhaps the pinnacle of domains is also a path to take." As soon as he finished speaking, the air suddenly turned dusky. Soon after, everyone felt their breathing become sluggish as an indescribable power suppressed them. Under the naked eye, even the air seemed to have solidified. In the blink of an eye, everyone exploded with a bang. Their flesh and blood scattered all over the main hall. The man's lips curled up. "It seems like the path of a domain is not wrong. You're the ones who are wrong. Your vision is too narrow." He then stepped on the flesh and blood on the ground and walked out of the main hall. "Ancestors, I'll use the blood of these people as a sacrifice to you." 10 days had already passed in Heaven's Pit. Luin helplessly opened his eyes, but he still couldn't comprehend anything. This was something left behind by a progenitor, so it would be too easy to comprehend it in 10 days. However, most people could only stay here for 10 days, while Luin could stay here for 20 days. This amount of time was still too short for him to comprehend this palm. It would be great if he could stay here for a year or so. He turned around and saw that both Xianxia and Butcher had left. They had only studied the palm for 7 days before confirming that they couldn't comprehend anything, so they left decisively. Time is too short. Comprehending it requires luck and time. "Let's just leave," Miss Ching said helplessly. Mr. Bai nodded. "That's true." The fatty had wanted to leave for a long time, as he always felt like someone was eyeing them covetously and trying to steal the stone wall. The stone wall where Xianxia had been was now occupied by 5 people. They had also tried to comprehend it for a few days, but to no avail. Someone impatiently said, "We might as well go to the scripture pavilion. At least we'll have some hope if we look at those ancient characters." Shut up. It's so chaotic outside right now. Many people were killed a few days ago, and I heard that it was the Fifth Mainland's doing. The Fifth Mainland has gone crazy. What if we run into them outside? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he listened attentively. These people from the Fifth Mainland are really crazy. I heard that dozens of people have already died, and the main hall is covered in blood and flesh. There's another place with more than a dozen charred corpses, and there's another place with decapitated bodies. It's too tragic. I don't understand. Our Sixth Mainland can clearly suppress the Fifth Mainland, but why can't we suppress the Fifth Mainland's cultivators who are hiding in the Daosource sect? What do you know? Those cultivators' identities have already been spread from the Mara River's front lines. Apparently, they're the strongest youths from the Fifth Mainland, and they're known as the 10 Arbiters. Xing Kai, who killed a realmling, was one of the 10 Arbiters. They can actually kill a realmling? How abnormal. Haven't they been hiding all this time? How did they suddenly appear? I heard that they're trying to divert the pressure from the battlefield, but who knows? Let's just wait patiently for the right time to leave. We can't come to the Daosource sect's ruins anymore. This place will definitely become the battlefield between the Fifth Mainland's 10 Arbiters and the Sixth Mainland's realmlings. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. As expected, the 10 Arbiters could appear here. Was the pressure from the Innerverse that great? They wanted the 10 Arbiters to massacre the Sixth Mainland's younger generation to divert attention. The Sixth Mainland's younger generation was not weak, and from Shangrong's strength, Lu Yin could tell that he was not any weaker than the 10 Arbiters. There was also the even more terrifying Daosource 3 skies. How could the Innerverse be confident that they could use this place to divert the pressure from the battlefield? However, it was also good that the 10 Arbiters had appeared. The Innerverse and Outerverse were separated, and if Lu Yin ran into one of the 10 Arbiters, he would be able to send them a message and ask them how they were doing. Of course, that was only if the 10 Arbiters paid attention to him. After leaving Heaven's Pit, the group looked at Mr. Bai, as he seemed to be very familiar with the Daosource sect. Mr. Bai opened his fan and waved it confidently. Brother Fatty should be leaving in 4 days. The Fatty was helpless. Yeah, 4 days. You guys don't have to worry about me. Mr. Bai muttered to himself, if we're talking about the Daosource sect, then there are many places that one can visit. Forget about Heaven's Pit, the Scripture Pavilion, and even the cultivation grounds of some of the disciples might contain some good stuff. If we're talking about the greatest inheritance, then it should be the 9 mountains and 8 seas. 9 mountains and 8 seas? The Fatty was confused. Rumor has it that during the Fifth Mainland's Daosource sect's peak, there were 9 mountains and 8 seas, and only progenitors could split them apart. In other words, the Daosource sect had 9 progenitors back then, Miss Qing explained. The Fatty was speechless. 9? How is that possible? If there really were 9 progenitors, how could the Fifth Mainland have been defeated? Mr. Bai smiled. That's why it's just a rumor, and it doesn't count. Furthermore, there are no records of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, but it's true that only progenitors can split them apart. This is similar to our Sixth Mainland's Daosource sect, so the greatest inheritance must be within the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Unfortunately, in such a short amount of time, it's difficult to even find the 9 mountains and 8 seas, let alone obtain recognition. Forget about the 9 mountains and seas. Are there any other places? Miss Qing asked. Mr. Bai asked, Miss Qing knows as much as I do. What suggestions do you have? Before Miss Qing could reply, the sky rippled, and a giant cauldron appeared. It was a phantom image, and it only appeared for an instant. However, that square cauldron almost covered the entire sky. Lu Yin and the others saw it. What's that? That scared Fatty Bro to death, the Fatty exclaimed. Mr. Bai closed his fan. These are the Daosource 9 cauldrons, and they are the greatest inheritance grounds of the Fifth Mainland's Daosource sect. There have been some changes to the 9 cauldrons, so let's go. We might be able to obtain the inheritance. He then rushed off in a certain direction, and Lu Yin and Miss Qing hurriedly followed. Wasn't the greatest inheritance said to be in the 9 mountains and seas? The Fatty hurriedly ran. It's not the same. The mountains and seas may have the legacy of a progenitor, but no one has ever obtained it. The 9 cauldrons are different. According to the legends, each cauldron contains a battle technique. The 9 cauldrons represent 9 different battle techniques. There's such a thing? It wasn't just Mr. Bai. Luin and the others also saw the phantom image of the sky cauldron, and they all rushed towards the location of the 9 cauldrons. Most legends were just rumors, but it was undeniable that there was some basis to them. They might have been exaggerated or fabricated, but no one would completely deny the existence of legends, especially when it came to opportunities and inheritances. At First Divine Gate, a group of 4 or 5 people finally managed to defeat a few First Divine Gate guardians. Quick, there's a change to the 9 cauldrons. The inheritance is right in front of us. Let's go. Among the group, an honest-looking youth was carrying a hoe and panting slightly. There's no need to rush. Even if there's an inheritance, it won't be that easy to obtain. No, Xianxia, you sure aren't in a hurry. You have so many treasures, but we don't. A girl rolled her eyes at the man carrying the hoe. Another man added, your Nong ancestor obtained an entire auction house's worth of treasures. Nong Xianxia smiled. Actually, most of those things have been used up. Look, there's only this hoe left. How about it? I'll give it to you. The group was speechless. Who would want a broken hoe? At this moment, a figure quickly approached from behind. They looked over and saw that it was a man. His appearance was ordinary, but his hair color was very strange. It was blood red, and there were traces of red spots in his eyes. He had an evil smile on his face, which made people feel a chill down their spines. Everyone was on high alert, and they stepped aside, intending to let the man go first. Nong Xianxia glanced at the man and then silently straddled his hoe. Run, he screamed. The hoe disappeared with a whoosh, and a crack appeared in space. The others were stunned. What was going on? Did he run? Furthermore, the speed of the hoe was too fast. It looks like someone recognized me. Is that weapon from the farmer family? The farmer family has always been lucky, the man with blood-red hair said. The others felt that something was off, and they gathered together. Brother, you go first. The man with blood-red hair looked over, and the evil smile on his face became even stranger. Let me introduce myself. I'm Blood Looney, and I've been sealed in ice for many years. The others were confused, as they had never heard of him before. Blood Looney stretched lazily. There's a reason why the farmer family was able to stand tall in the progenitor of Blood Realm for so many years. A junior was able to recognize me, but none of you can. The outcome is predestined. He then pointed at their feet. Remember to watch where you're going. Don't step on anything. He then laughed and walked off into the distance. The others looked down and saw a red lotus appear beneath their feet. What's that? I don't know, but be careful. That bastard Nong Xianxia is smarter than anyone, and he ran away without saying a word. That person is very strange, one of them said. I'll try, the woman said, and a phantom imprint appeared behind her. She used her star energy to sweep past the blood-red lotus. The next moment, the lotus bloomed and swallowed the group. A few seconds later, there was nothing left of them except for a pile of clothes. Their blood, flesh, and bones had all been devoured by the lotus. Blood Looney's eyes flashed, and his lips curled up. I told you to watch where you're going. Unfortunately, the farmer family escaped. In front of First Divine Gate, Nong Xianxia's face was pale as he rode his hoe and fled in panic. How could this be? Why was that freak released? Which idiot let him out? Idiot, 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 those guys are dead for sure. There's nothing I can do, I can only escape by myself. I can't take you guys with me, but don't worry, I'll definitely spread the news of your deaths. Go in peace. In the blood homage realm of the 6th mainland, soothing music was playing in a luxurious restaurant. This was a very romantic place, and it was supposed to be an elegant place where men and women could attract each other. However, at this moment, many men and women in the restaurant were looking at a corner in surprise. There, a young man was wolfing down food in large mouthfuls. There were more than 1,000 plates on the table, but the young man still couldn't stop eating. Quick, the food, continue, continue. The young man slammed the table while eating, completely destroying the elegant atmosphere of the restaurant, but no one dared to stop him. The kitchen was buzzing with activity, and all the chefs were sweating profusely. There was only one person, but the entire restaurant's kitchen couldn't keep up. Suddenly, the young man paused, looked up, and blinked. What? You want me to go to the Fifth Mainland's Dowsor sect and hunt down the 10 arbiters? The surrounding people looked at the young man strangely, not knowing who he was talking to. Someone muttered unhappily, "This restaurant has fallen. They're serving just anyone. Is this guy an idiot?" Shoo! Someone immediately covered his mouth and whispered, "Do you want to die? He's Nan Yanfei." Nan Yanfei? The person was confused for a moment, but then his expression changed. The blood homage realm's realmling, Nan Yanfei? With a thump, the thousands of plates on the table fell to the ground with a loud crash. The restaurant's waiters hurried to clean up the mess. Nan Yanfei raised his head in dissatisfaction. Why should I go? Although the Fifth Mainland is weak, the 10 arbiters aren't weak. They're definitely ruthless characters. It's safer to send the Dowsor's 3 skies. After a while, Nan Yanfei's expression changed, and he finally sighed helplessly. Fine, fine, I'll go. But first, don't blame me if I can't win. You should know that although the Fifth Mainland's cultivation system is very complex, resulting in its overall strength being weaker, it can still give birth to some strange geniuses. The 10 arbiters are the peak of the Fifth Mainland's younger generation, so I really don't have the competence to win. Nan Yanfei then roared, "Where's the food, where's the food?" 10 times more. The surrounding people gaped in shock. Nan Yanfei had already eaten so much, so why did he still want more? In the Sixth Mainland's Bloodburn realm, the streets were packed with people. With so many people crowding around, it was very troublesome to cross the street. However, it was under such circumstances that a pale-faced youth stepped onto the street and then passed through the crowd as if he didn't have a physical body. Not a single person was able to touch him, as if he were a ghost. Suddenly, the man stopped, and his body abruptly appeared. The surrounding people were so frightened that they hurriedly moved away and looked over in fear. Anyone who saw a person suddenly appear in front of them would react in the same way. The man stood on the street, and everyone around him looked at him with fear. Fifth Mainland, the ruins of the Dowsor sect? The hunting competition has been moved there? 10 arbiters? Alright, I'll take the heads of the 10 arbiters to the battlefield at Mara River. The man raised his head, revealing a pair of sinister eyes. His name was DFA, and he was a realmling from the Bloodburn realm. The 10 arbiters and realmlings had all gathered at the ruins of the Dowsor sect, which would become the battlefield for the younger generation of the Fifth Mainland and the Sixth Mainland. The hunting competition had been proposed by the Sixth Mainland, and the goal was to obtain the heads of the Fifth Mainland's younger generation experts. However, who would be the hunter and who would be the prey in the end was still unknown. In the ruins of the Dowsor sect, Mr. Bai's group of 4 spent more than half a day traveling through a beam of light to arrive at the space where the 9 Dowsor's cauldrons were. The fatty's mouth fell open when he saw the 9 enormous cauldrons that were as large as continents. How can there be such huge cauldrons? They're even bigger than a mountain. Mr. Bai looked up and said, "These are the 9 Dowsor's cauldrons, and they are the most attractive inheritance grounds of the Fifth Mainland's Dowsor sect. Even during the ancient war, our ancestors were unwilling to destroy them and instead left them behind. These are the opportunities that our ancestors have given us. It's a pity that no one has been able to obtain any opportunities from the 9 Dowsor's cauldrons, which has led to the decline of this largest inheritance ground. Some people have even said that the inheritance of a progenitor from the mountain and sea realm is easier than the inheritance of the 9 cauldrons," Miss Ching said. Mr. Bai replied, "Not necessarily. It's possible that someone has already obtained the inheritance battle techniques from the cauldrons, but they just haven't revealed it yet. Just like the Dowsor's 3 skies, no one within the same realm can force them to use their full strength, and even the older powerhouses don't dare to act against them. Thus, no one knows what kind of power they have." One figure after another appeared in this space and headed towards the 9 cauldrons. The 9 cauldrons looked similar, but there were also some differences. The group immediately recognized that the phantom that had covered the sky had come from one of the cauldrons, and quite a few people had already entered that cauldron. Lu Ying and the others did not hesitate, and they all leapt into the cauldron. The cauldron was very large, and the space within it was like a hollowed-out mountain range. Lu Ying stood at the edge of the cauldron and crouched down to touch it. The cauldron was covered in rust, which meant that it had experienced the passage of time. However, it was still incomparably sturdy and indestructible. There were some diagrams carved onto the surface of the cauldron, but they were obscured by the rust and could not be seen clearly. When he saw Mr. Bai and the others jump into the cauldron, Lu Ying leapt in as well. He really wanted to obtain a powerful battle technique, as aside from the Dream Finger, he did not have any other powerful battle techniques that could turn the tides of battle. Furthermore, the Dream Finger placed too much of a burden on his body, and he would need to recuperate for several days after using it. It was not suitable for long-term combat. It would be great if he could comprehend a battle technique from the cauldron, as it was, after all, a battle technique from the ancient Daosource sect. However, the possibility of that happening was not high, as Lu Ying did not feel that he was special. He had not comprehended anything from the Scripture Pavilion or Heaven's Pit, so he might not be able to comprehend anything here either. There was a thump as Lu Ying landed on the ground and stepped on a pile of bones. Many people had come here, and many had died here. The fatty carefully walked over to Lu Ying and gestured at him. Lu Ying ignored him and walked to the edge of the cauldron. He looked at the diagrams carved into the walls of the cauldron. The battle technique might be related to these diagrams. "Bro, this place is too eerie. I'll just follow you," the fatty said in a panic. Lu Ying raised a hand to touch the interior of the cauldron. It was cold to the touch, and it had a metallic texture to it. However, it was different from any metal he had ever seen before, and the moment he touched it, he could feel the vicissitudes of time. Lu Ying did not know where Mr. Bai and Miss Qing had gone. This place was huge, and they had gone in different directions. The fatty followed Lu Ying blindly, muttering something under his breath. Lu Ying grew annoyed. "Why are you still so cowardly after evolving to an unparalleled bloodline? Go look for your own destiny. Perhaps there's a battle technique here that can allow you to surpass Autumn Frost Qing and help you take back Yan Xiaojing." The fatty's eyes lit up. A battle technique that surpasses Autumn Frost Qing? Bro, can I really comprehend it? Suddenly, the fatty's expression changed, and he stared at Lu Ying. "Bro, you can speak?" Lu Ying calmly replied, "I never said that I couldn't." The fatty was stunned, and his expression turned bitter. "Bro, you've really tricked me." Lu Ying frowned. "Go look for your own destiny." "Fatty bro, I've already told you everything." "Bro, how can you do this?" the fatty wailed. Lu Ying was helpless. "I'm not interested in your miserable life." At that moment, he saw some words engraved at the bottom of the cauldron. "Seventh bro, these words are the same as those in the Scripture Pavilion. They're from the era of the Daosource sect," the monkey said. Lu Ying used his star energy to form a blade and tried to remove the rust, but it was useless. No matter how hard he tried, he could not damage the rust in the slightest. This was terrifying, as it was normal for a metal that could withstand the corrosion of time to be able to withstand attacks. Perhaps the cauldron had a crystal rating of over 100,000, but if even the rust was so tough, then it was a different story. It was no wonder why this cauldron was still covered in rust after so many years. If the rust could be removed easily, then it would have been cleaned by someone long ago. "Bro, look. The sky's red," the fatty cried out from behind. Lu Ying impatiently looked up, and his eyes narrowed. This space had originally been as dusky as Heaven's Pit, and there were only the 9 cauldrons here. However, at this moment, the mouth of the cauldron had turned completely red, and it was getting redder and redder. Soon, blood-colored lotuses began to spread out. Not good. Someone had sealed the mouth of the cauldron. Not too far away, a person soared into the air, and his imprint appeared. He bellowed as he charged towards the mouth of the cauldron and viciously slammed into the blood-colored lotuses. Then, his entire body turned into a pool of blood, which shocked everyone inside the cauldron. What was even stranger was that the blood did not fall to the ground. Instead, it was sucked back into the blood lotuses in midair, making them even more beautiful. "What's that?" someone asked in fear. Lu Yin's face was solemn, as the blood lotus gave him an intense sense of danger that was not inferior to the sense of danger that Xianxia had given him. The fatty's face went pale. What the hell is that? The cauldron was very spacious, and everyone had been exploring on their own. However, at this moment, everyone looked up and stared at the blood lotus. The blood lotus bloomed, beautiful yet deadly. Not long after, a figure appeared within the blood lotus. It was Blood Loony, who had appeared in the first divine gate. Blood Loony hung upside down from the blood lotus, and he had an evil smile on his face as he looked at the people within the cauldron. His eyes were already red, but they were now even redder. Who are you? Why did you seal the cauldron and kill people as you please? Someone asked. Blood Loony's smile grew even wider. Let's play a game. Everyone stared at Blood Loony strangely. A game? Was he crazy? Why would he want to play a game at a time like this? I have a die here. Roll it, and the number of pips that appear will determine how many people will be able to leave this cauldron alive, Blood Loony said in a cold and strange voice. Are you from the Fifth Mainland? Someone asked loudly. Blood Loony laughed maniacally. Guess as you please. Maybe I am, maybe I am not. Now, let the game begin. A die appeared in his hand, and he casually tossed it out. It landed on the ground under everyone's watchful eyes, and in the end, one of the dice landed face up with a 3. 3 pips? If you're lucky, 3 of you will be able to leave this place alive, Blood Loony said sinisterly. As he spoke, the blood lotus grew redder and redder. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched, as the sense of danger was growing stronger. This person was very strong. The fatty's face paled. Can't you wait for 2 more days? My time is almost up. Loony, are you trying to deal with all of us by yourself? Someone shouted angrily. Blood Loony did not reply. The blood lotus roots extended down the cauldron's mouth, and it looked like he was planning to cover the entire cauldron with blood lotuses. Those who could appear in the Daosaur sect's ruins were not ordinary cultivators, and they all had a certain sense of danger. The scene of that person being turned into a pool of blood and absorbed by the blood lotus had made the crowd not dare to act rashly. However, at this moment, it was obvious that that person wanted to attack everyone. The crowd no longer hesitated, and the dozen or so people leaped up to attack Blood Loony. These people all possessed the strength of the top 100 rankings. Some of them even possessed the strength of the top 30 on the top 100 rankings. Faced with the siege of so many experts, Blood Loony's eyes turned red. His pupils changed, turning into those of a wild beast. Then, he let out an indescribably cold roar. The blood lotus boiled, and a blood-red dragon rushed out. That's a corpse dragon, a blood lotus flower, and 2 bloodlines. I know who he is. He's the Blood Loony who was sealed in ice 1,000 years ago after he failed to become one of the Daosaur's 3 skies, someone exclaimed from within the cauldron. Blood Loony laughed maniacally. I'll use your blood to create a lotus and strengthen myself. I'll wait here for the Daosaur's 3 skies. Only by replacing the Daosaur's 3 skies will I be able to quell my anger after being frozen for 1,000 years. Bang! Bang! The blood-red corpse dragon collided with the dozen or so cultivators. Although these cultivators were not weak, they were all at a disadvantage against the corpse dragon. In just a single exchange, at least 5 of them were torn apart and devoured by the corpse dragon, turning into a pool of blood to create a lotus flower. Everyone, let's attack together. The more blood the blood lotus absorbs, the stronger it becomes. We can't let him succeed, someone shouted, and the others immediately attacked. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. These people did not know the difference in strength between them and Blood Loony. Regardless of whether it was Blood Loony or Xianxia, they were both hunters, and they were not ordinary hunters either. Corpse dragon after corpse dragon rushed out of the blood lotus flower and filled the cauldron before attacking everyone. A corpse dragon rushed towards Lu Yin. It was more than 10 meters long, and it was accompanied by a bloody aura. The fatty screamed, "Bro, save me." Lu Yin clenched his fist and then slapped out with his palm. 30. Stacks, 100-fold shockwave palm. There was a boom as the corpse dragon was scattered by Lu Yin's palm, but it instantly recovered and lashed out with its tail. Lu Yin immediately dodged the attack, causing the space around him to distort to the point of almost being torn apart. The shockwaves sent the fatty flying. Any random corpse dragon was already so powerful, but there were at least hundreds of them within the cauldron. This was an insurmountable gap. Mr. Bai flipped his fan, and palm shadows flew out, transforming into imprints that merged into his forehead. He then slapped the corpse dragon and scattered it as well. However, the corpse dragon recovered and continued to bite at Luin. Miss Jean continuously dodged. Within the cauldron, people would occasionally be devoured by the corpse dragon to strengthen the blood lotus flower. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. This person had once competed for the position of Daosor's 3 skies, so he was at least at the level of a realmling. A realmling was an existence that could compete with the 10 arbiters, which meant that Lu Yin was currently facing a power at the level of the 10 arbiters. This was the first time that Lu Yin had faced such a power without the aid of any external items, and he was at his wit's end. Another corpse dragon charged over and viciously slammed into Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised a hand, and his fate's end transformed into an earth barrier in front of him, forcibly blocking the corpse dragon's charge. He then pressed both hands against the corpse dragon's body, enveloped it with 7-lined battle force, and violently pushed it away. Not too far away, the outline of a sky-eater pig appeared on the fatty's body, and he bit at the corpse dragon. The corpse dragon similarly bit at the fatty. The dragon and the pig bit at each other, and it was a shocking sight. Mr. Bai leaped over to Lu Yin's side. "Deaf mute bro, it's time to go all out. Whether or not we can leave this place alive will depend on our luck." Lu Yin felt helpless, as his battle force, domain, and physical strength were all unable to contend against these corpse dragons. Even if they were scattered, they could still recover, and they were too difficult to deal with. Furthermore, more and more people around them were being devoured, and the more they devoured, the stronger the blood lotus became. As time passed, Blood Luni would only become stronger. Once he absorbed the blood of many people in the Daosor sect's ruins, he might actually be able to kill experts at the level of the Daosor's 3 skies. They were merely stepping stones on his path to glory. Right now, there was only one way, and that was to use the Dream Finger to attack Blood Luni. He had to guarantee that he would be able to hit his target, and he might even be able to injure him. Of course, Lu Yin did not expect that he would be able to kill Blood Luni with a single finger, as that would be unrealistic. After all, Blood Luni was at the level of the 10 arbiters. Although the people within the cauldron were being suppressed, it was not as if there were no experts among them. A man and a woman broke through the encirclement of the corpse dragons and arrived in front of Blood Luni. Blood Luni looked up, and purple veins appeared on his face. This was 8-lined battle force. The imprints behind the man and woman's backs overflowed with might. Blood Luni licked his lips. "Cosmic Imprinter, you two are not bad." He then raised a hand and used his physical body to receive the 2 experts' attacks. At the same time, the phantom image of an old man appeared behind Blood Luni. This old man's appearance was clear, and his might was unparalleled. The fatty was horrified. "That's old man Xianxia, the Cosmic Imprinter." While Lu Yin had been chatting with these people, he had learned a bit about the 6th mainland's imprinters. Imprinters were powerhouses who had reached a certain level of power, and they could use their own power to strengthen a cultivator's body through certain connections to increase that cultivator's power level. It could also be said that they were borrowing power, and the cultivator's power level was based on the strength that the cultivator could withstand. Imprinter, Universe Imprinter, Cosmic Imprinter, Cosmic Imprinter, and Cosmic Imprinter. These were the ranks of imprinters Lu Yin had made some comparisons, and he concluded that imprinters should be envoys whose power levels exceeded 500,000. Only powerhouses with power levels above 500,000 could increase a cultivator's power level by projecting their power through certain connections. As for cosmic imprinters, if Lu Yin's guess was correct, they were likely to be extremely terrifying powerhouses with power levels close to 1,000,000. The stronger one's imprint was, the greater the increase in one's strength would be. Between 2 people who were at the same realm, there was a huge difference between a person who was an imprinter and a person who was a celestial imprinter. It was just like the difference between a normal explorer and an explorer on the top 100 rankings. Of course, imprinters could not be imprinted at will, and it depended on their own endurance. Lu Yin did not know about this. However, the fatty could only withstand the Yen family's imprinter, and he could not withstand the universe imprinter of a higher level. And now, a terrifying figure with a cosmic imprinter had appeared in front of him, and that cosmic imprinter's appearance was still very clear. The fatty's fear was not without reason. The two powerhouses who had been close to Blood Looney were almost as strong as Autumn Frost Qing, but they had still been defeated by Blood Looney. They had been reduced to blood that had fused into the Blood Lotus, and the corpse dragon's power had also increased slightly. Mr. Bai's face sank. "Everyone, fight with your lives on the line." Miss Qing's expression turned ugly. Luin took a deep breath. The U secret art, dreamed finger, battle force, and domain. He did not know if they would be able to survive until the end. One of the four would definitely die. Just as they were about to give it their all, the dozens of corpse dragons in the sky all exploded. A white figure flashed through the void and appeared in front of Blood Looney. Then, under Blood Looney's incredulous gaze, the white spear pierced through his neck. At that moment, the cauldron fell silent. All of the corpse dragons had been reduced to blood that poured onto the ground. Everyone stared blankly at the sky. Blood Looney had been killed. A white spear, exquisite white armor, and a mask. This person had suddenly appeared in front of everyone and killed Blood Looney with a single strike. No one would be able to forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Drip. 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 Blood dripped down the white spear from Blood Looney's neck. The spear was pulled back, and Blood Looney slowly fell to the ground. Everyone looked up at the person who looked like a knight. At that moment, the person turned his spear around and pointed it at the Blood Lotus. "Come out," he said. Everyone followed his gaze and saw another figure appear within the Blood Lotus. Everyone's expressions changed. Blood Looney? Everyone subconsciously looked at the ground. Blood Looney's neck had been pierced through, and he was slowly melting into a pool of blood. Everyone's eyes flickered as they stared at Blood Looney, who had walked out of the Blood Lotus. This guy was not dead. Blood Looney excitedly stared at the person in white armor. "I never thought that there would be someone like you here. Who are you?" The person in white armor raised his spear. "The person who will kill you." He then thrust his spear forward, revealing its sharpness. It instantly pierced through the void and arrived in front of Blood Looney. Blood Looney raised his hand and grabbed the tip of the spear, causing it to stop a millimeter away from his eyes. "This is the strength of a realmling, but there's no bloodline aura. You must be a realmling from the progenitor of martial or secret progenitor territory." After that, dozens of corpse dragons appeared behind Blood Looney and charged towards the white-armored man. The white-armored man's spear spun and sliced Blood Looney's hand into bone. The spear effortlessly exploded the corpse dragons and smashed towards Blood Looney. Blood Looney laughed maniacally as flesh grew out of his hand and rapidly recovered. At the same time, his 8-lined battle force also appeared. Bang! The violent collision created a shockwave that swept through the cauldron. Everyone was affected by the shockwave, and they all felt a terrifying power. Luin was shocked, as this was the power of the 10 arbiters, and it was not something that he could interfere with right now. How lucky! A realmling actually appeared, the fatty rejoiced. Mr. Bai was puzzled. Which territory's realmling is this? The 3 progenitors and 9 territories should be able to recognize him, but this person is very unfamiliar. Miss Qing's eyes trembled. What if he's not a realmling? Mr. Bai looked at her, and their eyes met. If that's the case, then we'll still have to fight with our lives on the line. What are you guys talking about? The fatty was confused. Luin calmly replied, what they're saying is that if this person isn't a realmling, then he must be one of the 5th mainland's 10 arbiters. It wasn't just Mr. Bai and the others who were confused, as everyone else was as well. Of the 3 progenitors and 9 territories, there were only a total of 9 realmlings, so it was very easy to recognize them. However, no one had recognized this person, so it was very likely that he was one of the 10 arbiters. These people were only guessing, but Luin was basically certain of this person's identity. Bang 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 bang. Violent explosions rang out as blood lotuses boiled up above, and corpse dragons appeared one after another. Blood Looney used his corpse dragons to attack, but the armored man's spear danced, preventing the corpse dragons from even taking half a step forward. Blood Looney laughed maniacally, and behind him, the celestial imprinter, Xianxia old man, appeared once again. He raised his hand, and a blood lotus appeared in the void and pressed down on the armored man. A blood lotus. The armored man was viciously smashed into the ground by the blood lotus, and his armor visibly disintegrated. Who are you? Imprint, let me take a look. Blood Looney roared, his eyes. The armored man raised his head. His face was clearly covered by a mask, but in that instant, everyone felt a supreme majesty. A mighty bell rang out and the blood lotus evaporated. On the ground and in the sky, the phantom of a palace appeared. At this moment, everyone felt the pressure from the heavens. Blood Looney's eyes narrowed. You're not from the 6th mainland. You're a remnant of the 5th mainland. Everyone looked at the armored man. The armored man gripped his spear tightly and leapt up. With a thump, he smashed Blood Looney into the blood-colored lotus at the mouth of the cauldron. White Knight, one of the 10 arbiters of the 5th mainland. Please enlighten me. Everyone was stunned. The 5th mainland's 10 arbiters? Luin sighed. As expected, he had guessed correctly. There was only one person among the 10 arbiters who was dressed like a knight, and that person was none other than White Knight Spirit Palace's Lingling clan genius. The 10 arbiters had appeared one after another in the ruins of the Daosor sect, and this place had already become a battlefield for the younger generation of the 5th and 6th mainlands to compete with each other. Luin had not expected to run into White Knight here. If his guess was correct, then White Knight had wanted to slaughter everyone here, but she had accidentally been trapped by Blood Looney. Was he lucky or unlucky? Blood Looney and White Knight were destined to fight. White Knight was the one who had brought Wendy Yushan into Myriad Swords Peak. Luin looked up with a complicated expression, and it was only at this moment that he truly understood the strength of the 10 arbiters. Even Blood Looney was helpless against them. The others also had complicated feelings. They were from the 6th mainland, and they were natural enemies with the 5th mainland. However, at this moment, they did not wish for White Knight to lose. If she did, then Blood Looney's strength would increase, and they would not be able to escape the fate of death. Blood Looney's eyes were filled with excitement. One of the 5th mainland's 10 arbiters? It's been 1,000 years since I last saw you, and the 5th mainland actually has a powerhouse like you. Good, good, good. Once I absorb you, I'll definitely be able to kill the Daosor's 3 skies. Blood energy enveloped his body as he viciously charged at White Knight like a suit of blood-colored armor. Around them, the palaces and blood lotuses collided, but there was no earth-shattering collision. Instead, the palaces and blood lotuses continued to expand and invade each other's territory, consuming each other's energy. At this moment, White Knight and Blood Looney collided, and everyone else felt their brains tremble as several people collapsed to the ground. Lu Yin's expression changed. Not good. The collision of their innate gifts had produced an intense spiritual force suppression, and most people would not be able to withstand it. With a thump, the fatty collapsed to the ground and fainted. Mr. Bai and Miss Qing's expressions changed, and they sat down at the same time while gritting their teeth. From time to time, people would collapse to the ground. Regardless of whether it was Blood Looney or White Knight, neither of them cared about the deaths of these people. They had appeared with the intention of annihilating everyone here. Lu Yin's mind exploded, but he could still withstand it. The effects of his many years of reciting the Stonewall scriptures were very obvious, and even the spiritual force of these two could not suppress him. He was the only one who could remain standing. Bang! 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 Blood Looney and White Knight clashed faster and faster, leaving behind afterimages in the sky that quickly disappeared. Luin could not even see them clearly. At this moment, the blood lotuses and the palaces simultaneously extended towards them. One of the cultivators was caught up in the shock waves and was instantly vaporized into a puddle of blood. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, he could not be touched. He grabbed the fatty and tried to drag him away, but forcefully withstanding the 2 pressures was already his limit. It was very difficult for him to move, and as the 2 phenomena drew closer and closer, cultivators began to die one after another. Just leave. Don't worry about us, Mr. Bai said with difficulty. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he helplessly began to recite the Stonewall scriptures. As long as he was in a desperate situation, the Stonewall Scriptures would always have a miraculous effect. This time was no exception. After reciting the Stonewall Scriptures, the pressure lessened, and Luin hurriedly grabbed the fatty, Mr. Bai, and Miss Qing and moved towards the edge of the cauldron. However, before they could take more than a few steps, the cauldron actually shook, and a phantom image of the cauldron appeared in Lu Yin's mind, emitting an unparalleled pressure. Was this a battle technique? Luin was ecstatic, as he had not expected that reciting the Stonewall Scriptures would actually resonate with the cauldron and allow him to comprehend a battle technique. However, a shockwave suddenly swept over and struck him in the back, sending him, Mr. Bai, and the other two flying back dozens of meters. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and when he looked back, he saw that White Knight and Blood Looney were both grabbing onto their spears. Streaks of energy shot out in all directions as they clashed with star energy. Countless streaks of energy swept out in all directions, and some struck the cauldron, some struck the cultivators, and some struck the blood lotuses that sealed the cauldron's mouth. The palaces and the blood lotuses stopped spreading and began to corrode each other. Another shockwave swept over, and Luin used his Fate Sand to block it. Beside him, Mr. Bai and Miss Qing slowly recovered and thanked Luin. Luin anxiously said, "Stop talking nonsense and be careful. It won't feel good if you get hit by this kind of shockwave." "What a pair of freaks," Miss Qing muttered. Mr. Bai smiled bitterly. "It looks like our plans to explore the Daosaur sect will have to be put on hold. This place has already become a battlefield for the top powerhouses of the 5th mainland and 6th mainland's younger generation. It's not a place where the two of us can interfere." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. If it had been before, he would not have cared, but he had just comprehended a battle technique from the cauldron. Although he had not been able to successfully comprehend it due to the lack of time, he had already grasped the method. All he needed to do was recite the Stonewall Scriptures, and he would not give up on this place. Legend had it that the 9 cauldrons had 9 battle techniques, and if the 9 battle techniques were combined into one, they would be invincible. Luin was currently lacking a powerful battle technique, and since the Stonewall Scriptures could cause this cauldron to react, did that mean that all 9 cauldrons could do it? Did that mean that he could comprehend one of the 9 cauldrons' battle techniques and comprehend the rumored invincible battle technique? To any cultivator, this was a great temptation, as many cultivators had lost their lives for this opportunity. Luin was also a cultivator, and he did not want to give up on this battle technique, even if this place had become a top-notch battlefield. With an invincible battle technique right in front of him, danger and opportunity coexisted. Luin gritted his teeth and looked up. It was impossible for him to comprehend it now, as the shockwaves from the battle between these two could interrupt him at any moment. He could only wait until the next time he entered this top-notch battlefield. Up above, White Knight and Blood Looney gripped onto each other's spears. Star energy collided, causing thunderous explosions that caused cracks to appear all around them. The 5th mainland was actually able to give birth to a powerhouse like you. It's a pity that war is upon us, and you have no room to grow. Blood Looney shouted excitedly. Behind him, Xianxia old man's imprint was very clear, and it looked just like a real person. White Knight replied in a low voice, "You're just slaves to a fixed cultivation system. You have no future." Blood Looney laughed maniacally. "So what? I'll still slaughter you all. Our sky has been changed by you, creating a false power. Even so, the 6th mainland's peers still can't defeat us. Xingkai killed one of your realmlings, so you can't defeat me. This is the difference between us, so I'm very sure that the truth of the ancient war is not as recorded in history." "You've covered up history," White Knight shouted. Blood Looney laughed sinisterly. "What does that have to do with me? I just want to kill you and use your blood to forge the path to the Daosaur's 3 skies. I've already said that you can't defeat me," White Knight shouted. Their star energy collided even more fiercely, and the space around the two warped. Countless shockwaves spread out, and the remaining cultivators gradually woke up and looked up in fear. 2 days passed, and the battle between the two did not stop. However, it was obvious that both of them were exhausted, especially White Knight, whose spear was already starting to crack. Blood Looney grinned as blood lotuses appeared, and countless corpse dragons crashed into White Knight. "You're finished." Below, Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Were the 10 arbiters about to be defeated? There was a loud boom as White Knight was struck by countless corpse dragons. At the same time, Blood Looney's battle force suddenly turned red. This was 9-lined battle force, and he had been hiding his strength all this time. At this critical moment, he unleashed a palm strike that pierced through White Knight's abdomen, and a bloody light illuminated Blood Looney's sinister face. The crowd below felt a chill, as Blood Looney had won in the end. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. The 10 arbiters had really been defeated. In the universe, the 10 arbiters were synonymous with invincibility. No one had ever heard of any of the 10 arbiters being defeated, and the average person did not even know their names. They were godlike existences amongst their peers, and they possessed supreme authority and influence that permeated the entire universe. Even such characters had been defeated. Lu Yin stared at Blood Looney, who was standing high up in the sky. This was the strength of a powerhouse from the 6th mainland who could compete for the position of one of the Dowsource 3 skies. Hold on. Lu Yin suddenly recalled that the Lingling Palace belonged to the Lingling clan, and the Lingling clan had a technique known as soul-splitting. Up above, White Knight's body had been pierced through. Blood Looney pulled his hand back and licked the blood off it. The red in his eyes grew even more resplendent as he stared at White Knight's eyes. He could see the pain in those eyes, and he grew even more excited. Suddenly, Blood Looney's gaze froze. He could see his own figure in White Knight's eyes, but he also saw another figure appear behind him. He hurriedly turned around, only to see a spear about to pierce his throat. At the critical moment, Blood Looney grabbed the spear, but his 9-lined battle force prevented White Knight from advancing any further. You're not dead? Blood Looney was certain that he had just killed White Knight, as his eyes could not be faked. But why was there another person in front of him? White Knight's spear vibrated and knocked Blood Looney's hand away. The body of the spear struck Blood Looney's body and sent him flying. Below them, the palace that had stopped expanding began to glow again, evaporating all of the blood lotuses within it. A mighty bell rang out, sounding like the sound of a heavenly palace. Blood Looney clutched his chest as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He stared at White Knight with a crazed expression. How is this possible? How can you defeat me? White Knight pointed his spear at Blood Looney. I've already said that you have no future. Even the so-called Dowsource 3 skies are just slaves to a fixed cultivation system. You can't defeat us with just your strength. He then stabbed out with his spear again. Blood Looney roared, and the blood lotuses that had sealed the cauldron melted and turned into blood that was absorbed by him. His entire body turned scarlet as he charged towards White Knight. White Knight's gaze froze, and the palace glowed brightly as his spear continued forward. There was a bang as a giant spatial crack extended towards the sky. An intense gale crushed down, causing several cultivators to cough up blood. Even Lu Yin's heart sank as his chest tightened, and he almost coughed up blood. The sky distorted as the two figures retreated. They had both used their full strength, and both the blood lotuses and the palace instantly vanished. Both figures crashed into the cauldron and spat out blood at the same time. It was impossible to tell who had won, as both of them had been injured. The blood lotuses at the cauldron had disappeared. However, the mouth of the cauldron was still blocked by the two people, and no one dared to rush out. At this moment, White Knight leapt up and left. A clamor could be heard from outside the cauldron. Someone had probably arrived. White Knight was from the 5th mainland, and if he was exposed, he would be surrounded and attacked by everyone. He had no choice but to retreat with his heavy injuries. Blood Looney stared into the distance with unwillingness as he clenched his fists. If he could absorb this person's blood, he would definitely be able to defeat the current generation's Dowsource 3 skies. Let's go, someone within the cauldron shouted. They were afraid of being trapped by Blood Looney again. Although Blood Looney was injured, the difference in power was too great. Even if he was injured, they didn't dare to fight him. Now, there were less than 20 survivors in the cauldron. All of them rushed out of the cauldron and fled in all directions. Blood Looney became anxious, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had indeed wanted to seal the cauldron's mouth, but it was too late. He could only choose a direction to chase after, and that direction just so happened to be where Lu Yin and the others were. Why is this lunatic chasing us? The fatty panicked as he woke up. The moment he woke up, he saw Blood Looney chasing after him. Did you guys provoke him? Let's split up. If he dares to chase after us, it means that his injuries aren't too serious, and he's competent in dealing with us, Mr. Bai suggested. Miss Qing and Luin agreed. Split up? Who should I follow? The fatty was terrified. He was the weakest, and he was also the slowest. Luin frowned, as this damn fatty was really troublesome. Just as he was about to speak, the fatty disappeared. Luin was speechless, as this guy's luck was truly extraordinary. Mr. Bai, Miss Qing, and Luin all split up, and the three of them headed in 3 different directions. Blood Looney bellowed. If not for his heavy injuries, he would not have let these 3 escape given his speed. He glanced around and then decided on a direction to chase after them. "7th bro, that lunatic is chasing after you," the monkey cried out. Luin looked back and happened to meet Blood Looney's red eyes. His expression changed. Why is he chasing after me? Can he tell that I'm from the 5th mainland? 7th bro, you're really a firefly in the dark. You're being chased wherever you go, the monkey said bitterly. Luin felt helpless as well, and he suddenly thought of a possibility. 2 days ago, he had been the only one who had remained standing during the clash between the 2 phenomena, and he had even taken Mr. Bai and the others away. Perhaps that was why Blood Looney had determined that he was very strong, or at least stronger than the others. Only the blood of powerhouses was valuable, and this lunatic had guessed correctly. Luin smiled wryly, as it was better to keep a low profile. Behind him, Blood Looney attacked. A corpse dragon charged out from his body and charged towards Luin. Luin increased his speed, but the space in front of him suddenly split open. He hurriedly dodged, and the corpse dragon disappeared into the void. Another corpse dragon then charged out and charged towards him. The space within the 9 cauldrons was relatively stable, but Luin would rather not. Even if Blood Looney was injured, he was still very fast. You can't catch me. Go chase after someone else. Luin shouted. Blood Looney grinned. You're the one. Luin wanted to turn around and risk his life. With the secret art and the dream finger, he might be able to deal with Blood Looney in his current state, but after some thought, he decided against it. Not long after, he saw a pillar of light in the middle of the 9 cauldrons. Luin was delighted, and he quickly charged towards it. Blood Looney snorted and raised a hand, causing a giant blood lotus to appear in the sky and descend. The pillar of light was right in front of him, and Luin casually waved his hand to activate the secret art. The blood lotus was diverted in another direction. Blood Looney's eyes narrowed. Is this a battle technique? No, with your strength, a battle technique won't be able to block it. This is a secret technique. You know a secret technique. Luin gritted his teeth and stepped into the pillar of light. Don't run. Hand over the secret technique. Blood Looney went all out and spat out a mouthful of blood that turned into a surge of blood energy. He tore through the void and appeared in front of Luin, stepping into the pillar of light with him. Lu Yin's scalp went numb as the scene before him changed. He had left the space within the 9 cauldrons and arrived at a canyon with Blood Looney at the same time. Blood Looney grabbed Lu Yin's shoulder, and Lu Yin grabbed Blood Looney's wrist. Both of them exerted their strength at the same time. Blood Looney's wrist was broken, and he was shocked. He had actually lost in a contest of strength? He didn't even think about it as he released his 9-lined battle force and struck out with a palm. Lu Yin released his 7-lined battle force at the same time and used his Fate Sand to block the attack. There was a thump, and the Fate Sand trembled as Lu Yin was sent flying out of the pillar of light. His chest tightened, and he fled into the distance without even looking back. Blood Looney coughed out another mouthful of blood. He had already been heavily injured from his battle with White Knight, and he had even used his battle technique and 9-lined battle force to chase after Lu Yin, which had worsened his injuries. However, for the secret technique, everything was worth it. As long as he could obtain it, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Why did he want to become one of the Dao Source 3 skies? Aside from the experts from the secret progenitor realm, the experts from the progenitor of blood and progenitor of martial realms could only become one of the Dao Source 3 skies if they wanted to obtain the secret technique. This was his true goal. Only by obtaining this secret technique would he be invincible. Blood Looney slammed a palm against his chest, and his face paled as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The blood transformed into vitality that covered his body, and he tore through the void once more to chase after Luin. This time, he appeared behind Luin with Xianxia old man's imprint appearing behind him. An enormous pressure caused Lu Yin's back to turn cold. "Stop right there and hand over the secret technique." Blood Looney then reached out to grab Luin. Luin stopped and turned around. He raised a finger, but his eyes suddenly went slack, and he lost consciousness. Boundless rage erupted as he tapped out with the dreamed finger. The void froze, and only the finger could be heard as it traversed through space and tapped on Blood Looney's palm. The finger pierced through his palm and headed for his head, but it did not succeed. Blood Looney was too strong, and Lu Yin's finger could not even touch him. Helpless, Luin retracted his finger. However, the power of that finger had still sent Blood Looney flying back 100 meters. The void returned to normal, and Luin escaped once more. Blood was dripping from his finger. Blood Looney was shocked, and he clutched his shoulder as fresh blood flowed from his palm. How was this possible? An explorer had actually injured him, and he had been unable to dodge that finger attack. What kind of battle technique was that? This person had a secret technique, a battle technique, and even battle force. He was an absolute freak. Hold on, this person didn't use an imprint. Blood Looney suddenly looked up. There was only one possibility for someone to not use an imprint in a life or death situation. This person couldn't possibly be another survivor of the Fifth Mainland. Blood Looney roared and chased after Luin. He had to capture this person, as this person's secret technique and battle technique were the best gifts for him after being sealed in ice for 1,000 years. Despite being injured several times, Blood Looney did not give up. Luin was helpless, as this madman had definitely guessed that he was not from the Sixth Mainland. Once he encountered a cultivator from the Sixth Mainland, he would be in trouble. Just as Luin was thinking about this, he saw someone starting a fire in front of him. From the looks of it, the person was trying to cook some food. Luin wanted to avoid him, but he decided against it. Blood Looney wanted to obtain the secret technique the most right now, and he could not allow Lu Yin's identity to be exposed. He was also afraid that Luin would be captured. In this madman's eyes, regardless of whether it was someone from the Fifth Mainland or the Sixth Mainland, they were all enemies. Luin eagerly rushed towards the fire, hoping that a ruthless character would appear. Someone like Autumn Frost Qing would suffice. Blood Looney also saw that someone was starting a fire in the distance, and he gritted his teeth and spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was even paler than before. Even if he managed to obtain the secret technique, he would need a long time to recover. But for the secret technique, it was worth it. Everyone who stood in his way had to die. Xianxia had always thought of himself as an ambitious youth. Ever since he had been young, he had dreamed of spreading his glorious image throughout the entire Sixth Mainland. Not only the progenitor of Blood Territory, but even the progenitor of Martial Territory and Secret Progenitor Territory had to have a glorious image of him. Unfortunately, this dream had been shattered the moment he had matured. His name was destined to never shine. Yes, everything else was fine. His image, temperament, and style of speech were all very good. The only problem was his name, which had become the greatest stain in his life. He had thought of rebelling and changing his name, but he had failed. Aside from being beaten up countless times, nothing good had come out of it. Originally, he had not wanted to give up and had wanted to wait until he became an absolute powerhouse before changing his name. But when he had reached adulthood, his family's ancestor had gifted him with a power vessel. From then on, Xianxia knew that he would never be able to shake off his name, as that power vessel was a hoe. When he thought about the hoe, Xianxia wanted to vomit blood. Who would refine a hoe into a power vessel? Who? Who was it? Xianxia wished that he could drag that bastard out of his grave and whip his corpse. A hoe had caused Xianxia to lose all hope. From then on, he would never return from his path of being a country bumpkin. Being confident and elegant had nothing to do with him anymore. He had already lost all hope, and even as he walked down the street, he felt like someone was laughing at him. After holding it in for a long time, Nong Zitian finally thought it through and decided to let go. If it was a hoe, then so be it. He had a hoe, and he was proud of it. Of course, even though he had let go, he still felt some regret. However, this regret had completely disappeared when he entered the first divine gate in the ruins of the fifth mainland's Daosource sect. The sixth mainland had invaded the fifth mainland, and as a descendant of a cosmic imprinter family, he had to go to the front lines. Before that, his family had sent him to the ruins of the fifth mainland's Daosource sect to search for opportunities. Nong Zitian's luck had always been good, and he had been complacent, vowing to obtain countless treasures just like his ancestor. But who would have thought that he would run into a madman as soon as he entered the first divine gate? Thanks to his ancestors' teachings, and thanks to Nong Zitian's teachings, Nong Zitian's family had always recorded any potential life-threatening experts as a precaution. This was the key to Nong Zitian's survival, and that madman had been recorded in the records. Blood Looney had been a monster who had failed to seize the position of one of the Daosource 3 skies 1,000 years ago and had killed many people before being sealed in ice. The moment Blood Looney had seen Blood Looney, he had fled at lightning speed. As he thought about this, Nong Zitian was once again grateful to the hoe. This hoe's speed was really good, and it had disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was also because of this that Nong Zitian no longer had any regrets, as the hoe was a good thing. As for his friends, they were just fair-weather friends. Those bastards had mocked him countless times, and they would definitely regret not having a decent hoe. After wandering around the ruins of the Daosource sect for a few days, Nong Zitian was tired, and he was about to cook something to eat. However, just as he started a fire, he saw someone rushing towards him from the distance. It seemed that the person had no intention of stopping, and Nong Zitian stood up to teach that person a lesson. Although he was not very strong, he was still a descendant of a cosmic imprinter family, which meant that he was still in the blood. That person was getting closer and closer, and Nong Zitian was ready. He was about to make his move. There seemed to be someone chasing after that person. Was he trying to escape? No wonder he was so flustered that he didn't know where to go. It didn't matter. Anyone who dared to come after him was courting death. Wait a minute, why does that person in red look so familiar? Nong Zitian rubbed his eyes, and then his expression changed drastically. Blood Looney? F***CKU. Nong Zitian cursed fiercely as he stepped onto the hoe and fled. Luin quickly rushed towards Nong Zitian. He saw Nong Zitian stand up, and he could sense the man's hostility. Luin knew that Nong Zitian was about to attack, but just as he was about to speak, he saw Nong Zitian step forward and grab him. A hoe? What the hell? With a swoosh, Nong Zitian's hoe flew through the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously activated the secret art. The hoe appeared beneath Nong Zitian's body, and due to inertia, it swept past Nong Zitian and quickly overtook him. Nong Zitian fell to the ground with a bang, his mouth full of mud. He looked down and thought, damn, where's the hoe? A gust of wind blew past, and Nong Zitian saw that the hoe was under that person's butt. Nong Zitian was confused, what was going on? At that moment, he felt a chill run down his spine, and a terrifying aura washed over him. The ground was illuminated red, and Nong Zitian was so frightened that his hair stood on end. Blood Looney had arrived, and Nong Zitian pulled out another hoe from his robes. He stepped onto it and quickly charged forward. Blood Looney was stunned, what was going on? He could not understand what was going on, and all he knew was that Luin was getting further and further away from him. This was not good. Blood Looney slapped his chest again, causing him to spit out blood. His speed increased once more, and he tore through the void as he flickered incessantly. Nong Zitian looked back, and his face went pale. Don't chase me, this has nothing to do with me. Up ahead, Luin tightly grasped the hoe. How was he supposed to control this thing? He could not control it, and its inertia slowed him down further and further. At that moment, Nong Zitian caught up and glared at Luin. Give me back the hoe. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he casually waved his hand again, tossing the hoe under him to Nong Zitian. Nong Zitian, who had been accelerating, placed the hoe under his butt and accelerated once more. Nong Zitian was speechless, what had changed? Blood Luni closed in once more, and Nong Zitian immediately controlled the hoe that Lu Yin had tossed over to increase his speed. Just like that, with Lu Yinju's secret art active, the two of them continuously swapped hoes and gradually pulled away from Blood Luni. Blood Luni really did spit out blood. Nong Zitian also wanted to spit out blood, as he was depressed by Lu Yin's actions. What was going on? This was a secret technique, right? Where had this pervert come from? How could he use a secret technique to trade for a hoe? Who are you? Give me back the hoe. Nong Zitian was furious. Lu Yin answered, here, and then swapped hoes. Nong Zitian was furious. You've gone too far. Lu Yin was helpless. Brother, I'll apologize to you after we get rid of that madman. I'll kill you. Nong Zitian was furious. Then forget it. The hoe is mine. Wait, no, it's useless to you. You don't know how to control it. It doesn't matter. I'll keep it. Without me controlling it, you won't be able to escape. That's why we have to work together. Blood Luni is looking for you. You know him? An acquaintance? That's even better. Hurry up and persuade him to stop. Nong Zitian. Suddenly, the sky changed, and black and white alternated. In that instant, Lu Yin and Nong Zitian's hearts trembled. Above their heads, a black and white light flashed past, followed by a violent tremor. Lu Yin's eyes went blank for a moment, but then he reacted and looked back. He saw that Blood Luni's clothes were stained with blood, and half of his body was missing. In front of him was a figure whose back was facing them. The moment he saw this figure, Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly changed his face. Although he could not see the figure's face, he knew who it was. The black and white hair was too obvious. There was only one Day-Night clan member who could appear here, one of the 10 arbiters of the Day-Night royal family, Night King Xianwu. Nong Zitian also reacted at this moment, and he looked back. When he saw Blood Luni's miserable state, his mouth fell open. What? Who are you? Who are you? Blood Luni shrieked as he stared at the youth who had suddenly appeared and shattered half of his body with a single punch. The youth had his hands clasped behind his back, and his gaze was arrogant. Fifth Mainland, Night King Xianwu, one of the 10 arbiters. Blood Luni was stunned, and then he laughed bitterly. The Fifth Mainland is still the Fifth Mainland. I never thought that I would die at the hands of a remnant of the Fifth Mainland. Ha 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 ha. Night King Xianwu's gaze was calm. Die. He then raised a hand and struck out. It was clearly an ordinary palm strike, but it caused Lu Yin and Nong Zitian's hearts to tremble once more. Every move of Arbiter Xianwu's contained unfathomable might. Blood Luni gritted his teeth so hard that they shattered. With half of his body shattered, he would definitely die, but he did not want to die in such a dubious manner. This person had taken advantage of his injuries to try and take his life, and he did not want to die at this person's hands. Blood lotuses bloomed beneath his feet, and corpse dragons rushed towards Night King Xianwu. Night King Xianwu frowned. What a last-ditch effort. He then struck out with his palm, causing the corpse dragons to scatter. Blood Luni then rushed backwards under the protection of the blood lotuses. Night King Xianwu arrogantly glanced in Lu Yin and Nong Zitian's direction, but he ignored them and chased after Blood Luni. Soon, Blood Luni and Night King Xianwu's figures disappeared. Blood Luni is dead for sure, Nong Zitian muttered. Lu Yin nodded. Yeah, he's dead for sure. Not to mention that he was currently heavily injured. Even if he had met Night King Xianwu at his peak, it was hard to say whether or not he could win. Arbiter Xianwu was tyrannical even among the 10 arbiters, and nobody knew exactly how strong he was. White Knight had been able to fight Blood Luni to the point where both of them were heavily injured, and she had even gained the upper hand. Night King Xianwu could do the same, and he might even be stronger. Sometimes, Lu Yin could not understand how the arbiters could be so powerful, even though the 6th Mainland's overall strength was far greater than the 5th Mainland's. The 5th Mainland also had the Neoverse, which had the Hall of Honor, the Sirius Sect, and the 3 Dark Hands. The younger generation nurtured by these powers might not be any weaker than the 10 arbiters. Thus, the 5th Mainland had far more top-notch powerhouses than the 6th Mainland, which was incomprehensible. The average strength of the 6th mainland's younger generation was definitely greater than the 5th mainland's, but from what Luin could see, the 5th mainland had more top-notch powerhouses than the 6th mainland, which was the exact opposite. It was a very strange situation. He recalled what White Knight had said during her battle with Blood Looney. All of the 6th mainland's cultivators were slaves to a fixed cultivation system, and they had no future. Could this be the reason? Or could it be that the 6th mainland had a top-notch powerhouse that could crush everything in the younger generation? The Dowsource 3 skies? Luin pondered this. Blood Looney had been able to compete for the position of one of the Dowsource 3 skies 1,000 years ago, which meant that the Dowsource 3 skies might not be that much stronger than the Realmlings. Or could it be that one's strength would experience a qualitative leap after becoming one of the Dowsource 3 skies? While Luin was thinking about this, Nong Zhaitian grabbed his collar. Nong Zhaitian glared at him fiercely. "Give me back my hoe." Luin raised a hand. "Here." Nong Zhaitian snorted and put away the hoe. Luin was puzzled. "This power vessel of yours is really strange. You even have 2 hoes. What, do you have a problem with that? 1 male and 1 female. What's wrong?" Nong Zhaitian was annoyed. Luin choked. "There was a male and female hoe?" Nong Zhaitian glared at Luin again and then turned to leave. Luin thought about it and then followed him. Nong Zhaitian stared at him. "Why are you following me?" Luin shrugged. "I don't have anywhere to go." "Let's go together." Nong Zhaitian was furious. "No way. The more people there are, the bigger the target." Luin did not care and continued to follow Nong Zhaitian. Nong Zhaitian's hoe was too useful, and it was extremely fast. Even Blood Looney could not catch up to it. Following Nong Zhaitian would definitely be safe, and at the very least, Luin would be able to escape. However far Nong Zhaitian walked, Luin followed. Luin wanted to use the hoe to shake this guy off, but when he thought about Nong Zhaitian's secret technique, he decided against it. "You know a secret technique, right?" Nong Zhaitian asked Luin. "Take a guess," Luin casually replied. Nong Zhaitian. "To be able to learn a secret technique, you have to be at least from an all-heavenly imprinter family. Why haven't I seen you before?" Nong Zhaitian was puzzled. Luin looked around and then casually asked, "Do you know all the people from all heavenly imprinter families?" "Yes," Nong Zhaitian answered very seriously. "I've memorized it before." Luin was speechless. "You're not one of the 5th mainland survivors, are you?" Nong Zhaitian suddenly thought of something and stared at Luin warily. Luin rolled his eyes. "Have you ever seen a survivor of the 5th mainland as weak as me?" Nong Zhaitian rolled his eyes. "That's true. Any survivor of the 5th mainland that can appear in the Dowsource sect is at least as strong as a realmling. You're too weak." The two walked for a while, and then Nong Zhaitian sighed. "Don't follow me. You saw it for yourself. Blood Looney is being chased by the 5th mainland survivors, and the entire Dowsource sect isn't safe. I plan to hide until the time limit is up, and then I'll leave." "Me too," Luin said. Nong Zhaitian blinked. "Then find a place to hide." "Why are you following me?" "I don't know the way." Nong Zhaitian growled, "I don't know the way either." "Don't follow me. It's safer with more people," Luin said again, his tone casual. He had his eyes on the hoe, as it was too useful. Nong Zhaitian knew Lu Yin's goal, and although he was angry, he had no other choice. He wanted to attack Luin, but the fact that this person had been able to escape from Blood Looney meant that he was not weak. Furthermore, Luin did not seem injured, so Nong Zhaitian was not confident. The two walked for a while longer, and then they found 3 corpses on the ground. Judging from the direction of the corpses, these 3 had most likely been killed by Night King Jinwu. Nong Zhaitian felt his scalp go numb, and he whispered, "Brother, don't follow me. Can't we just hide on our own?" "I don't know the way." "I told you that I don't know the way either. It's safer with more people." U++. Suddenly, a void crack extended in front of them, and Luin grabbed Nong Zhaitian to avoid the crack. Nong Zhaitian was still in shock, and he patted his chest. "I was almost killed." Luin patted him on the shoulder. You owe me a life. If I wasn't angered by you, would I have missed the crack? Xianxia raged. Luin ignored him and looked into the distance. More and more void cracks extended, and a hurricane swept past. Lu Yin's expression changed. Not good, let's go. He turned around, but he saw that Xianxia was already sneaking around. He mounted the hoe and began to slip away. This guy was faster than him, but it didn't matter. He had a secret technique. With a bang, Xianxia once again fell into the pit with his face flat on the ground. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Xianxia roared angrily. Suddenly, he felt a tremendous pressure pressing down on him from above. Without even thinking about it, he pulled out a second hoe and jumped onto it, then charged forward. He took a moment to look back and see two figures fighting in the air. One of them caused Xianxia to tremble. Xiangrong? I++. Luin sat on his hoe and looked back as well. He had only sensed two powerful forces clashing earlier, but he had no idea who they were. Now that the two parties were rapidly approaching each other, he could clearly see that it was White Knight who was fighting against Xiangrong. Luin felt a chill run down his spine when he saw Xiangrong. He hadn't forgotten about the few cultivators who had disappeared from Heaven's Pit. Xiangrong's strength was terrifying. Bang! There was a loud crash as White Knight crashed in Lu Yin's direction. Luin had managed to dodge the attack, but Xianxia wasn't as lucky. He was swept up by the shockwaves from White Knight's crash, and he fainted before he could even run far with his hoe. Without Xianxia, Luin did not know how to use a hoe, so he could only pick it up and run on his own. Without the hoe, his speed was much slower. White Knight charged out, but was sent flying by Xiangrong once again. This time, she crashed in Lu Yin's direction. Luin was helpless, and he hurriedly hid. High up in the sky, Xiangrong stared down coldly. Is this all that the Fifth Mainland's 10 arbiters have? Come out. Underground, White Knight stood up and looked up at Xiangrong. I'm just taking advantage of the situation. Dealing with remnants like you is already dirtying my hands, and there's no such thing as fairness. You can't even force me to use my imprint. He then raised a hand that emitted a white light. Incinerate bloodline, Skyless. The moment he finished speaking, the white light in his palm turned into a sphere that gradually rose into the sky. It was as if a white sun had enveloped the world. Following the appearance of the white sun, the mountains and the ground began to disintegrate and disappear. Lu Yin's expression changed. Not good. He had to escape, or he would be disintegrated as well. What kind of attack was this? On the ground, White Knight coughed and lowered her head, as if she had accepted her fate. Xiangrong was cold and arrogant, as he liked this feeling. Killing ordinary cultivators had not piqued his interest, and only experts like this could satisfy him. He liked to look down on everything like a god, and just like this, he could end everything. Suddenly, Xiangrong's expression changed, and he hurriedly dodged to the side, but it was still too late. The spear pierced through his shoulder, causing blood to spill out. Behind him, another White Knight had appeared at some point, and the one on the ground slowly disappeared. Luin saw that this was soul-splitting. Ling Ke could split himself into 3, and White Knight could naturally do the same. During his battle with Blood Luni, Ling Ke had only split himself into 2 and had not used his full strength. He had left this trump card to Xiangrong. Xiangrong's expression darkened, and he waved his hand, causing the white sun to descend and bombard White Knight. At the same time, an imprint appeared behind him. It was a figure completely covered in long black hair, and its face could not be seen. However, it exuded an indescribably terrifying pressure and a sinister aura. This was a celestial imprinter, just like Xianxiang Old Man, who had been imprinted by Blood Luni. A palace appeared around White Knight, and a glorious bell rang out. The sound of the sky palace resounded throughout the entire space, and a series of phenomena appeared within the palace. The Lingling clan could combine their 10 innate gifts into one, and the phenomena that appeared within the palace were the 10 innate gifts. This was White Knight's true strength, and it also meant that he was going all out. Boom! The world trembled as a giant crack stretched across the sky like an inverted black mountain range. The clash between Xiangrong and White Knight almost caused Luyin to faint. A terrifying pressure swept through the area, destroying the entire space. After a while, the shockwaves from the collision finally dissipated. At this moment, everything in front of Lu Yin's eyes had changed. The mountain range that had originally existed had disappeared, and the void was constantly twisting, as if it would break apart at any moment. Luyin searched for Xiangrong and White Knight, and he quickly found the two of them standing in an underground crater, staring at each other. Xiangrong's face was flushed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was still a bloody hole in his shoulder that had been pierced by the spear, and blood had seeped into half of his body. Across from him, White Knight was not in a good state either. More than half of his armor had been shattered, and his spear had been broken in two. He had already suffered heavy injuries from his battle with Blood Looney, and now that he had clashed head-on with Xiangrong, his injuries should be even worse than Blood Looney's when he had faced Knight King Jinwu. Xiangrong clutched his shoulder and approached White Knight step by step. "You've already reached your limit. I, Xiangrong, will remember you. But today, you will die." White Knight slowly raised his broken spear and pointed it at Xiangrong. "Have you forgotten what the people from the Fifth Mainland are good at?" Xiangrong suddenly paused, and his eyes were filled with bewilderment. According to the historical records of the Sixth Mainland, the people from the Fifth Mainland were the best at hiding their strength and pretending to be weak. These people would always hold back, and this trait made the people from the Sixth Mainland furious, but there was nothing they could do about it. Because of this, countless experts from the Sixth Mainland had died in the final moments of the ancient war. Xiangrong glared at White Knight. "I don't believe that you still have the strength to resist. You can try. At worst, we'll just die together." White Knight's tone was cold. Xiangrong stopped in place, and his eyes flickered. Luyin watched on, hesitating over whether or not he should act. There was a fundamental difference in power between him and Xiangrong. White Knight might be able to block that power that could disintegrate everything, but Luyin might not be able to. He simply could not understand the nature of that power. Even if Xiangrong was heavily injured, that power would still be enough to destroy him. After a while, Xiangrong seemed to have made up his mind and stepped forward. White Knight's spear flickered with a cold light, but he did not retreat even half a step. Xiangrong stopped and struggled for a while before glaring at White Knight. "I won't take advantage of you today. When you recover, we'll fight again." He then leaped up and left the crater, flying into the distance. Luyin relaxed, as he had been scared away. Inside the crater, White Knight still maintained the same posture. After thinking about it, he jumped into the crater and approached White Knight. He wanted to know what was going on in the Innerverse. Afraid that White Knight would attack him, he hurriedly said, "I'm from the Fifth Mainland. You know Wendy Yushan, right?" "My name is Luyin." White Knight did not respond. Luyin approached him again. "I'm Luyin. You should have heard of me." White Knight still did not respond. Luyin walked up to him and gave him a light push, causing White Knight to fall to the ground. "So he fainted a long time ago." Luyin laughed. An unconscious person had actually scared away Xiangrong. If Xiangrong knew that White Knight had fainted, what would he think? Luyin crouched down and looked at White Knight. This was one of the 10 arbiters, and in their universe, the 10 arbiters were supreme existences amongst the younger generation. When Xianxia, Knight King Jinwu, and Lanxi were all lofty existences. This was the first time that Luyin had come into contact with one of the 10 arbiters, and this person could even decide his fate. Luyin's emotions were complicated. White Knight was the one who had brought Wendy Yushan to Myriad Swords Peak, and Zhao Ilong had told him that this person had taken good care of Wendy Yushan. No one would believe that this person did not like Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan could also be considered Luyin's fiancée. Although it was a fake identity, after interacting with her for so long, Luyin had to admit that he had some feelings for her. Any normal man would have some feelings for her. Her appearance and temperament were 1 in a million, and even if Wendy Yushan did not have any romantic feelings for him, there was still some familial love between them. If this person was still alive, then he might take Wendy Yushan away from Luyin in the future. Luyin sighed and smiled bitterly. He grabbed White Knight and took him away. No matter what the future held, this person represented the fifth mainland in the struggle against the sixth mainland, and he had also indirectly saved Lu Yin's life. This favor had to be repaid. A life for a life. I'll save you this time, so I'll consider the favor of saving me from the cauldron repaid, Lu Yin said. As for Nong Zhaitian, Lu Yin did not look for him, as whether or not he could survive would depend on his own luck. After all, they were still enemies. Mr. Bai and the other two were friends, so Lu Yin would save them if possible. As for the others, Lu Yin did not throw the hoe away, as he might be able to use it after some research. Although it was slightly inferior, its speed was quite good. The Daosor sect was huge, and it was not easy to run into a realmling or the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin carried White Knight and walked for half a day before finally finding a place to hide. It was a gap between two tall mountains, and there was a river flowing through it. He tossed White Knight onto the ground and sat down. This trip had been very dangerous, as Shang Rong, Blood Luni, White Knight, and Night King Zhenwu had all encountered him. Any carelessness and he would have died, but he had been lucky enough to survive. There were still a few days until the deadline, and he would be able to return to the fifth mainland after a few days. But what about the next time? He could not give up on the battle techniques within the cauldron. He clearly had a way to comprehend them, but he had not done so, which was torture for him. He desperately needed powerful battle techniques, but this place had already become the most dangerous battlefield. He looked at White Knight. If even one of the 10 arbiters was in such a miserable state, then White Knight's situation was even worse. He wondered how Wendy Yushan was doing, and he hoped that she was fine. At this moment, he regretted giving his futon to her. No one had expected that the Daosor sect would become the cruelest battlefield for the younger generation. Lu Yin still did not have the qualifications to join this battlefield. It had been a long time since he had felt so helpless. Ever since his universal armor had been upgraded, he no longer feared even enlighters. Lu Yin looked at White Knight again. This guy couldn't have died, right? He walked over and thought about it for a moment before lifting White Knight's mask to see if he was dead or not. When the mask was removed, a delicate, flawless, and adorable face was revealed. Lu Yin was stunned. Isn't this a woman? He removed the mask and stared blankly at the pale White Knight lying on the ground. White Knight of the 10 arbiters was a woman? Lu Yin had not been too surprised when he saw Night King Zhenwu, but now, he was truly shocked. Who would have thought that one of the 10 arbiters, White Knight, would actually be a woman? It would have been fine if she was a woman, but she was also so delicate and adorable. He had seen many beauties before, whether it was Wendy Yushan, Madame Nailin, Ming Yan, Bai Shui, or the Glasses Mist Child. Some of them were heroic, some were charming, some were pure, and some were cute. Their temperaments matched their names, but the one in front of him was very different. Knights gave people the impression of integrity and reliability, which was a general impression. No one would associate delicate and adorable with a knight, as the contrast was too great. He had heard that White Knight's name was Ling Gong, which did not sound like a woman's name. Lu Yin stared at White Knight's face for a long while, feeling that it was unreal. He couldn't help but raise a hand and move closer to touch her face. He even pinched her lips. It was real. Suddenly, White Knight opened her eyes and stared coldly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's fingers were still pinching her mouth, and he immediately felt awkward. If someone were to ask Lu Yin what was the most embarrassing situation he had ever faced in his life, he would not hesitate to say that it was when he had pinched White Knight Arbiter's face. In the entire universe, including the 5th mainland and the 6th mainland, who could pinch one of the 10 arbiters' faces? He was the first and most likely the last. He slowly withdrew his hand and coughed. Would you believe me if I told you that I was just checking on your injuries? White Knight stared at him coldly, her gaze cold. Lu Yin coughed again. I'm from the 5th mainland. You know Wendy Yushan, right? White Knight's icy gaze swept past him as she looked up at the sky. Where are we? The Daosor sect, Lu Yin blurted out. When he saw White Knight staring at him, he hurriedly said, I don't know the exact location, but it's quite far from where you fought Shang Rong. It's also well hidden, so no one should be able to find it. White Knight propped herself up with one arm and put her mask back on. I need to heal. Don't come near me or touch me. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die an ugly death. She then sat up with great difficulty and fell silent. Luin looked at her and waved his hand before looking away. What healing? She must have fainted again. It would be strange if she didn't faint after suffering such heavy injuries. However, the fact that White Knight was a woman had a huge impact on Luin. Furthermore, she was an adorable and beautiful woman. Although she was a little cold, for some reason, Luin actually felt relieved. Focus on healing. I hope you don't die, Luin said calmly. He then looked into the distance and began to recite the Stonewall scriptures. He did not plan on going out for the next few days, as Knight King Jinwu and Shang Rong had both appeared in the area. The 9 cauldron space was probably not safe, so he decided to wait until the next time to explore the internal battle techniques within the cauldrons. After Luin and the others left, more people entered the Daosaur sect's Heaven's Pit one after another. There were also fierce battles over the stone walls, but there were no more experts like Shang Rong. Even Butcher, who could monopolize a stone wall all by himself, did not appear. On this day, a woman stepped into Heaven's Pit's dusky space and slowly walked forward. Every step she took was the same distance, as if she had already measured the distance beforehand. The woman's long black hair reached her waist, and she held a white longsword in her hand. Her appearance was beautiful, and she had a valiant aura that was different from other women. She was even colder and more aloof than Wendy Yushan, but strangely, she wore a pair of large glasses that did not have any lenses. Coupled with her large eyes, she looked rather adorable. Not long after, the woman arrived beside Progenitor Chen's palm print and looked at it with a complicated expression. The woman's attire attracted quite a few people's attention, as it was rare for a woman to wear glasses and hold a sword. Furthermore, her aura was not ordinary. Several men exchanged glances and slowly approached her. Hello, miss. May I get to know you? I'm from the Grand Martial Realm. Before one of the men could finish speaking, a line of blood appeared on his neck. The man felt his strength drain away, and he slowly fell to his knees. His entire body then lay on the ground as his blood dyed the ground red. The other men were shocked. Third bro, what happened to you? A white light flashed, and the men all fell to the ground. Their blood pooled together and slowly flowed into the palm print. The woman's gaze was calm as she looked up and leaped up. A few minutes later, she left Heaven's Pit's dusky space and used a pillar of light to head somewhere else. Not long after, another person entered Heaven's Pit and arrived outside the palm print. The scene that greeted them was like hell itself. All of the cultivators who had comprehended the palm print within Heaven's Pit, a total of 28, had died tragically. Not a single one had survived, and the air was filled with the stench of blood. Following the arrival of the 10 arbiters, more than 100 cultivators from the 6th mainland who had entered the Daosaur sect's ruins had been killed or injured. These cultivators had been able to obtain futons, and almost all of them had come from powerful families. Their deaths had angered many of the 6th mainland's powers, and more voices were calling for the Realmlings to enter the Daosaur sect and eliminate the 5th mainland's remnants. The Daosaur sect's ruins had officially become the top battlefield for the younger generation. Even though there had been many casualties, no one requested for the Daosaur's 3 skies to enter, as if the Daosaur's 3 skies no longer belonged to the younger generation. Countless people had long since classified the Daosaur's 3 skies as a different existence that stood above their peers. White Knight was unconscious for 3 days, and she only woke up on the 4th day. When she woke up, she saw Luin leaning against a stone wall and resting with his eyes closed. Without a second thought, she picked up a pebble from the ground and threw it at him. The pebble tore through the void and flew towards Lu Yin's forehead. Luin suddenly opened his eyes and tilted his head. The pebble smashed into the mountain with a thump, causing a huge crack to appear in the wall. Luin was furious. Are you crazy? White Knight stared at him coldly. You should die for touching me. Luin opened his mouth to scold her, but then he recalled the awkward scene from 3 days ago. He pursed his lips. It was my fault for touching you. I apologize. White Knight's eyes narrowed, and her gaze turned cold. Luin went on guard. You're not going to attack me again, are you? He had not forgotten that this person was one of the 10 arbiters, and her strength was on a completely different level. Even if he had a secret technique that could divert attacks, he was not confident that he could escape from one of the 10 arbiters. Fortunately, White Knight did not attack him again. She looked around and then moved slightly. An intense pain spread from her back, and she groaned as beads of sweat dripped down her forehead. Luin looked at her, but he did not say anything. White Knight moved again, but the moment she did, an intense pain spread throughout her body, mostly from her back. She viciously glared at Luin. "Turn around. Don't peek." Luin was puzzled. "What?" "I told you to turn around." White Knight's tone was stern, and star energy spread from her body. She looked like she was about to go berserk at any moment. Luin hurriedly said, "All right, I'm leaving. You're awake anyway, so whatever happens next has nothing to do with me. You're on your own now." He then turned to leave. "No, you can't leave," White Knight suddenly said. Luin was confused. "Why?" "There's no why. If you can't leave, then you can't leave. This is an order." Luin was amused. "Order? Who can you order?" "Me? I'm not even your subordinate." White Knight looked at him coldly. "I can order anyone who belongs to the 10 Arbiters Council, the Council of Astral Academy, or the Outerverse Youth Council. You're no exception, Luin." "You recognized me?" Luin was astonished. In order to avoid Night King Jinwu, he had changed his appearance. White Knight coldly replied, "Many people know Wendy, but not many know about her relationship with me. Besides, your appearance hasn't changed much, and you were able to enter this place. It's not hard to guess who you are. Since you recognized me, then you should know about my relationship with Wendy. I saved you because you brought Wendy to Myriad Swords Peak. Now that we're even, I'm leaving," Luin said. "I said that you can't leave. This is an order. No one can order me around." White Knight clenched her fists and glared at him coldly. "If you dare leave, I'll kill you." Luin laughed. "Woman, there should be a limit to how unreasonable you can be. I saved you, but you still want to kill me?" White Knight angrily retorted, "Don't call me that." Luin rolled his eyes. "Fine, I won't call you that anymore. I'm leaving, and you can't stop me." Suddenly, a phantom palace appeared all around them, and a glorious bell rang out. Lu Yin's expression changed, and the domain that he had released was instantly suppressed. He felt an intense sense of danger, and he turned around to stare at White Knight. "What are you doing?" "I said that you can't leave," White Knight coldly replied. "What are you trying to do?" Luin frowned. This woman was unreasonable. White Knight's eyes flickered. "Turn your back to me." "What?" Luin was confused. "I told you to turn your back to me. You don't have the right to resist." End of chapter 646. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.